Hello everyone and welcome to Oulton Park. It's a brand new season of racing in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship and we're here at the spiritual home of the series for the season opening race. 4 hours of racing coming up later on this afternoon and a 29 car grid, all hoping to try and take that number one spot, which of course was taken by Team GRD right here at the back end of last year in what was a fascinating championship deciding race. Among those 29 cars we've got a whole host of returning teams who are all quite eager to try and get onto the top step of the podium, but also a load of new drivers and teams making their series debut. In fact, 4 teams who have never raced in Fun Cup before and who are all eligible for that £10,000 prize if they can get to the top step of the podium. That will be an awful lot easier said than done. We've also got a fantastic support card courtesy of the BRSCC. The always popular modified Fords are out today. We've also got the classic mini series and MG racing courtesy of the MG Metros and the MG Cockshoot Cup. A fabulous circuit, perhaps changeable conditions. We're in for a treat this afternoon. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yes, good morning everyone. Welcome to Oulton Park for what is set to be a great day of racing. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Delighted to be joined by John Ratcliffe for this season opener. And well, I said there 10 minutes or so ago, little peek behind the curtain, when we recorded that intro, that we had changeable conditions. Well, I'm glad to say the conditions right now are changing for the better, at least for the time being. The sun is starting to peek out from behind the dark clouds. It's still a bit chilly out there. We still have a damp racetrack, but hopefully better conditions to come as we move into our day of racing. As I said, we've got 4 championships here with 7 races taking up the rest of the day. 4 hours of Fun Cup action very much being the focal point in the middle of the day with sprint races either side, and we'll be kicking things off in a moment or two with the first race for the modified Fords. Andy and John, as I said, in the commentary box, and John, what a brilliant venue to start the championship. I said there, the spiritual home of Fun Cup, but just a really popular circuit pretty much with any driver who ever ventures up here.
Yes, good morning Andy, and good morning everyone watching wherever you are. It's going to be an amazing day of racing, isn't it? I'm always excited to get the Fun Cup back underway, but yes, like you say, Oulton Park, what a circuit it is, not only to just one lap, hot lap around, but also the racing it produces is second to none. So let's crack on with it. Of course, the first 4 hour of the year kicking off for the Fun Cup, but like you mentioned, plenty of other racing to enjoy as well.
Indeed so. It is a challenging circuit, just over 2.6 miles in length, 12 turns. It's that elevation change though, isn't it? 79 feet of elevation, which when you see it written on a screen like that doesn't look like a lot, but when you walk the place, a huge amount of elevation change. There isn't a flat part of Oulton Park. You're always either rising or falling somewhere around the circuit. It's hugely demanding and very unforgiving if you get it wrong. The weather forecast, well, it says light rain at the moment. That is not true, I'm delighted to say, but there is rain forecast intermittently throughout the day. That could cause issues with a couple of our series. Maybe the Fun Cup, of course, they run on an all-weather tyre, so they don't have to worry about changing tyres if the conditions change, but of course it can have an effect on your driver strategy. It's very easy to get caught out in greasy conditions, and some parts of the Oulton Park circuit, John, dry faster than others. So if we do have this period of sunshine for any length of time, it doesn't necessarily mean track conditions will be the same across the whole circuit.
No, exactly. The particular place to watch is definitely down through Druids, the final part of the circuit. That can get very hairy when it gets moist down there. You take even half a centimetre offline, suddenly the rear gets all sorts of slidey, and you find that gravel track comes up pretty quickly. So drivers will be hoping to steer clear of there as best they can. I did see in qualifying that we had a few moments ago, a couple of drivers going off-piste. We did have one down in the gravel at T1 early on in the session, but if you're going to do it in any session, qualifying is probably the time to do it, isn't it? Of course, to explain as well, qualifying doesn't actually really mean qualifying in Fun Cup, does it? All random grids at every single race in Fun Cup, so although they have had qualifying, it was more just a glorified practice session, wasn't it?
Indeed so, but still not ideal if you've lost some running in that session. I'm not sure whether everyone managed to get a decent chunk of laps in that qualifying session, but hopefully they did, and they're nicely prepared for the first race of the season later on. Getting our first views here of the rest of the circuit. We're on the full international layout, as is sort of the norm these days here at Oulton Park. The Ireland circuit used once or twice a year. The Foster's circuit never really used for racing anymore, which is a great shame. The Fun Cup raced on the Foster's circuit 12 years ago, I want to say now, and it was a fantastic event, so hopefully we can bring that back at some point in the future. But the full international circuit in use, a good smattering of spectators braving the slightly chilly spring conditions, and certainly a good collection of marshals around the circuit. We can see a few of them there just checking out the track over at the top of Hilltop and preparing for the racing today. And a big shout out as always to the Orange Army for all of their volunteer work that they do. I'm sure they'll be kept busy over the course of the day, because it is just one of those circuits that has a tendency to catch people out. 169 was the car there being towed back from the sort of Knickerbrook area of the circuit, so I'm not entirely sure what's happened to the 169 car. Maybe we'll get Jamie Peters-Ennis, the third member of our broadcast team, onto that. He'll be roaming the pit lane during the Fun Cup races later on, so that's already a little story for him to chase, and so many stories for him to chase, I think, over the day, with 29 Fun Cup cars set to take to the track. They will not be our first race, but I think everyone's already sort of talking about what a great spectacle that will be.
It is going to be amazing. It's awesome to see some big returning faces, the likes of Team Viking and Ursus Capital. Brilliant to have them back, of course, after 2 years away racing the Fun Cup cars in Europe. So I'm sure they will have learnt a lot racing over in Europe. It was nice having a chat with them down in the pit lane before we got underway, and just hearing about the differences between the UK and Europe. But they're very happy to be back, and they were missing the camaraderie of the British pit lane as well, of what we do have here in Fun Cup. It's a lovely big family in Fun Cup, of course, very competitive and aggressive racing, but everyone wants to have a good time, wants to enjoy themselves, and wants to get as positive of a result as they can by the end of the day. Yeah, like you say, we're all very excited for the 4 hour to come later on, but before that, we've got 3 races to get under our belt, of course, then a short lunch break to get through as well, and then it'll be the Fun Cup straight after the lunch break. So stick with us, but don't go anywhere, because you don't want to miss the action coming up. Like Andy mentioned earlier, we're kicking it off with our modified Ford series, and I'm just having a look at the grid. Amazing to see 13 rows of drivers. Brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. Not to be outdone by the Fun Cup. They've got 25 cars here this weekend, or at least 25 cars that qualified. We're seeing a few of them there queuing up at the end of the pit lane. They'll be led around by the safety car and then line up on the grid ahead of that first race. So we'll get into that in a bit more detail in a moment or two. First race of the day coming up next. So, the modified Ford series then kicks off its 2026 campaign here at Oulton Park. It is a calendar that will consist of 5 events this year and 25 cars taking to the grid. It's Piers Grange in his Escort Mark II that starts on pole position, 1.7 seconds quicker than Andy Robinson in that absolutely gorgeous Ford Falcon V8 supercar with its 7-litre V8 engine, perhaps proving to be a bit of a handful in the damp conditions this morning. He's second on the grid, ahead of the first of the Focuses. In fact, an all Ford Focus Row 2, James Allen and Todd Garner together. Chris Harrison has Tyler England in his Mark IV Fiesta for company on row 3, with Scott Matthias and Stefan Marsh making up row number 4. Top 10 completed by Paul Neville in the Class B Plus Ford Escort 2.3 Duratec. He's got Chris Baker's Escort RS 1600i alongside. Then row 6, Sean Brown and the Ford Focus Estate, always a distinctive car on track. Alex Howe in his number 260 car, starting on row 6. Row 7 for Ben Purnell. He's at the front of the SB category. We'll get into the classes and what they all mean in a moment. He's got actually his main rival in that class, Darren Owen, alongside him. Then it's Callan Trump and John Ward on the 8th row. Row 9 is where you will find Dave Barrett and Tony Paxman ahead of Stephen Primmett and Mike Watson. Then it's Michael McKenzie and Chris White, with James Newins, Lucas Dryden and Piers Warwick at the back of the grid. We may have other cars that tag along at the back. We had 25 cars that qualified, but always possible that a couple had issues, and there were a couple of drivers who only got one lap in. In fact, Alex Howe, I mentioned in the Focus Estate, was one who only did a single lap in qualifying, so hopefully we'll see him out in a while. Don't panic, I wasn't talking rubbish before. For once, we are not using the Foster's circuit, but this is a common tactic used by race control here at Oulton Park on the outlap from the pit lane, just to speed things up. They bring the field through the Foster's loop and out towards the grid. They'll then have a green flag flag lap, I believe, and we'll get racing underway. And who knows what to expect really here, John, because like I said, qualifying this morning was the wettest the track had been, I believe, so far today. Piers Grange might have had a 1.7 second advantage then, but in these drier conditions, some of the more powerful cars behind might be able to give him a run for his money.
Yeah, it's quite a long circuit here at Oulton Park, isn't it? So 1.7 seconds maybe not quite so surprising, but that is still a sizable margin for Piers at the sharp end of the order. But yeah, like you mentioned, even there, through, as I was mentioning earlier, the tricky sections of corners that stay damp for a little bit longer, to me, look relatively dry for the moment. So maybe we should start to see some of those other cars finding a little bit more pace here as we get into racing conditions. But it's one thing getting back on the pace, but making overtakes is another thing all entirely. So we'll see what the drivers can do. But a massive grid to kick off the year here for Modified Ford Series is going to be very exciting. But like you mentioned, lots of different classes to play for as well. Do you want to take us through those, Andy?
Yes, yes, indeed. So there are, in theory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 classes that you could be eligible to race in this series. Obviously, the main prerequisite is you must be driving a Ford. The clue is in the name, after all. But it's then sort of broken down by largely engine capacity. So classes A to C are a bit more open. That's for all UK and European Ford production cars. Then you've got Class A, which is forced induction multi-valve engines. I'm reading this from a script, I did not memorise this. Engines over 1750cc, basically. Then you've got Class B+, which is for the slightly larger capacity engines. It's all done on engine capacity within classes A to C, and then you've got the super classes, Supers A and B, which is for more production-based cars, essentially. So those are the cars you find a bit further down the order. And again, there are various engine regulations which they split those into. At the front of the grid, it's a Class A car in Piers Grange at the front, and then the Super A class car of Andy Robinson, which is I think it is a genuine ex-Craig Lowndes Ford Falcon, that from the early 2000s in the V8 Supercars Championship. He's driven a few different Ford Falcon V8 Supercars over the years, says Andy Robinson. The noise that thing makes is absolutely awe-inspiring, but there are not many championships where you can have a genuine early 2000s V8 supercar on the front row. 2 rows back, we've got a basically production spec early 2000s Ford Fiesta. It is a remarkable grid, isn't it? A great sight, and that intermingling of the classes is where often a lot of the action comes from.
Indeed. Yeah, it's awesome to see, isn't it? It's just a spectacle in and of itself to see these cars lapping around the circuit, let alone battling door to door, which we are about to enjoy. Drivers head off on the green flag lap then, so one more lap around this Oulton Park International Circuit before we get the first race, not only of the day, but of the season underway. And yeah, like we were saying about in qualifying, maybe a little bit surprising to see that the driver on the front row, or the driver on pole, I should say, is from the A class. I think we'd expect to have the super classes at the sharp end, but clearly it was an amazing lap from Piers to steal that pole position, like we were mentioning earlier. Whether we can hold on to it is another story entirely.
Yes, indeed. So, a quick bit of housekeeping. We don't have the estate, unfortunately. The Focus estate is not out there. That is the Alex Howe car that only did 1 lap in qualifying. So that car, by the looks of it, is going to be a non-starter, which is a bit of a shame, but we will see whether they're able to get that car out for the race later on. And there's another smoky car there. I didn't quite spot who that was down through Cascades. It's one of the front-running Ford Focuses, I think, which was trailing a bit of smoke through the left-hander. Get a first look here at the run down the Lakeside Straight towards Island Bend, which is this fearsomely quick left-hander. And again, this part of the circuit can sometimes stay a little bit damp just behind the trees up at Island into the banked hairpin at Shell, which is a potential overtaking opportunity. Drivers always like to tell me you can't overtake at Oulton Park, but those of you who've been tuning in particularly to Fun Cup broadcasts over the years will know that isn't really true, especially when you do have cars of such wildly differing speeds. Over a lap they might be quite evenly matched, but there are clearly some cars that are going to excel in a straight line, others that will better through the technical sections. I think we're in for quite a bit of side-by-side action, particularly in the early stages.
Who's telling you can't overtake Oulton Park?
Mainly touring car drivers, I'll be honest.
They need to pull their finger out. They need to pull their finger out. What's going on? Oulton Park is great for overtaking. It's fantastic. Door-to-door racing is always on the cards at Oulton Park. There's plenty of different places where you can send one. I mean, maybe it's a circuit where you've got to be a bit more robust in a send, but either way, it can be done. Just try and make sure you don't go over the line a little bit too far. I've had that a couple of times in my Fun Cup car here at Oulton Park. I won't go into any further details about that, but yeah, I've learned from my mistakes in the past, and hopefully other drivers have learned from me as well.
So you were the aggressor rather than the one under attack.
We're into the corner. I'll mention it because it's literally the corner we're going into now, down the bottom of the right-hander. It was the lap as I was coming in to pit to change over driver. So I went, oh, go on, I want this position. I went for it, too late on the brakes, straight into the door of the driver, and then limped the car back with many injuries. It was not my proudest moment, Andy, not my proudest moment. But hey, that's why I'm up in the comms box and not behind the wheel anymore.
And the team, I'm sure, were delighted with the state of the car that you returned to them in the pit lane as well. That is a fairly common incident that we see here at Oulton Park, down into that Hislop chicane, because it is a tempting move to make, but it's such a tight chicane. There are two chicanes next to each other, the Britain chicane and then the Hislop chicane either side of Hilltop, and they're both quite tricky. Britain's in particular is quicker than you think, and then the Hislop chicane is almost tighter than it looks, isn't it?
It is indeed. No, it is indeed. It really does tighten up, and where once you get to the apex, you've also got to make sure that you're trusting of the driver that you're battling with as well to give you that space and work with you through the corner. Robust racing, I'm sure we're about to enjoy then. Drivers getting round to the end of the green flag lap. Only a few more corners to maybe try and get a bit more heat in those tyres before we get into 2x2 formation and get this one started. But yeah, like you say, that V8 supercar is just stunning, isn't it? Wow. And
there's a very good chance if Andy Robinson gets the rolling start right, because it is a 2x2 rolling start in modified Ford these days, that he could be leading into Old Hall Corner. He has a 7-litre V8 engine at his disposal. It's a measly 2.6 litres in the Escort Mark II alongside him at Piers Grange, although that car is rapid and Piers a very, very quick driver. He's been racing that car, or versions of it anyway, for many years now, and he has it well sorted out, well set up. It's going to be a fascinating battle into turn one. The two silver cars then on the front row of the grid, then the pair of Ford Focuses, the RS of James Allen alongside the Mark II 2.5 litre turbo of Todd Garner alongside him. Who wins the battle into turn one and who gets victory in the first race of the season? 15 minutes on the clock. Modified Ford Series action at Oulton Park about to get underway. They head to the line. When the red lights go out, we'll be away and racing. That happens now. Let's bring on the noise, the thunder of the V8 as Andy Robinson drags up alongside Piers Grange on the outside line into Old Hall Corner. He does get the lead. There's a sideways focus behind. That, I think, was the James Allen car getting a little bit out of shape, but they have all, I hesitate slightly to say this, yes, all got through Old Hall Corner in one piece, and it is Andy Robinson in the Ford Falcon who leads at Cascades.
You've always just got to hold for a moment extra, haven't you, just to make sure they've all made it through, but they have. Good to see. We don't want any drivers off on the first corner of the first race of the year. We've made it through, and we fly down then once again for the first time down through into Island Bend, as we are seeing on the green flag lap. Is a little bit slippy, particularly offline there, as one of the drivers does go a little bit wide, but keeps it on, which is lovely to see. And as the sun continues to shine here at Oulton Park, hopefully that corner will continue to get dry. Well, already the top three trying to scamper away. The driver that you mentioned having that slight wobbly moment through the first corner seems to just be dropping off the back of the pack at the moment. But anyway, these three still nose to tail. And as you mentioned, we've got 15 more minutes to see what happens.
Indeed so. Andy Robinson unleashes the V8 over Hilltop then. Piers Grange was having a nibble at him through Shell. It looked like Robinson was just struggling to wrestle the big Falcon through the Shell hairpin, but he held on to the advantage. Absolutely nose to tail though between these top three as they drop down into Knickerbrook for the first time. It's James Allen third, so it was actually the Todd Garner Ford Focus which got sideways at turn one. He's dropped off the back of this leading trio now as three very different cars, all running under the blue oval banner, descend upon Druids for the first time. Robertson, Grange and Allen, nothing to choose between them.
They've really dropped off the back, haven't they? Almost not even in the same camera shot now. The top three have really scampered off, but already looking to pile the pressure back on here is Piers Grange. Gets a lovely run there through the double right-hander, but again, gets the power down as the race leader and manages to hold it into the final corner, but an up and under there will run side by side, up and over the hill, and is it an issue? It might be! Into the pit lane for the V8 supercar. It's one lap for Andy Robinson, and he's out of the race. I am gutted to see that. The leaders continue battling side by side into T1, but we've lost one from our leading trio already.
Oh, but we still have a race on our hands, don't we? James Allen there trying to go right round the outside of Piers Grange. Andy Robinson's car in the pit lane. That's such a shame. It's a very popular car to have on the grid, and we hope he'll get it back out again for race 2 later on this afternoon. They've got quite a few hours to prepare the cars for the second race, so hopefully we will see that car back out. James Allen then in the front-wheel drive Ford Focus RS against the rear-wheel drive Escort Mark II of Piers Grange. This again is a bit of a David and Goliath battle. the much newer Ford Focus, you'd think through the corners would have the edge, but Piers Grange's car, you can see the way it's changing direction, is very well balanced. No one else in sight. It's Todd Garner in third somewhere, but he's about 5 seconds behind these two.
Yeah, already only one lap, and they've already dropped a decent way off the back of these two. Yeah, like you were mentioning, Pierce's car looks to be properly hooked up, doesn't it? He's great out of the corners, gives him a lovely, lovely run. But of course, in battling with Andy Robinson earlier on, that top speed, and he could just about slingshot back through and get back past into the lead. Here, we'll drop back to said battle for third. Then Todd Gardner heading up this one, and seems to be a good few drivers following in, looking to that inside line. We said it was a tempting move. Backs out of it for now this time. Thank goodness, no contact made, and they continue to press on through Knickerbrook. It says the 86 piling on the pressure. That of Scott Mateus. He's looking to try and make a move, following in the slipstream up over Clay Hill. What a beautiful corner that is, over Clay Hill, down into what is, I'm going to say, the trickiest corner on the circuit, and they will try and make it too wide.
That's Paul Neville trying to go around the outside of Tyler England. In fact, has gone around the outside of Tyler England. That was for 6th position. They don't run in the same class. Tyler England actually leading his class. That's Class B. Paul Neville is in Class B+. His only rival, oh my word, we'll get to that in a moment. James Allen nearly had an enormous accident into Old Hall Corner there to the outside of Piers Grange. He's got the switchback though, somehow saved the slide and almost had the run into Cascades. That was a massive moment. I think got a wheel on the very wet grass turning into Old Hall. That is the part of the circuit where he looks strong though. He challenged there a lap ago and wasn't able to get through. That time he was almost successful, but still Piers Grange hangs on. To the point I was about to make about the classes, these two cars both run in Class A, so this is not only the battle for the overall win, but perhaps more importantly for a class victory. Chris Harrison in third is leading in Class SA, Super A. Ben Purnell in 5th position heads up the, what class is Purnell in? SB from 13th on the grid. That's impressive for Ben into the top 5. Paul Neville leads his class as well. At the point I was starting to make is he's the only B+ car left now with Alex Howe's demise, and Tyler England is at the front of Class B, which is the most well-populated class out there, and he now has the next car behind him, Chris Baker, for company in that category. Over the hill comes this third place squabble then. Harrison from Ghana, and yes, that changed, didn't it, a lap ago. Harrison getting ahead of the Focus, but not getting away from it.
No, indeed. They continue in nose to tail then as, that battle between Grange and Allen. That was very exciting, wasn't it, for a few corners? My goodness, no love lost between those two. And already, we've only had a couple of laps of this race. They're over 10 seconds clear now of Chris Harrison. They are off into another postcode, the two at the front, but we continue to enjoy this battle then for third place. Back down the inside then, into the right-hander they go. Lovely move back up the inside, and that's Garner back into third place.
Yeah, lost third a lap ago, but then got it straight back, and that now means that Harrison's got Ben Purnell for company. And Ben Purnell is the one who's been really charging up the order. Had a big lunge to the inside at Lodge there, did Ben, but even he realised then that was just a touch too far back. Quite similarly liveried cars, these two escorts as well, as they do battle, not running in the same class, but clearly running a very similar pace as they come across the timing line. Leaders separated by just under 0.6 of a second that time. New fastest lap by Piers Grange, and he's just starting now to stretch his legs at the front of the field. This is 3rd, 4th and 5th, and this is the battle to watch.
Indeed, yeah, Purnell scared you with that little fake, didn't he, to the inside there at the final corner. Luckily for Chris Harrison, though, he could see what was coming there. He knew Purnell was way too far back to think about the move there, but they continue on nose to tail then. Well, now that Todd Garner has made that move, especially if these two start having a bit of a ding-dong battle, he can start to pull away and make his own race then. We're almost halfway into this one already. Now 15 seconds almost in the lead. Grange and Allen, as we say, Garner starting to pull away. Harrison and Purnell now locked into battle, and just behind them, only a couple of seconds, it's Tyler England and Paul Neville also battling as they headed through Shell Oils. Well, these two, as you mentioned, very similar looking cars continue to battle, but they are in two separate classes here. But either way, it's good to see that cars on varying different classes still battling over the same piece of tarmac.
Absolutely so. It can be quite hard actually as a driver sometimes to know who you're battling for class position. I'm sure knowing this paddock reasonably well, they all talk to each other a lot outside of the racing, and they'll all be pretty familiar with each other's cars, but sometimes you can find yourself in a battle and not necessarily know who it is you're racing. I spotted in the background there, I think you saw it too, there was a car slowing, didn't quite spot who it was, but that is another car I fear that's going to pull to the side of the road. We've lost Robinson already. We've also lost the 43 car, I noticed, of Stefan Marsh, and another slowing there, John.
Indeed, yeah, another driver pulling to the side. Is that from our leading battle?
Was that
Is that from our leading battle? I think it might be. Let's see when they come across the line. Who is it that we've lost?
It is Piers Grange. Piers Grange has not made it across the line. That is the silver Escort, and I thought it looked familiar. It's going very slowly down towards Druid's corner, and that hands the lead over to James Allen. Well, that I didn't see coming. Piers Grange's cars, as I said, normally so well sorted, but mechanical gremlins creeping in. I'm not convinced he's actually got enough power to make it back to the pit lane. Pulls to the grass on the inside of Lodge corner, and that is his race done.
What a shame. From the lead then to a DNF, sadly, for Piers. What a shame to kick off the season. It's been quite the race of attrition already, hasn't it? We're not even 10 minutes into this one, and already quite a few cars having to pull over to the side. Well, that now gives James Allen an almost 20-second lead out in front. Really, he's just got to coast this one home, hasn't he? Trying to make sure that the mechanical gremlins don't get him as well, and he can make it to the checkered flag. We've got another driver pulling into pit lane. A very, very orange car pulling into pit lane. I couldn't quite tell who that was, but again, more drivers falling by the wayside. What a shame. Just over 6 minutes left to go in this one. Battle's continuing on for about second place backwards, but really, your money's on James Allen to win this one, isn't it? I don't want a commentator's curse. If it's the first race of the season, sorry, James, in advance.
I'm glad you said that, not me, John. Piers Grange, by the way, has got the car fired back up again and brings it into the pit lane, which is good news because it means that he's not stuck out at the side of the track. That means that there's no need for a safety car, but also he can get that car back into the paddock and start working on it as soon as he possibly can. Callan Trumps was the orange Escort Cosworth that we saw pulling into the pit lane in the background, so he is another to be added to the retirements list, it would seem. There is Piers Grange's car, the picture-in-picture, showing him touring into the pit lane as James Allen, his former sparring partner, crosses the line with 5.5 minutes or so remaining and ticks off the 5th lap of the race. It's not necessarily a huge surprise to see a high rate of attrition. First race of the season. A lot of these cars, of course, are not factory fresh, it must be said. The drivers will put a lot of time and effort into refreshing the cars over the winter, but that can bring with it some extra mechanical challenges for this first round of the championship, which they'll have to try and iron out before race number 2. So, with the lead battle now on ice, very much, with James Allen sort of outlasting his other two front-running drivers, we now focus back on the battle for third position. Chris Harrison has got Ben Purnell and Paul Neville right behind, so 3 different Escorts, 2 of the same generation Escort, with Neville's Duratec engine car behind, and it's Neville who seems to be on the move. He's caught these two quite noticeably since we last checked in with them.
He has indeed. Yeah, he was sort of hanging around in the wings, wasn't he, prior? But look at that down the straight as they then head into Ireland once more. Closes right up to the rear bumper, and the 2 behind going side by side as well. That being Tyler England and Scott Matthias as well. Those 2 batting nicely as they now head down through into Shell Oils once again. Did they switch around? I think they did. I think Scott's through then into 6th place. So a nice move then with just less than 5 minutes to go. But yeah, these 3 starting to get nice and scrappy now with these 3 focusing on each other. That's just allowed for Todd Gardner to break away ever so slightly into 2nd place as they head past the 47 now, going a little bit slowly on the left-hand side of the circuit. Is that someone dropping down the order? Is that someone near the back? It's Newins, isn't it, in 21st place. So maybe just moving over to let the leading pack through.
Yeah, James Newins doing exactly the right thing. I also noticed we'd lost the XR2, hadn't we, to the side of the road. That is the 847, I think, of Lucas Dryden. It's actually not listed as an XR2, a Mark II Fiesta, but that car off to the side of the road. Another in the pit lane there, having work done to it. But yes, this has been a race really of who can outlast everybody else and keep running to the flag. This battle for third though rages on, and actually the car I'm now keeping my eye on is the black Sapphire Cosworth at the back of this group. That is Scott Matthias. Scott, I thought, would be a contender in this race. Didn't make the immediate progress up the order that I perhaps thought he would, but Scott Matthias in the 2-litre turbo Sapphire Cosworth is now starting to show what he and that car are capable of. He goes to the inside of Neville as ahead of them. That was Purnell and Harrison going door to door. Did that position change? Couldn't quite see.
We can't quite tell, can we? They're so similar. We'll see when they come back into shot. No, who's the leading one? No. It was a good move to the inside there, but again, Harrison not getting worried about Purnell sending one. Continues to hold his ground and currently continues to hold the place. Here might be the move, though. Paul Neville now trying to open up the throttle as they head down the back straight, but not able to pull aside. And here, round the outside, then looks Scott Matthias. Not able to make it through, though. This is going to be exciting, though. 2.5 minutes to go, and we've got 4 drivers all battling over the same piece of tarmac and all battling for an overall podium, and it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong down at Shell Oils. There's been contact between Harrison and Patel, and both of them are stopped. What a shame.
Oh, so Neville goes third, Matthias goes fourth. I just had a feeling when they all kind of came towards each other coming out of Ireland that was going to be tricky into the next braking zone, and indeed it was. And Matthias actually has benefited from all of that. He is actually the driver into third position. So Scott Matthias, who started the lap 6th, is now third as they drop down into the Hislop chicane. Todd Garner is not a million miles up the road from this lot either, so there's still a chance, maybe, that Matthias, with the pace that he's found, could challenge for P2 before the end of the race, although he will have lost some time, of course, in that schmozzle up at the Shell hairpin. Over Clay Hill we go for what should be the penultimate time, except it is the final time because the red flag is out. The red flag flies, and this is because we've got potentially 2 cars stricken in the middle of the road at Shell, and that was going to be a dangerous situation for those coming behind. So red flag flies, first race of the day unfortunately ends a little bit prematurely. The result will go back a lap, which will not affect the cars that were involved in the red flag incident, but it will, I think, knock Scott Matthias down to 4th overall because he overtook Paul Neville just before the red flag flew. But the result will go back a lap. Not that it makes a difference for his class position, but for his overall finishing position, that will be the case. Whether anything else changed within the classes, I'm not sure. It looks to me like James Allen will get the Class A win. Super A should go to Harrison, the Chris Harrison Escort RSR. Super B should still go, well, it won't go to Pennell actually, will it? No, because he was involved in that incident. So Super B potentially to the number 8 of Darren Owen. These are the results as we have them. They're actually incorrect, completely incorrect, because for some reason TSL Timing hasn't noted the fact that James Allen was very much in the lead at the time of the red flag. So we will send John downstairs. I don't know who he's going to be interviewing. I don't know whether he's going to get class winners or the overall top 3, and I'm not convinced anyone knows what order anyone finished in anyway because of the red flag. So good luck, John. We were, another little peek behind the curtain, we were discussing alternating podium interviews between the two of us today. I'm glad we went against that strategy because John can go down and sort all of that out. James Allen won the race though, that much I can say with some confidence, and we'll let the timing screen sort itself out before we start going down through the running order in any more detail. But certainly a dramatic race. A shame that we lost Piers Grange and Andy Robinson, the 2 fastest drivers really, from that race, although James Allen I'm sure will have something to say about that. He was harassing Piers Grange with some vigour in the immediate run up to Piers' car slowing down. And Piers Grange had held on to the lead up until that point, but sadly his car had to be brought into the pit lane. Wasn't the only one not running at the flag, but hopefully race number 2 later on will get a slightly higher finish rate and lower attrition rate. That second race will be coming up after the Fun Cup race. So we've got 3 races before lunch, then in theory 45-minute lunch break, which will take us into 4 hours of Fun Cup Endurance Championship racing, and then we repeat the Sprint Series format after that. So next up is the Classic Mini Racing Championship, new series for 2026, and then the Hickford Constructions MG Metro Cup and MG Cockshoot Cup will take us into the lunch break. Then it's Fun Cup after lunch, and then we're off into a repeat of the morning's races later on this afternoon. So cars then brought into the Parc Fermé area, and there'll be a bit of sorting out to be done, but John Ratcliffe hopefully will be able to find at least James Allen. We do know that James Allen won the race, so at the very least he can go and try and find James, and we'll piece together the rest of the result as we can. Second race for the Fords later on, as I said, and then they're out at Snetterton in May on the 200 circuit, then Donington Parks National Circuit on the 6th and 7th of June, Snetterton 300 15th 16th of August, and it all finishes at the Silverstone International Circuit on the 10th and 11th of October. And a handful of those races will be included in the BRSCC's extensive live stream coverage for 2026 as well. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé and see if John Ratcliffe has at the very least been able to catch our race winner, James Allen.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, welcome to Park Fern, mate. It's going to be an interesting one, this for me, because we're not quite sure who finished where, but at least we know that James Allen won the race. Let's head over here then to car number 77. He was literally just at the car and he's just ran away. So let's go and see if we can find him. I think he might have gone and said, go and chatted to his team, but a beautiful car and in one piece, and that is the main thing. James, hello.
Hello.
I'm going to have a chat with you. Do you want to get your helmet and gear off? How was that one for you? We believe you won the race, but it all went a bit Pete on the last lap. We're not quite sure what happened.
Yeah, I think I was in front when the red flag came out. Have we changed checkered flags to red flags? What?
There was a bit of an incident down at Shell, and I think that's caused the red flag at the end there. But you were so far in front. I think it was over 20 seconds by the end of it.
Sound. Yeah, I'll take that.
You had a brilliant battle at the start, but of course Robinson and Grange had issues, dropped away, and then you were off and clear.
Yeah, so I had a lovely race with Piers up until I went to just take as long as I could to brake, and I thought I was in front, but he just pipped in front, but then he kind of just backed out. So. And then I was on my own.
But a good race and a win, so well done.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good luck for race 2.
Cheers,
mate. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to head round here just because, well, for one, I don't really know where anyone finished. For two, I do know that these two drivers were in a bit of a ding-dong battle. Do we have the driver from the number 35? Do we have the driver of the number 35 here by any chance? Driver of the number 35? At all? Hello.
Hello.
You were in a bit of a good battle there at the end. What happened down at Shell Oils? Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, that was all a bit. It was a great race. We just got down into Shell Oils, going tight always. Ben did a dive up the inside, got 2 wheels on the grass and locked up and just took us both. Yeah, a bit of contact, but unfortunately, that's racing, I suppose.
Is what it is. These things happen. But yeah, Chris, of course, race 2 later on this afternoon. Same again?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get the car tidied up and get some fresh tyres on and go again.
Okay, good. Is it a case of shake hands and move on from that incident?
Yeah. He parked next to us. We had great friends with Ben, so it's one of them things.
Good. Glad to hear it. Best of luck.
Cheers.
Lovely, cheers. Well, amazing to see. Like we said earlier, like Andy was chatting about earlier, the different cars in this grid is amazing to see. The racing was awesome. A shame to end that one under red flag, but these things happen in racing. We've got plenty more races to come. And of course, race 2 for the modified Fords later on this afternoon. We'll see them then. But for now, back up to Andy in the box.
Yes, thank you very much, John, and a little bit of work already for the Oulton Park Marshals to conduct up at the Shell hairpin, and perhaps a bit of other recovery work to be done. We had a car stuck up at Ireland and perhaps others dotted around the place, so there might be a small delay before we get into our next race, which is for the Classic Mini Racing Championship, so more one-make racing, but more similarly matched cars for the next race. This is a new series for the BRSCC this year, and it focuses on post 1976 minis and very much production based, with very light modifications made to them, regulations that are crafted to ensure a very level playing field across the field. Mini racing, which has been a cornerstone of UK motor racing for decades, is very much alive and kicking in 2026, and we've got a decent little grid, I think, for this first race weekend or race day of the season. Yes, 15 cars and a pretty interesting lineup that we've got as well. Some real sort of legends of classic mini racing. Whilst this is a new series, this form of racing has been around for some time, and we will have a few familiar names out there. David and Nevin Kirkpatrick, for example. Steve Rideout, great to have him back out there. Dave Rees as well. And also the Fletcher brothers, Kelvin and Braden Fletcher. Braden Fletcher, who raced in, well, both of them raced Classic Minis a few years ago and then went on to do other things. Braden we saw out in Master MX-5 racing, I seem to recall. Kelvin, his brother, went on to race in the British Touring Car Championship and was then a class champion in British GT a few years ago. Also was on one of those ITV soaps, I seem to recall, back in the day, the one based on a farm, which is showing possibly my limited knowledge of, of ITV soaps, but you, I'm sure, have an idea of what I'm on about. Won a dancing programme on BBC, spent a year working with me for his sins on the British GT Championship as our presenter as well. So Kelvin Fletcher, very popular in front of the camera, but very handy behind the wheel of a racing car, and he had great success racing classic minis back in the day. He's in fact qualified on the front row for this race as Kelvin, so he's going to be one to watch most definitely, and it should be a very competitive set of races, especially now that the track conditions are improving. It looked actually a lot drier in that modified Ford race out there than I expected it to be, and that's good for mini racing because it's all about slipstreaming, timing your move. These are races that very often come right down to the closing lap, the closing corner perhaps of the closing lap, and I would hope now that the conditions are a bit more favourable, that's exactly the kind of racing we are set to get here. It is a 20-minute race, yes, 20-minute race this one, and the only 20-minute races actually, the modified Fords and the MGs, 15-minute sprints that we'll be seeing throughout the course of the day. So, minis will be released shortly. I think I've just spotted heading up into Lodge a recovery vehicle or a course car of some description. So once that's back in the pit lane, we should be able to release the minis from the assembly area. I can see them all over there now. And, well, from that camera angle, some dark clouds off in the distance. I'm struggling to figure out. No, I think they're going away from us actually. The weather is coming from towards where this camera is, away towards the far end of the circuit. So that those clouds you can see in the distance they've been and gone, thankfully. And looking into the direction from which the weather's coming, there's plenty of blue sky, so fingers crossed conditions are set to keep improving. John has made it back upstairs, and looking forward, I'm sure, as am I, to this classic mini race. First race with the BRSCC for this, in this format anyway, under this title, this series, but it's a form of racing we're very familiar with, and it's a form of racing that always entertains.
Indeed, indeed. Yes, I'm back. Hello, everyone. It was lovely to chat with the drivers. Of course, I was a bit of a headless chicken down there in in Parkland, mate, but it is what it is. Let's get ready then for the next race of the day. The Classic Minis heading out for their first race.
Yes, classic mini racing at Oulton Park. The cars make their way out onto the circuit for their green flag lap, and very much looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. All cars run in one class as well, unlike other mini racing, so everyone gunning for the same result, and that is the top step of the podium. Front of the grid is held by David Kirkpatrick with the aforementioned Kelvin Fletcher alongside. Then it's Chris Morgan and Nevin Kirkpatrick row 2, with David Burns and Will Burnham together on the third row of the grid. Then Steve Rideout and Paul Ogborn together on row 4. Row 5 for Fletcher Jr., Braden, who's got Tristan Beard alongside him, completing the top 10. Row 6 for Dave Rees and James Bryan, with Nick Townsend and Chris Didcott even, put my teeth in, on row 7. And at the back of the grid, Graham Shepherd, 15th and last. He was actually not a million miles off the pace, really. Pretty tightly bunched second half of the field. It was 1.1 seconds the advantage held by David Kirkpatrick, though, after qualifying. But again, a bit like we saw in modified Fords, where Piers Grange in that case had a sizable advantage after qualifying. I don't expect that to remain the same in the race, especially with cars like these where that slipstream is so powerful.
Oh, it's mega, isn't it, in the minis? It really is. I mean, they're just a box on wheels, aren't they, really? So, not exactly aerodynamically efficient. So, as soon as you're in that slipstream, it will really drag the cars along and hopefully keep them in nice, big battle packs for us to enjoy here across 20 minutes. Yeah, like you say, over a second again, leading margin in terms of on the grid, in terms of qualifying earlier on. I can imagine in those damp conditions, though, given how slidey these minis are in dry conditions, there would have had to been a lot of commitment on a qualifying lap earlier on in the dampness, but now we've all dried out. Bit of door-to-door action left to come then. Drivers heading around to the grid, and amazing just to see the minis back out. They always produce excitement, don't they, Andy? So let's see how we go then here at Oulton Park as they kick off the season, and we do give them a big warm welcome to the BRSCC. Looking forward to the rest of the season, and good to see as well 15 on the grid as well. A very good turnout for round number 1.
Indeed so, and yes, the classic mini racing, these are cars that are familiar to the BRSCC. They raced under a different name with the club many years ago, actually now. terrifying number of years ago, actually, now I stop and think about it. But great to have them back. And yeah, we are expecting good racing amongst some familiar names at the front of the field. David Kirkpatrick with Kelvin Fletcher. Kelvin in a white car with orange highlights, which I don't think is going to be the same car that he previously competed in. In fact, I'm pretty certain that's not even the number that he used to race with. I'm sure 77 springs to mind. He's driver of the number 12 car now, and he lines up alongside David Kirkpatrick on the front row of the grid. Then the all grey car is Chris Morgan with Nevin Kirkpatrick, the sort of grey and red number 11 car alongside, and the two yellowy coloured cars, David Burns the dark yellow alongside the bright yellow of Will Burnham. Great sight and sound they make. Are they going to get another green flag lap? That's a question I have, and it's an answer I don't have, unfortunately. So I'll keep an eye to the starting gantry in a moment or two. I suspect maybe they won't on this occasion. A couple of cars just being repositioned. Green flag at the back of the grid, and a 5-second board is being held aloft. So we look forward then with anticipation to what this classic mini race has in store. The red lights are indeed on, and we're good to go racing then. David Kirkpatrick from pole position. Nev's made a good start from the outside of row 2. There is a slow starting yellow car in the middle. That was David Burns. I think they are 4 abreast for the lead, and who's that squeaking through on the inside line? Well, it might not matter. It's Nevin Kirkpatrick that gets the advantage, and into second position came, who was that? Chris Morgan maybe, in the 16 car that came into second position. That will not be the order for long though. I'm fairly certain we're going to see plenty of chopping and changing at the front. Kelvin Fletcher's there in third. It is the 16 car of Morgan that came through into second position, and the pole sitter is down to fourth already. David Kirkpatrick will not be pleased with that.
No, certainly not. Well, what a start then from the second row there from Chris Morgan. But look at this slipstream already working, looking up the inside here. Just about backs out of it, thank goodness. They stay as they were then, the top 3 as we head down into Shell Oils. That's exactly what I was expecting though from a standing start in the minis. Fantastic. Who can get the clutch control right? They got it sorted. That's a bit of a wide moment there for the driver in fourth. They're going to lose fourth place there. That was Nevin Kirkpatrick, wasn't it? Then dropping back and dropping down into fifth place. Was it David Burns, I think, that stole it away in the bright yellow machine? Up into fourth place he goes.
Possibly Will Burnham. I think he was the lighter of the yellow cars on that third row. David Kirkpatrick, the one who ran wide. It's Nevin who leads, but for how much longer? Here comes Chris Morgan, who's found a mini-sized opening on the inside line into Hislops, and he's going to be late on the brakes and trying to take the lead away. I think he will take the lead away. Yes, he does, as they hop over the curbs into Hislops. So we're 2/3 of the way around lap 1. We've had 3 different leaders already. Kelvin Fletcher is waiting in the wings there in third place to become maybe the next driver to hit the front as Nevin Kirkpatrick bounces over the exit curb. It's all about momentum in these cars though, and he was trying to carry as much speed out of Knickerbrook as possible to get the run up the hill. It didn't really work though, and now he's under attack from Fletcher.
Indeed he is, yep, looking up the inside there into the double right-hander, not able to get it done though, and again, as you say, offline as well, wide once again at second place, and he somehow held it yet again. Once more, losing the exit speed though, and might be under pressure down into the final corner. Thankfully, he's able to hold on to it, but 1 lap, already 2 off-track excursions. Thankfully, held on to it, and we can breathe a sigh of relief at least for a moment here as we head on to lap number 2. But already piling the pressure back on here as we come up and over the hill and into the first corner once more.
Yeah, Kelvin Fletcher wants to make a move here on Nevin Kirkpatrick, but he can see the time they're losing to Chris Morgan. Chris Morgan 1.3 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap, so Kelvin would be quite well served, I think, to work with Nevin Kirkpatrick here to try and close in on the race leader, and that seems to be what he's doing. I think if he wanted to there, Kelvin could have got to the inside at Old Hall or even into Cascades and elected not to do so. Once they can get within about a second or so of Chris Morgan, they should start to pick up the toe and maybe be able to close back in. In fact, I'd argue that's already happening slightly as they head through Ireland Bend. It is Steve Rideout actually showing in fourth position. My apologies. So not Will Burnham, Steve Rideout into fourth, ahead of David Kirkpatrick, who slips to fifth. Braden Fletcher, Paul Ogburn are next, with David Burns, Dave Rees and James Bryan completing the top 10. The yellow highlighted numbers on your timing tower, by the way, I believe are guest drivers, not doing the full season. I know certainly the Fletchers are not down to do a full season, which is a shame because we love having them back on the grid. So they're not scoring championship points. Nevin Kirkpatrick will very much have that in the back of his mind as well, because he is in this for another championship campaign, and he will want to try and at least beat the likes of Steve Rideout and David Kirkpatrick, who he knows will be a thorn in his side all year long.
Indeed. Positive for us anyway that the two yellow cars have seemingly gone opposing directions in this one, haven't they? Ride out going forward. Burnham, sadly for Will, going back in this one, but still very much involved in a nice close battle. We've got Tristan Beard, Will Burnham and Nick Townend all battling over 13th place at the moment. Here come the drivers then through into the second half of the lap once more, down into Druids once again. But yeah, like you were saying, like you mentioned earlier on, I do think Patrick and Fletcher have just about kept in that slipstream, just holding on to the coattails here of Chris Morgan, but at the moment he's leading a perfect race. What a start it was off the grid. He battled his way through to the lead, and at the moment he's sitting pretty there in first place, but he cannot rest on his laurels, can he? He's going to continue hustling that car for the next 15 minutes to try and pull enough of a gap here to break the toe. Let's see if he can do it.
Well, let's see. The gap is 1.4 seconds now. It went out in the end by a tenth that time. I was about to say Kelvin Fletcher might soon start running out of patience and have a go, but he dropped back quite dramatically then as they went across the line. Was that just a missed gear for Kelvin? He seems to be back up to speed now. Quite an easy thing to do in cars such as this, I suppose, to miss a gear change slightly. It's not quite the super flashy sequential gear shifts that Kelvin became used to in his British touring car and British GT racing career, and he's having to really wring the neck of the little Mini to try and get the best lap time out of it. Rideout still fourth there, the number 7 car with David Kirkpatrick not really getting back into the fight as I anticipated, so again he might have been on pole by 1.1 seconds nearly, but now he is really having to push hard just to hang on to 5th. The car bouncing around through Island Bend that time.
It just shows what we were assuming from qualifying. Clearly was lots of commitment to get that one outright lap time, but for now anyway, in race pace, just struggling to sink the teeth in and properly get involved with this squabble, like you were saying there, a bit slippery and slidey there through Shell, or through Island, apologies, before they got to Shell, and there looked to be a little bit of a kick up of water there as well, as there's a little damp patch right on the apex there. The drivers just need to be a little bit careful of, but for the moment, the moisture on circuit seemingly not hampering pace, as that gap between the two leaders, from eyesight alone, seems to be staying around the same.
Yeah, first half of the lap, I think Nevin's got the pace to close in on Chris Morgan. It's this part of the circuit where Chris then seems to really stretch his legs again. I noticed that little puff of moisture from behind David Kirkpatrick's car at Ireland. I also saw it again at Shell, so I don't know whether he's maybe dropping some fluid from the back of the Union flag liveried car. We'll maybe get another look at that in a moment or two. It was the right rear through Ireland and the left rear through Shell though, so maybe it was just a few damp patches. No, there it is again, just a whiff of smoke or moisture maybe from the back of the car, so we'll keep an eye on that. Kelvin Fletcher meanwhile has bounced back from that little error at the start of the lap. He's back on the tail of Nevin Kirkpatrick as they round Lodge Corner. 1.37 was the gap Kirkpatrick to Morgan a lap ago. To the eye, I'd say it's much the same this time by. It's a 2-minute 10.3 for the leader, 2-minute 10.8 for Nevin Kirkpatrick. So actually Kelvin Fletcher has to get on with this, and he's trying to, as he takes a peek to the inside at Old Hall Corner.
Yeah, I think he's realising now that Morgan's just slipping through their fingers, isn't he now? And maybe he just needs to get a move on here to get a move. But either way, even if you're the leading driver of the two cars chasing down the leader, that's still no real assistance. Because of course, you've got no one else to help with a tow to then catch up to Chris Morgan. And Chris still setting fastest lap after fastest lap in this one. It's only by a few tenths of a second, but either way, continuing to extend that lead, which was over Kirkpatrick. And now Kelvin Fletcher sends it up the inside there through the fast left-hander of Ireland Bend, and through to second he goes, and there's the other Kirkpatrick in behind trying to find 4th place. He looked to the outside line, but that not working. So one Kirkpatrick looking to make a move, one losing a place.
David Kirkpatrick, though, really starting to hunt around behind Steve Rideout as he tries to find a way by. Kelvin Fletcher then into second position, and Nevin's thinking, right, come on Kelvin, money where your mouth is time. Are you quick enough to drag us onto the tail of the race leader? There are still 12 and a quarter minutes of the race to go. We're only at sort of 1/3 distance-ish, so there is time yet for those two to work together and close in on the leader. Working together, not usually something in the vocabulary of a racing driver though, and Nevin Kirkpatrick slips straight back to the inside at his lops and thinks, oh no you don't, I am going to lead this charge after the race leader and reclaim second place.
I think there's maybe some thought here from Nevin that maybe Chris is just a little bit too far in front here. He's been on such good pace throughout this one. Maybe there's a thought from Nevin. Second place is what we're going to be battling for here. So basically, we'll battle for second. If something then happens to Chris ahead, hey, it was the battle for the lead. Well, here we go, looking back down the inside there through Jewett is Kelvin Fletcher. It's not going to happen. And again, he drags himself off the line, loses that momentum through the right-hander. He's going to lose that all the way down the straight as they head through into Lodge once more, as those two in behind continuing to battle ride out versus Kirkpatrick, and still the Union Jack livery car can't quite find a way past.
No, he can't. This, meanwhile, is the recovering Will Burnham in the yellow number 42 car, up to 11th at the start of the lap. Is that still James Bryan ahead of him? I think it is, as they crest Clay Hill, head towards the double apex right-hander at Druids. Fearsomely quick part of the circuit, this, even in a classic Mini. And in these cars, not a huge amount of braking to be done when you reach Druids corner, because again, it's all about that momentum, that mid-corner speed, and trying to carry it all the way underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge, and perhaps turn that into a move into Lodge. I'm not sure Will Burnham is quite close, if anything, dropped back slightly over the last couple of corners. Tristan Beard is actually the driver behind him now. Tristan Beard in the number 14, I think, is ahead of Chris Didcott. So, a couple of changes and another one coming now. That was Didcott, actually, so Didcott's made progress through the order, or had, until that rotation at Lodge corner.
Indeed, had being the operative word there, and made a move back through and it got it done, but sadly a little bit too wide there through the final corner. We didn't quite spot whether there was any contact or whether simply got a bit too wide off of that curb and spinning round, but looks as though he's got it back underway, which is good to see, but dropping right to the back of the order. What a shame there for Chris, getting right in and amongst the squabbles there, but it all went wrong there with about 10 minutes left to go on the clock. A shame.
Indeed so. Interestingly, Nevin Kirkpatrick was a tenth of a second quicker than the race leader on the previous lap, despite two changes of position between he and Calvin Fletcher. This battle raging on further back, and this is Tristan Beard now to the inside of Will Burnham. So novice cross on the back of Tristan's car, I noticed. Not an experienced racer, but getting stuck in most definitely in what potentially is Tristan's first race in a car. And what a place and what a car to do it in. He's enjoying some good wheel-to-wheel battling here. Burnham and James Bryan, the two ahead. This is for a position inside the top 10.
Yeah, great to see from Tristan. He's not waiting around in the wings. He's not thinking, oh, I'll just pick up the pieces when it goes wrong for the drivers ahead. He's getting stuck in, which is great to see from Tristan. Really getting involved in this battle as they continue on through to the second half of the lap. You were mentioning about Nevin Kirkpatrick there. Still doing a faster time than Chris Morgan despite the battling. He's actually gapped Kelvin Fletcher by over 8 tenths now on that previous lap, so maybe with about 9 minutes left to go there might still be an opportunity here for Kirkpatrick to attempt to chase down Chris Morgan. We'll wait and see. Well, Morgan's just come across the line. Gap stayed similar yet again, about 1.7 seconds then between your two race leaders as these two continue to squabble on as they head up and over Clay Hill. The novice of Tristan Beard just dropping a couple of car lengths off the back of these two, but still very much involved with the scrap, and Graham Shepherd not too far behind them either.
No, not at all. Here comes Burnham to the inside at Druids. That's a brave move. He goes through quite easily, actually, on the way into the corner. Is that a problem developing itself for James Bryan, or was he just stepping well and truly out of the way of the clearly quite fired up Will Burnham? He's back up to speed now, and needs to be, because Tristan Beard is hunting around to the inside line at Lodge. Not quite late enough on the brakes, though, and so the 38 machine will stay in front for now. Burnham back into the top 10. Remember, Burnham started the race from 6th on the grid, bogged down at the start, and lost all of that ground, but should have the pace to run back inside the top half dozen if he could ever get back there. Through Old Hall corner they go. The number 9 car of Graham Shepherd at the back of this group as well in 13th place. Tristan's got a run here on James Bryan to the outside into Denton's. That is then the inside for Cascades, and he will go through the quick left-hander. And maybe there is just an issue, a small issue starting to develop here for James Bryan, because that's two fairly easy overtakes that people have made against him in the space of the last half a lap or so. So wonder whether he's just starting to fight some sort of gremlin as we move into the final third of the race. 7.5 minutes to go. Chris Morgan still leads. 1.8 seconds remains the margin. He was half a tenth slower than Nevin Kirkpatrick that time, who again was sort of matched by Kelvin Fletcher. Top three actually all within a tenth of a second of each other last time. Steve Rideout still 4th. David Kirkpatrick still 5th. That's one of the closer battles, actually, nose to tail, between the 4th and 5th place cars, with Braden Fletcher having a bit of a lonely race in 6th position, just up the road from this battle going on towards the back of the top 10.
Yeah, you mentioned mechanical gremlins. Good to see not a race of attrition like we saw in the modified Fords, but I think maybe we would assume that across these two different classes that we would have more DNFs in the modified Fords than we do in this one. Our top three have just gone past us outside our commentary box window, as now you see them on your screen, and look who's got the fastest lap. It's Kelvin Fletcher. So we do have a little bit of a metronomic swing here back towards the two chasing drivers. But that gap still 1.6 seconds. It's only changed by a couple of tenths over the last few laps. And if Chris Morgan can keep doing what he's doing, he's got one hand on the first trophy of the season here in the Classic Mini Racing Series. We continue on though. These two continuing to use each other's slipstream well. I don't think we've seen these two overtake at all over the last 3 or 4 laps. Finally settling in and working together. Whether out of choice or not, I'm not sure.
Well, Fletcher, of course, dropped back, didn't he, by about 7 tenths. So he's been catching Nevin. That's partly why he set the fastest lap, but all of them did personal best laps last time by. In fact, all of the top 6 drivers did fastest laps on the previous tour, so they're all getting quicker, and interestingly, that's when they started going quicker than Morgan, 2 tenths quicker than the leader, and that gap is definitely coming down, so I do think there's an argument here for Fletcher to just stay where he is for now, work with Nevin, and we could yet have a 3-way battle for the victory in the closing stages. Over hilltop they go, and Nevin, of course, will be seeing how much closer he's getting to Chris Morgan. The closer he gets, the more powerful the slipstream is, and the more inclined, hopefully, he and Kelvin Fletcher will be to work together. I say hopefully because from a neutral perspective, we want a battle, we want a 3-way fight for the win, and we could yet get our wish.
We do. Let's hope for it anyway. Just over 5 minutes left to go. Then these two still having a great battle. Then David Kirkpatrick still looking to try and find a way through, but he gets all sorts of sideways there, down through that right-hander. A very, very slidey moment, and he was all over the back of Stephen Rideout, but no longer, sadly.
No, drops back again there with that poor exit from Knickerbrook. He's had a bit of an odd race, really, David. Set a blistering pace in qualifying, but to give you an idea of how wet it was this morning, pole position was a 2-minute 23.3. They are 13 seconds quicker than that right now in these largely dry conditions. I'm pleasantly surprised how quickly the track's dried out since the rain stopped this morning, and as the pace increases, the level of competition seemingly doing so as well. Across the line go the leaders. Gap back out again that time between Morgan and Kirkpatrick, only by a tenth of a second, but that's a tenth of a second in the wrong direction if you are Nevin or Kelvin, and I think perhaps it's only a matter of time now before we see Kelvin very much settle for second at best and start applying some proper pressure to the second place man.
Yeah, Chris Morgan just keeping both of these two at arm's length, isn't he? Which is impressive in and of itself, considering he's all on his own. That's a bit slidey, though, down through Cascades. And you just see the loss of momentum there for the number 11 of Kirkpatrick. Loses that exit speed, and Kelvin Fletcher is up the inside. They'll continue side by side, though, through the left-hander of Ireland we go. But move done then. Fletcher back into second place with just less than 4 minutes left to go. That would have lost them both a little bit of time there. So Morgan will have opened up the gap ever so slightly. And like you say, I think this is now going to be a battle for second place here between Kirkpatrick and Fletcher. Let's see how it continues. What's happened to the battle for fourth place, though? Rideout seemingly all on his own there.
Yeah, David Kirkpatrick had that moment at Knickerbrook, but I'm not convinced it cost him 1.7 seconds, which is the gap between them now. So David Kirkpatrick, again, I just don't feel like all is right with that car, given how quick he was in qualifying. I know it was wet, I know it's now dry. I wonder whether they've gone the wrong way on setup. Maybe there's only so much you can do with a Classic Mini to set it up differently for the dry or the wet, but maybe it's just a little bit too soft for his liking. That would explain, I suppose, some of the wayward moments that he's having. Pitches the car into the Hislop chicane. Doesn't really make friends with the first apex, makes friends very much with the AstroTurf on the exit of the second apex. Is it a cleaner run through Knickerbrook? Yes, it is, and manages to keep within the white lines largely on the run up the hill, but yeah, dropping well back now from the fourth place man ahead of him. Still Braden Fletcher sixth, sorry, but he's 18 seconds behind these two, so there's a big gulf really between the top 5 and then everybody else behind. In fact, Braden Fletcher having a very lonely race, 18 seconds behind David Kirkpatrick, 17.5 ahead of Dave Rees, who is in 7th position. Second place battle continues. They're beginning now the penultimate lap of the race, 2 more times around the Oulton Park International Circuit. Kelvin Fletcher back into second place, and Kelvin Fletcher once again was about a quarter of a second quicker than the race leader. So every time Fletcher gets in front, they do seem to gain time.
They do indeed, yeah, pressing on well, and again, very wide, my goodness. Thank goodness he was able to hold that one. That was a heart-in-mouth moment there through the first corner of Old Hall for Neve Kirkpatrick. Wow. Well, it's dropped off the back, and again, a little bit slidey there down through Cascades. No, lost time for the driver ahead. Apologies to Kelvin Fletcher. So again, they changed once more.
That was a strange one, wasn't it? Kelvin again maybe not getting through the gears properly out of Cascades, and he loses second place to Nevin Kirkpatrick again. Kirkpatrick's car, by the way, that big wobble that he had at Old Hall Corner has actually shaken the trim loose on the right-hand side window there, I noticed. That was a very rough ride over the curb, and he is back into second position. Lap and a half to go. And Nevin Kirkpatrick and Kelvin Fletcher very much now, I think, resigning themselves to a battle for second as opposed to chasing after the race leader. And had it not been for that little moment for Fletcher at Cascades, maybe, just maybe, he could have closed in on Chris Morgan, but not been able to do so. Now he's got to try and regain second before he has any ideas of going after the race leader. Pulls to the outside line into Hislops. Nevin Kirkpatrick, though, will have that one covered, I'm sure. Nevin, who was the slower of the two Kirkpatricks after qualifying, very much leading the charge for the Classic Mini regulars. And he would love to win a race, but really would love to get one over on Kelvin Fletcher, I'm sure. He's doing everything he can to try and find a way by. Up into Druids, through the left-hand kink at the water tower, then through the double apex right-hander. Really difficult corner to get right this. You've got to be full commitment. Nevin Kirkpatrick almost over-committed there. Very nearly drifted wide over the exit curb coming out of the turn. And that just gives Kelvin Fletcher a hint of an opportunity into Lodge. He peeks to the inside and then had another go, really. I don't think he was fully committed to that move there, but thought there might have been an opening. Nevin Kirkpatrick, though, able to fend off the challenge. Last lap begins. Across the timing line we go. It's still that 1.7 second advantage for Chris Morgan, who's just managed this race exceptionally well. Did all of his hard work in the first 15 seconds or so of the race, getting that brilliant launch from third on the grid. Went to the inside of a 4-wide battle for the lead at Old Hall Corner and came out the other side with the advantage. And then as they all sort of sorted themselves out behind, he managed to scarper up the road, and they haven't been able to get back to him since. Nevin Kirkpatrick, look, weaving around down the Lakeside Straight, trying to break the toe, stop Kelvin Fletcher from attacking. You can see the slipstream in action there as Kelvin closed in, heading into Island Bend, but not able to get alongside. Running out of options now, really, is Kelvin. Next overtaking opportunity, realistically, is the Hislop chicane, then maybe Lodge Corner. How many races have been decided at Lodge Corner over the years here at Oulton Park? This might not be for a win, but second place could still very much go down to the last turn. As Kelvin Fletcher looks to try and get one step higher up the podium on his return to Classic Mini Racing. Former race winner in this form of racing is Kelvin, so not a huge surprise to see him at the front, even after so much time away. Can he get into second place here? He's forcing Nevin Kirkpatrick to defend quite busily into Hislops, but because he defended the inside line, that didn't really leave any option for Kelvin to get through, so they remain where they are. Chris Morgan gets out of Knickerbrook still with the lead. It is a reduced lead, definitely. I think Chris Morgan just sort of stroking this one home now, just staying out of trouble on the final lap. It would be senseless, really, to make a silly mistake at this point when the other two are still reasonably close. They've never been more than about 1.7 seconds behind him. But Chris looks as though he's going to manage this situation quite well now. Heads down towards the final turn. And Chris Morgan, from third on the grid, made that decisive move into turn number one. And he has managed to hang on from there. He will claim victory in the opening round of the Classic Mini Racing Championship for 2026. Across the line he goes. And it is Chris Morgan victorious here at Oulton Park. Second position for Nevin Kirkpatrick, and Kelvin Fletcher will have to settle for third. Threw everything at that in the final laps, but was not quite able to find a way by. Then it was Steve Rideout and David Kirkpatrick, fourth and fifth respectively. And we wait then quite a long time for Braden Fletcher to appear, younger brother of Kelvin. He makes his way now, I can see out of the window, through Lodge Corner. And Dave Rees would have been the next car behind him, I believe, but that's another long wait actually. So there is the 22 of Braden Fletcher. Very lonely race for Braden, that one. Hopefully we'll see him getting stuck into the battles in race 2 later on this afternoon. Chris Morgan then the winner, Nevin Kirkpatrick second, and Kelvin Fletcher in third, ahead of Steve Rideout and David Kirkpatrick, with Braden Fletcher in sixth. Dave Rees hasn't actually yet got to the line, but will finish seventh, ahead of David Burns, Paul Ogborn and Will Burnham to complete the top 10. Then it was Tristan Beard and Graham Shepherd, with James Bryan and Nick Townend in 14th position. We had, in theory, I think all 15 cars still running at the end. Chris Didcott should come home in 15th spot in another few moments. Still getting cars streaming across the line, but Chris Didcott will be the last of them, I think, to make it home. So good stuff there from the Classic Minis. We'll have them back out again this afternoon at around 5:30. We'll will be running probably right up to the curfew this evening, which is a strict 6:30 curfew at Oulton Park, but Race Control will do their best to try and buy back some time throughout the day. We are running about on schedule at the moment. Actually, we didn't really have any major delays in the morning's running. That one red flag at the end of the modified Ford race, but aside from that, it's been absolutely fine. And a very clean classic mini race there with no retirements, no cars that need to be collected. I can see out of my window actually the final car now making it home, that of Chris Didcott. So we have had all 15 cars through. And momentarily the front runners will arrive back at Parc Ferme and we'll be able to hear from Chris Morgan, Nevin Kirkpatrick and Kelvin Fletcher. And Chris Morgan, I'm sure, will be absolutely delighted with that. Qualified third, 1.6 seconds off the pace, but that was in very wet conditions, and as we've made the point a few times, it's a completely different situation now with bright sunshine, some light clouds in the distance, but nothing too much to be worried about, and very impressive stuff there at Oulton Park. Good racing to come, I'm sure, as we move through the rest of the day. Next up will be the MGs, the MG Metros and the MG Cockshoot Cup. As there, Chris Morgan arrives down at the Parc Ferme area, pulls into position and pulls up in front of the number 1 board. Luke Souch there from the BRSCC is on hand to direct the traffic and make sure everyone lines up where they ought to be. Calvin Fletcher there pulls up third on the grid. Third in Parc Ferme, I should say, with Nevin Kirkpatrick in second. So let's head down there and hear from our podium finishers with John.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you, Andy. What a race then. Much less of a race of attrition, which is good to see then. All 15 of our drivers finishing that one in the Classic Minis as our top 3 hop out of the car. So we'll go over and have an immediate chat then with your race winner, Chris Morgan. Chris, for starters, well, speaking of starters, what a start!
It was a good start, yeah. I think David had a few problems and he bogged down off the line. And yeah, there was just enough of a gap for me. I know Nev went wide and then, yeah, we met at the apex at turn 1.
You threaded the needle beautifully, took the lead, and then from there it looked as though you just managed the gap really nicely, sort of kept them at arm's length.
Yeah, I had a really good first lap, and yeah, there was a bit of to and fro in behind me, and I just managed to do a qualifying lap on lap 1, lap 2, and yeah, I managed to pull a bit of a gap while everyone else was fighting, and yeah, maintained it.
Indeed. I can't imagine you ever relaxing though in the car. They were still very much in your mirrors.
That's it. Yeah, you always got to check the mirrors. Yeah, keep an eye on where they are, and just try and put that to the back of your mind as best you can. But yeah, it's not easy.
Right, cool. So hoping for the same again in race 2 later on.
Absolutely.
Cool. Well, we'll see. Best of luck and well done on your victory. Cheers, mate. Thank you. We'll go and have a chat with us. I try and not fall over the BRSCC board. Oh, good start to the day. Nevin, good race from you. That was a good ding-dong battle between yourself and the driver in third place.
Yeah, it was good fun. I got a good start, managed to get in the front, and then Chris came past and I couldn't do anything with that. But me and Kelvin had a good scrap. He was quicker in places, I was quicker in other places, and it was good fun, really good fun.
We were thinking maybe you two might be able to use the slipstream and push on together, but it just seemed as though the driver in the lead, Chris Morgan, could just keep you at arm's length.
Yeah, I mean, Kelvin did push me a few times to try and catch up. Then I think it became obvious that wasn't happening, so then we had our own battle, and that was all fun.
Okay, good. You enjoyed yourself?
Very much so. I'm happy with second, yeah.
Amazing, perfect. And what are we thinking for race 2 later on? Thinking for first in that one? What's the plan?
I've got to aim for first. Who knows what'll happen, but yeah, the aim's first.
Cool. We'll see what happens. Thanks for chatting with me. Well done. And we'll move on as well. He's just fixing the hair before he gets on camera. You're looking good, feeling good. Third place. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great. Fantastic. Really good racing. Just didn't quite have, have what it takes there. Made a couple of little errors. I kept snatching second as opposed to fourth, so don't tell the man whose car it is.
That's exactly what we were thinking. We saw a couple of times, particularly I think down through Cascades it was. On the exit there, you just bogged a little bit slightly. We thought maybe it was a misgear.
Yeah, just a couple of misgears. I think it's like 3 times it's happened then. And you just, but no, listen, hats off to both the guys. I love that. It was these cars. I forgot how good they are to drive. They're so good. They must look brilliant. I mean, we feel like we're going around every corner like that. So it must look brilliant watching. It's like the Italian job, isn't it?
It is. Honestly, it looks amazing from outside of the car. I can't imagine what it is like behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I think they're a fantastic car to drive. You know, I've not drove for quite a few years, but obviously the last time I was racing, it was in big GT cars. So these are just as much fun, if not more. And you know, if you could see my smile inside that helmet, that'd say a million words. So.
Well, we can see it now, mate. Well done. Congratulations on the third place, and looking forward to the race this afternoon.
Yeah, I think I'll hopefully make a few improvements and try and get that big number 1 spot. We'll see.
Cool. I think you're all fighting for it, so we'll wait and see. Well done. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. Well, there we go then. Race number 1 of the Classic Minis done and dusted. And as you see there, from all our top 3, big, beaming smiles, super fun cars to race, and good for us to watch at home as well. Stick around this afternoon. They'll have race number 2. But before that, we've still got one more race left to come before we go to the lunch break. Back up to you, Andy.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, good to hear from our drivers there. Kelvin Fletcher, saying how much he'd forgotten, or how he'd forgotten how much fun those cars could be, and I'm sure he would have relished the opportunity to get into the lead battle. He'll have another opportunity to do so later on today, as I said, with their second race coming up at about 5:30 this afternoon. One more race before lunch. That will be the MGs heading out, the MG Metros and the MG Cockshoot Cup, and this will be another busy track as well for us to deal with multi-class racing once again heading to the fore. And not entirely sure why they've not been released from the assembly area already, actually, because I didn't think there was a huge amount of recovery work to be done out on track. But anyway, we'll get them out hopefully before too much longer. The MG Metros actually finished their championship here at the back end of last year. Matthew Simpson, I seem to recall, was the man on top. Yes, Matthew Simpson won the second race. Jack Ashton, the champion, won the first race here at Oulton Park at the end of last season. Well, this time around we have got a bigger grid combined, because they are now joined with the Cockshoot Cup, which is where you get a lot more variety. The Metros sharing the grid with lots of other different kinds of MGs and Rovers. We'll get into that in a moment or two. Cars released from the assembly area ahead of our final race before lunch. So MGs then set to take to the track, and plenty of them as well. Another big grid, 25 cars combined across the 2 categories, but then lots of subclasses within that, particularly within the Cockshoot Cup elements of the race. It is an MGZR front row though. David Coulthard, no, not that David Coulthard, but a very experienced MG racer starting on pole alongside Mark Bellamy. Then Christopher Greenbank even in his MGF, the rear-wheel drive convertible 2-seater sports car, and the ZS then of Carl Green for company. 3 different kinds of MG represented at the very front of the grid. Then it's James Johnson ahead of Laura Farrow. James Johnson in a ZR, Laura Farrow another of those lightweight MGFs. Then it's Keith Egar and Helen Waddington next. Keith Egar in the midget. He's one to watch. That car is usually pretty rapid once the track dries out, as indeed it has done now. Eliza Seville has Phil Rigby for company on row 5, row 6 Leon Wignall and Stanley Dixon. And then we get into the Metros. They split the Metros for the purposes of the grid, but actually Jack Ashton was 5th quickest overall in qualifying, so quicker than quite a chunk of the MG Cockshoot Cup portion of the grid, and he will be looking to try and move forward from there. He has Matthew Simpson alongside him on the front row of the Metro grid. Richard Garrard and Mark Wilson are next. Then it's Tim Shooter and Benjamin Young ahead of John Moore and Les Tyler. Tim Davis and Phil Goodwin complete the top 10 from the Metros, with Andrew Houston and Jonathan McGorn next in line. Emma Cross at the back of the field in her Metro. So a good grid of Metros, actually. 13 Metros out, which is more than we had, I think, at the back end of last year. So good to see that that championship has been rejuvenated slightly. They are running the full international circuit here on their outlap from the pit, so this will double as the green flag lap. But we still have just enough time, I think, to look ahead to what should be an entertaining race. We've seen already today, John, that qualifying doesn't mean a huge amount when it comes to how the races are going to pan out, but yeah, certainly within the Metro portion of the race, Jack Ashton from pole position, he will be very tough to beat.
Indeed it will. Yeah, clearly the circuit has changed a lot since qualifying earlier on, and those times can't really go off of them, can we, as we go into racing conditions? But let's see how we go with this one then. So of course the Cockshoot Cup at the front of the grid, they will go on the lights, and then the Metro Cup will have a 10-second delay. They will then go on the drop of the flag. So a 10-second delay between the two of them, but still we might see some closing up between the two classes. As you mentioned, they're going through the qualifying times, all very mixed in with each other. So if anything does happen in the Cockshoot Cup ahead, we might start to see some of those drivers falling back into the clutches of the MGs, which could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons as well. Could make it very, very exciting.
Yeah, well, Jack Ashton has he used to pride himself on this. Last year they ran alongside a different series, not the Cockshoot Cup, but they ran alongside a different championship, and he used to pride himself being able to get in amongst some of the cars that were in theory in a quicker class, but he is an incredibly rapid driver. I think double former champion now, maybe more in the Metros is Jack Ashton, a very keen sim racer as well as Jack, but he has come back for another crack at the MG Metros in 2026. 5th quickest overall in qualifying, so he definitely should be able to overtake a few of the Cockshoot Cup cars ahead. On the front row overall then, the two ZRs, the silver car is David Coulthard, the yellow is Mark Bellamy, then you've got the MGF of Chris Greenbank and the big ZS of Carl Green. That always used to be my favourite MG of the early 2000s, because that's the car they used to race in the British Touring Car Championship. That is not a BTCC spec ZS, but it is running vaguely in the Works MG colours of grey and green. A very well presented grid of cars. Keep an eye on Keith Egar's red and white midget. That car will be a rocket ship, I suspect, off the line. It's a lot lighter than some of the more modern machinery ahead of him. It's got a good engine in it usually, and Keith Egar is a very, very tidy driver, and he, I think, will be able to make some good progress. Possibly struggled in the wet against some of the more modern cars this morning, but in the dry I think he is going to be one to watch. And we've also got the MG3 of Leon Wignall towards the back of the grid. I don't recall seeing that MG3 out before, so certainly not a regular, but good to have that car adding to the variety on the grid. Green flag then waved at the back of the grid. It's another 15-minute sprint this, so not a lot of time for drivers to make up for poor qualifying sessions. What is going to happen then? Remember, the Cockshoot Cup cars will leave first when the red lights go out. That happens now. Away they go. And yes, Keith Egar has made a demon start from the middle of the grid. In fact, Keith Egar leads the race by Old Hall Corner. Well, I'm not often right, and I'm certainly not often that right, but that was a brilliant getaway from Egar. It's one of the MGFs into second position. That looks to me like that will be Chris Greenbank, and the front-wheel drive ZRs struggling off the line. The rear-wheel drive cars with the advantage. Here come the Metros. We're missing someone from the front of the grid, possibly Matthew Simpson, race winner here at the end of last year, but Jack Ashton is there. He will lead, or will he lead into turn one, because to the outside goes the 48 car of James Johnson, and James Johnson sweeps right around the outside and gets the early advantage.
Lovely move around the outside there at the first corner, gets it done, but they still continue on 2 by 2, then down into Cascades. Will they sort themselves out, or will there be more moves with 3 wide into Cascades? Big move up the inside, that's Ashton to the outside, and immediately taking the lead straight down to 4th place. We continue to reshuffle up the order here in the MGs, and a new driver now takes the lead. It's the number 17 who moves to the front. That's Mark Wilson to the lead.
From 4th on the grid, so he was, I think, about 4th going into Cascades and still came out with the lead. That was a very bold move, rattling down the side of Richard Garrett's car, who I think had the lead initially, and I think that's Garrett, who's just had a half spin at the Shell hairpin, lands on the grass on the inside line, digs his way back into the fray, and what a lively first lap he's had. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the race lead. We've got the MG midget of Keith Egar leading the way. That is Chris Greenbank right behind him in the MG ZFs. The ZRs are absolutely nowhere to be seen. They haven't got the pace in the dry of the rear-wheel drive machinery, and it is those two rear-wheel drive sports cars with decades between them who are doing battle at the front of the field.
Yeah, we knew Keith Egar was going to get a good start, but I wasn't expecting that. That was unbelievable, wasn't it? It just looked like he was in a completely different series to the rest of the drivers. Got the pedal to the metal, straight off the line through about 4 rows of drivers and into the lead. But not only that, he's had a good start. He's held onto the lead through the first lap, and these two, as you mentioned, have properly scampered off. It's got to be already, what's that, almost 10 seconds, I think, between the top 2 and the chasing pack. We look back here into the Metros, and they're still, as they were, Ashton, still applying the pressure, but holding on to second place for now, bringing another driver with them as well. So 3 of them now battling over the race lead.
Yes, they are. Here comes Ashton to the outside then of the 17 of Mark Wilson. Is he late enough on the brakes into Lodge? Well, actually, yes, he might be right round the outside. That's tough to do. Jack Ashton, though, former champion, is up for the challenge and does drag by as they head over Deer Leap. So Ashton then to the lead of the class. Ben Young is the grey and yellow 46 car now buying into this battle. He pulls to the outside into Old Hall Corner, but not able to get past Mark Wilson on that occasion. So Ashton leads in the Metros then. Wilson second, Benjamin Young third. Actually had his nose fractionally ahead at the line, but is definitely third as they run down the avenue for the second time of asking. What a lively opening lap that was. And again, qualifying sort of going out of the window, except for Jack Ashton is now back in front. And normally, that's where he stays, and already you can see the way that he's getting away now from this battle for second place.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial, isn't it? Let's see if Mark Wilson and Benjamin Young start to squabble here over P2, because if they do, that will be the ticket that Jack Ashton needs here to just drive away with this race. We know how good he is behind the wheel of one of these MGs, and this is his opportunity here to break away from the 2 behind. Let's see if he can do it. Well, already they're getting past one of the drivers from the Cockshoot Cup, just moving over to the side there and allowing the leaders through, which is good to see as they head through into the middle part of the circuit. It was a good attempt from Benjamin Young to try and follow Ashton through there at the final corner. Didn't quite work out, and now not able to find a way back through on Mark Wilson. Here's the rest of the pack, a few seconds back then, headed up now by the 29 of Tim Davies.
Yes, this is a proper battle pack, isn't it, for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions as they run down the hill towards Hislop. Proper Metro racing. That's a attempted lunge up the inside. One of the ZRs has been in the pit lane. That was Eliza Seville, unfortunately, in the number 24 car, back into the race, but having lost a fair amount of ground. Clay Hill we go. This is, though, as I say, proper MG Metro Racing, a championship that's been around for several decades, still going strong, still producing good entertainment, and it's about to get even more entertaining because they're descending upon Leon Wignall in the MG3. They're going to catch him probably on the approach to Lodge Corner, where a good few drivers in this group would have been hoping to make a move.
Indeed. Well, again, really, really good race awareness from the number 2 moving over to the inside. But let's see. I think we'll still be alongside these drivers as they head into the braking zone. Let's see how they work this one out then. Looking around the outside there. Again, holding to the inside line. Really, really good racing awareness there from the number 2. Good to see, as I think actually they're pulling into pit lane, sadly for them. So possibly race over then for the number 2 of Leon Wignall. A shame, but that clears the road ahead then for this battle for 4th place. Still headed up by the number 29 of Tim Davies, but he's under a lot of pressure, isn't he? A lot of pressure. Looking up the inside, then down into Cascades, but closes the door, does Tim, and holds on to 4th for now.
Yes, whilst this rages on, by the way, Chris Greenbank has got himself ahead of Keith Egar for the lead, I noticed. 1.1 seconds, the margin between them as well. So the MGF driver there at Hislop's, look, leads the way overall now, ahead of Keith Egar. So Egar, after the Demon start, is now just starting to struggle for overall pace. There goes Egar, who's been a race winner in the MG Cockshoot Cup before. Good to have an MGF, though, up there mixing it with the midget, because it's not always a car we see doing a lot of winning the MGF in the Cockshoot Cup, but great to have Chris Greenbank's car out there. It's clearly set up well and is absolutely flying now, getting away from Egar at the head of the field. Back with the Metros, 29 still at the front of the group then is the car of Tim Davis. Started 9th on the grid within the Metros, so another who has overcome already a disappointing qualifying result.
Indeed, yeah, as you mentioned earlier, qualifying times don't seem to be too representative from this morning. Drivers getting stuck in then, and sadly it does look as though the number 2 of Leon Wignall is out of the race. A shame to see as he pulls back into pit lane. These 6 drivers, though, continuing to squabble as we head through Knickerbrook once again. Looking for that wide line to get a good exit. There is the following driver, and he has got a very, very nice exit. And they might even try and go 3 wide here up Clay Hill as we head through into what is surely the most tricky part of the circuit. On your own, it's the trickiest part of the circuit, let alone when you're trying to go 2 wide. They just about close the door there, and that's the 16 making the place then, or staying there in the second position, at least in this pack.
Yes, so that's Matthew Simpson Simpson, who should have been on the front row within the Metros, but wasn't there on the grid. So he started from either the back or the pit lane, and he launches to the inside. What a move that was for position at Lodge Corner. Gets past Davis there in the 29 machine. 2 places gained in 2 corners for Matthew Simpson, who's clearly a bit frustrated that he wasn't able to take up his front row starting position. He then breaks through into 4th in class and leaves Tim Shooter now to get up the inside finally of Davis. That's the move he was trying to make at Druids. They almost lean on each other heading out of Old Hall Corner, and when they arrive at Cascades they are not quite side by side anymore. Actually, Shooter losing ground and falls back in behind the 29 car. That is the 72 machine of John Moore gaining a position at Cascades. It's quite hard to follow all of this, but Matthew Simpson, keep an eye on him. Now he's in clean air, he should have some good pace.
Indeed, let's see with that clear air if he can start to scamper away from this back. He'll be hoping to do so. If he gets dragged back into it, they're just going to continue losing lap time here round Oulton Park. Still just over 7 minutes left to go in this race. And yeah, gaps opening up now. It seems as though, of course, we saw earlier Greenback made that move for the lead, but the gap stays about the same, about 1.3 seconds it's been ever since he's made that overtake. Was 3rd fastest in qualifying, but clearly the quickest out on circuit at the moment. And really, the biggest shock for me is that Carl Green and David Coulthard over 20 seconds behind the leader. I thought maybe they might drop away slightly, but over 20 seconds in what we had 8 or 9 minutes seems pretty crazy to me.
It's that front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive thing, isn't it? The front-wheel drive car's got in the wet. Oh, my word, that was all very messy, and that was very wide for Tim Davis, who has to take the shortcut down at the Hislop chicane, and he will rejoin right in the middle of that battle again, but does lose a position or 2. Yeah, front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive in the wet is always an interesting conversation. There's a good battle going on at Old Hall Corner I've just spotted, and that was the ZS, wasn't it, trying to gain some ground. I think that was David Coulthard losing 3rd position to Carl Green, who manages to drag the ZS through. Spotted that out of the window. They're down at Cascades now as the Metros continue on their way. There is the 44, that's Bellamy. So this is actually the battle going on just behind, isn't it? The 3rd place squabble, but this is all 4 position, I think. Bellamy 44, trying to get past Laura Farrow's MGF, and Carl Green not a million miles up the road. In fact, no, that's Coulthard slowing, is it? I think that is the ZR of Coulthard just ahead, who seems to now be lacking a little bit of pace, maybe? No. Scratch all of that. There is Coulthard. It's a lapped car, I think they were catching, which should now get out of their way on the run towards the Britain chicane.
Indeed, well, Coulthard and Green now 30 seconds off of your race leader. Yeah, like you mentioned, the rear-wheel drive cars clearly taking to the dry conditions a little bit easier than the front-wheel drive cars, not able to find that same pace. And what did we mention earlier about Jack Ashton wanting to mix it in with the drivers ahead? Well, he's now 10 seconds clear of Mark Wilson and the following drivers in behind, and very much in and amongst the Cockshoot Cup ahead now with 5 minutes left to go. This is looking like a battle that will continue on to the checkered flag, though. Green may be starting to build a little bit of a gap. A car length or 2 there as well, nearly taken to the grass there was Coulthard. Did he get a bit distracted there? Had a very veering line there out of Knickerbrook, but he caught it nonetheless and continues to press on.
Yeah, weirdly, Green was 7/10 slower than Coulthard on the last lap, and yet was overtaking him at Old Hall Corner. So I actually think he'd got past him on the previous lap, and David was trying to come back at him. That's the car that was confusing me. It's Eliza Seville's number 24 car that pitted, remember, early on briefly, and rejoined the race. Leon Wignall also pitted. He never did rejoin, so the MG3 taking no further part in the race, it would seem, as there James Johnson nips to the inside. James Johnson, by the way, second in Class A, so the leading 5 cars in the Cockshoot Cup are all Class C cars. Then you've got the 44 of Mark Bellamy, the ZR, who leads in Class A in the red machine, second in that category, just working his way past the lapped car of Eliza Seville. Around Old Hall Corner they go, and I think the next car behind them I spotted was Jack Ashton. So Jack Ashton's leading Metro up to 8th place overall now.
Indeed, he's flying, isn't he? Continuing to make time on the cars ahead of him in the differing class. You just saw him there through the exit of the shot as he heads down into Cascades once more. But again, he's in a bit of no man's land now. He's got 10 seconds to the driver behind. He's got 10 seconds to the driver in front. He's just leading his own race. Speaking of someone else leading their own race, this is Greenback then. This is Egart chasing down Greenback at the front of the order. And there you can see what the gap is looking like. To me, that looks more than a second now.
Yes, quite a bit more than a second. It's more than doubled, I'd say. So possibly a bit of traffic that had something to do with that. But yeah, definitely Egar fading slightly now, just over 3 minutes to go. So 2 more laps after this one for him to negotiate. And at least second place will go his way, but he is in the same class as Chris Greenbank, and yeah, that means that he'll be a little bit disappointed to be falling away now from the ZF. Started, of course, somewhere ahead of him on the grid. Across the line they go. Penultimate lap begins. And Christopher Greenbank with this advantage now of 2.4 seconds over Keith Egar. Carl Green, big wobble there for Egar coming out of Old Hall Corner. Carl Green a lonely third now. Back to the Metros. Tim Shooter here is at the front of this little group, and that is who behind him? Is it still the 82? No, 72 that is, of John Moore. So that's been a change, I think. Yes, they've been negotiating against some of the slower Cockshoot Cup cars. The 82 of Helen Waddington has slipped behind this group now. But a three-way battle going on. This is for 5th in class. Shooter, the green and white car, 5th, then Waddington 6th, and the yellow and green car of, Moore, I should say, in 6th, and then Richard Garrett in 7th position in the MG Metro class. As they head through Druids Corner as one. Jack Ashton's lead in Metros is a very healthy one. He's already crossed the line. We've yet to see the number 17 car of Mark Wilson. Is Wilson being caught by Simpson? That's the question. Well, yes, he is, to the tune of about 2 seconds a lap. So second in the Metros could yet change. And Simpson bringing with him, actually. In fact, he just gained a couple of places on that lap. He even got himself ahead of Ben Wilson and the number 46 car of Benjamin Young. So Matthew Simpson there, just at the top of shot heading into Cascades, is on an absolute flyer.
Indeed he is, yeah, pressing through really nicely, isn't he? Well, I've just made my notes on what I thought the finishing position was, so I'm going to have to change that, Andy. Back to you.
Yes, certainly in the Metros, that's there's a chance still that second place could change, I think, with the pace that Simpson's got. And yeah, in fact, into second place now in the class already. I've already got there a lap earlier than I expected. He's absolutely rapid, is Matthew Simpson. And shame that he didn't get to start on the front row, actually, with Jack Ashton, because that could have been a pretty entertaining scrap between the two of them. He's maybe the only driver that can really give Jack Ashton a run for his money at the moment. But we're going to have to wait until this afternoon's second race, maybe, to see that in action, with the final race of the day belonging to the MGs later on this afternoon. Just after 6 o'clock, hopefully, that race will kick off. Leaders, by the way, have started their final lap, so Christopher Greenbank and Keith Egar now 3.3 seconds apart. They are already on to their final tour. And Greenbank, with this ever-extending margin, we've yet to have Carl Green across the line. In fact, here he comes now. You can see out of the window in 3rd position. Again, distancing himself now from David Coulthard. So as the Metros head up Clay Hill, they will do so once more after this. But the overall race leader there, Christopher Greenbank, good timing, is halfway around his final lap already. Avoids the curbs completely. Look at the British chicane, just wanting to guide the car home in one piece. And the MGF on course for a victory. There are 2 MGFs parked in the spectator area just opposite our commentary position, I notice, and the owners of those cars will be very pleased to see an MGF perhaps about to carry its driver to a race victory. The very pretty 2-seater convertible that MG started to produce, I believe, in the late 1990s. Is still a force to be reckoned with today, against, again, slightly more modern machinery, but I guess you would call this a classic now, wouldn't you, an MGF, which again is a terrifying thought. It's a very well presented car, this of Christopher Greenbank, and he is now only a corner away from grabbing a race victory. Qualified 3rd, again made a good start, not quite as good as Keith Egar, who looks set for the second step of the podium, but Christopher Greenbank will be very pleased indeed with the race victory. He comes over Deersley, heads to the timing line and sees the checkered flag. It is Christopher Greenbank who wins our first MG Cockshoot Cup race of the season, and second position will go the way of Keith Egar in the MG Midget. It's a long wait now for Carl Green, who will eventually come home in 3rd, so we'll check back in with perhaps some of the battles going on further down the order. As a group of, two Metros head down through Hislops. Is that the Class A lead battle? It is the Class A lead battle, just ahead of them. So the yellow and red MGZRs, Mark Bellamy in the yellow car, has been caught quite dramatically by James Johnson in the closing stages. James maybe just needed another lap or so to really challenge Mark Bellamy. But that is for the class victory. The Metros coming through are rather distracting them. That was actually the Metro leader, Jack Ashton, coming by. So Jack Ashton likely will get himself ahead of Bellamy even by the flag to finish in 6th place overall. He is on a different planet, isn't he, really, in the Metros? Is he going to go for the move at Lodge? No, he's not. So 6 behind Mark Bellamy, who is at least on course for a Class A victory within the MG Cockshoot Cup portion of the race. He'll come across the line almost alongside the Metro winner, Jack Ashton, who will win in the MG Metro Championship, the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup, to give it its full title. Great to have Hickford Construction Limited back on board for 2026 as title sponsors. So Jack Ashton gets the win in that class. Mark Bellamy does hang on to the Class A win within the Cockshoot Cup. Class C won by David Coulthard, no Class B in Cockshoot Cup this weekend. Got some good racing, lots to talk about at the end of that one. And John Ratcliffe, I can tell you, is already sprinting down to the Parc Ferme area to catch up with our drivers momentarily. After that, we will head into a lunch break, and then the Fun Cup Endurance Championship will be out at 12:45. And we will look forward to having them out on track fairly shortly in the end, actually only about half an hour away. Christopher Greenbank gets the win in the MG Cockshoot Cup ahead of Keith Egar, Carl Green, David Coulthard and Laura Farrow. Mark Bellamy wins in Class A. Jack Ashton is the MG Metro Cup winner. He was 7th overall ahead of James Johnson. Matthew Simpson, who was 2nd of the Metros, and Phil Rigby to complete the top 10. Benjamin Young, 3rd place in the Metro Cup, getting the better of Mark Wilson, Tim Shooter, John Moore and others in what was a fantastic battle for the lower positions in the Metros. Richard Garrett was a part of that as well. Les Tyler was 16th ahead of Tim Davis and Helen Waddington, with Jonathan McGaughan and Phil Goodwin completing the top 20. Andrew Houston and Emma Cross were next, with Eliza Seville the last of the runners after a pit visit for her ZR. We lost, unfortunately, from that race the number 35 MGF of Stanley Dixon and Leon Wignall's yellow MG3. So, good timing. Into Parc Ferme comes Christopher Greenbank's MGF. And he will pull up, in theory, behind the number 1 board, but he hasn't. He's gone straight to Parc Ferme. Our camera operator down there had a very arty shot prepared for our race winner, who doesn't want to talk to John Ratcliffe. John's looking very confused with what's going on down there. No one wants to talk to him, unfortunately, so he's sprinted down to the Parc Ferme area for no reason, it seems. They're being ushered past him and straight back into the paddock. I have no idea why, John, but unfortunately no one for him to talk to, and he might as well make his way back up to the commentary box and get himself somewhere warm and dry, although it's turning into quite a pleasant afternoon out there, I have to say. So John continues to look confused, and with that, I think it's a good excuse to head into our lunch break, with Fun Cup racing to come next in about half an hour's time.
Well then, down at Parc Ferme, thank you, Andy. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Leader's gone. Anyway, right, we'll try to talk to some other drivers. Let's have a chat with number 14 then of Keith Egar. Keith, I'll let you get your stuff off and ready to have a chat with me. First things first, Keith, that start was unbelievable.
Yeah, I enjoy the starts, and the car takes off very well on the line. So the car's really set up for sprinting and hill climbing, so it accelerates very well. But I just didn't know where the gaps were going to be. So in my mind, I'd got an idea of where I wanted to be, but you don't know until the line where it's going to go. So fortunately, the gap was there, and I kept my foot in and got through. So delighted with the start, and it was a tough race, but Chris got through me to win the race. He did really well, and I couldn't see any weaknesses or chinks in his armour. So to be fair to Chris, he ran a great race. Thought he deserved the win, but I'm pleased to have moved up the grid a bit.
You threaded the needle beautifully there on the first corner. Had a nice battle with Chris, but like you say, just couldn't quite get back onto him.
He was very consistent. He's a good, solid racer, Chris, and I couldn't see any places where I could really get past him. And if I was to overtake him, he got past me, and we raced fairly, and I couldn't see where I could have got through him. So he did well. So congratulations to Chris.
Fair enough. He hasn't stopped in Parc Fermé though, so
he's probably going to fail his dope test now. Yeah.
Well, we'll wait and see. Congratulations.
No problem. Thanks very much.
We'll see you with race 2 later on. Thank you very much. Let's try and find as well then the number 30 of Carl Green. We'll head on round. Hello, Carl.
Hello, okay.
How was that race from your perspective then?
Could have been better.
Okay.
I had brake issues after lap 2,
Right.
so I was nursing that all the way round. I still had a great battle with DC. We could have gone better, but I was just nervous because I lost the brakes after lap 2. So
I was going to say brake issues. Does that mean no brakes?
I had some brakes, but it was like stamping hard on them. So I couldn't push into corners as much as I wanted to. But I mean, Keith just disappeared anyway, didn't he? He always has amazing starts, and what if he gets an amazing start? It's like you only got 7 or 8 laps to catch him, and it's hard work.
He flew away, didn't he? It was amazing. But hopefully brake issues, something you can sort for race 2 later on?
I think it might be just a servo issue. A pipe got popped off or something like that, but I'm sure we can sort it out. Cool.
Okay. Yep. I hope so. Well done on the 3rd place anyway. Look forward to race 2. We'll see you then. Cheers. Thank you. We'll head on through then to our Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Whereabouts is Jack Ashton on the number 98? You might think he might have run away. Is Jack over there? Jack? Jack's behind me, is he? Where's he gone?
There's Jack.
I see him. I should have known from the purple suit. Hello, Jack.
Hello.
That was a good race from you. You had a bit of a scrap at the start, but then as soon as you got ahead, you just drove away.
Yeah, it was great fun. I was just saying to Mark, because Mark, always under the assumption people, because it's me, just let me go. No, I want to fight, and that's exactly what Mark and Ben did. So the first few laps were quite entertaining, really. It was really good fun.
It was good to watch. But then after about 5 or 10 minutes later, you're about 10 seconds clear up the road, proper mixing it in with the other class as well. That looked enjoyable.
Yeah, it was good fun. I mean, the track conditions were quite good, quite fun. So just trying to get the most out of the car, and just having some fun, really good fun.
Yeah, it was good to watch. Hopefully more of that later on this afternoon.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And second place then, we'll chat with yourself, sir, as well. Matthew Simpson. Matthew, I've had to scribble out my notes because you were flying through right at the dying moments there in that one. Up into second place, having a great scrap with a couple of drivers.
Yeah, well, we had a brilliant scrap throughout the race, but I qualified second. And halfway through qualifying, the gearbox decided to exit the chat. And so we got the car back together just in the next time to get in the assembly area. And then I didn't have my gloves in the car, which never happens. So I had to start from the pit lane, which was exciting.
Oh, no.
But yeah, so I was on a mission to get back to my at least second place. And when I saw him on the cool-down lap, not that far ahead of me, I was like, that's not bad.
Yeah.
So,
you had a great run through. Your teammates, right? Okay. We had a great run through.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were wondering, what was the reason for you not starting in front? Well, there you go. Was it the gloves not in the car?
The gloves, essentially, but the rush trying to change an engine, a gearbox in that short a space of time, and not even getting to test drive it. So, no, if you've done everything up, but she performed all right.
Yeah, cool. Seemed as though it all went well and up to second place. Well done.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Well done. Let's everyone find the final driver on my top 3, which is the 46 of Ben Young. His car is here, but where he is, I don't know. It's lovely to see in these championships that drivers head on round and you can see the camaraderie between the drivers all chatting amongst each other post-race. But it does make my job a little bit more challenging because they all mix in and have a natter. Well, we'll call it there in terms of chatting with the drivers here. Hopefully, I get to have a chat with Ben after race number 2 later on. But there we go. MG's all done then. Same for the Metros as well. Really good racing action. Lots more racing action still to come though here from Oulton Park. We'll see all of those 3 classes that we've already seen out on track once again for their second races of the day. But before that, of course, the 4-hour endurance race with the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. That should be starting at around 12:45. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Hello everybody and welcome to the opening round of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at the wonderful Oulton Park circuit in Cheshire. The cars are just heading out onto their outlap before they'll be forming up on the grid, and we've got a mammoth 29 car entry, with over 70 drivers ready to take on the next 4 hours. I'm Jamie Peters-Ennis and I will be down here in the pit lane getting all the news and views throughout this race. But for now, I will hand you over to my trusted colleagues of Andy McKeown and John Ratcliffe up in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Yes, here we go. There's a real buzz in the air, isn't there? A new season of Fun Cup racing, always an exciting moment. But this year in particular could be an absolutely stellar one. It's a hugely competitive grid. It's a huge grid, 29 cars set to take the start. And none of us in Fun Cup land know who is the favourite coming into this race, coming into the championship. It's going to be a fascinating 4 hours ahead as we start to get our first glimpse into who the early season favourites might be. 4 hours of racing, and remember, they start this race with a completely random grid. So the grid is not based even slightly upon qualifying performance this morning. All of the numbers are drawn out of a hat, and this is what we have been left with. It is the 214 car for Data who start on pole. That car, I can tell you, will be started by Matt Hogg, and he will have the 49 machine of Sean Cooper, the track focus car. Great to have track focus back in the championship, starting on the front row. Then a new team to the championship, Clapham North with EDF Motorsport. The 146 car started by former MX5 racing champion, amongst many other things, Abby Eaton, in the car she shares with Mr. Clapham North, George Grant. FNS Morpheus M Sport, and next the 553 car, that is started by Steve Walton. Row 3 for number 158, that's now G-Force branded, with Gary Summers at the wheel, with then the number 99 machine next. Lee Tech, I would pronounce that, but that's mainly because I've got family from the Lancashire town of Lee, which is of the same spelling. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Brian Heery will be in that car to start the race. 97 is next, 7th on the grid. Anglo-Asian Mining, which is started by Guido Basile. That's the car that he shares with David Clark and Steve Snooker Harris. Quite a few nicknames, I think, to come from that team. Axiometrics are next, number 103. Potential front runners, definitely. Tom Greensall at the wheel for the opening stint. Row 5 then, GCI Racing, former champions Ian Wood and Craig Butterworth. Ian Wood in for the first stint ahead of PLR Racing, who have a brand new car. I was chatting to Neil Plymmer just now before I came upstairs. A brand new car, that is the 403 for PLR Racing. New livery as well on the car. It is actually his teammate Tim Wheeldon who will be taking the start of the race. Race Logic with EDF Motorsports. That's an interesting new partnership, isn't it? With David Denyer at the wheel of the car that he shares with the brains behind the Race Logic enterprise, Julian Thomas. He's got Team FFS next, number 220. They won the sprint race here at the back end of last year, the 1 hour race. Nick Heighton in for stint number 1. Rob Boston Racing are next, number 252. Great to have the Rob Boston name on the Fun Cup grid. Another MX5 specialist team and a former MX5 champion in Will Blackwell Chambers starting that car that he shares with former Compact Cup racer Steve Roberts and James Riley. Then it is Viking and Ursus Capital Racing's number 170 car. Former championship runners-up were Team Viking a number of years ago. That car started by Colin Kingsnorth. Exposure Lights is next, number 125. Morgan Sparrow at the wheel of the car that he shares with Roger. Then AI Racing Tech, number 263. That car started by Andrea Seminara. Starts 16th on the grid. 17th, Tropical Rocket Racing. They've outdone themselves this year with team names, I have to say. Tropical Rocket Racing 157. That is the car started by Josh Phelps with Signature RV next, 557. John Whitehouse in that car. That's the car that British GT race winner Marcus Clutton will be a part of the driver lineup for. Oddberries Motorsport, number 171 are next. That is... or they're running under a different team name to what I have on the sheet. I've got Fueled by Data for the Simon Lidson and Anton Yaraskog car. Simon Lidson anyway will be in for stint 1. Then multiple former champions, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, number 225. They are definitely ones to watch. Fabulous Randaccio coming from 20th on the grid. The second Rob Boston Racing car, 169, is next. That is Tom Levin. He's definitely a man to watch in this race. Tom Levin, very rapid youngster of Ginetta and single-seater fame, I seem to recall, over the last few years. He's got Sam Heading, who's gone well in Audis and MX-5s in the past for company. 212, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, that's next. That car started by Ted Bradbury, who has sort of held the unofficial title for the last couple of years as fastest man on the grid. He might have some more competition this year, but he is starting that 212 car from 22nd, and spoke to him briefly in the lunch break. He's well up for the fight. Red River Sport are next. We still keep going down this mammoth 29 car grid. The 200 car starts 23rd and is started by Bonamy Grimes, Jolly Molam, sports car racing legend, sharing that car. 22 GT Racing, number 92, is next, and that is started by Chris Brown. Christian Rose, who these days runs the Fun Cup Championship, is a part of that driver lineup. Demon Tweaks are back, and both of their cars, ironically, drawn on the 13th row of the grid. 207 will be started by Michael Lyons, historic racing ace, and 249 is next. That is the Jason Minshaw. That's the all Minshaw car. Jason Guy and Jack Minshaw all partnering together in that car. The JPR 248 car, a hire car for JPR, is going to be starting next. That is started by Shiv Sapra, who's raced pretty much everything over the years. A lot of sort of BMW, Ginetta sort of GT production cars. He will be starting that car from 27th alongside Greenheath, number 14. Regulars in the championship these days, Gary Bate and Paul Turner. Gary Bate taking the wheel at the start. And then 29th and last, the only team who knew where they were going to be starting when they arrived here this morning. In fact, they knew where they were going to be starting when they left here in October last year. That is Team GRD, just Team GRD now. That's the shortened name for the team. Chris DeVelt, Riley Phillips, Simon Rudd in the car. It is Chris starting it. They start at the back because there are reigning champions. The reigning champion from round 1 always has to start at the back of the grid. After that, it is the reigning race winner. So whoever wins this race will start at the back for the second round of the championship in a few weeks' time. Right, I hope you were taking notes there, John. Lots to go through, a big grid, lots of new faces as well, which I think is the thing I'm most excited about, because Fun Cup over the years, because we have so many returning drivers year after year, you sometimes can come into the first round of the championship thing, well, they'll be quick, it's the same faces. This year, though, I think that could really change.
Indeed, so many new faces. It's great to see, but so many returning very quick drivers as well. You mentioned there were Team GRD. GRD now the full title sponsors of the number 1 car, and good to see them continuing to back not only Simon Rudd, one of the drivers of Team GRD, but of course the whole team as well. I've got to say as well, you were mentioning that they knew at the end of last year they'd be starting last in this race. They tried their best to not start in last, because it only says in the rules that car number 1 must start in last place. So they said, well, we'll just change our number back to our usual number then, and we'll start where we want. I think Paul Rose quickly shot that one down and said, no, you are on the back row of the grid. So they will indeed start from the back row in this one. Of course, as we were mentioning, with new names coming in as well, we still have the £10,000 prize on offer for any team where all of the drivers are brand new drivers to Fun Cup. So there are 3 teams in the running for the 10 grand today if they can win today's race. That's both of the Rob Boston cars, so the 169 and the 252, and then also the 248 JPR for hire. Sadly, for the 169 Rob Boston Racing 2, they made it even more difficult for themselves because they're having to start this one from the pit lane.
Yes, engine change for that car, I believe, is the reason. That's the car started by Tom Leben. I was right. He's a former Ginetta Junior champion, actually. I'd forgotten that from the COVID-affected 2020 season. Then moved into GB3, where he finished 3rd, and then after a brief stint racing international single-seaters, moved into GT racing. He was 3rd in the GT4 Winter Series for Giedlick Racing a couple of years ago, and was a silver class champion in GT4 European. So Tom Leben, who's in that car, provided they've got everything sorted on the 169 car. I can't actually see it in the pit lane at the moment. Was it a pit lane start or a back of the grid start, did you say?
I believe, yeah, pit lane start after engine change. So maybe still doing work in the box at the moment.
That would be a shame if Tom Leben isn't able to get stuck into this opening stint, but we'll keep an eye out for him when he does eventually make it out onto the track. So, place your bets, everyone. This is going to be an absolute barnstormer. I think 4 hours of racing will go by in a flash. If you've never watched the Fun Cup before and you're thinking, well, 4 hours of VW Beetles driving around quite slowly, Oulton Park, I'm not interested in that. Well, first of all, they're not VW Beetles, and second of all, and I can't emphasise this enough, this will be among the most exciting races you see all year. Of that, I'm fairly sure. 4 hour Fun Cup races are never dull, and here at Oulton Park in particular, they have a real habit of boiling down to a sprint to the flag. There's a high likelihood of safety cars here. There is rain forecast over the next few hours as well. We've got all the ingredients for a particularly unpredictable opening round of the championship. So, see data on pole position, track focused alongside. The 214 car started, remember, by Matt Hogg. 49 started by Sean Cooper. Both experienced Fun Cup racers. Who gets into Old Hall Corner first and who comes out on top at the end of 4 hours of Fun Cup racing at the spiritual home of the championship? The red lights on the starting gantry go out. We're racing in 2026 and the scrum towards turn number 1 begins immediately. The Clapham North car there, 146, up the inside line to second position already. It is Sean Cooper, though, who's got the lead in the track focus car. Hold your breath. Do they all get through Old Hall safely? Yes, thank goodness they do, and make their way down towards Cascades for the first time of asking. But that 146 car on the charge, as we expected. Abby Eaton, never one to back out of a fight, is already into second position.
Yeah, Ted Bradbury there in the background using all the exit curb out of Old Hall Corner to get a couple of places there through the first couple of turns. But yes, you mentioned Abby. We were expecting her to be aggressive on that race start, and she was. Send it straight to the inside line and straight through into second place. There's Team Viking Ursus Capital making a move there as we head on down through Ireland and into Shell Oils for the first time then. Good start from Track Focus, already looking to break away, and battles continuing on behind there. GCI looking for the outside line there through Shell Oils. That one didn't work for them that time, and clearly some scuffles going on behind as well.
Yeah, Demon Tweaks car in the gravel. It has continued. It's the largely red Demon Tweaks car, and I can't actually off the top of my head remember which one's which, but they were starting together, remember, towards the back of the grid. Hopefully that wasn't Demon Tweaks on Demon Tweaks action into Shell. Brilliant start this, though, for the Track Focus car. Sean Cooper and Mike McCollum, as I said, both very experienced Fun Cup racers. I'm casting my mind back to try and recall a track-focused race win, and I can't think of one. I'll go back to my stat spreadsheets momentarily. I know they had podiums. I'm not convinced they ever won a race track-focused in the championship. We're a long way from crowning them victors in this race, but they look to have good pace early on.
Indeed, yeah, they've broken it really nicely. Clearly Sean settling into this one well and very much into the groove with the car underneath him as we continue to press on then to the end of this first lap of, I think we can assume, quite a few here over 4 hours of racing at Oulton Park. We press on down through into the final couple of corners, and there once again is the 111 of GCI up the inside, making moves, and in behind, Vape Club round the outside of FFS as well. Viking and Ursus Capital getting stuck in once more, but FFS and Fate Club continue on side by side down into the first corner. Will Viking try and make this 3 wide? I think they might just do it. Down into the first corner we go. Well, line is chopped across then from Fate Club. Round the outside goes Ted Bradbury. Another place gained.
Yeah, Ted Bradbury absolutely flying. Are you surprised? Because I'm not. He's into the top 10 already and looking to try and make even further ground. Started 22nd on the grid. That is outrageous. Gains another position down at Cascades Corner. Ted Bradbury, such a lovely young lad as well, but really quite unassuming when you see him out of the car. But in the car, well, you wouldn't get in his way, would you? Because he is a man on a mission. He's up the inside of GCI now. That's for 7th position. So a lap and a half into the race, he's dragged that Fate Club car from 22nd on the grid to P7. That's remarkable.
Unbelievably impressive, but we sort of assume that from Ted now, don't we? We think he's going to do that at the start of the race, so it doesn't really catch us off guard anymore. It's so impressive, the commitment that Ted has in the car. He's just totally at one with it, totally trusts it's going to do exactly what he asks of it, and that's why he can push through the order, well, for him, seemingly quite so easily. Well, there's UVO as well, not too far behind as well. They're at the back of this train now, but unlikely in the early stages, you often see some of the maybe slower cars that are nearer the front of the grid dropping back. We've got a train of 4 cars here that have all won races, if not championships, in previous seasons, all fighting in the middle of the top 10 here, all squabbling for position. And all this is doing is allowing for those drivers at the sharp end, still track focus, Clapham North with EDF and Seed Data, are able to build that gap as these 3 and 4 cars continue to scrap their way through the order.
Yeah, you're exactly right. GCI and UVO, of course, former champions. Viking, former championship runner-up, and not far back, Race Logic, one of the most successful teams in Fun Cup history from a championship winning perspective, right in this group as well. It is Bradbury on the move, though. He's already gapped this group as GCI now slipped to the inside into Lodge Corner and gain a place. Bradbury is about to gain more positions up the road, though, I think. Over Deer Leap we go. He's got the 103 Axiometrics car of Tom Greensall next in his sights. That's the orange car, as we're 3 abreast further back. FFS are in the middle of this. UVO to the inside. They almost lent on the FFS car slightly there, but Fabulous Randaccio does manage to slip through. He's another driver I spoke to briefly this morning, and he said it's going to be the toughest year of competition ever in this championship, and he said that with a grin on his face. He wants the competition, he wants a challenge, and they're definitely up to that challenge, making good progress so far.
100% they are. No, exactly. We want more drivers getting involved with Fun Cup. It just makes it even more exciting for racing for us to enjoy. We've got to highlight FFS as well. Of course, they got their first ever race victory at the final round here last season in the 1 hour sprint as well, so even more impressive for them to get that victory in the 1 hour sprint, and they're doing a great job here in the 4 hour to kick it off as well.
I took my eyes off Ted Bradbury for 20 seconds maybe. He picked up another 2 places, so he's now into the top 5, I believe. No, 4th in fact that will be. He's ahead of the FNS Morpheus car now, so Ted Bradbury is really the man on the mission, isn't he? 22nd position. He's gained nearly 20 positions by this stage. Track Focus leads by 1.1 seconds, but interestingly Abby Eaton on the previous lap, John, set the fastest lap of the race and is now starting to close in slightly on the race leader.
It was a tiny margin. There wasn't about 0.5 of a second between the laps on the previous one from Track Focus in Clapham North, so those two continuing to break away nicely though. Those two in the high 2 minutes. The rest of the field, 201s, 202s, 203s, 204s. So again, you just see being at the sharp end on the grid really helps you in these early stages, because while all the other drivers battling amongst it to try and make those positions up early on, you can just scamper off at the front. And look at this, UVO and FFS now continue on side by side. FFS just about closing the door there through the double right as they head now down into the final corner of Lodge. As I thought someone had gone wide there, not quite flirting with the outsides of the track there, but keeping it on as UVO thinking about the inside line yet again. FFS chopping across the nose and keeping the position.
Oh, I've missed this. It's been a very long winter without Fun Cup racing to get excited about, and Fabulous Randaccio, I think, is chomping at the bit to get stuck in. Goes to the inside of the FFS car into Old Hall Corner. Tried this a lap ago, remember, and wasn't able to get through. I don't think he'll be successful this time either, because the grip and the momentum is with the car on the outside, and FFS are indeed able to hang on to the position. Lead gap now under 0.6 of a second, by the way, so we probably need to check in with Abby Eaton shortly. She is about to challenge for the race lead, I believe, and become the second different leader potentially of the race so far, as their axiometrics nipped to the inside of the one of the cars. That was the
FNS Morpheus, I think, yeah.
Yes, Morpheus car in towards Island Bend. Leaders, though, towards Britain's corner, and it's game on now, isn't it? Abby Eaton getting well and truly within the striking range.
It is. Right then, let's do battle for the race lead here in the first 10 minutes of racing action here, with 3 hours and 50 still to go. You mentioned about Ted Bradbury clearing those two cars to get into the top 4. Not only did he clear them, he gapped them by 2.5 seconds on the same lap. Unbelievable from Ted Bradbury, and that's exactly why Vlad Vasiliev said, hey Ted, come and join my team. I think you'd be a great addition to the team, and my goodness, has he been. Also to say a happy birthday to Vlad Vasiliev as well. I hope you enjoy your stint out there in the car, Vlad, if you are listening to the stream, and a very happy birthday to you. Or Clapham North, like you mentioned, still with that fastest lap then. They're the first car to drop down into the 159s on the last lap, a 1 minute 59.9 from Abby Eaton, about half a second clear once again of the tracked Focus car, and continuing to close that gap up to your race leader. And there you can see in third place already, Vape Club are through on seed data, so already into the top 3 now. And if these two start to have a bit of a ding-dong battle, I think it's only a few laps until Ted starts to get involved.
Yes, I think you're probably right. The screeching of tyres was nothing to panic about. That's just Ted Bradbury on a tear in third position as he arrived at Lodge Corner. Leaders through then, 7 tenths now near enough between the two of them. Bradbury in third, a 2 minute 0.3, so only about 3-4 tenths off the pace of the leaders, but he was overtaking the seed data car that time, the 214 car that started from pole position in the hands of Matt Hogg. And Ted Bradbury, now he's in clean air, I think we'll really see for the first time exactly what he's capable of. Bit of housekeeping from earlier on, by the way. I said one of the Demon Tweets cars ended up in the gravel on lap 1. It was the 249 car. It's missing a front splitter, the 249 car. That is the Jason Minshaw driven car. That car missing a front splitter, and John, you'll know this from experience. It sounds like I'm throwing you under the bus, which was not what I was trying to say, but losing a front splitter is not good, especially around a track like Oulton Park.
You can blame my father for that one. He was always the one that took off the front splitter. I know you're listening, Dad. Hello. But what will happen there is more than likely the front splitter won't have actually come off from the incident itself. It will have been going through the gravel trap. They are that flimsy. A little bit of gravel and they destroy themselves. And you really do lose a lot of downforce from that front splitter. If that's gone, it's really difficult to get the front in on these tight corners. And around a circuit such as Oulton Park, that really hampers lap time. So for the rest of the race now, from what was that, a minute in, for the rest of the 3 hours and 59 minutes, they're going to have a tough race, sadly, for the Demon Tweets car, but good to see they're back in the race nonetheless.
They can replace those front splitters, but it's the whole front bodywork assembly that has to be replaced in a pit stop, and that can cost you quite a lot of time.
It's not worth the time.
No.
It's not worth the time. You lose far too much from changing it. You might lose a few tenths a lap, so you might add up to 10 or 15 seconds throughout the race, but you're going to lose 30 or 40 seconds changing that whole front nose. As you say, it's not just the splitter you need to take off, it's that entire front of the car, which is easier said than done.
And it's interesting because when I first started covering this championship 13 years ago, give or take, if you damaged your front splitter, you changed it at the next pit stop because you could afford to, because the competition wasn't as tight as it is now. I mean, look at this battle going on here. If you lose, 5 or 6 seconds extra in a pit stop through changing something, and it would be a bigger delay than that, you're going to lose so many positions. So now the attitude has changed very much to just manage the situation. You'll lose a bit of time in lap time, but we cannot afford to lose chunks of track position. That was a dangerous moment as the Rob Boston racing car got to the inside of the Team Viking and Ursus Capital car. Door-to-door contact on the pit straight.
Not sure what happened there on the exit of the final corner, because of course Team Viking Ursus Capital were battling with FFS through the final corner. Clearly got a poor exit there from getting closed up to the inside line, and the Rob Boston car said thank you very much, forced their way through, and very much did have to force their way through, didn't they? They've got the position though nonetheless, and Viking once again now trying to find a way through, losing that slipstream as they head on down to Island once more. They get sent to the outside line by the Rob Boston car, and they stick behind for now. They've got Race Logic in just behind them though, and there are your reigning champions as well, the number 1 of Team GRD. Whereabouts have they made it to? 17th place at the moment. Christabel behind the wheel for them, and I think it's just a case of settling into the stint, getting some good pace in and sticking in and amongst the pack, not losing too much to the leaders before handing over to the likes of Simon and Riley.
Yeah, this is a strategy that GRD often go for, don't they? They put Chris in first, knowing that he's a really safe pair of hands. He'll keep the car out of trouble generally. I hope I'm not putting the mockers on you there. I'm touching wood as I say this, Chris. But also that there's a chance of safety cars. The field stays more compressed in the first part of the race. He will lose less time, and then they stick Simon and Riley in deeper into the race. And by Chris's own admission, that's the strategy that they prefer to go for. Those drivers able to then really go on the attack in the second part of the race. Up and over Clay Hill we go. No change at the front of the field. Plenty of changes in the middle of the field. 553 is at the front of this group. That is the FNS Morpheus Motorsport car of Steve Walton. I hesitate to use the phrase cork in the bottle, but it's quite a queue of cars forming behind him.
It's a nice looking livery though. I'll have to give him that. It's very nice. But indeed, yeah, holding up the rest of the drivers behind, and that's causing them to get the elbows out and get proper scrappy here for position. It's all at the bottom end of the top 10 there. As you see, Axiometrics coming back on from the grass. What's happened to them? They were in the group ahead there, and they've dropped right back into this pack. Something's happened there at the final corner for Axiometrics, and they've lost, what, 6, 7, 8 positions from that.
Yeah, the tiniest little fumble, and that's what can happen, especially in the early stages. It might take them another 30 minutes or more now to regain all of that track position, if indeed they can do. And of course, they're now right into the middle of a squabble they'd have much rather not been a part of, I suspect. Race Logic there peeking to the inside of the Rob Boston racing car. The Race Logic car is started by David Denyer, and it was Will Blackwell Chambers, I believe, in that Rob Boston car in this opening stint. He's another then who's made some decent progress, as you would expect, really, from a man who has been a champion in MX-5 racing before, successful in both Mark 1 and Mark 3 Mazda MX-5s, as of course was Abby Eaton, who was a champion in the BRSCC's MX-5 Super Cup. Again, terrifyingly, more than a decade ago that now, I think. I want to say it was 2014 she wrapped up that championship, and she is still chasing after that track focus car ahead, although interestingly, fastest lap now lies with track focus. They've got that gap back out again.
Indeed, yeah, they've locked in, haven't they? And they've started putting in some great lap times, despite the slipstream that Abby will be getting in second place. Still, track focused, able to find that lap time. Very impressive, those two at the sharp end, already 8 seconds clear, as you mentioned. And that just shows as well how much the slipstream comes into play, because Ted got through to third pretty quickly, didn't he? But that gap not changing too much at the moment, remaining at about 8 seconds for the moment. I just wanted to touch on again with Axiometrics how that is going to have a sizable impact on the entirety of the rest of their race here. As you mentioned, not only the time that they've lost there from going off the circuit, but now the time they're going to lose being stuck in this very exciting battle here from about 6th place backwards. Of course, FFS have now gotten through on the 553. They move up into 6th place, but they're still being hounded by the drivers in behind. There goes Viking up the inside. Team Viking and Ursus Capital make the move on GCI Racing, and they now get a place once more as well. Rob Boston Racing and Race Logic now trying to make the exit as well, as Axiometrics nearly make it 2 from 2 there at the final corner, going very wide, but this time keeping it off the green stuff.
Well, this looks like the start of the race, doesn't it? This is 15 minutes in now to this opening round of the championship, and FFS go right round the outside. They just about kept within track limits, I think, and still their door handle to door handle down the hill. There is now contact, and that was Blackwell Chambers into the back of the FFS car, the Rob Boston Racing 252 car with a damaged front splitter. It's not come off completely, as we saw with the Demon Tweets car earlier on, but that will start to affect the aero. Has it damaged the FFS car? The FFS car slowing, that could have punctured the left rear tyre.
I think you might be right, yeah, clearly issues for FFS. That is such a shame. I'm not sure if that was a chop across from FFS or maybe a bit too much aggression there from the Rob Boston Racing car. Either way, there was contact, and it's all gone wrong for those two. Yeah, like you mentioned, not completely destroyed the front splitter, but that'll all be flapping around in the wind now. The wind might just rip that off itself, and again, will be hampering performance ever so slightly. But you can drive around those issues. It just makes it a lot more challenging, especially across a 40 or 50-minute stint. Drivers going to be coming in very sweaty, having to aggressively drive around those issues. But once again, the 553 back to the lead of this pack. It was FFS for a lap or so, but 553 retake 6th place. That is, of course, leading this pack. Uvio Hoffmans have scampered about 5 seconds up the road ahead of these, and I'm not sure if you noticed as well that Uvio also, they've seriously damaged their front splitter as well. That is actually sort of punctured in and hanging under the front, so they might need to be a little bit worried about the fact of it potentially dropping under the front wheels, and then of course that doesn't really help with steering or braking.
That's always the biggest risk really in Fun Cup, with starting deep in the pack. There you can see that little bit of damage to the right front corner of the Uvio car. Starting mid-pack, yes, you've got a lot of overtaking to do, but as we've documented, and as you're seeing, you can overtake in Fun Cup racing, even on a circuit like Oulton Park. It's more the drama and the chaos that you have to dodge in the midfield and how successfully you can dodge it. Look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars all in a line, and if you're in the middle of this battle pack, anything can happen, and it doesn't even have to be your mistake. The tiniest of knocks can do a lot of damage to your car and really affect the outcome of your race.
This is it, isn't it? Fun Cup is back, ladies and gentlemen, for 2026. 9 cars following line astern here, battling for 6th place. This is awesome. This is what we've been missing over the winter break. Of course, I'm always gutted I'm not out and involved in this battle, but I'll enjoy it from the sidelines nonetheless, as here goes Viking up the inside then into Ireland. They'll have the right line and look at Race Logic, looking to try their luck as well, and they will follow them through. Double overtake then for those two. They move on through to 6th and 7th place.
Yes, they do. Oh, that is FFS in the pit lane. What are they working on? It is the left rear, isn't it? Yeah, that's where I think the contact came from, and may well have punctured a tyre. That could either be the splitter from the Rob Boston car, or it could have pushed the rear bodywork of the 220 car in on the tyre. These are incredibly durable tyres that are more than capable of lasting the distance, but not if you do things like that. That's the Team Viking and Ursus Capital car rally crossing, and not to the eye, losing a lot of time.
Track limit warning. Well, he's kept the place nonetheless anyway. Basically just kept his foot in there, didn't he? Jumped over the bumps and back onto the black stuff he goes. Well, made the move nonetheless, and Race Logic continuing to follow, but yeah, just struggling to break away, aren't they? Whoever gets to the front of this pack just gets reeled back in, and they reshuffle themselves up yet again. Had seen in the background as well, half a lap or so ago, it was GRD, I nearly said Olympia there, GRD, trying to make the move on Axiometrics. They weren't able to do so. I think they've actually lost a place in all of that. Another team scampering on through. I think the Red River Sport it is, who's scythed on by. Yet another team that we're used to seeing at the front. Of course, Red River Sport getting the Masters Championship last year in 2025. They're back to try and defend that title.
And they really came on strong last year. We know that they've got a strong driver lineup. It's Bonamy Grimes, though, who's really improved, I think, over the last couple of years. Johnny Molam is Johnny Molam. He's always going to be rapid. But Bonamy Grimes able now to well and truly mix it with the front runners. This is absolutely sensational stuff. Viking with Ursus Capital were at the front of this group. It's now Race Logic who get through. David Denyer managing to make the move into Old Hall Corner, but then the Team Viking car comes back at him again on corner exit. They were side by side, Viking over the curb, and now that allows the FNS car to get back to the inside briefly. Wherever you look, there is action in this group of cars. No more action for now, though, for FNS. That contact did more damage than just a tyre.
Indeed, that's a real shame for FFS getting pushed back into the garage. Such a shame. We were singing their praises earlier on, weren't we? How well they did last year here at Oulton Park, but sadly, Lady Luck not striking again for them. Back into the pits very early for them. I will say as well, Viking have damaged that front wing from their off-track excursion a few moments ago, so that's hanging by a thread now as well. I've got to give a big shout out as well to Gary Bate in the Greenheath car. He's gone from 28th on the grid so far to P9 in this one, picking his way through this traffic well. Could he be the driver to finally get to the front and pull away from this group? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, not mentioned Gary really, or that Greenheath car so far. Very under the radar performance, but you're absolutely right. He's gained a huge amount of positions and isn't done yet, and he closes in now on the FNS Morpheus car. It's the white car with the green and black highlights we're talking about, as the teams watch on from within the pit lane, glued to the coverage, understandably, as they head through, the pack heads through Hislops and Knickerbrook for the 10th time. How are we only 9.5 laps into this race? We've packed a whole season's worth of action for some championships anyway into the opening 20 minutes of racing. At the head of the field, Track Focus lead now by 2.9 seconds, so they're very much broken the toe now, and Abby Eaton not able to go with them. Fastest lap though, Ted Bradbury. I wondered how long it would take me to say that. 1:59.7 was about a second and a half quicker than Eaton, so that gap is coming down. This gap couldn't be a lot less as Race Logic once again throw it up the inside of Team Viking into Lodge and regain the position.
Indeed they do, yeah. New leader of this back then. It's time for Race Logic to lead this one, but maybe not for too long. Here is FNS and Viking both try and get back in front as they head down to the first corner. Viking go to the outside line then as we look back ahead. There's a move for fourth place overall, that is. Uvia Hoffman's through into fourth place on seed data, and not only that, they've just grabbed the fastest lap for themselves as well, so don't count out Uvio in all of this as well. About 16 seconds then off of the race leaders at the moment. Well, we'll look back to this pack. Why not? Almost 3 wide down into Cascades as the Rod Buster racing car looks to thread the needle up the inside, can't quite do it, and might actually end up losing a position as another driver tries to go round the outside. That must be one of the fantastic fantastic new names, which I'm struggling now to see on the sheet. Tropical Rocket Racing, yes. I do believe it is, with some beautiful colours on the car as well as they continue side by side through Ireland.
Yes, Tropical Rocket Racing might be my favourite of
the
new team names, and a fitting livery as well for that team. They gain a position there at the Shell hairpin. Every time we look at this group, it seems there are more combatants in this battle, aren't there? We've got, about 11 cars, I think now, all in a long line. Race Logic at the head of it, but Greenheath, you're absolutely spot on. Gary Bate just picking his way through the order. There's been a bobble further back, though. This is the Tropical Rocket Racing car coming through. That is Josh Phelps at the wheel in the opening stint, and he's on the outside now of Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, who choose the best form of defence as being attack by throwing it back up the inside of FNS and actually gaining a place. Tropical Rocket Racing will lose a position to Will Blackwell Chambers, who might have that damage to the front of his Rob Boston racing car, but is not backing out of the battle.
Yeah, that bit of action between those three through the middle part of the circuit is exactly what Race Logic and Greenheath need. They might have just broken that toe, and they might just be able to press on here. They need to work together for the next couple of laps here to try and draw out a bit of a gap. I will say as well about Tropical Rocket Racing, I do believe they're our youngest pairing on the grid as well. I believe both of them are teenagers. I know that Neo Clark is 18. I couldn't quite find how old Josh Phelps is, but from looking at his picture, he looks like a teenager. So a very, very young pairing between these two, but they are certainly not lacking in talent, are they? They are getting properly stuck in, moving through the field very nicely. But this group, they don't want to leave each other alone, do they? They're enjoying this a bit too much here. 20 minutes through this race already. Greenheath looked to the inside line there, down through the first couple of corners. Not able to make the move just yet, though. Will they work together here? Let's wait and see.
No.
No, fair enough.
They won't.
Fair enough.
I've been asking that question for 13 years, and they never do. But they do seem to have forgotten that this is not for the lead, and that this is not the last lap. We've got over 3.5 hours of this left to go. So, yeah, there is an argument, I agree with you, to work together and try and gain a bit of track position. But in reality, that just never really seems to happen. FNS there looking to the inside into Ireland Ben. Bits of bodywork go flying, but they managed to get single file again before they turn in to that very, very quick left-hander.
You could probably build a whole Fun Cup car for the bodywork. On the side as well, spin out of our window and into the barriers. Barriers up Deer Leap there. We've just cut it onto the camera. There you go. Can't quite see who that is. A 248 is that?
It is,
JPR
yes.
for hire, then getting spun round there up Deer Leap. I think that must have been contact with the driver they were battling with. A very odd place to go off, and they have clattered into the wall there. Potential for a safety car if you can't get this one going.
Yes, I'd say so. I'd say that's going to be a safety car, most definitely. Shiv Sapra at the wheel of that car. That's the higher car as well for JPR. And unfortunately, it's found the barriers, as you say, in a very odd place on the right-hand side of the road, coming over Deer's Leap. We're hearing reports from our camera operator. It was something that broke in the rear suspension that spat that car across the road, which would make sense. So that car then being dealt with by the marshals. No safety car yet, but I would anticipate there's half a chance. The marshals are trying to push it out behind the barriers, but wait and see how successful they are in those attempts. The pack making their way down to that part of the circuit now, which of course is being monitored under double-waved yellow flags. There is that enormous battle pack of cars coming by. No overtaking for now, but as soon as they get to Old Hall Corner, it's game on. Who's going to pull out of the slipstream first and make a move? The Demon Tweaks car, I'd say, which is the other Demon Tweaks car, the one we haven't mentioned yet. That is the 207. At the wheel is Michael Lyons, and he is looking like he might want to try and make a move, as indeed does David Denyer to the inside. In fact, defending here, isn't he, from the Greenheath car?
Indeed, yeah, trying to keep Gary Bate behind for the moment. As like you mentioned, they've answered our question. No, they are not going to work together. They are going to continue squabbling over track position. As we heard in our ears, no contact at all in that incident. It was just a failure on the car, it sounds like, that's caused the contact with the barrier there. And a big shout out to the Orange Army, as always, getting on track immediately, getting it behind the barriers. We are still under yellow flags there. Up Deer Leap. Hopefully not for too much longer, though. Driver is up and out of the car, which is good to see as well. We look back to battles on circuit then. Still Race Logic ahead of Greenheath here in this battle for 6th. But given that they've been squabbling, look at that. Viking catching back up, and he's bringing the rest of them with him. He's made the same mistake again. Across the grass he goes. That's not going to be good for his splitter.
Yeah, you see, you damage that splitter, you lose front grip. You're more likely then to understeer off the road and do it again. I think he's got away without any further damage, but taking the scenic route through the Britain chicane, and that's contact Tropical Rocket Racing into the side of FNS, and GCI could be the big beneficiaries here. They pull up alongside the 157 car, no way through on the way into Knickerbrook Corner, and a slightly odd line actually on corner exit for Ian Wood. Means that he's now under threat, ironically, from Will Blackwell Chambers, who's coming up behind and looks to try and get the Rob Boston Racing car up an extra position. No dice into Druids. There is the number 1 car, the GRD machine of Chris Devell. Where's he up to now? 16th place. So again, staying out of trouble here is Chris, picking them off one by one as David Denyer backs the Race Logic car into Lodge Corner.
Yeah, a bit slidey there. Not the ideal line there for David Denyer, but either way he's caught it well. And Greenheath now have a good exit to try and think about a move here down into T1. Don't think they're quite close enough. Now Gary has to settle back in behind. I've just got a note from Jamie as well that the 220 FFS, that tyre issue happened before the contact with the Rob Boston Racing car. So the tyre had a failure, and then Rob Boston Racing hit them and caused the front splitter damage. So it was not caused by the contact from the driver behind. It all happened, and sadly Rob Boston Racing were caught out by the slowing driver ahead and lost that bit of front splitter. But luckily for them, hasn't hampered them too much. They're still very much involved with the scrap.
Yeah, I think I said Will Blackwell Chambers was further back in this group. This is, of course, Will Blackwell Chambers, isn't it, on the tail of the Viking car. There's another similarly liveried car in that group behind. Lots of white and blue cars, actually, which is going to be a challenge for us to follow over the course of the race as the Greenheath car of Gary Bate gets a bit sideways out of the Shell hairpin. We are 27.5 minutes into this season opener. We haven't yet really had a chance to pause for breath. The next battle we need to focus on, I think, is the one for second place. Abby Eaton about to potentially has been overtaken by Ted Bradbury, and just in the nick of time because the safety car is scrambled. This to deal with the stricken Shiv Sapra car exiting Lodge Corner. I had a feeling we would go safety car eventually. We are going to go safety car, and Ted Bradbury moves into second position, was 4.5 seconds behind the race leader. The safety car, of course, will change all of that.
Well, this is fantastic for those cars that were involved in that massive battle pack. They dropped a good 20-30 seconds off of your race leaders, and this is going to close them all back up once again. We're just over 10 minutes from the first pit window of the race. I don't think the safety car will be out long enough here to encroach into the first pit window, but we'll wait and see. Of course, drivers can pit under safety car here in Fun Cup. It's actually encouraged really to pit under safety car because you will gain a lot of time, and you will see that if there's a safety car out in a pit window, pretty much the entire field will come in at once, and that really makes it an interesting scene down in pit lane when you've got 29 cars pitting at once, all trying to do a driver change and even maybe put some fuel on board. It can get pretty chaotic down there, but we'll wait and see. Like we say, still 11 minutes until the potential of that happening, and I think it probably shouldn't take that long to get that car out of harm's way, but we'll wait and see. Anyway then, as we go into our first safety car period of the race, Track Focus still leading. They've been doing a great job at the sharp end, hadn't they? Looked as though they'd been caught by Abby Eaton in the Clapham North car early on, but then were just able to keep her at arm's length, putting in really good pace, gapped her by a few seconds by the end of that stint. That's just about Ted Bradbury getting past into P2.
Yes, well, Ted, I'm sure, will have eyes for the race lead here before too much longer. There goes the recovery vehicle exiting pit lane, so that's got to do basically a full lap in order to get round to Lodge Corner. They'll take it through the shortcut at Foster's, I'm sure, but it'll still be a couple of minutes before that gets there. Then a couple of minutes to load it, then maybe another minute to get it off the track. It could start to knock on the door of the pit window here before the track is clear and the safety car can come in. If it does, then Jamie Peters-Ennis is in either the best or the worst possible position to tell us what's going on down there, because he will suddenly be surrounded by Fun Cup cars, teams conducting driver changes. Speaking of Jamie, he is down in the pit lane with an update for us.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm down with Rob Boston, team owner of Rob Boston Racing. To say you've had a busy morning is a bit of an understatement, isn't it? First of all, welcome to Fun Cup. 169, we've had some challenges, but the car is now going well. Meanwhile, Will in 252, he's getting proper stuck in, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a shame. We're fastest in the qualifying this morning with the 169, and then at the end of quali we had a bit of an issue with the motor, and actually it broke down in the end. So unfortunately we've had to do an engine swap and make a pit lane start at the start of that race, and just missed the start. But yeah, Tom's making a great push on through, and now I think we've got a safety car, so it's going to bring him back into the pack. So afternoon's not over yet there, and yeah, Will's got punched off a little bit there, front splitter missing, some side contact with another car. So yeah, he's getting really. Yeah, his baptism of fire for his first race.
Has he said anything about the handling of the car? Especially, we understand it was the 220 car had an issue, and obviously it slowed. Will know where to go. It's just one of those unfortunate things. Yeah. You've been in that situation many times, so we know what it's like. But has Will said anything about the handling of the car?
Yeah, he's got the front right is actually catching a little bit. It's bothering him probably more. It's probably the noise is bothering him more than the actual handling, I would guess. But it's just an irritant, I'm sure. But yeah, if it gets any worse, we'll deal with it at the pit stop.
And you're hinting we might be seeing you out there at some point.
Maybe. I've seen enough to know that I quite like the looks of it, so I might have to dust the old racing boots off and have a go at some point, yeah.
All right, excellent stuff. Be good to see you out there, mate. Thanks a lot. That's Rob Boston, the owner of Rob Boston Racing. Right, let's pop down to Vape Club because somebody is having a birthday. Vlad Vasiliev is his birthday today, so let's pop down. Now, they're right down at the other end of the pit lane, so we're just having a quick one down here. I am obviously keeping eyes on what's happening on circuit with regarding the recovery. Yeah, it looks like the FFS car is just in the garage. Right, let me grab Vlad very quickly. Happy birthday. You kept that one quiet.
Well, I tried to, but everyone else spoiled it.
Ted's on a bit of a mission, 22nd to 3rd already. You've got one goal this year, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. We wanna win. We're here. Yeah, we've had I've had a few seasons in here now where we finished 4th, we finished 3rd last year. We're learning lots. We're developing as a team. We're both maturing in different ways, and yeah, we hope to be fighting for pole.
Silverstone last year, you got that breakthrough win. The team recognised that over the past couple of years, it was the pit stops that were sort of hampering you at some points. Yeah. You made some subtle changes that were barely noticeable, and then it all just clicked, didn't it?
Absolutely. It's all about consistency under pressure. There's a lot to think about when you're doing the pits. There's a lot of safety. You make sure not run people over. And over the years, the practice and just watching other teams and learning from them, we're slowly making progress. And thanks to EDF, obviously, for doing a fantastic job. Dave and Sean have been our number ones for a while, and we've got a really good system worked out.
And this year, it's looking like it's going to be one of the strongest ever seasons as well. It's not going to be easy out there, is it?
No, absolutely. Every year, I think, we're going to make progress, we're going to get further, but like I keep on saying, everyone else has got the same idea, and people put a lot of work in. There's some great talented drivers coming in from other formulas and championships, and it's fantastic to see the grid expanding and growing. It's great for the championship.
And most important question, mate, where's the cake?
I ate it all.
Oh, you silly boy. Right, enjoy. Thank you. That's Vlad Vasiliev of Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. Currently P3, and we're under safety car. So what I'll do is I'll hand back to Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, good to hear there from Vlad and Rob down in the pit lane. Vlad Vasiliev says that they're gunning for the championship. I'm inclined to agree with him that it's possible, looking at the pace that team really unlocked last year. Again, Ted Bradbury, it's never been a secret how quick he is. He was qualified on pole for his first ever car race when he moved up into Mazdas a couple of years ago in the MX-5 Championship, and was rapid in that from the very moment that he started in it. And again, came into Fun Cup and was immediately quick. Vlad Vasiliev, it took him a little bit longer to get there, but he is absolutely on the pace now, Vlad, and I expect when he gets into that car, he will be able to hold his own very much so. There is Ted Bradbury. Second position then for the 212 car, staring at the rear bodywork of the number 49 Track Focus car in the hands of Sean Cooper, but we're ticking ever closer to a pit window. We're 5 minutes and 15 seconds now away from the first pit window at 40 minutes in, and we still don't have that Shiv Sapra JPR hire car out of the way entirely. It's on the back of the flatbed truck, you can see there in the picture-in-picture, but I don't think that'll quite be out of the way by the end of this lap, which means we could have another lap behind the safety car, and then we start to knock on the door of the pit window. If you're new to Fun Cup, pit windows, wondering what we're talking about, well, you are limited on when you're allowed to come in and make your mandatory stops. In a 4-hour race such as this one, there are 5 mandatory pit stops that have to be made, and they must be made within the pit stop windows. They're 10 minutes long, the pit windows. They come every 40 minutes, and that is when you must come in and make your pit stop. It keeps the strategic element of the race a little bit tighter. It stops people getting massively out of sequence with each other. It means that when you see a battle on track, it is almost always a genuine battle for position, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, makes it very exciting with the pit windows. There's still lots of strategy to be played into with those pit windows. Of course, to explain as well, the drivers must see the pit window open board. So it doesn't matter if you've hit the correct time You've still got to see that board go around once, then they can come in. Then they've got that 10-minute window. They can see the pit lane close board once. They can then come in on that lap after seeing it. If they go around again, they'll be getting a big penalty. So they've got to make sure they're watching out for those boards. And of course, they've also got the pit to car radio. They'll be being talked to in their ears as well, being told when things are happening by the race director. Are we dropping behind the safety car? Nope, safety car still lights on. So Track Photos still leading us through then behind said safety car. I'm just going to mention as well, of course, happy birthday to Vlad. I'm eating some cake in the box for you, Vlad, to celebrate. And I was chatting earlier about how I had those issues down at Hislop's previous times here at Oulton Park. That was battling with Vlad. That was
really?
In my first ever race. That was so. Yeah, big shout out to you, Vlad. What a lovely bloke. Always had good battles with him, and always got out of the car, shook the hand, big smile on the face, lovely chap. So yeah, big shout out to Vlad. But looking like they are really pressing on towards the championship this year. Vlad's been continuing to get better and better, and bringing Ted in has really just revitalised the team. And I think has pushed Vlad as well to get even better as well, to try and get onto the pace of Ted. And it helps as well that he's able to see Ted's data.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly.
That helps.
So that's definitely helping, isn't it? Ted, of course, is a young up-and-coming driver, very, very quick behind the wheel, but not hugely experienced at having a less experienced teammate that he has to coach and guide. And so the more data they can have and share between each other, the more of that job sort of gets done for him, really.
Another point just about them as well, they've changed car for this season as well. They were using the 212, which used to be the purple Autotel car. They were using that for testing last year. Well, they decided to ditch the car that they were using for racing last year, and they moved to that testing car. So it is the 212 they're going to be using for the rest of the season.
Yes, which has been in the team for a number of years, I seem to recall, but as you said, not always a race car, more used for testing and, well, going very well. They had a new engine in it, actually, overnight after their original engine had issues yesterday, so the team had a really late night getting the car ready. They've got it out there. They weren't really sure, even after qualifying, how well it was going to run. Pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, looks all right, doesn't it? Yeah, clearly engine getting run in well. I guess they had qualified in an hour to try and bed it in and get it ready to go. Seemingly going very well. Well, it looks as though we've cleared the JPR for hire car. I think potentially this lap we might see those safety car lights go off, and still with about a minute and a half to spare before the pit window. So thought it could make it interesting, but actually I think it will be more interesting not having the safety car under this pit window, because now they're also bunched up. There's going to be a lot of strategy to play into this one, and of course no minimum pit stop time in Fun Cup. Let's see how fast the drivers and teams can get it done.
Well, they've got 80 seconds before that pit window board should be held over the pit wall. There's a chance here, isn't there, that the back half of the field might see the board this time. The front half of the field might have taken the restart already. That could also be interesting. That gives a major advantage to those further down the order. They can get themselves out of the traffic sooner, as long as they've definitely passed that board once.
This is difficult strategy, because although pitting early would get you out of the scrap and maybe get you into a bit of clear air, the other drivers are still in a big squabble. There's much more likelihood of another incident that causes another safety car, that then those other drivers can pit on the safety car, gain loads of time, and suddenly you've ruined your entire race strategy. So I think even though you might lose a bit of time being involved in the big battle pack, you want to stay in it here and wait to the end of the pit window and pit near the end. But we're hearing potential weather updates as well.
Yes, rain reported by our camera operators down at Knickerbrook, apparently, so we'll see if that comes to anything. There's blue sky off in the distance. I'm choosing to focus on that now. And indeed the race restart, which has already been conducted very effectively, I must say, by Track Focused. I'm looking out of the window as well. I think I can see the pit window board being held out, so I think the whole field are going to see it this time. They can't pit this time, but they can pit at the end of this lap should they wish to. Race back underway then. Safety car period number 1 is done with, and we have the field pouring through Old Hall Corner. There is rain on our commentary box windows, I noticed, so it's going to start getting a bit greasy out there over the next few minutes potentially. Down through Cascades we head, and the battle is the one for second place. Oddly, not really what we expected, but Ted Bradbury under a bit of a threat of the initial restart there from Abby Eaton, who has got Fabulous Randaccio, in fact, going to her inside as they head down the Lakeside Straight. So for third position, that is going to be Randaccio through in the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, and that car into a podium spot half a lap after the restart.
Should be surprised that UVO have been nice and aggressive on that race start. Through into third place they go then. I mean, Abby's trying to fight it there around the outside of Shell Oils, but can't quite do it. Will drop back into P4 then, but still sticking with these drivers will be impressive in and of itself. These are drivers with years and years of experience. Well, I say drivers, the UVO drivers have years and years of experience, don't they, here in the Fun Cup? Always ones to watch. You can never ever count them out, and they do like it here around Oulton Park. Always a good stomping ground for them. Let's see if they can close up to these top two. I'm really interested to see quite how much of a battle the Track Focus are going to put up here. How aggressive are they going to be in trying to keep Bradbury behind, or will they be a little bit more cautious, allow him by, and then try and stick in the toe? Let's wait and see.
I think I know the answer to that question, but we'll wait and see. Up towards Druids they go. Bradbury looked to me like he was pulling out of the slipstream, but isn't really close enough to do anything into the double apex right-hander. And so Bradbury stays behind Sean Cooper for now. Is Lodge where the move comes, though. He's tucked right into the slipstream, exiting Druids, had a good run off the corner. And is this where Bradbury makes his move to the inside? No, he is executing a little bit of patience, although nearly pushes Sean Cooper through the Lodge corner. But he's not going for just the first opportunity that presents itself, it would seem.
You can see the rain on the camera there down through the final corner now. We're starting to get a bit of a sprinkle here. This could throw the cat amongst the pigeons. And look at Fabulous Randaccio, how much he's gapped Abby Eaton there over, what was that, half a lap? As Axiometrics first to dive into the pit lane then. Axiometrics are in for their first pit stop of the race as the rain starts to tumble. Here comes Vacop round the outside at Cascades. What a beautiful move from Ted Bradbury, and he moves into the lead.
And that was all about momentum, wasn't it? He had the wide line, but could carry the speed through the corner better and takes the lead of the race. So it took them 18 laps and a corner to go from 22nd on the grid to the lead, and Ted Bradbury will be very, very thankful indeed now for that safety car period that allowed him to close up immediately onto the leader of the race. So Bradbury leads them, down to second for Cooper, third for Randaccio, fourth Abby Eaton, fifth look is Denyer now, up ahead of Seed Data. So Race Logic ahead of Seed Data by the time they reach the Shell hairpin. It's blazing sunshine at the top end of the circuit. To be fair, it's still quite bright over by the pits, but the rain is falling, and Sean Cooper may be getting caught out by that, bounces over the curb at Britons and loses touch a little bit more with the leader.
Yeah, this is going to change the grip ever so slightly. Drivers are going to be coming into each corner a little bit blind as to where they need to brake for each corner. We'll see who takes to it, pun intended, like a duck to water. Let's see how this plays out then. Of course, I already mentioned Axiometrics were in the pits, so were Team GRD as well. They had a really nice slick stop to GRD, as we would expect from your champions from last year. Of course, expected from them with that strategy for Devel to come in early on in the pit window and hand over to the next driver. I will say for Axiometrics though, not the most amazing pit stop I've ever seen. They were pretty slow with things, and there was no rushing to get the doors closed. It was very very leisurely, I think, for Axiometrics, so I'll be expecting a bit faster ones later on in the race for them. They lost a good 5 or 6 seconds, I think, at least, from that first pit stop.
Oh, Randaccio finding the rain at Lodge. It's quite heavy over at this end of the circuit now, and he nearly slipped off the road altogether. In fact, Bradbury, as the leader, almost did the same thing, and so Sean Cooper gets back alongside him now. The Vape Club car under threat for the lead. Cooper hangs on. Sorry, to the outside line, I should say. Bradbury hangs on to the lead, and he almost came a cropper then. There was some really heavy rain in the Lodge corner area just as the leaders arrived there, and that nearly caught a few of them out. Viking and Ursus Capital Racing are in. We've got a whole handful of the midfield runners actually coming into the pit lane. Fuel going into the Viking car, I noticed. They're one of the few that I've seen adding fuel.
They're blocked in at the moment by GCI, though. They are blocked in by GCI. If they have a quick stop here, they're going to struggle to get out of the box. The GCI are in. FNS were in ahead as well. The Morpheus car, and the same for Tropical Rocket Racing. They are in as well. A couple more drivers in as well. And there you go. See, GCI head out of the box. Viking behind them. FNS in front of both of them.
Yeah, FNS making some gains. There's the 99 car that we saw a lot of at the start of the race. The Letec car of Brian Heary and Shay Brennan. It's Brennan now at the wheel. Out of the pit lane go those 3 cars that John was just describing, having their pit stops. Then immediately the GCI car tries to make a move. Craig Butterworth pulls to the inside of the 553 and gets ahead of Greg Evans, who's just taking a corner or two longer to get up to speed. Viking and Ursus Capital, that is now Mark Home in the car. after their first driver change of the race, and he also picks up a place heading down the Lakeside Straight back towards the pointy end of the grid. There is the Race Logic car, Race Logic EDF to give it its full title now, and they're bottled in behind the Clapham North EDF number 146 car, so two EDF prepared cars doing battle ahead of Greenheath, who are now ahead of Seed Data. So Greenheath up into 6th position on that previous lap. They make their way around Druids Corner once again. The leader's already heading down towards Lodge, and Bradbury starting now to build a bit of a margin over Sean Cooper in second, Randaccio third, and then this battle going on for 4th place.
Indeed, yeah, the pits there, you just saw the experience there from Craig Butterworth, turning it straight on. That was something we really learned over our 2 years in the Fun Cup. You can't take a lap or so to settle into things and get yourself up to speed. You've got to be straight onto the pace, straight out of the pits. Otherwise, you're going to lose so much time on both the out lap and the in lap. And you've got to think you're doing that, 6 times during the race. That's a lot of time lost by the end of proceedings. So impressive to see that from Craig immediately taking a place. Now, funny enough, I was having a chat with Craig a month or so ago, because don't ask me how I got onto it, but I was having a look through a karting magazine from 1991 and found a very smiley young Craig Butterworth in his cadet kart, so which is good to see. But Craig's been racing for a number of years. Been racing, of course, a number of years in the Fun Cup as well, and champions previously as well. So still definitely ones to watch at GCI. Yeah, most definitely so. Their championship that they won a few years ago was really through consistency. They finished all of the races pretty much. They stayed out of trouble. That's always been the GCI way. They'll pick up a win here and there where they can. They always do go well here at Oulton Park, but all about consistency and just finishing the races with minimal drama. And that's going to be their plan of action, I'm sure, this afternoon as we continue to move through this pit window. The pit window closes after 10 minutes, so we're 2 minutes 50 away from that point. But again, a bit like when the pit window opens and you have to cross the line past the pit window open board once, you are then allowed to pass the pit window closed board once before you pit. So it's not uncommon to see people pitting two and a bit minutes into the next stint, so to speak. Don't worry, that is well within the rules, provided they don't go too much further. Leading group through Druids, top 4 cars there, all within a couple of seconds of each other still. Bradbury finding it difficult now, I think, to get away at the front because he is having to gauge the track conditions corner by corner. Yeah, I've been really impressed by the driving so far from Sean Cooper. Very much still sticking on the back of Ted Bradbury, as UVA Hoffmans and Clapham North, of course, not too far behind them as well. Here are Seed Data then in 5th place. Of course, your pole sitters for this race, which they were very happy about. In the briefing earlier on, as there goes Rob Boston Racing, one of their cars diving into pit lane, as I believe Abby Eaton also coming in as well. Yes, she is. So they've come in for their first pit stop as well. Let's see how quickly Clapham North can get their first ever pit stop done. It really is an art, these pit stops, to get one driver out, one driver in, and back out on circuit. I think the fastest times we ever really see are sort of 8 or 9 seconds, which is just crazy to even think about, isn't it? 8 seconds to get a driver out, a new driver in, fully belted up, and out of the pit box. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, it absolutely is. And watching teams like GRD, for example, they're sort of the masters of that, aren't they? Robos Racing, though, getting their cars out quite quickly as well. Both of them in sync, leave the pit lane and continue on their way. We're getting no more reports of rain, by the way, so that little shower's passed by and it's blue sky overhead once again as the race ticks towards the end of its opening hour. We are already flying through this one and we're still waiting for quite a lot of our leading contenders to come in and make their first pit stops of the race. Seed Data here battling with Race Logic. They're yet to stop, so this is now the battle for 4th position temporarily, with the Clapham North with the EDF Motorsport car having pitted just in front of them. And the 2 blue and white cars absolutely nose to tail. David Denyer struggling to find a way past the Seed Data car. These seem quite evenly matched, don't they? They do indeed. Yeah, these two continuing to follow nose to tail. Good to see Seed Data continuing on with their improvements as well. They continue to get better and better every season, which is great to see. The 2 drivers continuing to work together very nicely behind the wheel of the Seed Data car. Of course, Mike Deverden and Matt Hogg. Matt Hogg's still behind the wheel currently, but soon enough he'll be handing over to Mike. As there you go, pit window closed on the top of your screen. Of course, they can still see that board, but they do have to come in the next time around. So it'll only be a couple of minutes until we can see our proper order as FNS go round there. An odd place to go round. It looks as though maybe they've gone in 2 by 2 into there, run out of the space and lost the rear. Round they go. There was contact, I'm hearing in my ears, and quite a bit of damage to the front splitter there for the 553. We'll see if it can stay like that, it'll be fine, but we'll see whether it gets ripped off in the wind or not. Either way, it's already gone. It's already ripped off, as there it goes. They've lost a bit of time there, but to be honest, they've come out of that pretty scot-free, to be fair.
Yeah, that was an odd one. As you say, there was contact going into the corner and did a bit of damage to the right front corner. 210 are in. That is the Race Logic with EDF car. And Julian Thomas now will get into that car. Another rapid pit stop, as you'd expect for a driver lineup who have won championships before in Fun Cup. They come out right behind Track Focus. That's a significant time gain there between those two, or time loss for Track Focus maybe. I wonder whether they took fuel possibly in the 49 car. They're certainly not up to speed that quickly upon rejoining. Mike McCollum now in car 49 and loses a position to Race Logic. Right then, still waiting for a couple of people to pit, but we have had a pit stop for Abby Eaton, who's handed over now to George Grant. She is out down in the pit lane with Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Abby now. I brought the car in P3, but you said, although you caught Sean very quickly, car started to get a little bit hot, had to drop back, but then, as you know, if you lose the toe, it's tough out there, and also a little bit of sprinkle of rain as well.
Yeah, that spiced things up towards the end of my stint. I'm all for driving in the wet, so I was asking for more rain, really. Yeah, really enjoyed it. You know, my first Fun Cup start, so lots to think about, quirky little car to drive. Was pulling in the car in front, Sean, I think you said it was, and as soon as he got up behind him, car started getting hot, so dropped back a little bit of clear air through front of the car, and then I thought, well, I might as well just hang out here for as long as I can. Obviously a rocket ship that is Ted Bradbury's going to come through regardless, but yeah, I just enjoyed myself and got to do it all again soon.
And how have you found driving the cars? Because, I mean, you've driven more recently sort of GT style cars. These are very, very different, aren't they? And you've openly admitted lack of seat time that you've had, but great thing with Fun Cup is you get loads of it.
Yeah, exactly, and ultimately, you know, the full season is going to be a bit of a learning curve. You know, George, who my co-driver, he's new to this as well. Quite intense, as you can see with the pit stops. You know, it's quick as possible, so you know, lots to learn. But the car itself is a lot of fun to drive, and yeah, hopefully we can get some silverware through the year.
Fantastic, thanks, Abby.
Cool, thank you.
Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. Well, whilst we were hearing from Abby there, we had a couple of significant pit stops. These two cars both came in, so Ted Bradbury has now handed over the car that was leading the race, remember, to Vlad Vasiliev, and now it is Farkini into the Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport car, and he is immediately making his move. This could well be for the lead of the race once this all shakes out. He's to the inside line into Island Bend and does manage to go through, so Vlad Vasiliev just taking a moment or two to get up to speed, and again, that experience differential between the two of them. It is Farkini who's able to immediately get on it and make the decisive move.
Indeed, yeah, impressive stuff from Farkini. As we say, you've got to be straight on it out the pit lane, and Farkini's pretty good at that. Straight on it, straight up the inside, and straight into what we believe will be the effective lead of this race. So fair play to Uvio from, 20th on the grid start for them. Flying through, first stint, straight to the lead of the race. Exactly what we'd expect from previous champions here in the Fun Cup. Let's see if Vlad can just stay in the tow here, work with them. That's all he needs to do in this stint, is keep the car in a really good position as Ted is handed over to him in such a dominant position. Let's see what he can do here. Try and stick in the toe and put down some really good pace behind the wheel of that 212 car. Of course, the timing on your left-hand side of your screen hasn't updated just yet. I'm really interested to see where the likes of GRD, Greenheath, Race Logic, all the drivers that were involved in that big battle pack, where they're going to end up in terms of how far behind these two will they be once all is said and done in the pit stops.
Yeah, there's no one else around them, is there really? So they're clearly still in the lead. There you
go, GRD.
That's GRD, isn't it? Wow, so that early pit stop for GRD really paying dividends. They're up into third position now. It is the rapid Simon Rudd in the car, and he could be the man on the move now in this stint. This is one of the things I love about Fun Cup so much. We've just had the best part of an hour of some of the best side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel racing you'll ever see, constant swapping of positions, a number of lead changes. And now after the first round of pit stops, things spread out. Some people might be tempted into thinking, well, this is now going to be the quiet portion of the race. Well, no, because it's a whole different group of drivers in the cars now, and the ones at the front are not necessarily going to be the fastest. This could well now be one of the fastest cars on track, and Simon Rudd keen to try and prove a point here, I think, will definitely be eyeing up those two cars ahead of him. So, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport lead with Farkini now at the wheel. It was a 9/10 of a second margin over the 212 Vape Club with EDF car of Vlad Vasiliev. This car sits third now, having started 29th and last, Team GRD's Simon Rudd. Fourth position for Greenheath, continuing to just go about their business nice and quietly. Paul Turner now, veteran of Fun Cup Racing, is in that car. And Seed Data, number 214, complete the top 5. That car now driven by Mike Devlin. Just quickly get through the rest of the top 10. 6th position for the number 210, that's Race Logic. That car now being driven by Julian Thomas. 7th position for 49, that's Track Focus, the car that was leading, remember, just before the pit stops. Now with Mike McCollum in the car. 8th position for Red River Sport, number 200, that car now pedalled by Johnny Molam, another that we need to watch in this stint, definitely, with Johnny at the wheel. 9th for number 169, that's the Rob Boston Racing car of Sam Heading. From the pit lane, that car started, didn't it? They're into the top 10. Wow, that went under the radar. Great opening stint for Tom Leben to get into the top 10. And PLR Racing, Neil Plimmer now, the captain on board, is into the top 10 position. So, a lot to try and unpack after the opening hour of the race. Let's head down to the pit lane and hear once more from Jamie.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Lewis Thompson. The guys are just repairing the FFS car at the moment. But Lewis, it wasn't just a puncture. Do you want to explain sort of what happened?
Yeah, so Nick came over the radio about a lap before it happened, just said something's flapping about on the car, and then next thing you know, we're on the pit wall, don't really see anything. Next thing you know, there's just a big floor panel flies off, and unfortunately it's obviously took the compressor with it, so we lost all the gear. Well, we lost all the other gears. We were still in fourth. And then, yeah, we had a puncture as well, so obviously got it back into the pits and realised we're in a bit of trouble. So, but yeah, no, luckily we managed to find the old floor and we're putting it all back together, so fingers crossed we can get back out there to get some points.
And you're saying there was no contact with the Rob Boston car behind it, no?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'd have to go take away and have a look at the footage, but I think it was just probably a bit of debris coming off from our car. So yeah, obviously it's a shame. Obviously, it's it's damaged the splitter and potentially hurt the race a little bit, but at least it's still going. So they can still have a good go from there.
Yeah, because if you remember, you got your first ever podium, which was a win here in the sprint race. You guys were absolutely on it last year, but you said also it's just a selected campaign this year.
Yeah. I think we'll be back probably around Anglesey, Silverstone, and back here at the end of the year. Hopefully get one more in though. We'll just have to see it. It's busy calendar this year for Barry and Nick as well, teammates. They're both celebrating big birthdays, so they're enjoying it and living it to the fullest.
Excellent, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. Back to the box.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Well, such a shame that FFS have been taken out of contention in this one. The car's still in the pit lane. They are one of two cars not running. The other one, of course, the 248 JPR for hire car, which had its issues at the Lodge corner end of the circuit. Right, battle heading through the Britain chicane. Who have we got here? Tropical Rocket Racing are in this group, I can see. The car at the front of the group is actually the Demon Tweaks car, except no longer, because Tropical Rocket Racing are to the inside of them. That is now Neo Clark, the 18-year-old, I think you said, didn't you, who gains that position heading down into Hislops, gets himself ahead of the 207, being driven now by Mark Burton. And that Tropical Rocket car, that's a car we're going to talk about a fair bit this season, I think. I'm already seeing good things from them. Both drivers seem quite racy, and that car picking its way even further up the order now.
Indeed, of course. As you get older, you always start to lose a few tenths, don't you? So young drivers, we can expect them to be right on the pace and already making moves very nicely around the outside there. Lovely move from Chris Weatherall there in the Axiometrics car, pressing on through and looking to make up a few positions. It looks as though Demon Tweaks 2 here might drop to the back of this train. There's two more drivers trying to find their way through as we head down into the final corner. Late on the brakes there, making the move up the inside. Job done, and indeed second car does indeed look to follow through as well, so it will be Demon Tweaks 2 dropping to the back of this train as I'll continue on side by side with the 557 as they press on down to the first corner. Signature RV looking for that inside line and getting the move done under brakes. An odd one for FFS, I will say. I've never heard of that one, losing some of the floor. Never heard of that one in a Fun Cup car. What a shame for them.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that could happen if you rattle over a curb too hard, I guess. But then the cars are very well made and they're designed to be able to tolerate that sort of thing. So a very odd one indeed. Here comes Simon Rudd for second position to the inside of Vlad Vasiliev, and he makes the move stick down at Hislop. So that we sort of saw coming a little bit, didn't we? And he has been able to steal the position away. How far up the road is Farkini? Only about 2.5 seconds or so, I reckon. So Simon Rudd could yet get to the lead. He's been lapping quicker than Farkini. In fact, was 8/10 quicker than the leader last time by. And he's definitely going to be eyeing up the race lead as we move into now the second of the 4 hours. And Simon Rudd starting to march towards the front. There aren't many championships, one make championships certainly, where you can say that an hour into the race, the top 3 cars all started outside of the top 20. The Uvio car started, I think, 20th, didn't it? The Vape Club car 22nd, and of course that GRD car 29th and last. And here we are an hour later, and they're all in the conversation for the race lead.
Indeed, amazing to see your defending champions then up into second place. More impressively so that at the start of that lap, Simon was the best part of 2 seconds behind Vlad. He caught him and passed him, and then has gained that gap you can now see on your screen. What pace being shown here by Simon Rudd. Of course, he's very experienced behind the wheel of a Fun Cup car, and he's putting that to good work here as he looks to chase down their old rivals of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. We don't want a repeat of 2 years ago here at Oulton Park, do we? That was quite the squabble between the two of those. Given we're only at round 1, hopefully there'll be a little bit more room given between the two of them. But I do think it's only a matter of time here before Simon catches the back of the Uvio car.
Yes, I think you're right. The pace he's got is pretty incredible, isn't it? He was 1.8 seconds quicker than the leader last time, although the leader was stuck in a bit of traffic, I noticed. Maybe caught that car down at the Hislop's Knickerbrook area, which would not have been an easy pass to make. So I don't expect Simon to take the same sort of time out of Farkini this time by. You're absolutely right, they're two of the most experienced drivers on the grid, both champions in Fun Cup racing, and they both know a thing or two about how to win here at Oulton Park as well. The GRD car, though, through all of these new teams and new drivers coming in and potential race winners, potential champions, all of the conversations we've been having building up to the race, it is quite amusing, isn't it, that it's Uvio versus GRD for the lead again an hour into the race. I do still think there will be other people that get themselves into this battle before the checkered flag, but the cream always rises to the top and the experience always seems to count.
Indeed. Yeah, you mentioned about being winners at Oulton Park. The last 3 times that we've come to Oulton Park, the race has been won by Team GRD. Funny enough, the last time that Uvio won around here was back in 2022.
Wow.
It's quite some time since Uvio has stood on the top step, but saying that, they're always in and amongst it, aren't they? It's always a podium or somewhere close for Uvio around this kind of circuit, so maybe that stat not quite telling the full story, but you can see even visually how much Simon Rudd is closing in, and where will he think about this move then? Look at him weaving in behind Uvio, just being like, hello old friend, let's go into battle.
Yeah, had to think about it into Cascades. Wasn't quite close enough to do it there, but he'll pick up the slipstream now down Lakeside, and we know you can make the move into Island Bend. Does Farkini defend it? So no, to be fair, no he doesn't, and Simon Rudd will blast past down the straight and take over the race lead. So Simon Rudd then to the front and makes his way through. We have had 3 different leaders so far. He will become the 4th at the end of this lap. Track Focused, of course, led until lap 18. Then Vape Club have 5 laps in the lead. It was also a 5-lap leading stint for Uvio, but now it is GRD out in front, and we've seen this time and again, once they hit the front, it is not all that common that they end up losing that lead. We'll see whether or not they're able to hang on for the next nearly 3 hours of racing. I don't think they're going to have things all their own way. The gap, though, that these leading 3 have pulled over the rest of the field, that is what's going to work against everyone else, really, and certainly work in the favour of GRD and Uvio. There's no one else really queuing up behind to come and challenge, is there?
No, indeed, they are really pressing on at the sharp end of this race. And let's see through the rest of this stint as we move on to the second safety car window of the race, where these two seem to sort themselves out. Got to continue singing my praises to Greenheath as well. What a first stint it was from Gary Bate. He's handed over to Paul Turner, and Paul doing just as well. Now a good 6 seconds or so clear of Seed Data in 5th place, in a nice bit of no man's land in 4th there, leading the Masters class, of course. Now explaining that, GRD, as you can tell on the left-hand side of your screen, also in the Masters class, but because they're in the overall top 3, they won't be on the Masters class podium. It will only be from 4th place downwards, so because Greenheath are 4th, they are currently in the lead in the Masters. Hopefully that gives a good enough explanation for you. But then, as we head on to, what is it now, lap number 30 of this race, new race leaders of Team GRD lead us through. Now, UVO looking to just hold in the toe for the moment. As you can see, they're still with that bit of front splitter damage to contend with, but doesn't seem to be hampering them too much as we look now back to seed data. So this is your battle from 5th place backwards, and we've actually got quite a few drivers involved in this one, haven't we? We've got seed data, Rob Boston 2, Race Logic, Track Focused, Red River Sport, and GCI all nose to tail.
Yes, Johnny Molam now in that Red River Sport car in 9th position. I expect that to make some forward progress in this stint. GCI likewise. Actually, we saw Craig Butterworth was well and truly up for the fight when he started overtaking people almost before he'd left the pit lane at the beginning of his stint. Here comes Race Logic to the inside of Seed Data, and that is another place lost then for Seed Data. A couple of places lost, I think, over the last lap or so. Greenheath go through there in 4th, 5th then for the Rob Boston car, 6th Race Logic, and yes, 7th now for Seed Data, with Track Focused 8th, Red River Sport 9th, and GCI Racing at the back of that little group of cars in 10th position. Yes, they're just about on the back of the group, the black car with the red highlights, and all 6 of them absolutely nose to tail as they head over Hilltop and back down the other side. The Rob Boston 169 car, that is... who's in that car now? That is Sam Heading, isn't it? Yeah, that's a car that I think if they'd have started at the front of the grid would be having a very different race right now. Yes, they're into the top 5 now, but that is a potential race-winning car. I think if they can catch a safety car at the right time, Tom Leben and Sam Heading, both more than quick enough to take the fight to the likes of Bradbury and the UVO car and the GRD car at the front of the field.
Yeah, exactly. Their pace has been amazing. They can't feel too hard done by because they would have only started 21st.
True.
So starting with the bits hasn't hampered them too much, but they have been monstrously impressive, haven't they, across that first stint? And now Sam continuing on with that pace as well, moving now up into the top 5. And don't forget, like we mentioned, that is one of the brand new teams that are on for the potential prize. And don't forget, not only is it 10,000 for a race win, it's also 3,000 for second and 1,000 for third. So even if they can just get up 2 more places, there's a potential for a bit of money in their pockets post today.
Yeah, absolutely so. There goes Molan, by the way, to the inside of Mike McCollum in the Track Focus car. That's 8th position now for Red River Sport. And GCI Racing's Craig Butterworth thinks about it into Cascade, goes for it into Cascades, and Mike McCollum wanted to close the door, wanted to turn into the corner, couldn't quite do it, ends up on the dirty side of the road and nearly loses control. So it does in the end lose that position to the GCI Racing car. 11th, by the way, is about 8 seconds behind them. That's Neil Plimmer having a fairly anonymous race so far, PLR Racing. Tim Wheeldon started the car, and Neil Plimmer in it now. But again, their thing is always just consistency. They've got that brand new car for 2026. They're still probably bedding that in, and they'll be hoping that they have slightly better reliability, maybe, PLR Racing, than they've had over recent years. Hop over the curbs through Britain's. That's such a spectacular place to go and watch the cars. You can get really quite close to the track over there as well, and you can really see the punishment that the tyres and the suspension take.
Indeed, you've kind of got to weigh that up, haven't you? As there we see one of the cars in the pits. Sadly, who is that in the pits? It's a 248 JPL for hire, of course. They had that issue up through Deer Leap, didn't they, with a suspension issue, I think we believe it was, after all was said and done. But yes, as you were mentioning there, through that chicane, really difficult to try and work out, because the best line is right up and over the curb, but of course that is really hammering on the suspension and the front corner of the car, so you're flirting with death there. If you keep hitting that lap on lap, surely something is going to go wrong by the end of the race. So it's weighing up quite how much curb you want to take that keeps the car feeling in a good way, but also getting you more lap time. So you can see the drivers just trying to flirt with those boundaries and see quite how far that they can push it. And you'll see, as we saw earlier with the likes of Viking, going a little bit too far over the edge and onto the grass on the other side of things. As we look back to our race leader gap, still only 0.4 of a second, so UVO very much remaining in the tow, holding on to the back of GRD, but we keep our eyes focused on this battle. As we were singing the praises of Rod Boston too, they have driven away from these drivers, haven't they?
Yes, that's very impressive from Sam Heading. He just did a 2 minute 0.4. The only drivers quicker than him are the top two at the moment, as Johnny Boland there scythes through on the inside of Seed Data. Red River Sport then now into 7th position. Top two are in the sort of 59.3s, and then Sam Heading into the 2.0s, but with no slipstream or anything like that. That's just a genuine pace advantage that he seems to have over those around him. And his next target is the Greenheath car, 3.3 seconds on the road. Well, he was 1.4 seconds quicker than them last time by alone. And so I think that fourth position could be heading his way before too much longer. Down through the Britain chicane we head again. Race Logic, hop over the first curb, slightly more tentative over the second one this time. The car still rocks and bounces its way through, and then accelerates up and over Deers Leap and into the braking zone. Interesting point then that you make there about the lead gap still remaining at 0.3 of a second. Now, there have definitely been races in the past where GRD have caught Uvio, passed Uvio, and then distanced themselves from Uvio. That's not happening today, so Farkini really finding some good pace to stay within the slipstream and keep Simon Rudd honest.
Despite how quickly GRD caught up to them as well.
Exactly.
They caught up to them hand over fist, didn't they? But now that Uvio are in the slipstream, sitting in there well, putting in some really nice pace, keeping with the leaders. And Vape Club have now dropped over 10 seconds off of the back of these two leaders. And really, we need a safety car to bring them all together again, I think. Well, let's wait and see. 2 hours and 49 still left to go in this race as we do look back to Team GRD and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport still leading the way. So try and scroll all the way down. 2 hours and 40 minutes will be our next pit window. So 9 minutes to wait then until the pit window board opens, and then we will see how long it takes for drivers to peel into the pit lane. I think likely we will see the likes of GRD, Uvio, Vape Club all leaving it right to the end of the window. Firstly, waiting for that safety car, but for the likes of Vape Club will likely see come in early, because of course Vlad will want to switch out and get Ted straight back in that car. But on opposing strategies, GRD, Uvio, likes of Greenheath probably will leave it late, as that's a wide moment for Clapham North, that is there, down to the bottom section of the circuit through Druids, off wide, but has done pretty well to keep it up the barriers.
Yeah, George Grant that was then in the Clapham North liveried car, having a bit of a altercation with the gravel trap, but as you said, did well to get the car going. It has damaged that front splitter again, but sort of par for the course really around here at Oulton Park. It's not uncommon to see cars walking wounded. If you go off here, there is no tarmac runoff area. There's a curb, there's grass, there's gravel, and then there's a wall. So very unlikely you'll come out of it undamaged.
A proper racetrack.
Exactly.
A proper racetrack. And yeah, as we mentioned earlier, splitters don't like gravel. So as soon as the Clapham North car went off there, it was inevitable that front wing was going to be destroyed. And yeah, splitter pretty much gone then on the Clapham North quad, sadly. So that's going to make it even more of a challenge to drive for the driver behind the wheel. A shame. As we look forward, look how close we are between the race leaders as they get past the back marker. Uvio to the outside line then as we head down into Lodge. Not able to make the move, but hey, I wasn't expecting this. I don't know about you, Andy.
No, and that sounds like we're doing a disservice to Farkini. We know how quick he is, but just, beating that GRD car has been almost impossible of late. And Uvio will be absolutely delighted with the pace they're getting out of this car. There were a couple of races last year where it almost looked like the Uvio car just didn't have the raw speed in it. It wasn't the drivers necessarily that I felt were off the pace, but just the car didn't seem quite as quick as it had been in the past. But they've clearly refreshed it over the winter. The drivers have come back refreshed and ready for the fight, and Farkini is now starting to engage in battle with Simon Rudd. He'll get the slipstream down the lakeside straight, not quite close enough to overtake into Ireland this time, but signalling his intent there, wasn't he?
He was indeed. Yeah, there were a couple of races last year, weren't they, where I think Uvio, but they were in the worst possible position of, we can't find the pace and we don't know why. We cannot work out why we can't find the pace from the car. And then we go to another track and it's seemingly fine. And then we go back to another track and again we're off the pace and we can't work it out. Well, it seems as though whatever it was, they fixed it and they are still right on the back of GRD. As you were mentioning there, double yellow flags. Who's pulled over to the side there?
That's Johnny Molam, I'm afraid, in the Red River Sport car that had been carving its way up the order. Now that will be a safety car, no doubt about it. It's just a case of when they time that safety car. John's rubbing his hands with glee next to me because we are, 6.25 minutes away from the next pit window. There is the Johnny Molam car. It is going nowhere. Now, the reason I say that will be a safety car, you might be thinking it's not in a particularly dangerous position. They could push the car behind the barrier and make it absolutely safe to keep racing. And yes, you're right, but it's always been the Fun Cup philosophy that if you stop out on track and the car is recoverable, we will get you recovered back to the pits because everyone's paid their money to be here. One of the great things about this championship is the amount of track time you get, and if that means throwing a safety car to get you back to the pits and get the car back out there, we will, and that's exactly what happens. The safety car is out for the second time, 2 times within the first hour and a quarter. The average here at Oulton Park, I hear you all asking, is, or 2 of you who are still listening to me when I start talking about stats, is 3 safety cars per race. On average, the first one comes out 18 laps in. Well, safety car 1 was 14 laps in today. That was pretty much on trend. So we'll see if the trends continue. This could be safety car number 2 of 3. We have had 8 or 9 safety cars before, though, in a 4-hour race here at Oulton Park. It could be one of those days, couldn't it? Safety car out, then it picks up the race leader, and there's more news from the pit lane.
Thanks, Andy. I'm down with Simon Lidson, who's did the first stint in the 171 Oddberry's Motorsport, fuelled by data. Currently sitting 24th. Anton's out there at the moment, just staying out of trouble and just bringing the car back. That's all that matters, isn't it, today?
That's what we're hoping. So I hope he brings it in one piece. He's been giving it a couple of kisses earlier in the test session, but I think he's going to do fine. He's very stable at the moment, so that's good. But I'm going to pick up some good pace when I get out there.
Because it's now your car.
It's now my car, and I got myself refurbished a full car. So this is the first race. So today is a little bit the maiden. So we are like taking it, feeling it in a little bit, and testing everything. So we're learning a lot today.
And speaking of learning a lot, you've got quite an exciting announcement coming potentially for the future.
Yeah, no, we are launching a platform that is going to help us visualize better how the race is going, to get the pit wall a little bit better information, especially during the race after the pit stops and so on. And we're putting a lot of AI in it and stuff like that. So we are currently like having conversations with Motorsport UK and stuff like that to ensure that we are not infringing on any rules and whatnot. Otherwise, it's going to be great even in coaching. So it's called RaceFeed AI.
And plan for this year, I understand it's not the full season, but you're going to potentially miss a couple of rounds?
Things are changing quite quickly at the moment. So I did sign up, I think it was for 4 races, but now everything is leaning towards that I might miss 1 race this year, but then do the rest. So let's see.
All right, fantastic. Well, it's great to have you back, and enjoy your new toy.
Thank you so much, very much. Thank you.
Fantastic. Back to Andy and John.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. You've got 3.5 minutes of relative calm down there. Then you'll be struggling to catch your breath, as I am indeed, because you're going to have a whole field of Fun Cup cars descending upon the pit lane, I think, in a couple of minutes' time, or a couple of laps' time anyway. Best to find yourself a safe place on the pit wall, I think, Jamie. It's not his first rodeo, he's been down there before when this has happened, but this close to a pit window, John, I'd be shocked if we go racing before we get some pit stops.
100%, we're going to go into the pit window here. Teams will see the board. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think we're quite going to get around in time, are we? Oh, look at V-Box. One of their side panels has come off on the V-Box car. Sorry, the Race Logic, I should call it. I know it's got the V-Box branding over the side. The Race Logic car there has lost one of the sort of side doors there to the engine bay, so that will more than likely probably be ripped off if they can't get it fixed back on in said pit stop. But yeah, this is really where the nerves come in for the whole team now, because this is pressure, absolute panic stations in pit lane. The drivers will know, right, we're going to have to come in here. This is going to be such a busy pit lane. And there's so many little extra things you have to think about. The one main thing being is take a more aggressive line into your pit box so that you can then face more sort of out of the pit box rather than straight down the pit lane. Because that'll mean if someone ends up going in front of you and blocking your line, you can still get around them and get into the fast lane of pit lane and you're not stuck. I had one time where we pitted in, someone came in and blocked my route, and I then had to thread the needle up the inside of the car, undertake them, and then dive into the fast lane. People are jumping out of the way, left, right and centre. It can really get busy down there, and it is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's see how we go to this. Let's see what team is able to come out ahead. This is going to be very exciting. I will just say as well, this has been hugely beneficial for Vape Club with EDF. They dropped over 16 seconds off of the back of GRD and UV Hoffman's. They've now closed right back up to the back of them here as we go into the second pit stop window of this race. We're expecting GRD to be quick. We're expecting UV Hoffman's to be quick. Let's see, 1, who makes it out first out of those 2, and 2, if any other teams can get involved as well with a very slick stop.
Yeah, indeed so. So next time by, the pit lane window will be open. The time after that, they can come in and pit. So, I don't know, we are still probably 9 minutes or so away from cars actually being able to pit, there is a possibility, you know, that we could go racing that time. We'll wait and see. The marshals will already have the car prepared for recovery. We're just going to get the recovery vehicle over there and then set to work getting it out of the way. There is Fabulous Randaccio, who has ditched the Spider-Man helmet I noticed that he had a few years ago for retro-inspired helmet, shall we say, and with not exactly the same sponsor name that would have originally been found on there. Fabulous and Farkini. When I say there are great characters in this paddock, I'm really largely thinking of those two. It wouldn't be quite the same without their antics, would it?
It wouldn't. They're top lads. They're really good fun, but they don't half give it out on the racetrack, do they? They race aggressively, but they're lovely blokes as well. Yeah, we can't really say the sponsor on the side of the helmet. I've also noticed that Farkini has lost his last name as well. Have you noticed that as well? Yeah, I think we'd aired on calling him just Farkini anyway, haven't we?
Yes.
So I'm glad that's official now. Well, anyway, safety car board, pit window, open board now out. But as you mentioned a second ago, drivers have got to see it and then carry on round. So let's wait and see how this one plays out. Of course, I had assumed we were waiting for the big truck to get the car up on the back of it, but no, they've managed to attach a rope to the front of the car, and they've been dragging it back to the pit lane, which leads me to believe it'll happen a little bit quicker and maybe will avoid the chaos of the pit lane. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, well, I think one more lap. I think it's going to be very similar to what we had last time. I think we'll get one more lap. The difference here being you can potentially pit as the safety car comes in. Follow the safety car in, get yourself out of the pack, try and do a little bit of a GRD and get some clean air. No, safety car lights are out. We're going racing this time. So they can't pit yet. They haven't yet seen the board. It will be next time by that the pit lane window is properly open. And it's going to be quite a short window as well because we've lost a minute of it already and they haven't even seen the board. Off goes Simon Rudd. Not off the track, but onto the loud pedal. A very late decision there for the safety car seemingly to come in, but in it came. And Simon Rudd gets the race back underway then with Farkini right in his wheel tracks. Then a couple of lapped cars before you get to the Vape Club car, which is under threat. Look, that was the Greenheath car, I think, trying to get to the inside and did get past. They're leaning on each other. They're still side by side, actually. But Vlad Vasiliev, I think, will lose out there for the to the 14 car of Greenheath. That's the Paul Turner machine. Did Paul get through? Well, check in on that in a moment. I suspect he probably did. Leaders, meanwhile, pretty much together as they head down the Lakeside Straight and in towards Ireland Bend through the left-hander. And Farkini keeping well and truly in touch with the race-leading car.
No, they didn't get through. Look, Greenheath have actually dropped back in all of that, so clearly they've been leading on each other aggressively down through Cascades, and a bit of time lost then for Paul Turner in the Greenheath car, so that means Vlad Vasiliev holds on, and now under pressure from the Rod Boston car, isn't it? So Rod Boston moving through well. Hey, they're still potentially on for some prize money at the end of this one, and they are getting stuck in. But you saw there how much Vape Club were hampered by the back markers on that race start. They weren't quite as switched on. They weren't ready for the launch that we knew was going to be inevitable there from GRD. They weren't ready for it, and they got left in the dust, and that meant Vape Club had to sit in behind. They're not able to overtake until they get to the timing line. They had to wait, and thus lost a good few seconds there on that jump alone. Look how close our two race leaders are.
That was almost tapping Morse code onto the back of the GRD car then from Farkini. They were one Fun Cup car as they went through Knickerbrook Corner, and in the background I think Sam Heading has possibly moved into third position now for the Rob Boston Racing squad. We'll double check that in a moment or two. Leaders underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge head towards Lodge Corner. Yes, it is the Rob Boston car into third now, so Sam Heading then charging through the order. The leaders though as one turn into Lodge. Does anyone bail for the pit lane this time? I'd be surprised if the leading two do, and indeed they have chosen to stay out. If you're in this pack of cars though and you feel you've got a teammate who's got some pace in them, wouldn't be a bad idea to get out of the group. None of the front runners doing that though.
Really positive for Rob Boston Racing that those two back markers have gone straight into the pit lane. That leaves clear air for Sam Heading to look to try and chase down GRD and UVA Hopman's Motorsport as well now. Quite a few teams diving into pit lane. We must have 5 of them. Demon Tweaks are in, Axiometrics in, a few more cars as well, but these two very much still keeping us on our toes, and very much Farkini keeping Simon on his toes as well. Simon continuing to lead this race, but still having his work cut out for him to keep UVA Hopman's Motorsport behind. Well, as we go on to this lap then, 5 seconds between GRD and Rob Boston 2. Let's see how that changes over the next few laps.
Yeah, what Sam Heading in third place really wants to see is these two battling, and that is sort of what they're doing, isn't it, really? They've been holding each other up ever so slightly. There is Heading in third with the GCI car now, I think, into fourth position, isn't it? Yeah, so GCI fourth ahead of Vape Club. Club.
No, Greenheath.
Greenheath,
Yep.
sorry, yes. So the Vape Club car dropping down even further. So 14 then gains another position on this racing, which every time we cut to Greenheath, they seem to be overtaking someone. They've gained another place as the lead almost looked like it was going to change hands into his lot, but still no way through for Farkini.
Not quite. I got a bit excited there. That was a lot of tyre squealing, wasn't it? We just heard in our ears. Looks as though everyone's kept it on the circuit. It seems as though anyway. But yeah, sadly, Vlad just dropping back here into the pack. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't pit immediately at the opening of the pit window. Anyway, Vlad getting stuck in, losing a couple of places, but not too much time. And that is the main thing. We've still got 2.5 hours of this race to go, ladies and gentlemen. How are we already an hour and a half into this race, Andy? I do not know. It has been exciting from the start as these drivers continue to battle on then. As we mentioned, it was just over 5 seconds between GRD and Rob Boston 2. Let's see what it is as they now come across the line in a few moments' time. So they're followed by GCI then, Greenheath, Vape Club, then Race Logic getting involved. There's Viking with Ursus Capital up the inside of Seed Data. Move made. They're through into 8th place now. And then also the Track Focus car not too far behind this battle as well. There they are closing in as well as we now head on to, what is it, lap number 39 of this race. And gap, despite GRD and Uvio being all over each other, has increased by half a second.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So they've got pace over Sam at the moment, but I do think that Rob Boston racing car is going to be one to watch for. Tom Leben will get back in at the next round of pit stops. We didn't really see what he could do in that first stint, just because we weren't really focused on that car. We will be in stint number 3, though, I'm sure. Here comes Julian Thomas, meanwhile, to the inside of Vlad Vasiliev, who's still has not pitted, and again I'm a bit surprised at this. He was stuck in traffic. He looked like maybe some of those around him were a little bit quicker, and you've got Ted Bradbury, who I'm sure is helmeted up and ready to go in the pit lane, but they're giving Vlad as much track time as possible. He won't learn, of course, won't get any better in these situations unless he's out there battling with these sort of more experienced drivers, and he is certainly going to be learning a lot in this part of the race. Bradbury, though, I'm sure will be in that car before too much longer.
Indeed, yep. Lots of learning for Vlad.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself here. I'm wondering whether I missed this on the sheet in front of me, but Jamie tells me Vlad is double stinting anyway, so I don't know if that was always the plan. That's why he's staying out. Vlad Vasiliev was going to double stint, apparently.
Oh, yeah, I can see on our sheet, look, it says 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, so we've missed 2. That's why we've gotten confused there. So that makes sense then. Right, okay, understood. So, okay, continuing on. Right, we'll try and get it right in the box then as we continue to move on with this race. And still as they were then continuing to battle on in this battle pack. Still, what is it, just over 3 minutes of this second pit window still left to come, and let's see when the drivers dive in how that reshuffles up the order. Here then, Rob Boston Racing still leading that secondary pack, then from 3rd place backwards. So at the moment anyway, they are currently sat in a position where a bit of prize money is on offer, but plenty of time still to come in this race, and there you go. Into pits comes the Vape Club car, following in Greenheath, and they also followed in another car as well. It was the Rob Boston Racing car.
Yes, so I'm looking out of the window, fuel going into the Rob Boston and the Greenheath car. Rob Boston even have nice snazzy white fuel churns, I noticed, with I guess some sort of Rob Boston branding on it. I don't see, no, there is fuel going into the, it's on screen, there we go. Look at the pictures, Andy. Fuel going into the 212 car, and Vlad Vasiliev, as we know, staying in the car, except you don't stay in the car. Even if you're double stinting, you have to get out, get back in again to replicate a driver change. Also, you can't be in the car when you're refueling anyway, for safety reasons. So they've done the refueling, Vlad gets back in, and he will now do a double stint, and that then will release Ted Bradbury to get in at the next stint. Dramas, they can't fire the car up. Now it goes. That will have cost them a second or so.
Yeah, that was a good 4 or 5 seconds, I think, lost there. It took a long time to get that car restarted. They have got out ahead of Greenheath, though. I think Rob Boston got out... no, they were actually further behind. So despite those issues in getting out of the pits for Vape Club, they've still gained a position out of it and a good bit of time as well. So that just shows the slickness of the pit stop, despite issues after it, still coming out ahead of those 2 drivers. So fair play to them. Also wanted to mention as well, as we cut back to this very big battle pack once again, Race Logic are involved in this one. I noticed they haven't pitted yet, but they have lost that cover to the engine, so clearly the wind has decided to rip that one off, and thank goodness that'll be a headache that they no longer have to deal with, and probably a bit of extra engine cooling as well.
Yep, that's not a bad thing. It's not a warm day today, but when you're running this close to other cars, you can start overheating the engine quite quickly, can't you?
Abby Eaton was saying that earlier, wasn't she?
Yeah, there we go. So, see, I do listen sometimes. Yeah, this is something that they hopefully won't have to worry about quite as much now. Gap at the front of the field is still only a quarter of a second. In fact, it's maybe less than that as they come across the line now. This battle's still raging on behind, though, amongst drivers who have yet to make their second stop. Race Logic are coming in this time. Potentially a couple more from that group. Yes, they are, including the Tropical Rocket Racing car, I noticed. Neo Clark to hand over to Josh Phelps. There are the leaders, absolutely together still. GRD ahead of Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. They are 8.5 seconds clear now of GCI Racing because, of course, we've had a couple of cars pit from that next little group. See Data are fourth, Viking will now be fifth, and the pit window is closed. So next time by will be the last opportunity for some of them to pit. Those who, of course, haven't seen the pit window close board yet, though, they can do another lap.
Indeed, yeah, they can still finish this lap, come the two leaders, see the board, go around again, and then come in. It will be really interesting to see, though, once again, if they both come in at the same time. It'll be the battle of the teams once more as to who can get out of the box quicker, as using loads of curb there with Uvio Hoffmann's, weren't they? Straight up and over, clobbering that left side of the car. Not really sympathetic mechanically, but maybe finds a bit of lap time nonetheless, as it's great to see these two sticking nose to tail. If this continues on, those last 10, 20, 30 minutes of the race, if they're still like this, are going to be nail-biting stuff. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I know it's 2.5 hours of your life, but honestly, it will benefit your life. It's going to be super, super exciting, and don't count out the rest of the teams ever so slightly further down the order as well, as we've finalised these last pit stops of the second window, and we finalise what the order's looking like through into the third stint of the race. And of course, once again, for a lot of teams, it'll be brand new drivers. For some of them, they've only got two of them, so it will still be a repeat of another driver. But again, a lot of the field will be brand new drivers to the circuit who need to get up to pace quickly once again.
Interestingly, though, GRD are sticking Chris Devell back in for the next stint. In come Uvio, so this is Farchini to hand over to Fabulous Randaccio, but GRD are going to put Chris Devell back in for his second and final stint of the race. So Simon Rudd will get out, Chris Devell will get in, and then Simon and Riley will do the entire second half of the race between themselves. We've seen them use that strategy to great effect before as well, because by the time they pit, realistically, there's going to be 25 minutes left of this third stint of the race, so Chris could do 25 minutes, come in, and that's his driving done for the afternoon. I don't think that's a bad strategy at all.
Yep, exactly. No, fantastic strategy from them. Should play out very nicely. I think we will assume that the outlap from Uvio Hoffmann's will probably be a little bit quicker than the outlap from GRD, so we'll see more than likely that they will jump ahead in this pit stop, but let's wait and see whether that does happen. You never know what could go wrong. Of course, we saw only a few moments ago for the Vape Club car having trouble getting the car away, because occasionally it just simply won't start after you turn the engine off, because even if you're not refueling, it's full engine off procedures, then hop out the car, new driver in, fire it back up, and sometimes it just doesn't want to go. Uvio, though, have not had those issues. They head straight back out onto the circuit, as we just spotted as well, Vape Club into the pits.
Again, though, right? That's into the garage. Yes. That's going into the garage. So this is the Vlad Vasiliev car into the garage. I thought they'd made their stop, because remember we saw Vlad double stint. He got out of the car and back in. They'd fueled it up, but now it's into the garage. So Jamie will hopefully be marching his way down there. That is major drama for a potential race-winning car. And Vlad Vasiliev has to bring the car into the attention of the team.
Yeah, I can see Jamie running on down. Oh, car straight back out. Straight back out of the garage has come the car. So whatever it was, it's been a quick fix. They're straight back out, back onto the circuit. So a bit of time lost, but whatever it was, clearly not a difficult fix. Odd, though, that it would be something so quickly fixed that Ted would feel the need to come into the box there. There's either been some miscommunication, or Ted has thought it's something, but it's actually been something else. Very odd there. Either way, here come your race leaders into pits.
Yeah, I'm racking my brains as to what that could have been, but an issue that maybe resolved itself as he came in, I'm not really sure. But anyway, Vlad Vasiliev, who remember stayed in the car, is back out on track. Leader is in, so is GCI. We're going to see everyone in this time, aren't we? As the pit window has closed. That is Simon Rudd sauntering away from the car, not looking at all like he's just been busy behind the wheel for over 40 minutes. There is, I guess, fuel going into the GRD car. Couldn't quite see from there. Most teams, yes, get the thumbs up from John, who's got a better view than me. Most teams will put fuel in every other stop. That's sort of the typical strategy here at Oulton Park. Depending on safety cars, you could sometimes see some variety. Where then is the Uvio car, because we know the Uvio car pitted a lap earlier. There goes the GRD car. no sign of Uvio out of the window. And look, you can see there on the screen, the Uvio car is only now coming out of Lodge Corner. So GRD somewhere found a massive advantage. They definitely took a churn of fuel. So I wonder whether maybe Uvio double fueled to try and get longer into the race before they have to fuel again, knowing, John, that they should have a pace advantage in this stint anyway.
Yes, very true. Very good point there. I think that would be a great strategic play then from Uvio Hoppens Motorsport if that is a double stint. Good to see. The JPR hire car is coming out of the garage, so they are about to rejoin the race, which is great to see. The 248 then out of the garage, back onto circuit. Of course, they're going to be a few laps down, but either way, they can get some good time under their belt in the hot seat. And press on, learn lots, hopefully for future races that they do get involved in. Side by side there across the front strap, just seen out of the window between the Clapham North car and the 200 of Red River Sport, which of course good to see them back out on circuit as well, because they were the drivers who caused the previous yellow flag. So clearly whatever issue was with the 200 as well, not too much of a difficult fix. They've done that within about 10 or 15 minutes. So again, another car, Red River Sport, has lost a bit of lap time, lost a bit of laps in terms of their overall, but getting back out on circuit well and getting straight back onto pace, which is good to see. 2 hours and 25 minutes still left of this race then, ladies and gentlemen. But as you say, GRD with quite the sizable lead. Let's see what the pace difference is looking like between Chris Devell and the driver of Uvio, who has jumped in now behind the wheel. Is it Fabulous once again?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, it is. Fabulous Randaccio. Throttle cable issue for Red River Sport, by the way, Jamie reports. He also reports that the 212 car, they couldn't get the fuel in on the pit stop, so they had to take it into the garage and try again, I think is what he's telling me. Hopefully we'll get an update from the team at some point. I think I can see Ted is down there. That might even be Jamie standing next to him, so we might have an update from the team before too much longer. But yeah, that is hopefully not something that's going to occur at every refueling stop. It was an issue with the dump churn, we are told, so not necessarily the internal fueling system in the car, but potentially the fuel churn itself. So drama then for them. Great stint for GRD though, and they have had an amazing pit stop as well. Maybe some strategic games going on. There's a car in the gravel at Druids, and they're going to dig their way out. Who was that? That was, I think, the Lee-Tech car, wasn't it? 99?
Yes.
Sliding his way back on. Yes, it is. That is Brian Heary in for the second time, and well, it's not often you go off at high speed at Druids and don't hit something. That was a very lucky escape.
I can't believe he didn't go into the barrier there. I thought that was inevitable. Axiometrics are into the pits again. A shame for Axiometrics. This is an extra stop I don't think they were expecting to be doing here. The pit window is not open. But Lee-Tech there, whew, sigh of relief for them. My goodness, that was a fast off, like you were saying. Fast exit stage left there. They've done very well to keep that out of the barriers and continue on with the race.
And I think I know why, because it's just started raining again. Now, we were told, weren't we, by one of our regular photographers here at Oulton Park a few minutes ago, there was rain forecast for 2:30. It is 2:28 now, so I'd say that arrived pretty much on schedule, and that might now start to catch some people out. Right, down in the pit lane, Jamie, I think, is at Rob Boston Racing.
I am, Andy. Bumped into Will Blackwell-Chambers and James Riley, who are making their debut in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship as the Axiometric car leaves after an unscheduled pit stop. Will, first of all, welcome. To say your first stint was busy was a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, there were some small gaps. He went forward a bit. I think we started 13th, came in 7th, so really nice progress through the field. They don't leave much space out there. Had a little bit of door-to-door banging, but no, it was good. One of the cars in front of me decided to throw their front splitter at me as well, so that was good fun. But no, it's a really good stint. Happy with how it went. Brought it in, cars roughly in some pieces, so it's not too bad.
And James, obviously, like Will, this is all new to you. I mean, you're more recently used to sort of front-wheel drive. How have you found driving these?
They have so much grip. It's a ridiculous amount of grip. Every corner, you can just throw it in and it keeps going round the corner rather than having a wobble, which is nice. But yeah, the racing's really good as well. They're super close, close and bumpy, but in a good way. Like, just impressive, but fun.
And, well, I mean, obviously in the back of the team's minds is the £10,000 prize, but your main objective is to get the car home and finish well. And we've seen you hovering around that top 10, and in one of the toughest endurance championships out there, that's no mean feat.
No, it's been a good first weekend. Admittedly, our teammates, I think, are currently leading, and they're also rookies, so they're in a really good contention for that 10 grand. So, I don't know, we'll go see if we can hunt them down and see what we can do.
All right, and James, you're obviously going to be going out a little bit later. Weather's a little bit threatening now, it's trying to rain. What's your thoughts for the rest of the race?
If it rains, that would be good fun. Definitely fun. Yeah, just keep it on the track, finish, try and, yeah, as Will said, hunt them down, get high, finish as high as we can, but finish mainly.
And make Mr. Rose part with some money.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It'd be nice, but I don't think I'd like to keep my job. Thanks. But thanks a lot, boys. That's Will Blackwell-Chambers and James Riley down here at Rob Boston Racing.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Now I'm going to direct you, if that's all right, Jamie, to head in the opposite direction. Pit lane exit, please, and give us an update on Vape Club, because we need to know exactly what the issue was with that fuel turn. And this is taking me back to the good old days of me and Jamie doing circuit commentary for Fun Cup, as we did for many a year. I could spot him out of the commentary box window and send him wherever I wanted him to go, and sometimes he'd even listen to me. So down to the end of the pit lane we'll go, Jamie. We'll get a proper update on the Vape Club issues momentarily. In the meantime, let's give you an idea of the picture of the race right now, because we have, of course, conducted our second round of pit stops, and Rob Boston Racing's number 169 car is leading the way. Tom Leben jumped into that car. We've just been hearing from the Rob Boston team down in the pit lane. They've got a 3.7 second lead. Now, I know I said Tom Leben would be pretty handy, and I know that they were there or thereabouts at the front of the field, but that screams to me that they've maybe done something slightly different on fuel strategy. That's quite a jump of time that they've gained.
Indeed, impressive. Last time I saw they were about a second behind. Now they're a good 4 seconds in front, as you've just pointed outside our box. Wind picking up, rain picking up here at Oulton Park. This is going to make things very interesting through this third stint of the race. Let's see how Chris Devell can deal with this pace and continue pressing on. As you can see now, Uvia Hoffman's about 10 seconds off of the back of Rob Boston 2. I think Paul Rose is biting his nails at the moment with Rob Boston 2 currently sat in the lead of the race. Of course, Jamie heading down to hopefully speak with Ted Bradbury down at the end of pit lane. Hopefully we'll hear from them in a few moments' time, but either way, we keep our eyes on the action for the moment. Race Logic doing a very fine job there in 4th place as well, heading up a decent pack behind. Okay, a few seconds now between Seed Data and Greenheath. Again, Greenheath still doing a lovely job there within the top 6. Well, it sounds as though Jamie is about ready there down in the pit lane. We'll hand down to him.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Eddie Farrow, team owner of EDF Motorsport. First stint, Ted, 22nd to top 3, amazing as per usual. But then the fuel churn decided it didn't want to play ball.
Unfortunately, it just froze, Jamie. No fuel come out at all. As soon as he'd gone, obviously the guys put the fuel churn down, nothing out of it. We always check them. So we had to stop out the window, so in the garage to fuel, and then back out again. It's as simple as that.
So it's dropped Vlad down to 17th now. The wind's picking up, the rain's coming down on the other side of the circuit. Have you managed to have a chat with him over the radio and see what we can do?
He's fine, he's calm. All he's got to do is just keep lapping at the same pace, and then we'll work our way back.
All right, well, best of luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. Cheers.
Thank you. That's the box.
Thank you. Right, drama on track now. Car in the gravel at Druids. It's the 158 car, and that is the G-Force car of Gary Summers in the gravel at Druids Corner. That car's going nowhere without some assistance from the marshals, and it's quite close to the edge of the road, so I suspect we might be about to get that third safety car period of the race. And this is all, I think, John, related to these ever-changing conditions. The weather starting to roll in again, and it always seems to be that part of the circuit that's catching people out.
Indeed it is, yeah. So sadly, Gary suffered a bit too much G-force in that corner, hasn't he? Spinning round into the gravel. Well, big up the Orange Army. They're trying to push him out of the gravel trap here to attempt to mean that we don't have a safety car. Well, let's see if that happens. Of course, it will be double wave yellows there through Druids. But of course, it's a difficult part of the circuit to navigate as it is, let alone when there's a bit of rain coming down. Bold for the marshals to be out there trying to offer a hand, but no, they've given up on that one. It is going to be Gary stuck, Gary out of the car, and this will indeed be a safety car, as you say.
Tell you who this benefits, Team GRD, because this was the final stint for Chris Devell. He was losing quite a chunk of time to the cars around him. He's still in second place, though. and a safety car could now eat even further into his stint. So I think we might be seeing a bit of a sigh of relief coming from the Team GRD garage. This plays them right back into it, and of course they've maintained their track position advantage over Uvio as well. The safety car is out for the third time, and this for the 158 car then, that is in the gravel trap, lap 46. 3 safety cars in the first 46 laps, or in the first hour and 45 minutes if you prefer, and this will bunch everyone back together. We should get this easily dealt with before the next pit window opens, which is good news, as the sun, ironically now, starts to come out from behind the clouds again. The safety car picks up the field. It will pick up the Rob Boston Racing car, which benefited greatly from the pit stop cycle, and then Team GRD and Uvio will be right together behind them. They were already right together though, weren't they, John?
Indeed they were. Yeah, indeed they were. Only a couple of seconds between them before we went to this safety car period. But now, with it being under safety car, full course yellow conditions, bunches all the drivers up once again. Exactly what we needed here to give us an even more exciting race than we've already had. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you're watching from. Thanks for tuning in and enjoying the first round of the Fun Cup season. Make sure you join us for the entirety of the season, because it is only going to get more exciting as the championship plays out. While we have a second, I might as well run you through the calendar for the rest of the year. On the 9th of May, it'll be round number 2 at Snetterton, another 4-hour race to contend with there. Then we head to Anglesey on the coastal layout for both round 3 and round 4 on the 13th of June. That's the classic 2 3-hour races, with one of them running into the dusk. It's always beautiful at Anglesey, particularly when it's nice bright blue skies, but it's always a bit of a flip of a coin at Anglesey as to whether you will get that or a torrential downpour. We'll have to wait and see then as we head there in June. Then it's on to July, the 18th of July to be exact, for rounds 5 and 6 at Donington Park. That will be a 1 hour and a 3 hour. Then we move on to round 7 at Brands Hatch on the Indy layout. That will be on the 15th of August for another 4-hour endurance race. It's yet again another 4 hours at the Silverstone on their national layout. Apologies, at the Silverstone. I've been working at Kart Silverstone recently, so I've been getting all my words mixed up in terms of that. But round 8 it is on the Silverstone National Circuit there on the 19th of September, and then we finalise the season round 9 and 10 back here at Oulton Park on the international layout for a 1 hour and a 4 hour to finish off the season. For the first time ever, I believe that is, that we've got a 1 and a 4 on the same day. 5 hours of racing on one day. Not only is that going to be tough for the drivers, it's going to be tough for the cars as well to make it through that kind of amount of racing on only one day, the 17th of October, that one to finish off the season. Make sure you're joining us for all of those rounds, because like I say, this has just been a taster of quite how exciting Fun Cup can be. Well, we press on then. Drivers all have now closed up behind the safety car as we move on through this full course yellow period. Drivers close up then. Rob Boston 2 still doing an incredible job at the sharp end of the order. What a fantastic showing from a team who, don't forget, none of the drivers have raced in Fun Cup before. As I'm not sure what the hand gesture there was from the person involved in the safety car, who sat in the safety car there. It looked almost slow. Oh, thank you, Kieran, who's just told me in my ears. It's the roof rack is a little bit insecure, so they're just trying to get that back onto the roof. It almost looked like a wave through. I think that's what Rob Boston thought, or the Rob Boston team, the driver behind the wheel there for Rob Boston 2, almost thought there it was a wave through, and then they were immediately told, no, stay behind. So clearly just an issue there with the safety car itself. Less than ideal. Right, then we continue on. Line astern here as we look to try and get the 158 out of the gravel trap, and the trusty Land Rover has headed on round to look to drag that car back out of place. And luckily for them anyway, it's not too far to continue dragging it on back round to the pit lane. So, of course, for the moment, Gary Summers went behind the barrier to keep it nice and safe, but now we're under full course yellow flag conditions. He'll jump back into the car and assist with the steering as he is dragged back to pit lane. Or to be honest, he's only spun into the gravel trap. More than likely, there's nothing wrong with the car, so they might just drag him back onto the black stuff. He could get it fired up and then rejoin the back of the train. Of course, he would have lost quite a few laps now, quite a bit of time as well, but good to see anyway that Gary Summers, firstly, all okay after that one, and secondly, that the car's absolutely fine. He can rejoin the action nonetheless. But exciting stuff then. Lots of safety cars as well. Lots of things being thrown up here. It's classic Fun Cup back for 2026. It has been super exciting. And we're not even at half race distance yet, Andy.
Exactly that, yes. We do not know what the second half of the race has in store for us. That's good news, though. The 158 car is unleashed from the recovery vehicle and should be able to continue on its way. Yes, it can. So this time by, I think we should go racing once again. In the meantime, let's head down to the team that I think have benefited perhaps the most from this third safety car period of the race. Team GRD. Jamie is down there.
Thanks, Andy. I'm back down with our reigning champions, Team GRD, Riley Phillips. This safety car put you right on the back of 169. Of course, they're in the running for 10 grand, so I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy if you overtake them. Of course, we're only joking. And you've benefited really well after that second pit stop, jumped a load of places again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, our pit stops are a very strong point, so making use of them as much as we can. Under safety car, obviously, it kind of neutralises the race for us a little bit, so we're glad to kind of hold position up at the front there, and then, soon we'll have me and Simon in to finish. So it's looking pretty good for us.
And coming into this season, I mean, we've seen the entry grown, with lots and lots of sort of new teams coming in, teams that are fighting at the top. It's getting harder and harder, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. I mean, this year's most competitive it's ever been, really. There's all these teams to watch out for, and the new teams that have come in as well get to experience a bit of how competitive Fun Cup really is. It's enjoyable with this competition, and it makes it a little bit more tough for us to make our way through from the back, especially this first race.
And of course, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of Fun Cup. Cast your mind back to a 16-year-old Riley. Back in, I think it was 2017 or 2018, you jumped in to your first ever race to now. How much has it changed?
The nerves that I had at the start of Fun Cup, they haven't really gone away now. Before it was, I don't know how well I'm going to do. I don't know anybody, and now I still don't know how I'm going to do. All these people are really, really fast. It's good racing out there, and obviously look forward to continue doing it for as long as I can.
All right, well, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks. That's Riley Phillips from Team GRD, all excited for his stint later on today. But I understand the safety car might be coming in this lap, so it's back to John Ratcliffe and Andy McEwen.
Hopefully. Yes, thank you, Jamie. Cars are indeed at Druids, and I think those lights should be going out any moment now for a restart, this time by 8.5 minutes before the half-time whistle blows, if you like, and the third pit window opens. And who is going to be in the lead at that point, I wonder? It is the Rob Boston Racing car that leads the way, number 169 of Tom Leben, former Ginetta Junior champion. He's not the only Ginetta Junior frontrunner to come and raced in Fun Cup. Is he going to be the first one to claim a race win? Well, he's got the two most successful teams, really, of the last 6 or 7 years or so of the championship right behind him, with Team GRD and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. And this is going to be a proper battle, I think, between now and the next round of pit stops. So, very late restart here for Tom Leben. That's the Ginetta Junior style, isn't it, of restarts? Go as late as possible. He's kept that from his junior racing career. Does now step on the loud pedal, but predictably with him go Chris Devell and Fabulous Randaccio battling behind there. Greenheath nipping to the inside of Race Logic. That was for 5th position.
Yeah, here we go then. Back to full racing speed. Back to full green flag conditions we go. And Uvio immediately looking up the inside into Cascades. We were expecting that one to come, and it's come immediately then. First lap on the restart, and through into second place goes Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Well, they'll now look to hunt down Rob Boston 2. Let's see if the Rob Boston 2 car can make a gap and break away, or whether Uvio will go with them. There's Greenheath, Race Logic all battling in, GCI with them as well. A good few teams getting involved and stuck in. Amazing to see as well, the Demon Tweaks 1 car, which was off in the gravel on the first lap, is involved in this front scrap.
Yes, it is
Good
actually.
to see.
Yeah, well spotted. It's managed to bounce back quite nicely. Got some decent pace in it as well at this stage of the race. So too, though, has Fabulous Randaccio, and he's closing in quite quickly now on Tom Leben over the first half of the lap. might well be looking to try and make a move before the end of the lap. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lead changes, 6 lead changes now, because through comes the Uvio car. I thought it might be coming. I didn't necessarily expect it into the very next braking zone.
Me neither. I looked up and suddenly thought, oh my goodness, they're alongside as Uvio flirt with the track limits there on the outside, all over the green exit curb and almost onto the grass. Well, either way, they're through into the lead of the race then, and Uvio once again leading us through, as you say, 6 races, different race leaders is it now? My goodness. Or six changes. Six lead changes, of course. And I think we have still had 3 or 4 different race leaders as well. It's been a pretty open race here. It's certainly not been a case of 1 or 2 teams dominating the field. This is open for interpretation here. New teams getting involved, returning teams a little bit off the pace. This is exciting stuff here, as they're the 49 now getting involved as well. The track focus car, really impressive first stint of the race. Certainly don't count them out. They are well and truly involved in this leading squabble.
Yeah, 6 lead changes among 5 different teams.
Wow.
This is actually the first time a team have got back to the front, having lost the lead, and it is the multiple former champions Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport who do it. And there goes the Tropical Rocket Racing car, nipping to the inside of Race Logic. Race Logic struggling a bit in this stint. Tropical Rocket, though, into the top 10, in fact into the top 8 now, 8th position for that car, which is now in the hands of Josh Phelps again for the second time, and that car's got some serious pace in it right now. So too has Seed Data there at the inside of GRD, and bringing with them the 49 track focus car, which all of a sudden is back in the lead group again.
Indeed, yeah, it just shows how things can so quickly change in a Fun Cup race, and they're back into the leading squabble then, now on the outside line here of GRD. They'll get forced to the curb on the outside. Move won't be made this time, and that is bringing Greenheath into that scrap as well, as yep, there you see Track Focus not able to get the move done, and still stuck in behind team number 1, as it's seemingly a bit of a poor exit though. Squeezed onto the grass, and Track Focus, do they know that they're there? They're all over the grass. They're 4 wheels on the grass there. They managed to hold the slide and get it back on the circuit. They're going to lose a bit of exit speed, and now Greenheath are up the inside into the braking zone.
Make that lead change number 7, by the way. Tom Leban's back ahead of Fabulous now. Didn't really see that coming, but being overtaken by the Uvio car, I think, has woken Tom up, and again, in true Ginetta Junior fashion, he's snapped straight back and regained the position as soon as he lost it. So you don't know where to look, do you, after a restart in Fun Cup racing? Perhaps the leaders is where we should look, because I think there might be another lead change coming soon. Fabulous, is back in the wheel tracks of Tom Leban, and as they head towards the final corner at Lodge, that 225 car is really starting to pile on the pressure. Goes to the outside of the 169 into Lodge corner. Can he go right round the outside? Well, no.
Oh, no.
Oh dear, that's not ideal. The Demon Tweets car with a wheel that's come loose, or damaged rear suspension, I suspect, but a wheel pointing in the wrong direction. That's going to be a safety car for certain.
It is indeed. Yeah, definitely. They're not going to be able to move that one. So let's see how we go then. Seed Data looking up the inside of Uvio now for second place. Seed Data getting very much back involved. Yeah, it was a bold attempt around the outside of the final corner, wasn't it, from Uvio? They weren't able to get it done. And as we might have expected, Rob Boston showed them to the exit curb and said, you can have that bit over there. Enjoy no grip, as they went right round the outside, dropped back into second place, and did well, honestly, there to stay ahead of Seed Data. It looks as though the Orange Army doing their best to actually try and push that car out the way.
Yeah, we will still go safety car, I'm sure, but at least if they can get it out of the way, they can possibly cycle through the next pit window without doing that. That's another thing that Julian, our race director, quite likes to do. If we have to go safety car, he'd rather do it after a pit window rather than just before it, so we'll see what the marshals can do. They were getting the car out of the way. How far out of the way it went, I'm not so sure. Lead battle then descends upon what is presumably still a yellow flag zone at Britain's, but on the exit there are overtaking opportunities over the hill. We know this because this is where, of course, Fabulous got the lead a couple of laps ago. Tom Leban isn't really defending the inside line, so I think Randaccio will go for this. He does go for it, late on the brakes, gets to the corner first and gets the lead back.
Yep, if you leave a door open, Randaccio is going to go through it, isn't he? And he does just that. Back to the lead of the race he goes. And once again, another lead change. Fantastic to see. This is brilliant action. We saw there in your little picture-in-picture screen that the 22 GT racing car was in the pits. Obviously not a planned pit stop. We're not in a pit window, but it looks as though they've got it back out on track reasonably swiftly, which is good to see. But look at this. All this squabbling between these top two is keeping Seed Data right there, and the same as well for the likes of GRD, Greenheath, Track Focus, all still with them as well.
Oh, and that's damage for Tropical Rocket Racing, isn't it? It's smoking like a rocket now slightly, with the plumes of smoke coming from the left rear corner. They've had contact. The safety car is out for a 4th time. They're coming quite thick and fast now, aren't they? These
another driver
safety
off,
cars.
Boston Racing.
Oh, it is. That's down at
I think that's the same corner. Oh, is it? Yeah, no, it is, because that's the cutting for the shorter circuit, is it not?
Possibly, or it could be down at Hislop's. I'm not actually entirely sure.
That's a difficult one. That's a difficult one. I can't work that one out. But either way, car pulled over to the side, driver up and out the car. No, that's down at Knickerbrook, isn't it? Hislop's in Knickerbrook.
Now, damage to the right front of that car and the left rear of the Demon Tweets car related.
Sus.
I pose the question. There was a lap between these two incidents, so not guaranteed. Perhaps our camera ops can report back exactly what was going on there, but that is either way now our fourth safety car period, and no choice now with two cars in dangerous positions. Julian Floyd had to scramble the safety car, and indeed did so, and we are now, sorry Jamie, going to be having a pit window opening right in the middle of a safety car window. This is always, I believe the kids would say, meme-worthy, or words to that effect anyway. Jamie, I presume, has gone and found a safe place to hide already, has he?
He stood in the middle of the pit lane at the moment. He was just gesticulating up to us of, oh no, we've got all the cars coming in at once. This is going to be interesting. Well, it just heard through our ears that it was a curb hit there, but two cars off with very similar issues, one on the front right, one on the rear left. Very odd to happen on, if not the same lap, 2 laps in a row. Very, very odd. You can see there as well the engine cover almost coming off as well for the 252. Very weird, really weird. I don't know how those two have happened, but either way, we've got two cars, let's be honest, pretty much out the race there. That's some pretty serious damage.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? The 252 car, which was the Will Blackwell Chambers car, remember, it was being driven actually at the time by Steve Roberts, former champion, in BMW Compact Cup racing quite a long time ago, I think he was, and Steve Roberts, who stepped away from racing for a while, came back and did some Mazda racing, MX-5 racing with Rob Boston. That's how he got to know the Rob Boston squad, and now out racing in the Fun Cup with them, but sadly his stint has ended, we believe, after a particularly aggressive curb strike down at the Hislop chicane. That's what's done the damage to that car. The Demon Tweets car potentially, of course, could have been a similar issue, couldn't it? Because we've spoken about the cars hammering those curbs repeatedly at the chicanes. This is the kind of thing that, after doing that repeatedly, can happen.
Yeah, exactly. We were speaking about earlier, weren't we, of weighing up that risk versus reward of how much do you smash those curves, because taking them aggressively is going to gain you some lap time, and it allows for the car to come back on all four wheels, get it nicely pitched in for the next corner, and it works really well, but it's not very sympathetic on the mechanical side, as we found out there, a couple of drivers really finding out why maybe you shouldn't hit those curves every single lap. It's all gone wrong for both of those, and as we say, with those wheel issues as well, makes the cars more difficult to move. This is probably going to take a little bit longer to clear the cars back to pit lane, but even if it did take 10-15 minutes, it doesn't matter. We're so close to the pit window, we're now into the pit window, and this is going to get very, very busy down in pit lane. It's going to be great to see the roaming camera capture all of this and just see how the teams take to it. Really, main thing is going to be for these brand new teams, such as Rob Boston 2, how well are they going to take to this very, very high pressure situation?
Yes, and what do you do with your fuel strategy? Because most teams won't need fuel this time, but you'd rather do that behind the safety car, wouldn't you, I'd say? So that's another question mark maybe for the teams.
I don't know, because ultimately, yes, you could take more fuel on, you're going to drop back into the pack, so you would either decide, where's the benefit more? Getting the fuel done and losing less time and able to join back up to the pack, or is it gaining track position over your rivals? Don't put any fuel in, try and do the quickest stop possible and get out in front of them all to have that track position. Then you can pull away when we go back to green flag, and then maybe catch that time back up when you put the fuel in. But as we say, differing strategies, that's what makes this so exciting.
Well, we'll find out in about 3 minutes' time, because they're all now seeing the pit lane window open board for the first time, and their next time by, they will be able to pit, and I don't anticipate the track will be clear by then. So, one car has just pitted and headed straight into the garage. Didn't quite spot who that was. Timing screen tells me it was Red River Sport again. They had a throttle cable issue, which saw them stopped at the side of the road up at Ireland a while ago. That was the cause of the second safety car, of course. And now the Red River Sport car is back in the garage. That's a shame. Bonamy Grimes, I suspect, was back in the car, and work will go ahead on that car. So we're halfway through the race then. We're into pit window number 3. We're on safety car number 4. The most we've ever had, by the way, safety cars at Oulton Park. 7 back in 2018. We had 6 in 2012, 7 in 2018, and well, we are well on our way perhaps to breaking that record, the all-time record, 9 in a particularly chaotic 5-hour race at Croft back in 2019. But it's been a while since we had a race with that many safety cars. I've just got a feeling that we might not be done with safety cars, and it really is turning into one of those kind of days, isn't it?
What do we say? Safety cars breed safety cars, don't they?
Well, we've had 3 within the last, I'm going to say 15 laps or so. So yeah, you're not wrong with that. So good chance that we could see more of the Hyundai safety car, which is turning a lot of laps here this afternoon at Oulton Park. I would say I hope they've topped it up with fuel, but of course it is, I think, a fully electric safety car that we have these days at Oulton Park, the Hyundai. So hopefully it's fully charged and we can see hopefully a bit less of that car, but if we do, hopefully it's charged enough to keep doing all of these laps. So half a lap before we expect to see cars coming into the pit lane. I'm going to do a pit lane Jamie check and see where he's hiding himself away. Jamie, if you... Oh, there you are, down at the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport end of the pit lane. Yeah, pretty much right in the middle. There he is on camera. Smile, Jamie. You're on candid camera as he runs across the pit lane. There we go. He's had the right idea and goes and hides away on the pit wall. That is a great spot to be to watch the carnage unfold, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah, perfect place to be. And it's always a bit more relaxing when you're not one of the people actually having to do the pit stop. It's enjoyable to watch on the sidelines, but when you're in it, my goodness, is it nail-biting stuff to try and get it all right, because a Fun Cup pit stop is pretty high pressure environment nonetheless. There are so many things you have to think about as I'm coming into the pits. I'm changing down, I'm onto the pit limiter, I'm loosening my belts, I'm taking it into the pit box, I'm clicking down to neutral, I'm turning the engine off, I'm undoing my belts, I'm pulling the seat back, I'm getting out of the car, and then the new driver has to jump in and do all of that in reverse and then get it started and head off. So now not only have you got to do that high pressure situation, you're doing it while there's a further 28 cars joining you, all doing it at the same time. This is going to be some spectacular stuff. If you've never seen a whole Fun Cup grid in at once, then you should certainly watch out. Hello down there in pit lane. We're up here in the commentary box, enjoying the view from up here and enjoying the sunshine and staying clear of the rain even, so unlucky down there. Enjoy it. But here we go then, coming down into the final corner. This is it. This is going to be interesting.
I wouldn't feel too sorry for Jamie, because if I know anything about Fun Cup, it's that he's always fairly well fed down there in the pit lane. There's always a team offering tea and biscuits somewhere, and they never make their way up into the commentary box.
Got it.
Just saying, Jamie. Right, cars heading towards the pit lane entry, and we are about to see, I presume, pretty much everybody come in. Certainly all of the lead lap cars will come in. We'll try and keep on top of as much of the fuel strategy as we can, see if anyone does have fuel churns ready. I can see a couple of teams definitely do.
Yeah, they do. There's definitely some fuel going in. Clapham North have carried on, oddly. So have FFS as well, understandably so, because they had issues earlier on. But interesting to see those little things that make the difference. You saw there, as soon as Uvio and Rob Boston pulled out from behind the safety car, they floored it towards the pit lane line to gain that little bit of extra time.
Uvio and GCI, I think, are the only two I can see taking
Greenheath.
fuel. And Greenheath, yes, well spotted. So they've gone already. That was a quick pit stop. Only a couple of them taking fuel. Axiometrics are. Greenheath will win the race off the pit lane, then GRD, then Uvio by the looks of it. And who's next? It will be Seed Data by the looks of it. About 4th off the pit lane, and then the rest of them taking their time a bit more. So really good pit stop that for Greenheath, but that's because they did not take any fuel, and I think more people maybe than you were expecting did.
You know how I said it's not worth the time to change your front splitter? Well, the 99 Leatech is changing the whole front nose cone then, after they lost quite a sizable amount of that front splitter, given that off-track excursion earlier on down at Druids. As we said earlier, they did well to keep it out of the wall and just have that front splitter damage. Well, they have changed it out. They felt that the That's got to have been 15 or 20 seconds minimum there that they've lost changing that one. Is worth it for the ultimate track time even, once they're back out on the black stuff.
I think it's one of those, if you're battling for the win, then you can't really afford to lose those 15 seconds. If your lap's down or you're at the tail end of the lead lap, now is a perfect time to do it, because you're not going to go a full lap down behind the safety car when you pit, are you? 92 there, a bit slow away. They were stuck behind the 125 car, the exposure lights machine, which is still having its driver change conducted. But just like that, the pit lane empties out and everyone else back out onto the road. I can see a very lonely George Grant standing at the end of the pit lane, because Abby Eaton, as you well spotted, was the only lead lap driver not to come into the pit lane that time. So she leads the race, yes, but she'll have to pit this time, and she will presumably fall right to the back of the pack. And there's a danger, isn't there here, John, that the track might now be clear. They might go racing this time, in which case that's an even bigger time loss.
Yeah, a little bit surprised of that one as to what possible reason there would be to stay out on circuit. Of course, I understand it from the likes of FFS. They've had all that time in the pit stop. It doesn't matter to them now. They're not going to gain that time back. So what does it matter? Stay out and have that fun from behind the safety car for the restart. But yeah, for the Clapham North that was up in first and second place in the first stint of the race, I don't really understand that strategy call, if I'm honest.
No, and if we keep getting safety cars, there's no reason why they can't be in the conversation for a podium at the end of the race. Decisions like this, though, will lose them a huge chunk of track time. So anyway, decision's been made now. They will come in this time. I think we will get another lap of safety car, though, in fairness, because they were still recovering the other Rob Boston car from down at the Hislops end of the circuit. So I think the Clapham North car will have ample opportunity to come in and pit, along with those laps down cars that elected not to. The fifth car in shot then, the Greenheath car, that is your race leader, the pale green and white machine. Then GRD second, Uvio third, Seed Data fourth, GCI in fifth. That's your top five at the moment, as we do indeed have a fairly lengthy recovery operation going on down at Hislops, because that front suspension is broken on the 252 car. It's making it a little bit of a challenge to get the car back onto the flatbed truck.
Yeah, it means he's going to take that little bit of extra time, isn't it? Shouldn't affect us too much then. Well, let's see. Of course, pit lane close board is out on the gantry, so these drivers will surely be coming straight in this time. As there you see, Clapham North pulling over to the right-hand side. In they go, so do FFS and a couple of other teams as well. I think that's the JPR for Hire, and also potentially Anglo-Asian Mining as well, I think is the other car coming into pit lane then. So that releases our actual order. So it'll be Greenheath from GRD, Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport, Seed Data and GCI then, your top five that'll be leading us through onto the restart. Of course, we've still got fuel strategy and things to play out over the final 2 hours of this race. That'll all come into contention. But in terms of an outright scrap to get this race back underway after the safety car, if I could have picked 5 teams to be at the sharp end, it might have just been those 5. This is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, most definitely so. There is the Clapham North pit stop happening, and George Grant getting plugged into the number 146 car that Abby piloted briefly there to the lead. That will count, by the way, as a lead change. We're now starting to really rack up the lead changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lead changes so far. I have a stat for that you'll be shocked to hear. The most Oulton Park lead changes was in 2016 we had 22, so some way away from that. That was another 4-hour race, as they often are at Oulton Park. The record coming at Thruxton back in 2020, perhaps unlikely ever to be beaten, was 63 lead changes over the course of a 4-hour race. Now there is a track I would love to see back on the calendar. That race was something else.
Wow, that's insane. That is so far clear of the next best one. That's unbelievable. Wow. 60-something lead changes over 4. I was assuming it must be a 5 or a 6. 4 hour, that's crazy. Wow, okay, well, we are a little bit of a way off that, aren't we, with 9? I was thinking 9 was pretty impressive.
Well, it is.
Hours, but,
for some other championships, it is.
Yeah, wow. Okay, right, we'll continue to press on then. It is still Uvia Hoffman's with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:59 dead for Uvia Hoffman's. GRD with a 1:59.1, then a 1:59.9 for a couple of other teams, 1:59.7, 1:59.2. There's some seriously quick teams out there that all play into this when we do go back to green flag, but it looks as though, sounds as though, Jamie is ready to chat to Gary Bate down in pit lane.
I am John. I thought I'd pop down to Greenheath and have a word with our resident Gazza. How are we doing?
We're doing very well, actually. We've so far, the stars have aligned, and we've come from almost dead last, up to, I think we're leading. Are we leading?
P2.
P2. That's as good as. So it's been sunny, it's been wet, we've had mixed conditions, so it's been really tough. And it was tough getting through the pack. But so far, so good. Yeah.
It is really busy out there. And of course, we reflect on last year. It was a challenging year for you. There were signs of pace, but then we also had some unfortunate incidents as well. One of those things, it's the joys of motorsport. This year, you want to be regulars on that podium and also the overall podium as well.
We'd love to be. You know, we've 6 years we've been in this, and you've got to have the look. We've got the pace. You have got to have that look all for the 4 hours to get across the line. You know, we're hoping it doesn't pee down, but you know, Paul's in now. He should do good. Fingers crossed, we make it. Yeah.
And we've had some weather changes. There's strong winds out there. How's that affecting the balance of the car?
It's all right. Do you know what? The wind doesn't bother us because it is getting the clouds across, and it's drying up the circuit quite quick. So yeah.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
We'll catch up later.
Thank you.
Thank you, mates. That's Gary Bate from Greenheath. As I understand, safety car lights are out, so it's back to Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Lovely to hear there from Gary Bate of the Greenheath car. Looks as though the lights are still on for the moment on the safety car, so yes. I think we will be going round again. We did all think that it was about to get back underway as they come up over Dearly. Nope, they'll continue on for at least one more lap then. But yeah, lovely to hear from Gary. Of course, Gary was a very accomplished Caterham racer before joining Fun Cup. Raced against my father for quite a number of years, and he was the one that convinced my father to give Fun Cup a go, and never looked back since. What a championship it is in Fun Cup, and understandably so. Why so many drivers from so many different racing disciplines, they come and give Fun Cup a go and they go, why have I not done this sooner? This is brilliant fun, and just why the likes of Gary Bate has now been in the championship 5, 6, 7 years now, wanting to keep getting involved. But of course, Greenheath have gone from strength to strength, but they're still that elusive overall victory. It has been eluding them for quite a number of years now. And well, they're about to kick off this race restart in said lead.
And they've had good pace all race long. There's been no weak link in that team, really. Both Gary and Paul seem to have the potential to do well. Paul Turner, of course, is a former race winner in the championship, back from his eco racing days. That team won the class championship, as it was back then, the very first race I ever covered in Fun Cup here in 2012, and he was part of the driver lineup. So Paul Turner knows how to win a race in Fun Cup. Gary Bate, as we've seen, has been among the quickest drivers out there in every one of his stints so far. So don't count them out. This is the fascinating thing, I think, about Fun Cup this year. Naturally, your eye turns to the established frontrunners, GRD, Uvio, Vape Club with EDF, as the sort of pre-event favourites, but there are so many other teams that could just spring a surprise on their day, and could Greenheath be the team that are able to do that here at Oulton Park, I wonder. Round the Shell hairpin they go. We should go racing this time. I think that perhaps we're just a few marshals still getting themselves to positions of safety last time by, but I would anticipate we'll go racing this time with probably somewhere around an hour and 42 minutes to go. The next pit window will be in about 14 minutes or so, it's going to be a short stint, this.
Indeed, yeah, not too long to wait for racing action, hopefully. It looks as though Jamie is down in the pit lane ready to speak to Paul Rose, though. I've not heard it through my ear, but hopefully, Jamie, we can hand it down to you to hear from Paul Rose, of course, championship coordinator, gets everything sorted for the championship, as I'm hearing. No, we will not be handing down to Jamie, so apologies, Jamie. We'll hopefully hear from you in a few moments' time anyway. Safety car continuing to head on round, at least at the moment. Lights are still on, but we would hope that we're going to go racing next time.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll get the notification soon. They seem to be turning the lights out quite late anyway, somewhere underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge on the run towards Lodge Corner. So we'll see whether that's what they do at this time by. Restart then, hopefully incoming, and it is the number 14 car that leads the way. Paul Turner is at the wheel of that car now, with Farkini, GRD right behind, isn't it? That will be, is that Riley now in the GRD car? It is, isn't it? Yes, Riley Phillips in for the first stint. So he is going to be a tough man to keep behind you. Lights out on the safety car. We are going racing this time. And so Paul Turner versus Riley Phillips versus Farkini is your top three. The Seed Data car, by the way, driven now by Mike Devlin. And GCI Racing creeping into the top five. Craig Butterworth at the wheel of the 111 car. Paul Turner then gets us back underway here at Oulton Park. An hour and 42 minutes and change left on the clock in round number one of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And here comes Riley Phillips immediately on the attack. Pulls to the inside line into Old Hall corner and tries to get the lead away, does get the lead away, and we had another lead change to the ever-increasing tally. A sideways Paul Turner slots into second position, and keep an eye on Farkini. He will want to get on with this and tag along with Riley Phillips. He is getting on with it. He gets to the inside of Paul Turner, and that was crucial. He had to do that before Riley got away.
100%. Both those moves, I think, to be expected there early on in this one. As you mentioned, Uvio cannot let GRD scamper off with this one. They need to keep in the toe of Riley Phillips. We know how impressive he is behind the wheel of a Fun Cup car. Of course, Ted Bradbury's come into the championship over the last couple of years, and as you mentioned earlier, has become the unofficial fastest driver. That title has always been held by Riley Phillips, and I think Riley and Ted are pretty much nose to tail in terms of overall pace in a Fun Cup car. Both of those two, they can just drive these cars like no one else can. It is unbelievable to watch these two, and I would love to see them battling over the same piece of tarmac at some point in this race. We'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition, but already GRD and Uvio looking to break away from the rest of the pack.
You mentioned Ted Bradbury. He's back in that 2-1-2 car, still in the top 10 despite that unscheduled pit stop, because they got back out on the lead lap, and of course the safety cars bunched them back together, so they're in 8th position, and it is Bradbury in the car just there. In fact, he might now be 6th position. I think he is, having gained a couple of positions since the restart. PLR Racing, I think one of those that they've got past. Haven't yet really spotted the PLR car, but they're running well inside the top half dozen or so. Keep an eye on Bradbury though, the white car with the pink and green highlights. There he is, number 212, in behind the 169 car. This is for position. They're both moving through the field together, these two. 169 being driven by Sam Heading, but about to fall behind Bradbury. The two youngsters go absolutely together through Lodge Corner, and Bradbury ushers Sam over to the edge of the road and says, don't mind me, I'm just coming through and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Although Sam, in fairness, comes back at him now across the start-finish line. I don't think Sam particularly appreciated that. They're wheel to wheel into Old Hall corner, but Bradbury will now get the move made.
Classic Bradbury move, that, wasn't it? Into the final corner, sends it up the inside, leans on the driver, chucks them out of the way and pushes on through. It was a nice, good attempt at re-overtaking there from Sam. Not quite able to do it, but I think going with the Vape Club car here would be perfect for the Rob Boston 2 car, so let's see how they continue on there. Yeah, I finally put 2 and 2 together here with PLR. I kept wondering who that car was, because their livery was very red in previous years, wasn't it? Well, they've gone to white now for this year. On a personal note, I think that's a bit of a shame. I really like their old livery, but I kept wondering who that was. There we are, it's PLR. So good to see them back inside the top 10, and like you were mentioning earlier, no mechanical issues just yet for them. They had quite a few last season that they had to contend with, but for now anyway, running really well there in the top 8 as we continue to press on through these first couple of laps of the race restart. Greenheath, Paul Turner not falling too far off the back then of GRD and Uvio Hoffmans as we continue to press on through this race, although potentially now starting to get reeled in by the likes of GCI, and it surely won't be too long until Ted and Sam of Vape Club with EDF and Rob Boston 2 are on the scene as well.
And if they can make progress quickly, they could yet go after the leaders, couldn't they? We know that if anyone can catch the leaders, Ted Bradbury is maybe the man up for the job. So if he can get past the GCI and the Greenheath cars rapidly, he could still inject himself firmly into the lead battle. There is the lead battle turning through Druids for this, the 59th time of asking. And there is Bradbury on the tail now of GCI Racing. It is Butterworth, Craig Butterworth, back in the 111 car, and I think he's about to fall out of the top 4 because Bradbury's within striking range into Lodge Corner, nips to the inside line, and Ted Bradbury will indeed go through. So 4th position now for Vape Club with EDF. If they can bounce back from that unscheduled pit stop, that will be a massive bullet dodged for them, and they are still very much race-winning contenders.
They very, very much are, aren't they? Look at that then, switching around down into the first corner, so 4th place now for Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, and new fastest lap, a 1:58.9 for Ted Bradbury. Straight back in the car, straight back on to leading pace. As you mentioned, if anyone can chase down the two leaders. It's Ted Bradbury, and he's trying to do exactly that. Fourth place for him now. He's only got Paul Turner in between himself and those top two. Wide goes GCI there onto the exit curb. That's the invitation that Sam Heading needs then to send it back up the inside for the Rob Boston 2 car in the 169. Although it's a nice exit for GCI. They'll be on the outside through Ireland, and they do decide to give it up. I think that's the right thing to do there through that fast left-hander. Closely followed then by Seed Data and PLR in 8th place. And it's a few seconds back to the likes of Axiometrics and the Deeming Tweets car again to give them a shout out after they were off in that gravel trap in that previous shot you just saw down through Shell Oils on the first lap of the race over 2.5 hours ago now. They've managed to make it back on circuit, they've managed to get back on pace, and they're back into the top 10, so fair play to them. But here we now continue to see these top 6 closing up together once more, as already it's changed to 3rd place. We didn't even see it, but through goes Vape Club on Greenheath.
You have to really pay attention when Ted Bradbury's in the car, because if you think he might overtake someone by the end of the lap, he'll probably do it at the next corner, and he moves so quickly through the field. It really is astonishing. I think he's definitely got the pace to go after the leaders here. As you say, just set the fastest lap of the race, 58.9, half a second quicker that was than the race leader. It was also about half a second off the lap record, which was set by Marcus Clutton here at the end of last year, the final race of the season. Clutton did a 158.442, which I believe is a Fun Cup race lap record. Bradbury's starting now to get closer and closer to that.
Race Logic did a 3-minute 19 on the last lap. I'm not sure what's happened to them. I just saw them come over the under the gantry, very out of kilter with the rest of the pack. An odd one there for Race Logic. Not sure what's happened, but they've lost a lot of time.
58.6 now for Bradbury, new fastest lap of the race, now within 2/10 of the lap record, as here comes Sam Heading to the inside of Greenheath as well. Sam Heading, on any other day, I'd be saying what a brilliant stint this is. He's the most impressive driver out there right now. It's just a shame that he's behind Ted Bradbury, who already has gapped the Rob Boston 2 car and is starting to chase after the leaders. Bradbury on the last lap then at 58.6, 9/10 quicker than Riley Phillips. Just let that sink in for a moment. 9/10 quicker than Riley Phillips, who for years, as you said, everyone else was saying is the fastest driver on the track. Ted Bradbury just took nearly a second out of him.
That's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. What an unbelievable lap then from Ted Bradbury. As again, we see two different sets of 2 cars there going side by side through Ireland. Good to see the good trust from the drivers there as they press on through and continue to battle for position. This is the bottom end of the top 10. Then Tropical Rocket applying the pressure on the Demon Tweets car for the bottom end of the top 10, as I mentioned. But yeah, wow, what a lap time from the Vape Club car. Now closing in on your race leaders. And as we saw, change for 4th place as well. Rob Boston 2 through into 4th place. So Greenheath, Paul Turner piloting that car at the moment, slipping down to 5th place. Still in the lead of the Masters class though, so still doing a very impressive job. But now they've been in the race lead at some point in this race. They're going to want to get back to it at some point soon. Well, they can hope that Vape Club catch the back of GRD and UVO, and suddenly the elbows are out, the old Spanish Archer, and we'll see whether we can get involved and get some good scrapping here with just over an hour and a half left to go in this race. And surely we're not too far from the next pit stop window as well.
No, we are not. Race Logic, by the way, in the pit lane and heading for the garage. That is outside of a pit window, most definitely. But they are heading in. We are a little way away still, aren't we? I think 14 minutes or so from the next pit window. So we're about halfway through stint number 4. Tropical Rocket Racing there, having a little look to the inside of one of the Demon Tweets car. This, I think, is for 10th position. Yes, it is. And Tropical Rocket Racing, you remember, was smoking a little bit, weren't they, towards the end of the last stint? They've obviously resolved whatever that issue was, and they're back up to full speed, albeit now potentially losing a place to the 553 car of Greg Evans.
Indeed. I thought they would almost certainly have ripped some of that bodywork off, but it looks unchanged for the moment, so whatever the issue was, they've seemed to have fixed it, which is good to see. Viking there in the background. Team Viking with Ursus Capital making the move down through Cascades. Not quite able to do it though. They looked to the inside line. They couldn't get the move done. And now that means that they are under pressure from the drivers in behind as well. So that was a look then battling with Signature RV. It must have been for 13th place. Now Track Focus and Leatech closing up behind them as well. So again, it just shows earlier on before that last pit stop window, we were looking at the likes of Track Focus being right up in the top group again. But now they've dropped into this battle pack once more in the middle of the team position. So again, how many times do I have to say it today? How quickly things can change in Fun Cup.
New fastest lap of the race, and I'm 99% certain a new lap record by Ted Bradbury, a 1:58 2.384. He's in second place already, John. How has he done that? He's in second position, ahead now of Farkini, and I think it's only a matter of time before he gets into the lead ahead of Team GRD. I mean, we've seen some impressive performances from Bradbury over the last few years. This has got to be right at the top of that list. To bounce back from the extra pit stop that Vlad Vasiliev had to make, 40 minutes or so ago, to now be in contention to take the lead of the race away with the new fastest lap of the race. What a performance.
What were the words you used earlier? Statement of intent. This is a serious statement of intent for the rest of the season from Ted Bradbury. They are hunting the championship this season, but look at that. Some issue there through the final corner. Bradbury's lost a bit of time, and back to the inside goes Uvio Hoffmans. So clearly, either maybe a missed gears, a little bit too sliding there through the final corner, but they'll hang it around the outside. Look at that, kicking out the rear as he turns in there was Bradbury. He holds on to the place. I was going to say, if he does chase down GRD within the next couple of corners, I can't imagine that Riley Phillips is going to make this one easy for Ted, is he? He's going to want to keep him behind. I think he'll know how quickly Ted's caught up here, that if he gets ahead, he's more than likely going to start to drive away with this one. Two drivers in the gravel.
Oh, no.
Two drivers in the gravel. The 49 and the 99 are off. That's Lee Tech and the 49 of Track Focused. Indeed, we were just chatting about them. They were battling over 14th or 15th place. A collision has happened down there through Druids, and they're both stuck in the gravel. Oh, big off. Big off into the barriers. That's a big one. JPR for hire, and the 92 and 22 GT Racing. Massive hit into the barrier. That's surely going to be another safety car.
That's at least a safety car. 4 cars off at Druids now. I wonder if there's some fluid on the track, or these two may be caught out by the double waved yellows, but that is not good to see at all. We are definitely going to have a safety car, of that I am certain. And yes, safety car immediately scrambled them for 2 separate 2-car incidents up at Druids. The first of those was a fairly innocuous tangle for 15th position, but the secondary incident has left us with 2 very badly damaged cars. They'll require full flatbed recovery, I fear, and that is going to be a fairly extended safety car period, which is going to take us potentially well into the next stint of the race, I would imagine. So, drama again at Oulton Park. What are we up to now? 5th safety car period of the race. It looks like the drivers involved are okay. I can certainly see one of them out of the car. Marshall's not even giving the 92 any attention, which tells me the driver is out of the car already, and our 5th safety car period of the race is here.
Just want to say, apologies, I got that wrong. It's not the JPR for hire, it's the Anglo-Asian mining car, the 27, of course. That's Guido Basile getting out of the car now and walking to safety behind the barriers. What a shame. Those 2 cars absolutely destroyed there. They've hit the barrier hard. And remind me, what was the maximum number of pit stops we've had? Was it, safety cars, was it 9?
9 in total. 7 is an Oulton Park record.
Park. Okay,
we're not far off that.
We are really not far off, are we? And my goodness, like you said, this is going to be a seriously extended safety car period. Firstly, a real shame for the drivers that are behind the wheel, because they're going to have lost pretty much all of this stint, which is a real shame for those drivers behind the wheel who have drawn the short straw with this stint. But secondly, we're going to go into that window, as we mentioned. This is going to take a bit of time. So again, all the safety car, all the pit stops are going to happen under safety car. Again, going to close up. We're then going to see the strategy play out. What we might have seen as well is some of the teams, such as Greenheath, in that previous stop under safety car, not putting fuel in to get that track position. Well, now they've got no choice but to put fuel in on this next stop, or they'll risk running out of the fuel. Well, we were getting involved with a very exciting squabble at the front there, weren't we? GRD, Vate Club with EDF, and Uvio Hoppens Motorsport, all nose to tail, and bringing Rob Boston too with them. Greenheath, GCI, all different cars getting involved as well. Well, sadly, that's been neutralised for the moment, and I think this is also as well a bit of a knock to Vate Club. This is one of Ted Bradbury's stints. He was flying through the pack. What he set probably what is more than likely a record here in Fun Cup around Oulton Park. It is indeed the lap record then for Ted Bradbury. What a time. He was motoring through the order, and that progression has stopped, and more than likely he's going to lose the entirety of the rest of this stint.
Yes, good point, well made that. Yeah, he is going to be hurt quite a bit by this, although they're still going to be in the battle, I think, aren't they? I mean, we've seen the sort of time he's capable of gaining, even over just a handful of laps. So when he jumps in the car for that final stint, he'll have 40 minutes or so to try and get into the lead. and I think he's definitely got the ability to do that. Right, we have an interview ready in the pit lane, I believe. Fabulous Randaccio is ready to chat with Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, as Fab gives you a wave from down here in the pit lane. That was a busy stint, a great battle with the 169 guys.
Yeah, it was. We were doing the right things. We were punted it up the front and keep it there, try and keep it clean. It was a little bit challenging doing that for a moment, but it was fine.
A lot more cars for this one, 29 cars. Obviously, the start would have been pretty hectic. I mean, your objective is to drive fast, don't crash, as you always say, but also try and stay consistent as well.
Yeah, of course it is. Like with Fun Cup, it's just about being somewhere near the front for most of the race, and then the gloves come off in the last 20 minutes, don't they? So it's trying to do that, and having more cars does make it more challenging, but it's also just brilliant for the championship. I kind of think the more cars the better. Great to have some new faces around. We've got some really talented guys out there today, and it's good to sort of bang wheels with some new talented faces.
And we said sort of a couple of years ago at Donington, we were almost seeing a change of the guard with the likes of Ted coming in, obviously Will Smith coming in with the Axiometrics car. Fun Cup is becoming more attractive now for the young guys coming straight out of karting and junior formulas.
Yeah, I mean, where else can you go where there's this much track time? And it's the combination of track time and racing, because you can go to another endurance championship and pound around on your own, but in Fun Cup you don't do that. And I think the young kids can learn from the experienced hands, and I think it's a good place for them to do it, and the budgets are sensible.
And back to this year, obviously your main objective for this year will be to try and get that number one off GRD.
Yeah, we've got to give that a go, but I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It's sort of same old guard out there at the front at the moment, and it can be anyone's race today. So yeah, but I mean, our challenge is to take that big pot back.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Right, let's have a bit of a wander down the pit lane and see what's been going on, because we are going to be under, unfortunately, a lengthy safety car, but great news to hear that the drivers are all okay. Right, let's see who we can find. They must know I'm on the prowl because all the drivers have disappeared. So let's, in fact, have a word with Tom Greensaw, who's in the Axiometrics car. Because, Thomas, you've been in the wars a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
You decided to go skiing?
I did, and I wasn't very successful. So, yeah, 4 weeks ago, dislocated my shoulder. So it's a bit of a question mark if I was going to be in the car or not this weekend. I'm not going back out for the second stint, because 40 minutes is just too long for it. But I got in the car and, ran in top 4 for 1 point, so it could have been a lot worse.
And, of course, your car is one of the only ones that's not running power steering, so the adrenaline kicks in, but as soon as you get out of the car, it's that hurts.
Yeah, it does. It makes it a little bit harder on me. I kept trying to turn the power steering up, and there was nothing there to work on it. So, yeah, it's not easy. It's pretty physical. But we're running in the top 10 now, and that's the main thing. So we just got to keep it clean and see where we end up.
And you're in for pretty much the majority of the year, which is great news. That's always been your objective, is to be part of this, because you went off and did some other things. But Fun Cup's always been in your blood, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can't beat Fun Cup, can you? The amount of seat time you get, the friendly paddock, just how competitive it is. Some of the drivers in the grid, putting yourself up against Marcus Clutt and Tim Bradbury is a pretty cool experience. So it's nice to be back. And
thoughts for this weekend? It seems to be going okay. Obviously, you had a little bit of an unscheduled pit stop earlier, but you seem to be back in it now.
Yeah, exactly. The car's got decent pace. Will was absolutely flying. So we're in the top 10. Just keep it clean, and it is. See where you are in the last half an hour, and then go from there.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Tom. That's Tom Greensaw. Right, let's see who else we can find as it starts to rain down here. Right, in fact, let's have a chat with Morgan Sparrow, because I haven't spoken to Morgan today. He's just making a welcome return, because Morgs, you and your dad went off and did a bit of rallying. Is it nice to be back going around in circles for 4 hours?
Yeah, it is. It is. I think we've learned a lot from the rallying. I think the braking and things that you got to do on those sort of mini circuit rallies, especially, it's all quite similar. And yeah, I think we're making progress. It's all good fun.
What's the plan for this year? Is it full season or selected campaign?
No, we'll do Anglesey because we want to go and show off our lights. So we'll be having those in full force, and then Silverstone, which is actually going to be my 32nd birthday, so big party after that, hopefully.
Make sure you bring the cakes.
We will do.
All right, but obviously you're commuting backwards and forwards from the US, so you can't commit to a full year this year.
No.
Potentially for 27, a full year?
Yeah, hopefully. We'll just have to see what my other half's job's doing, to be honest, because she holds all the keys to the racing.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Morgan. That's Morgan Sparrow from Exposure Lights. Right, let's see who I can find. Let's have a chat with Tom Leben. He's just getting ready to go back out there. It's a bit of a baptism of fire, all of this. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good to be fair. Starting from the pit lane and then we ended up in the lead somehow. Bit of a lucky safety car in that first stint. But we've had some good pit stops and got a good crew, so we seem to be right up there.
And like Abby, you've driven sort of a lot of different cars, sort of with a fair amount of aero and traction control and ABS and everything. These cars are very, very raw, aren't they?
Yeah, they're quite agricultural almost. Yeah. The most similar thing I can think is a Ginetta Junior almost, in feeling and sort of how to get the lap time out of the car. It's the most similar thing. Bit different to what I've been used to in the last few years, like you said. But yeah, they're good fun. It's in the name, really.
And your mission today, as well as getting on that podium, is to try and part Mr. Rose with some money.
Well, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it.
Okay.
The mission about 3 or 4 hours ago was to get out, because we obviously had a few problems this morning. We've ended up in a good position, so obviously the goal is to win it, but I'm here to enjoy myself, and I know my teammate Sam is as well, even if he doesn't show it.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race, Tom. That's Tom Leben from Rob Boston Racing. I think I've got time to have a chat with some more people. Let me have a word with Colin Kingsnorth, because we've not seen Colin for a couple of years. You and Mark decided to pop over to Europe and have a go at Fun Cup over there.
Yeah, it's really warm.
Nice to be back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. It's a fantastic circuit. Always enjoy Oulton, all proper old school. Yeah.
And does it feel different since we last here in 23?
Not different from then, but it's a bit of getting used to. Cars more physical. The power steering in the European series, so it's a lot more physical.
And of course, we're now on the Hankook tyres, which when you were here before we weren't on those. How have you found driving them with the Evo 1 car?
Yeah, they're nice. I like them. They roll a little bit, which gives you a little bit more grip, but actually they're the same tyres as in Europe, so actually it's been really good.
And thoughts of the race so far?
We need to go faster. But we'll get there.
We've got some young kids coming into Fun Cup. That's great to see as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is unbelievable, and they're so quick, and they're really good. It's really good to see. It's definitely more competitive than when we left, but we're still enjoying it.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Colin. Right, let's see who else I can find, because I understand they're still recovering as the safety car makes its way down the pit lane. Let's pop down to... let's see what we can find. Let's pop down to FNS, because we've not spoken to Steve Oulton today. So we're going to have a chat with Steve, and we'll also have a chat with Neo Clark as well. Mr. Oulton, you got your old teammate back?
Yeah, got Greg back, yeah.
How much did you have to pay him?
I don't, it comes for free.
How's it all been going so far, mate? That was a busy first stint for you. You had basically the entire field chomping at your bits.
Yeah, you've just got to keep you cool and just do what you need to do. Do you know what I mean? Could do with shedding a few pounds, Jamie. Do you know what I mean? But apart from that, yeah, everything's all good. Greg's had a spin, but we've got back up to where we need to be. We just keep going.
And you're in one of the newer chassis now. Does it feel any different to the old 212 that you've had before?
Oh yeah, massively. Yeah, I think when you turn it, it turns where you want to go. Do you know what I mean? They've not had any bumps or taps or anything like that. Yeah, so it's a nice car to drive.
All right, excellent. Thanks a lot, Steve. Neo Clark's just here. We'll have a quick word with Neo. We haven't spoken to you today. How's it all been going so far, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. It's just a bit carnage out there. It's all about just like trying to get good trap position, and with the wind, with how strong it is today, it's all about just making sure you're in the toe and trying to use yourself as a pack to try and move forward. So yeah, I think at the end of my stint, once all pit stops had ended, we got up to P7, but then we had a few scuffles in Josh's stint, so then we struggled a bit, but it's not been going too bad.
And plan for the year, is it a full campaign this year?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully a full year and give it a proper good go. Hopefully we can see where we end up.
All right, keep smiling, mate. Full send.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. That's Neo Clark from the Tropical Rocket Racing. So there's some of our Fun Cup drivers down here in the pit lane. But for now, it's back to Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Jamie. Impeccable timing, as always, because the pit lane window is now open. They haven't yet seen the pit window board, though, so there's going to be another lap before the pit lane starts to become a hive of activity. There's been a lot of work done by the marshals over at Druids to recover the cars that were involved in those sort of two separate incidents, and hopefully it won't be too much longer before the track is good to go. I believe there is still a bit of recovery work to be done from that end of the track though, so maybe one more lap behind the safety car before racing resumes, and yes, we get our penultimate round of driver changes. Unbelievably, we are 3 hours, nearly 3 3/4 hours, sorry, 2 3/4 hours, can't count, into this 4-hour race. It has certainly given us plenty to talk about. We've had 5 safety car periods so far. We have been notching up the lead changes as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lead changes we're up to now, halfway towards the Oulton Park record. And you never know, with an hour and a bit of racing still to go, we're certainly going to add to that tally. I'm fairly certain of that. But Team GRD out in front with Riley Phillips. He'll be feeling a bit like Ted Bradbury maybe, that he's not been able to really maximise this stint in the car, but both of them will be in for the final stint, so we could have a Riley Phillips versus Ted Bradbury battle for the win, which is a fight I would very much buy a ticket for. And throw in Farkini, he'll be back into that Uvio car for the final stint, and you've got a proper race on your hands. It will be Vlad Vasiliev who gets back into the Vape Club car. And are we going to have Chris Devell? No, of course it's Simon Rudd, isn't it, getting into the GRD car. Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips doing the entire second half of the race together. So advantage GRD, would you say, at this stage?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you said about Riley maybe feeling like he hasn't maximised the sim, but he's done what he can with what he has, and he's bringing the car back into pits in the lead of the race. You can't really ask too much more than that. While Jamie was having a chat with some of our drivers down in pit, then I did my own little recce down there while we had a few moments. Interesting to see the different thoughts in the different camps. I had a chat with Gary Bate of Greenheath, and I just went up to him and simply said, "Is it on? Is it on, Gary?" And he went, "Don't say that, John. Do not say that." Clearly feeling a little bit nervous to jump in the car ready for this restart. I then go down to Fabulous Randaccio of Uvio. I said, "Oh, are you looking forward to the restart?" He went, "Yeah, I guess." Absolutely unfazed, super relaxed and chilled. And it's amazing to see how chilled they are before they get behind the wheel, and once they're behind the wheel, they are aggressive as anything. Well, here we go then for the race restart.
Yes, here we go, and Ted Bradbury has perhaps only a handful of laps now to try and deliver that car to Vlad Vasiliev in the race lead, and he's going about it the right way, putting heaps of pressure on Riley Phillips into Old Hall corner and jigs to the inside. What a move from Ted Bradbury at the very last second. There was just about an opening on the inside line. Riley must have felt that he had that covered, but he didn't, and Bradbury's able to go through, and now here comes Farkini as well. Not round the outside of both of them. Surely Farkini, there's almost contact. He'll at least get second out of all of that, I think. And Riley Phillips got a little bit mugged there. He must have thought that he'd covered enough of the inside line. That was not the case. He now gives a massive shove to Farkini, who goes round the outside of Island Bend. That's a brave place to be on cold tyres, and he sensibly bailed out of that one.
Oh, this is epic. What a restart then. Brilliant move round the outside there from Uvio to steal back second place. There, the number one looks for the inside line, can't quite get it, but loses the exit speed. And now Rob Boston too, getting stuck back in once again. Back through to third place they go. Brilliant racing action, but here we go then. Released is Ted Bradbury. Can he start to build a gap?
If you ever wanted to support the argument we've been making for this being the most competitive season of Fun Cup ever, when was the last time Riley Phillips lost 3 places in half a lap? That is absolutely remarkable. He was a bit unfortunate because he got knocked out of line unexpectedly at Old Hall Corner, but that shows just how many drivers there are who are capable of taking the fight to the GRD squad, and we are going to be the real winners out of all of this. This is going to be a fabulous season and a fabulous final hour and a quarter of racing. Riley Phillips off the podium at the moment. What can he do about that? It is Bradbury who leads. Farkini second. Bradbury sideways there on some of the dirt that was left on the road after the incident a few laps ago at Druids. Does that give Farkini now an opportunity to get up the inside into Lodge Corner? He's in the slipstream. He's going to think about the inside line. Can't go for it. Riley can though. Launches back to the inside of Sam Heading. This for third position. They almost lean on each other, and Phillips, I think, should go through. Well, they're still debating it.
How was there not more contact there between the 1 and the 169, as you say, leaning on each other, but just about not making too much contact, and finally down into T1. Move is made, back to third place goes Riley Phillips. Epic stuff, right? We continue on then. Drivers more than likely pushing this one to the end of the pit window. We've had a couple drivers in. The 557 of Signature RV is in, and so is our Tropical Rocket Racing car in immediately as well. But we'll wait and see as well. Not only is there going to be a great battle out on track between these 4 cars when they head into pit lane as well, it'll be the battle of the teams once more, and of course this is where that earlier strategy will come into play as well. Who fueled earlier and who didn't? Let's see how that one plays out. But Ted Bradbury continuing to wring the neck of this Fun Cup car, but he's not able to drop Farkini for the moment.
It's so hard to be the leader though, because the rain has returned. It's returning from this end of the circuit as well, up towards the Ireland, Shell, Britain's area. As the leader, you're the first one to arrive on the scene. You're the first one to figure out how much or little grip there is, and that is now Ted Bradbury's role. Everyone else behind, they can gauge from what his car does to figure out just how much they can attack. So very difficult to be the leader in this particular situation. He's doing a good job of it though, is Ted, who began his circuit racing career in Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 racing. He knows all about close quarters racing, and he has put that to great effect in Fun Cup. He bounces over the grass though, coming out of Knickerbrook Corner. Bradbury is absolutely on the limit here, and not really getting away from the UVO and GRD cars behind. In fact, here come GRD now. Riley Phillips starting now to undo some of the damage done on that restart. Steals second place back away from Farkini, and he will now set his sights firmly onto the rear of Ted Bradbury's Vape Club with EDF car ahead of him.
Got to think as well, Ted is absolutely smashing those curbs here to try and get good lap time out of it, but that of course isn't very sympathetic mechanically. We've seen a couple of teams already losing cars out of the race from hitting those cars, hitting those curbs too aggressively. Diving into pits then, Rob Boston Racing are the first from our quartet at the front of the order to dive to pit lane, and they are indeed getting a fuel churn on board as well.
And that should get them to the end, right? I think if you fill it with fuel now, you should be able to do 2 stints on 1 tank. So Tom Leben will get into a very heavy car, but a car that potentially now doesn't need any more fuel till the end. It's a long fueling stop, so I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the Rob Boston Racing squad go to work. So, meanwhile, this for the race lead now. Hard to keep up with this, isn't it? Riley Phillips around the outside of Island Bend. What a move this would be. Bradbury is sideways through the left-hander. We wait with bated breath to see who arrives at Shell with the lead. It is Riley Phillips from first to fourth to first in about 2.5 laps, and actually Bradbury could lose second place here. Farkini was sniffing around on the inside line. I don't think he's quite going to get the move made. Riley Phillips didn't like losing all those places on the restart, did he?
Brilliant, bold stuff there from Riley round the outsider island. My goodness, is that man afraid of nothing? What a move, and back into the lead he goes. And as you say, he shoved Ted right to the outside there at Shell, didn't he? Forced his way through, that lost Ted the exit speed, and just about he kept UVO behind, but these things still absolutely nose to tail, and it's the likes of Greenheath and now the GCI car all close in behind as well. If these three keep scrapping like this, surely it won't be too long until they close up as well. I'm interested to see now if these three are losing enough time here for maybe the Rob Boston car to jump them in the stop. Well, we'll see. Again, that's going to matter how many churns each of the car needs as well. I wanted to mention as well, Rob Boston 2 only did take 1 churn in that stop, so a bit and ahhing as to whether that will make it to the end of the race or not, or whether they'll need a smash and dash in the last stop.
I forget whether they fueled at the last stop. I've got in my head that they did, so they might have not needed 2 full churns to fill it up. We'll try and get to the bottom of that if we can. Leaders across the line. There's a back marker now to be negotiated as in comes Greenheath in the background, so we do need to try and keep an eye. They've got 2 churns of fuel left, so they are waiting, I should say. They are going to try and get to the end of the race, I think, without refueling again. The lead battle descends upon Cascades then for the 70th time of asking, and this could well be the picture in an hour and 10 minutes time when we're on the final lap of the race, couldn't it? Riley Phillips versus Ted Bradbury versus Farkini, and you're absolutely right about the Rob Boston Racing squad. Remember the last time Tom Leben got in the car, they got him in early and he shot up the order quite noticeably. Well, he only had to gain 3 positions this time, and he'd be in the lead of the race. Keep an eye on that.
The lead tech just bailed out from entering the pit lane there. That was a bit odd. Although he did go over the solid white line there. I'm not sure if that's inducing a penalty or not, but either way, they bailed out of pit lane pretty late there. Had a few more drivers in. We've got the Race Logic car, the Demon Tweaks car, and the Viking, Team Viking with Ursa's Capital car all in. Team Viking car, a very slow stop here. I'm not sure what's gone wrong for them here, but someone is leaning in the door and they don't seem to be moving anytime quickly. So sadly, Viking losing a lot of time in this pit stop.
Meanwhile, three-way fight for the lead continues to rage on. We are only just towards the end, actually, aren't we now, of the pit window, to be fair. So the pit window is now closed. I think these cars will have passed that board once, so I expect all three of them in this time by. Excellent news. Right, Jamie, we want you to report in detail on the GRD, the Vape Club and the Uvio pit stops, if possible. I can see that Uvio have one churn of fuel ready. I'm looking down to the end of the pit lane. There's a churn of fuel waiting for the Vape Club car, I believe. Yeah, one churn for them all, I suspect, will be the plan, as Bradbury goes to the inside for the race lead at Lodge Corner and gets it. He's heading for the pit lane this time, but he wants to do so as the race leader. Riley's going to have to give way because they all want to pit at the same time. He had to let them both go. Disaster for GRT there. They were in the lead, and by the time they get to the pit lane, they are third. All of them in together then. The first to stop is Uvio. This will be Farkini getting in, but only after they've topped up the fuel on that car. Vape Club stop at the end of the pit lane. They have that one churn ready to go, and right down below us is the GRD car. Same thing, wasn't it? One churn of fuel. Who will get out in front, though? That's the question. Remember, the first, the closest to the exit of the pit lane is the Vape Club car. GRD have gone already. They've leapfrogged back ahead of Uvio. What about the Vape Club machine? We know how good GRD are in the pits. They have gone from from third to the lead. GRD out in front. It was a slow stop for Vape Club, really. They dropped from first to third. And where is the Rob Boston car? It's only now at the line. So Tom Levin, to be fair, not quite able to get himself back into that battle, but GRD back to the front.
Indeed, yeah, wow, again, mixing up the order then in the pit stops. It's raining, I think, harder. We've got now windscreen wipers on the cars, and you saw how sliding it was down there at Cascades. We can hear it in our ears now, can't we, the rainfall? It's getting heavier here in Oulton Park, and here goes Uvio, thinking about the move up the inside into Island. Bold in the dry, let alone with the rain falling. As we move on through the left-hander, we'll have to wait and see as they appear back into our shot down at Shell Oils who will be in the lead of this race. It's still GRD just about. I almost said Olympian yet again, but GRD holding on to the lead somehow. My goodness, what a race. We've still got over an hour left to go.
I'm not sure my nerves will handle another hour and a bit of this. This has been fantastic. This is definitely the heaviest the rain has been, though, I would say. Simon Rudd then leading the way, now has to acclimatise to a significant change in conditions. It is Farkini, remember, in the Uvio car, and in the background, Vlad Vasiliev just needs to try and stay in touch with these two if he can, and hand the car over to Ted Bradbury as soon as possible, probably in about 26 minutes time or so, and give him half a shot at a race win. Definitely a damp and greasy circuit now, greeting the drivers down at Knickerbrook. There is no blue sky above us. It is all grey, so this rain might be a bit more persistent. It might be here to stay for the foreseeable, and track conditions really will then start to change. They turn their way then through Druids. Farkini, to me, looks the quicker of the two right now.
Indeed, he's applying the pressure, isn't he, pretty heavily as they head down into the final corner once more, down to Lodge, looking at the inside line, thinking about it up the inside of Simon Rudd. Simon gives him the space and gets it all sort of sliding on the outside line. Lead lost, through goes Uvio, and yet again, another lead change.
Fabulous Randaccio, sorry, not Farkini in the car now, but that was a fabulous bit of driving from Randaccio. He put the pressure on Simon Rudd, forced the mistake, but now Randaccio will find out just how difficult it is to lead in this situation. Simon can sort of settle in behind. It's absolutely teeming it down now. This is properly heavy rain. Remember, they don't need to change tyres. These are all-weather tyres that they run on, but they will definitely need to adapt their driving style. They drop down through Cascades, a very wet Cascades now, but the conditions, for whatever reason, seem to be favouring Uvio.
Yeah, look at it. Wow, how quickly it's changed out there. The heavens have opened here in Oulton Park, as we expected. I spoke to the GRD team before the race, and I said, I think there's some rain supposed to be around 2 o'clock. Simon went, I've got nothing on my radar. We're not worried about it. Maybe that radar needs to be changed for the next race. Clearly, it was lying to you, Simon. Well, he's out there in the car at the moment, and he's dealing with it very well, still holding on to the back of Uvio. I wanted to highlight the lap times. Fastest time of the race, as we said earlier. New lap record, a 1:58.3 for Ted Bradbury. We're now a 2:40 for both Uvio and GRD on the last lap. Vape Club, a 2:46. They lost 6 seconds on the last lap alone, did Vlad Vasiliev. This rain couldn't have come at a worse time for the Vape Club team.
Indeed so. They were out laps, I think, were they, for the front runners, possibly at that time, but either way, the pace has definitely dropped away, hasn't it? Yeah, 2:14 for Greenheath was the best lap, or 2:07 for Signature RV. Still, though, 7 or 8 seconds off the pace at least, so you're absolutely right. The track conditions are slipping away from our drivers, and still, we have this level of competition at the front of the field, with GRD certainly not being dropped by Uvio. In fact, Simon Rudd now starting to go quicker, I'd say, than the leader on an increasingly wet and slippery circuit. So, Fabulous Randaccio for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport leads the way by, a car length or two over Simon Rudd in the Team GRD car. Vlad Vasiliev is several seconds back. There's a car heading to the gravel in the background at Druids, right behind Vlad. Who was that?
He's in the wall. That's the 557 Signature RV, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's a car that had just dropped off the lead lap. That is Steve Ruston. It's in the barriers, and that's going to be a safety car. Now, who does this favour? I would say Vape Club, because Vlad Vasiliev, if we do get a safety car, will coast back up to the tail of the leaders, and Ted Bradbury might not be too far behind them when he gets back in the car.
Yeah, this massively benefits Vape Club, doesn't it? Really so. As it looks like the lead tech is coming in. This is an unplanned stop as well, sadly, for the 99. They are in. I can see 2 fuel churns out though for them in the pit lane. So a little bit unsure as to what's going on with them. Anyway, they continue on. But yes, surely this safety car will come out soon. As we saw the 557 off into the gravel, it was always going to be straight to the scene of the accident, wasn't it? There was no way they were keeping that out of the wall, and they just about stuck it straight in there down at Druids. And surely we'll be going to safety car in a few moments' time. But until then, we're still in green flag conditions. As you heard there from the noises that Andy produced, the car's getting very close to each other.
Well, that was FFS unlapping themselves from Seed Data and Greenheath at the same time, who are battling for position and nearly wiping out the Greenheath car with a sideways moment at Old Hall Corner. Greenheath, though, did manage to gather that together and gained a place out of that. They're now up into 7th position. 6th, by the way, held by PLR Racing. We've hardly mentioned them all race long, and yet PLR Racing are still in the top 6. New leader, well, not a new leader, but back to the lead is Simon Rudd, back ahead of Fabulous Randaccio. In these conditions, John, you could forgive them for just sort of surviving out there. These two are battling as if the race win is on the line, and it may very well be, because they're gapping the 3rd place car so quickly without a safety car. I don't see anyone else catching them. This could be a really significant battle.
Yeah, these two absolutely rapid at the moment. Yeah, apologies about my mistake with the lap times there out of pit lane. There'd been so much action, I forgot they came out the pits on that same lap. So much had happened across one lap of racing, and these two continue on nose to tail. Yeah, now, as you previously mentioned, now down in the 213s are our 2 leaders. Same for the Rob Boston Racing car, the only other car down in the 213s with them. The rest of the drivers, 216s, 219s, 220s, 221s, and now the safety car is indeed out once again.
That's safety car number 6. They're coming out on average every 10 laps. We had a safety car at lap 52, lap 62, and now lap 72. Well, let's call that 73. The leaders just came through at the end of that lap. So this was the 557 car off. The safety car leaves the pit lane. 557 car off at Druids.
He's missed the leaders.
Oh, he's missed the leaders.
He's missed the leaders.
I think the leaders have spotted it, though,
yes,
to be fair. Again,
they have.
experience there from Fabulous and Simon. They knew what was happening, and they're going to allow the safety car back through. There is Steve Ruston watching on as the marshals prepare to recover his car, but safety car number 6 is out with an hour to go. Well, this sets us up very nicely, doesn't it?
Oh, it does indeed. Yeah, it just makes it even more exciting. We didn't think this race could get any more exciting. Suddenly we've had a downpour. Suddenly we've had yet another safety car. My goodness, this is fantastic. Well, I'd love to hear as well. Hopefully Jamie can head on down to the Signature RV garage and maybe get a bit more of an insight as to what happened there, as it was exit stage left pretty quickly, wasn't it, for Ruston there? Was that just simply a mistake on a very damp part of the circuit, or was it a bit more of an issue that we couldn't quite see from our camera angle? Well, hopefully Jamie can find out for us, as Jamie, I can see him gesticulating something to me. Oh, he's saying check my phone. Okay, Jamie, we'll check our phones and see what you've said. As you might have some information for us. And thanks, Jamie, as we head on then into the final hour of this 4-hour race.
Well, this is news that Marcus Clutton would rather we didn't have. It's Marcus Clutton in the car that's in the gravel at Druids Corner now. That is not something you see very often. Marcus Clutton, British GT race winner, nearly won a European GT Racing Championship over the winter in the GT Winter Series, finished 2nd second in that behind one of the top German teams. He is off the road up at Druids. This is a circuit where Marcus used to do an awful lot of driver tuition and track days and driving experiences for Motorsport Vision. He knows this place very well. That, I suspect, is a spot he's not found himself in before. But Marcus in the car and Marcus in the gravel.
Maybe we should have realised that with the MC on the side of his helmet. Now that I realise, but yeah, a very uncharacteristic mistake from Marcus Clutton, as you mentioned. Even if he didn't know this circuit like the back of his hand, he's a very accomplished racing driver and wouldn't expect him to make such a mistake, especially given the fact that he knows this circuit incredibly well. Of course, Druids, anyone that knows, anyone that's raced at this track even once in the rain will know quite how slippery Druids gets. It really is a sake of committing to the corner and going for it. If it goes slightly wrong mid-corner, it's a very tough one to save. And something's happened there with Mr. Clutton. Sadly for them, and they are stuck in the barriers, they are going no further. And sadly for them, it was a decent race up to this point. There's going to be a lot of lost points here at round number 1. We continue on behind the safety car then. Still UVO in the lead ahead of Team GRD, and now the rest of the order closes back up behind them once again.
So we're 18 minutes away from the final pit stop window, so we will get some more racing before then. The track conditions, though, are going to keep on changing, and now potentially for the better, because it's stopped raining. There's a little bit of brightness now starting to peek through the clouds again, and maybe some... well, it's brighter than it was 5 minutes ago. Ever the optimist, you know me. But there is more dark cloud off in the distance, so it's just going to be a case of reacting to whatever conditions you have, and that for me has been the story at the front of the field. It seems that time and again the team who react the best to the changing conditions are UVO. Every time we've had a little smattering of rain, they seem a little bit more comfortable in those conditions, whether it's Fabulous or Farkini in the car. Another example, I think, of how they really have brought their A game, haven't they, this weekend?
They really have, and of course they've got a lot of experience in these cars, haven't they? Definitely one of the mainstays of the championship are the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport drivers. If there's anyone that can take to these wet conditions and get up to speed properly quickly, you would back the UVO car. Equally, there's plenty of other cars that will get on pace as well. Orange Army getting stuck in there in the gravel, looking to try and get that car out as quickly as possible. We've got the Rob Boston racing car weaving pretty aggressively down the start-finish straight, I will say. I can understand the attempt to try and get some tyre temp back in, but on one hand, it's going to be a while until we go back to green flag, so you're going to have to be doing that for a while to keep that temp in. And for two, you are dancing with a lot of danger there, because if you suddenly lose it while you're trying to warm your tyres, your team aren't going to be very happy with you. Let's just put it that way.
No, I mean, it's Tom Leben in the car, though, and that is a single-seater racing thing, isn't it? They're on slick tyres. They rely so heavily on having those slick tyres in the ideal temperature range, and sometimes it's just muscle memory, isn't it? Safety car's out. I must be weaving vigorously to get some heat into them. Pit lane bound we are now, because I believe Jamie's catching up. I think he's down at the GCI end of the pit lane, potentially with Craig Butterworth.
I am, Andy, yes, thanks. Lovely to see Craig and Ian and Graham back in the Fun Cup paddock for this year, and you're hinting it might be a full campaign, because last time you did a full campaign, what happened, Craig?
We won the championship. We've got a 1-from-1 ratio right now in terms of when we've done a full championship, so we'll see. If we can juggle it all around other commitments, it would be nice to have a proper crack at it this year, so we'll see how things go.
It's been a busy, hectic race so far. You're currently in P5. Obviously, this safety car's brought you right back into the mix. Ian's going to be eyes forward and hunting the top 4 down, isn't he?
He is. It's I'll be honest, I love conditions like this, right? Some changeable conditions is kind of my favourite. So I'm kind of almost itching to get back in the car right now and looking forward to the last stint. But as ever, I'm sure it's going to be a super tight finish in the last stint.
As it starts raining again, how does it affect the balance of the car? Because obviously when you're coming over Hilltop or Clay Hill, you can almost see the weather coming in and you think, right, here we go, this is about to get spicy.
Yeah, I mean, look, these cars, I love how nicely balanced they are, and you can really feel what's going on with them and play with them. I really like that about them. So it's one of the reasons why when it's changeable, I like the fact you can feel what's going on. But yeah, because of the undulation here, you have to be particularly careful. And obviously, I remember that well from when I was fighting for the lead a couple of years ago in the final stint. So yeah, you've just got to be really careful where there's those big sort of cresting over a hill or down a hill. But it's all good fun.
Into the final hour now. Is it just going to be crack on as normal?
I think so. Just crack on, do the best we can, try and not have any expectations and see what will be.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Craig. That's Craig Butterworth from GCI as the rain comes back down here in the pit lane.
Well, I was optimistic for a couple of minutes maybe that we'd seen the last of the rain. It's certainly not as heavy as it was before, but it will be just enough to keep the little bit of standing water that we got on the track very much present. And yeah, actually it's a bit heavier than I thought looking out of the other window. So a wet track probably from here on in, with 54 minutes left of this opening round of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport lead the way, Team GRD a second, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport third, ahead of Rob Boston Racing's number 169 car, and GCI Racing in fifth, PLR Racing sixth. Having a really solid day. 7th for Axiometrics, 8th Greenheath, 9th Seed Data, and the Demon Tweaks 249 car completes the top 10. We've got 14 cars on the lead lap. So 11th FNS Morpheus, 12th for Tropical Rocket Racing on their debut, 13th for the Clapham North car, doing really well, still on the lead lap, George and Abby, and Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing complete the 14 cars who are on the lead lap. We're in the middle of our 6th safety car period of the afternoon, just one away from the 2018 Oulton Park record of 7 and 3 away from the 2019 Croft all-time record of 9. Both of those races were won in the end by less than a second, and both of those races had a safety car within the last dozen laps or so. So with the changing conditions, John, I really wouldn't bet against this not being the last safety car of the race, especially given the ferocity of the battling that we're seeing amongst those front-running cars. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that we see another car stumble off the road.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there wasn't another safety car in the last 50 minutes of this one, especially, as you say, with the ferocity of the battling, but also the ferocity of the rainfall out there. It only is seemingly getting heavier out of our commentary box window. So conditions now, we said it had dried up for a moment, and maybe it starts to get drier, but nope, the heavens have opened once more. Rain falling once again here at Oulton Park. I feel as though, of course, we're chatting about the number of safety cars, but also I feel like in recent memory, this has got to be, in terms of a percentage of the race where we've been under safety car conditions, this has got to be up there as well. And of course, Andy has a stat for that as well.
Well, yes, I suspect so, because that Oulton Park race, which we had 7 in, it was 94 laps long. So if you average that out at, 4 laps per safety car-ish average. So 4 times 7, come on, you're better at maths than I am.
28.
28, thank you. So about, let's say, 30 laps of safety car, give or take, is 32%-ish of what that race length was. I can, now that TSL Timing have quite an extensive stats page on their live timing website, I can probably work out the percentage of this race as well. So get back to me in a while. I might have an answer on that one.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, because even, of course, as you were looking through the previous ones and sort of guesstimating with the 4 laps, but particularly here I was mentioning that just because with these safety cars that we have had, they've not been easy ones to get sorted. We have drivers stuck off in the gravel, we have drivers into the barrier destroying their cars. They've been quite lengthy safety car periods as well, so all really stacking up in this one, and that just means less time for these teams to eke out those gaps. It means we go back into racing action, absolutely nose to tail once again.
We've completed 75 laps of racing, 18 of which have been behind the safety car. 24% of this race, nearly a quarter of it, has been spent behind the safety car. Now, the point I'm sort of making here, though, with saying that this could break an Oulton Park record, is that this is not the norm. It is not uncommon to have safety cars in races, but we've had an increasing number of races recently which have not had a safety car in them at any point. In fact, 15 races of the 125 in Fun Cup Championship history have gone safety car free, and quite a number of those over the last 2 or 3 years. I'd say about 50% of those races happened in the last 2 or 3 seasons. So of late, it's become increasingly common to have safety car free races. Driving standards improving all the time in the championship, the quality of driver improving as well. I think today has just been a really unfortunate combination of tricky conditions, a big grid, lots of new drivers as well, who are perhaps slightly less experienced than some of the regular faces. And a circuit that is as unforgiving as Oulton Park, it is, I suppose, more likely here than anywhere else that we would get a safety car. In fact, Oulton Park does statistically have the highest likelihood of safety cars, because if you go off here, you're going to find yourself off the road and quite possibly going no further. So hopefully we're done with safety cars. I wouldn't bet against getting another one, but either way we're in for an absolutely spectacular showdown here, final showdown for the race victory.
Yeah, Oulton Park is not a forgiving circuit in that way, is it? I mean, in general, British tracks, comparatively to tracks on a global scale, are pretty unforgiving because they're so old, they were built so long ago, those walls are so close. But even in comparison to those other British tracks, Oulton Park is a tough one. You go off-piste, you're almost certainly going to collide with a barrier somewhere. So let's see then. 48 minutes just over on the clock. This is going to be exciting.
And crucially, 9 minutes, just under 9 minutes until that final pit window opens. So 9 minutes before the final round of driver changes can occur. We're back underway again, and it is going to be Simon Rudd in the Team GRD car who leads them to the line. It's side by side already for fourth. And was that a change before the line? It was a change before the line. Tom Levin, by 12 thousandths of a second, was ahead of Vlad Vasiliev at the line. That's a fairly cut and dry decision normally. No overtaking before the timing line, and I wonder whether race control, I'm sure they will, have a look at that. He's into third place though, is Tom Levin in the Rob Boston car, but that could be a costly error if race control have noticed.
Again, is that lack of experience in the driver as well? Maybe you have different rules in other championships, but yeah, as you say, here it is cut and dry. You do not pass until you've gone over that timing line, and the timing doesn't lie, does it? Those the transponders tell us exactly how it is, and Rob Boston 2 was ahead. Well, we might just see a penalty coming through in the next few minutes. We shall wait and see what Julian Thomas decides to do about that, but we continue on then, already starting to pull a bit of a gap at the sharp end of GRD and UVO Hoffmans. But yeah, Rob Boston 2, if we ignore that potential penalty, up into the top three then, currently holding on to £1,000.
Indeed, so we'll see whether that stays the same. I mean, 12 thousandths of a second is blink of an eye stuff, so that is the kind of margin that could be down to the location of the transponder within the car. So they will have a look, I'm sure. There's a camera on the timing line which they can take a look at and see whether that was actually a nose ahead or whether it was a perfectly judged restart for Tom Levin. If there's no penalty, then what a hero. He absolutely timed that to perfection and got into third position just in the nick of time, and I'd say is already starting to bridge the small gap now to the leading two. Over Clay Hill they head. What battles are going on behind? Well, there's a decent one. Axiometrics at the front of that next little group of cars, which included Greenheath and Seed Data. Vlad Vasiliev dropping back towards that group, actually. GCR Racing in fifth. Interesting to hear there from Craig Butterworth that they're in this for a full championship campaign, they hope, this year. And consistency really is what won them their championship a handful of years ago. They can keep consistently picking up those top five finishing positions, then they're definitely going to be in the conversation for a championship come Oulton Park at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's great to hear, the commitment from GCI for this season. Also, we want them involved as many rounds as they can be at, because they're always in and amongst it, aren't they? Scrapping at the sharp end. Great to have them back for another season. I do hope they stick it out for the entirety of said season. We did have a change to sixth place on the last lap, then Axiometrics getting past PLR. So we have got now Axiometrics, PLR, Greenheath, Seed Data all in a bit of a train. And here's a side-by-side moment as well. This will be for 10th place then. Up the inside goes Abby Eaton, through back into the top 10 for the Clapham North team, and relegates Demon Tweaks just outside into P11 they go.
Yes, don't count that car out yet. They're starting to creep back into the equation, aren't they, ever so slightly?
What was Abby saying earlier when we chatted to her down in pit lane? She was hoping for the rain.
Yes, good point, actually. She always has gone well in the wet, and demonstrating that again very much so. So, yeah, keep an eye on that car. George Grant will be waiting with bated breath to see where he takes the car over from. Battle for the lead there as Simon Rudd was a little bit wide out of the shell hairpin. But, of course, that's another thing as a driver now. You've got to recalibrate your brain. The quickest line in the dry is not usually the quickest line in the wet. There are certain parts of the circuit, like the chicanes, where you sort of just have to take the traditional racing line, but through some of those longer, more sweeping corners, going out wide is not always a bad thing.
Indeed, and there's really, really tricky corners to get right in these conditions. Of course, we've mentioned Druids however many times, but particularly through Druids, because it is such a tight section of the circuit. You're trying to break off line, go a bit deeper, and then cut back in the corner. But of course, going deep to the outside line, you're flirting with the white line, you're flirting with the grass on the outside, you go ever so slightly too deep, and suddenly you're off into the gravel.
Indeed so, and we've seen that a few times. That's been really calamity corner, hasn't it, in this race, Druids? We've had a few cars off there. A number of those safety car periods we've had, I think 3 of them maybe, have been caused by cars off the road at Druids, which is where we are now. And that's the leader off wide. Simon Rudd with 2 wheels in the dirt loses the lead. Well, you teed that one up perfectly. It's almost like you know what you're talking about, John.
Thanks,
that
mate.
is a tricky corner, and even Simon Rudd can be caught out by it.
Yeah, indeed. Yep. Wow, I think that's the first time I've ever called something so well. I'll take my bonus for that one. Thank you very much,
even a broken
BRSCC.
clock is right twice
All right,
a day,
mate.
John,
Cheers for
remember
that. Thanks, dude. But no, an unexpected one there from Simon. He's usually a bit of a rainmeister, but getting caught out at Druids, I said, it's a tough corner in these conditions. You make ever so slight of a mistake and it is heavily, heavily punished. He did well to keep it out of the gravel there, really well.
And those are the differences that can decide a race. If he'd have gone into the gravel, got stuck, done a lot of damage to the car, well, that's their chance of winning the race gone. The fact that he kept it on the island, yes, okay, he lost the lead. He could have lost an awful lot more out of that. He's 1.1 seconds adrift then of the leader, with Tom Leben, of course, bearing down on him now in 3rd position. Vlad Vasiliev still 4th, 5th then for GCI Racing, 6th is the Axiometrics car. That's the pair of cars just at the back of that little group. The orange and black car is Axiometrics in 6th, with PLR Racing again. Flying under the radar a bit, but on course for a solid result in 7th. 158 has had another moment, this time at Lodge Corner, and that car recovers, thank goodness, without needing to be extricated from a gravel trap this time, and we can continue on racing.
Indeed, yep, well done, keeping it out of the gravel this time, which is good to see, and the G-Force car continues on past our window. Look how much the Rob Boston Racing car has caught these two already then. We have closed up and the battle for the lead continues. I didn't even notice that they've almost switched back around, of course, haven't they, after that off-track excursion almost for Simon Rudd. Well, he's to the outside line here into his slots. He's going to try and hold it around the outside and he can't. Outbrakes himself. They'll have to take to the escape road. That'll take a bit of time. Where will he come out? Will he slot straight back in between? He will. He'll try and do the up and under to get a good exit speed, but he's slotted back in. I think the stewards will be happy with that one.
Yeah, that was fair enough. No advantage gained, definitely. I think Simon could have made the corner, but he wasn't convinced that Fabulous was going to, and sort of went to turn and then thought, no, do you know what? I'm going to take the escape road. Better safe than sorry. He's clearly got decent pace to have closed back in on the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. Remember, that gap was 1.1 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's now about 1.1 car lengths as they head under the Paul Warwick Bridge and down towards Lodge Corner. But now we throw in Tom Leben to this three-way battle for the lead, and you don't really know where to look if you're Simon Rudd. You want to attack, you want to find a way back ahead of Uvio, but go for a move that doesn't work, and it could cost you second place. That might happen anyway, though, because Tom Leben looks pretty racy to me.
He does indeed. He's got a great exit out the final corner then, looking to the inside line here. I don't think quite going to go for it this time. Stays as they were. As I've just seen on the gantry, the 169, Rob Boston Racing, stop, go, penalty. So indeed, even though it was, a few thousandths of a second there on that restart, that's it. It's in the rules. Stop, go, penalty for Rob Boston 2. You know who's going to be happiest about that? Paul Rose.
Quite possibly, though. I wouldn't put that wallet back in the safe just yet, Paul, because we still have the chance of further safety cars, and still got the chance, quite frankly, that car could just overcome the 10 seconds, because it looks very, very quick to me. There is confirmation of the stop go penalty. Yeah, 12 1,000ths of a second. Talk about fine margins deciding races. 12 1,000ths of a second. If that car had been a fraction, an inch or two further back, it wouldn't have been a penalty. They'd have still got the position probably at Old Hall Corner, and they would genuinely be in this fight for the lead. Now, if I were them, I'd be serving that quickly. You want to get that out the way before any potential safety car. We're also heading into a pit window shortly. You don't really want to add an extra complication to that. You can't serve a stop-go penalty on the same lap as a pit stop either, so I expect that car in pretty quickly. Ahead of it is a resumption of this battle for the race lead as Simon Rudd again tries the outside into the Hislop chicane, but this time doesn't fully commit to the move.
Is there also maybe the other thought of stay in the battle, because you could maybe force one of your rivals into a mistake, they lose something, go off track, you gain a bit of time back and then decide to pit? I don't know, just spitballing ideas for you, but I do agree, I probably would just serve that as soon as possible as well, get it out of the way and then focus on the rest of the race. Well, pit window is now open for the final time here today for round number 1, the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here in the United Kingdom. Could you tell it was in the United Kingdom here with the rain that we're experiencing? Top 3 though, continuing on. Will Rob Boston 2 serve this pit stop straight away? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them for doing it. The pit window is open, remember, but they can't pit this time for a driver change. They can next time by. Through they come, and no, they stay out for this particular lap. They are going to try and stay in the battle. They've got 3 laps to serve it, it's my understanding of the rules. So 3 laps in which to come in and serve the stop-go penalty, so they can come through another couple of times at least before they start getting into some real trouble. Hopefully they do get that message over to Tom Levin, who at the moment is on the attack. He's pulling up alongside Simon Rudd nearly down the avenue, but not quite able to force the issue into Cascades Corner. These 3, by the way, 11 seconds now clear of Vlad Vasiliev, but Vlad is still in 4th position. So Vlad Vasiliev under threat from GCI Racing now, but keeping that car in contention. Ted Bradbury, I'm sure they'll try and get him in as soon as possible. Vlad, I reckon, will be in this time around. And yes, I think I can see Ted Bradbury at the very far end of the pit lane, preparing himself with his helmet on, preparing himself for a real battle. Change for second. Simon Rudd runs wide at Shell, and through goes Tom Levin. He might have a stop-go penalty to serve, but he is quite content to get stuck into this lead battle in the meantime. He moves into 2nd position, possibly forced a bit of a mistake there out of Simon, who again, of these 3, has looked maybe the one most likely to make a mistake. I wonder if they've maybe not allowed for potential rain in the setup of that car. You spoke to him pre-race and he certainly wasn't anticipating rain, so maybe they've gone super stiff on the setup and now it's wet. He's struggling.
Indeed, yep, no, definitely a possibility. Yeah, the number 1 team certainly did not expect for rainfall today. I don't think anyone did. Certainly not this heavy of a rainfall here today. I thought it was only going to be a smattering. Even on my rain radar, it only said it was going to be light rain. Well, that certainly wasn't light out there a few minutes ago. Luckily, it does seem to have stopped now, and hopefully we can hold off for the rest of the 40 minutes. But let's see how this plays out then. Final bit of strategy to come into play here over this final pit stop for each of these teams. And let's see how they sort themselves out then. I'm trying to remember as well quite how much time we lose on a stop-go penalty. Probably about 15 seconds. Is that probably a fair assumption? 15 seconds dropping back. That's going to be a tough one for the Rob Boston car to try and catch back up.
It's probably about 20 seconds spent in the pit lane. So yeah, about a 15-second loss, I'd say. In they come, and in comes Simon Rudd to hand over to Riley Phillips. So we're also expecting, I think, Greenheath in this time by the looks of things. There is the GRD car into its pit bay. The Rob Boston car already has served the stop go, and it is just that. It's a stop and a go. You don't have to wait for 10 seconds or any length of time. Straight in, straight out, and they will continue on their way. So too to GRD, and that they're followed in fact, by Vape Club. So by the time GRD have left, Vape Club are only now pulling into their pit box, and they have fuel waiting, interestingly.
Indeed, very interesting. Right then, well, the differing strategies are coming into play then in these final stops, and nice to see on the cameras the sun shining once again here at Oulton Park. We've had all 4 seasons today, haven't we, here at Oulton Park? Welcome to April in the UK, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we enjoy it. It just throws us things we weren't expecting and makes it all very, very exciting. As Jamie's telling me, apparently it's raining again. Oh, great. Thanks, Jamie. Well, we were enjoying the sun for maybe about 5 or 10 seconds there, and apparently it's starting to rain, even if it is slightly raining yet again. Well, Rob Boston then, their second car, has served that stop-go penalty. And I can assume in the next few minutes they'll then be in for their pit stop. So really, we're sort of waiting with bated breath now, aren't we, for the next 6 or 7 minutes once again. And once they come back out from those pit stops, we'll know that final order for the final stint and the gaps to be chased down as well. This is super exciting. I mean, if you've been with us for already 3.5 hours, I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this race, and I hope it has made you, for one, want to follow the championship for the rest of the year, and for two, get involved and race at some point as well, because my goodness, you don't get racing like this anywhere else.
You certainly don't. Tom Levin has come out then in 4th position still, so he's with Axiometrics, not out of this at all. Something like 15 seconds off the lead, so yeah, that was a good guess actually on our part. 15-second time loss, give or take, from coming in for that stop-go penalty, and now needs to try and do something about overcoming those 15 seconds. They're really praying for a safety car, but this has been a reasonably clean portion of the race. We are coming up on about 9 laps since the last safety car, and they've been averaging every 10 laps through the second half of the race, so we could get one soon. Through goes the Rob Boston car, back into that third position now, and immediately they bail for the pit lane to pit. So Tom Leppan then to hand over to Sam Heading for the final portion of the race, followed in as well by Team Greenheath. That will be for Gary Bate to hand over to Paul Turner. There's the Rob Boston car, there's the Greenheath car. No fuel for either of them, so that's an immediate time gain for both cars compared to the Vape Club car, which we saw did take fuel. We've got the Clapham North car in at the far end of the pit lane. They're taking some fuel on board as well. Greenheath leave. Good stop that for Greenheath.
Yeah, really slick stop. That was very impressive, wasn't it, for the Greenheath team? Well done to them. You saw one of the chaps just at the front of the car checking for any bodywork that needed to be ripped off. Got that all sorted. Back out on track they go for the final stint of the race. And for Greenheath, and once again Paul Turner back behind the wheel. There goes the Rob Boston Racing 2 car back out of pit lane. Couldn't quite spot which car they've joined behind, but I can tell you that they are in front of the Vape Club car.
Yes, they are by, 2 or 3 seconds or so. That's the difference the refuel made, I think. So Ted Bradbury now into that Vape Club with EDF car. That's going to be one of the fastest cars out there, I would say, in this particular stint of the race. Waiting to see then which of the other front runners head in soon. I would anticipate that Uvio will leave this a little while longer, won't they? I suspect they're going to want to try and go as deep into this as possible. Well, actually, both drivers have been pretty evenly matched, haven't they? So maybe they're pretty open on their strategy. Those who wanted to pit early, I think by and large have, though, haven't they?
Yeah, indeed. I think because they are so evenly matched, you might as well leave it until the end of the window, because you're not going to gain anything from pitting any earlier. And also, there might be a safety car. It's still very damp out there. You never know what could happen. Someone suddenly chucks it off. There's a safety car. They peel in and gain loads of time.
Yeah, absolutely so. Here comes Bradbury then, trying to negotiate some back marker traffic. He's got the GCI car behind him. Craig Butterworth in the car now in conditions that he was telling Jamie he really relishes. He won't be relishing getting stuck behind those 2 lapped cars, though, down at the Hislop chicane. That will be costing him a little bit of time. Nips up the inside of the exposure lights car and now sets his sights on the next lapped car up in front. Leader has gone through, I can tell you, so Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport not yet bailing for the pit lane. Axiometrics have moved up into second position, C Data a third, and GRD a fourth after a pit stop. So GRD have just got across the line now, 22.5 seconds behind Uvio, and that is an interesting number, isn't it? It was a 2-minute 12.1 for Riley Phillips. That was 1.3 seconds quicker than the leader. So at the moment, all things being equal in the pit lane, it should be GRD who emerge from this final pit stop with the lead.
Indeed, it should be, but yeah, let's not count our chickens before they come home to roost, eh? Let's wait and see quite what happens here. You never quite know if Uvio could pull something out of the bag. Well, here you go once again, nose to tail, the Rob Boston Racing car and the Vape Club car here battling for track position. This is 9th place on the road at the moment, but of course it will be for much higher positions once a few drivers ahead peel into the pits for their final stop. Down through Cascades we go once again, and it looks, I think, the Rob Boston Racing windscreen wipers are broken potentially. Just trying to look at them, I think the one on the, as the driver sits, the one on the right hand side has gone too far over and has gotten stuck. I think that's what's happened. Only thinking about that, because that used to happen to us all the time. The windscreen wiper motor would break all the time, and it was impossible. And it would always be the windscreen wiper that was in front of our face.
Yeah, of course.
So down the straight, if we were in the spray of the driver ahead, you'd have to lean over and look out the left-hand side to try and see where you were going. That was good fun, heading down towards the first corner at Brands Hatch. That was great fun. But we're still side by side here between the Rob Boston Racing 2 car and the Vape Club. Finally forcing his way through and up a position once more then for the Vape Club car.
Yeah, they've got a
bit of a wobble there for GCI.
Yes, Craig Butterworth with a little bit of opposite lock coming out of the Britain chicane. Ted's got to go for this, hasn't he? He's got to get a move on. He is how far behind the GRD car? That's the question, isn't it? He is about, no further than that actually. Oh, yes, quite a lot further. 24 seconds, I think, potentially behind GRD, because of course they refueled, didn't they, Vape Club? So Ted really needs a bit of safety car intervention or something like that to bring them back into the equation. 30 seconds away from the pit window ending, 30 seconds plus 1 lap essentially, and we still wait for our race leader Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport to come into the pit lane. It all looks though like it's falling into the laps of Team GRD. as so often is the case. But you make your own luck, don't you? You know, it's not fair to say that they've looked their way into this situation. They've not made mistakes. They've played the strategy right. They've stayed out of trouble, despite a few near misses. If they do come out of this final round of pit stops with a decent lead, they've earned it.
They certainly have. They certainly have. It's all down to strategy, isn't it, at the end of the day? There's been a move made. Vape Club through on Greenheath then once again for position. These four that are battling is all for genuine position, looking on towards the end of the race. GCI then up the inside, down through the first corner of Oulton. They go a little bit wide onto what is now a very, very slippery exit curb. And the Rob Boston Racing 2 car up and over the curb. Whoa, big wobble there for them. So you can definitely see the windscreen wipers are totally stuck. I hope for their sake there's no more rain, because that's going to get scary if there's any more rainfall. For the moment, they'll be doing just okay though. GCI do manage to force their way through though.
And even as you say, with fairly limited spray out there at the moment, it will still be a distraction not being able to clear that spray away when he's running behind another car, so difficult to even see where the edge of the road is in that situation. So Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport with a 17.5 second lead. That is flattering at the moment because they owe us a pit stop. They're 21.8 seconds ahead of Team GRD. That gap continuing to come down. GRD, remember, the highest placed of the cars to have made their final pit stop. I would anticipate everyone else, though, will have to come in this time. So we're only a couple of minutes away from having a proper idea of what the final picture looks like.
Indeed, doesn't look like a fuel churn waiting for Uvio either. So
okay.
Should be a relatively slick stop. Of course, person with the fuel could just be waiting in the garage and might just bail straight out ready for the fuel stop in a moment's time. But for the moment anyway, looks like it will just be a driver change for the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport team. Let's look at this then. GCI, they've already cleared the Rob Boston Racing 2 car, and now they're trying to go side by side with Greenheath up and over Clay Hill. You saw there the picture-in-picture. Uvio continue on for another lap. They'll have to come in at the end of this one. Axiometrics bail to pit lane as the number one of Team GRD carries on, as they've already, of course, done their pit stop earlier on. And there's move complete then. GCI making their way through. What a final stint this is turning out to be for GCI. As you said, Craig Butterworth relishing in these conditions, and well, he's clearly showing that, isn't he?
Yeah, looks really comfortable, doesn't he, in these conditions? We're getting a lot of people coming in, so Axiometrics are in. See Data, I think that is. Tropical Rocket Racing, PLR Racing, Team Viking and Ursus Capital, you can see in the picture-in-picture is in. So final round of pit stops being made for them. Uvio must have just got through before the pit window closed board went out last time by, hence why they've been able to sneak another lap out of this. There have been plenty of times over the years where I've been absolutely convinced that they've missed it and they've come in a lap too late and they're definitely going to get a penalty. They always seem to just time it absolutely perfectly, and I'm sure we'll see them come in this time by.
Indeed. Yep, they will be bailing in a few moments' time, and then we'll have to wait and see how long it takes. It's again pressure on for the team to get this to be a nice and slick stop. But of course, it's just like that old saying, slow and steady wins the race. If you try and rush it, things go wrong and you have to do them again, and that wastes time. If you're slow, steady and methodical, get all the belts in correctly, get that door closed and get him back underway. But I don't have to tell them that. They've done enough pit stops in their time, haven't they? Let's wait and see then. Down through into Druids comes the Uvio car. And all this is nail-biting stuff then. Just over 25 minutes left to go of this first 4-hour endurance race of the season here in the Fun Cup. And let's see, at the moment it's looking like Uvio versus GRD. The GCI, Craig was pressing on well, but a little mistake there.
Yeah, it looked like he was taking part in the Circuit Rally Championship then in a Mark II Escort or something. That was very sideways. That backs him up now into Greenheath and the Rob Boston car of Sam Heading, who nips up the inside, helps over the curb, nearly gets into the Greenheath car. This is all getting very congested down at the Hislop chicane. The leaders, I can tell you, are in. There is no fuel waiting. This should be a quick pit stop for Uvio. Out gets Fabulous, in gets Farkini. I'm looking out of the window. GRD, I think, are coming over Deer Leap now. Yes, they are. And they are going to reclaim the lead by quite a healthy margin. There's been a delay, I think, on the belts here for Uvio, and that is not the slickest of pit stops. Through goes GRD, and they're going to have probably getting on for a 10-second lead, I'd say, once the Uvio car's back up to speed.
What a shame. Yeah, really slow stop there, sadly, for Uvio. I mean, comparatively to their usual very slick stops, yes, something clearly happened there. The team member was in that door for quite a bit longer than they would have hoped for. Clearly something happened there in the cockpit that we couldn't quite see. That's lost them a decent bit of time, and we'll see when they come under the gantry next time around exactly how much time that has lost them. Well, Ted behind the wheel of the Vape Club car, scampering off now from the likes of GCI, Rob Boston Racing, Greenheath and Axiometrics. This group of 4 is going to be a very interesting battle here, just outside of the top 3. As do we have a car going slowly?
We do.
I think we do down Cascades. Who is that? Well, there's the team in Tweaks just ahead. They seem to be going just all right. But driver behind, is that PLR potentially going slowly?
Ooh,
no, it's not. It's the JPR for hire. No, the 248. Yes, it is. Yeah, JPR for hire. They came out the pits only a few moments ago, so maybe they're still just getting up to speed with these very tricky conditions. I think more than likely we can assume that. So it was a little bit like, oh my goodness, another safety car's coming. But no, I think for the moment we are all okay. But we continue to press on then, and we wait to see quite what this gap is looking like between our 2 leaders.
Yes, we'll get that notification at the end of the lap. I'll tell you what is going to be interesting, I think, is Bradbury versus Farkini for second. I think Bradbury could still have a chance of the second step of the podium. He just disappeared out of shot coming out of the Britain chicane. 4th for GCI Racing, 5th then for Sam Heading's Rob Boston Racing car, 6th for Greenheath, 7th Axiometrics, 8th PLR, 9th Seed Data, and Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing in 10th. The rain has returned with somewhat of a vengeance as we move into the final 25 minutes of the race. And ever-changing conditions could yet catch somebody out. We've seen how treacherous this track can be when it really starts to pour. And all it takes is one little slip-up and it could completely change the complexion of the race.
Indeed. Well, here comes Team GRD up and over Deer Leap then, and they begin lap number 88 of this race. I'm not going to be the most loved person in the GRD camp, but I am so hoping for another safety car here in the next 20 or so minutes, with the rain now falling once again. And what did we mention earlier? Windscreen wipers not working for Rob Boston Racing 2. This is going to be a real challenge for them there. You can see the windscreen wiper trying to do something as they send it up the inside and contact with GCI. Round goes GCI, off into the gravel we go, and they're stuck.
Oh no, they're not stuck. They get going again. Thank goodness for that.
Craig.
I mean, Craig Butterworth, that was really unfortunate bit of contact, but Craig Butterworth did fantastically well to get the car going again. What was I saying before there about consistency being their MO, and that nearly was a bit of a dent to their championship aspirations, but they've managed to get the car going again. But it's those kind of silly, clumsy little bits of contact that are so likely to happen in these conditions, especially in the closing stint of the race, when everyone's got something to fight for. Even if it's not for the win, it might be for 17th place, but if you think there's a chance of gaining an extra position, you're going to go for it, and it could just go wrong.
Exactly that, yeah. You saw it was a nice move to the inside there, but the door was always going to close to the apex, and sadly just not enough room for the Rob Boston car to slow down, and it looks so pedestrian and it's like that, doesn't it? Such a slow bit of contact, such a slow spin round, but absolutely nothing that Craig could do there. But honestly, fair play to Craig for getting that out of the gravel. That was very, very impressive and keeps us away from a safety car. For the moment, anyway.
For now, yes, 22 minutes left for something to happen. You never do know, do you? We're on 6 safety cars at the moment. We have Team GRD out in front by 12.2 seconds, by the way. That's their margin over Uvio. That's the biggest lead I think anyone's had at any point in this race so far. And again, that's such a Team GRD thing to do, isn't it? Get that advantage right at the end. Here's the replay of the incident. John, talk us through it.
Indeed, yeah. Looks to the inside line there. Door closes. Whacks the rear quarter of GCI. Round they go. An absolutely classic incident with an up the inside move in the wet. Door closes. Round goes GCI. You saw there as the Rob Boston car came into the corner, that one windscreen wiper doing its best to dry the tiniest bit on the left-hand side of the windscreen. That probably didn't help during that overtaking manoeuvre there for the Rob Boston Racing crew. But either way, both drivers and both teams back into the race, which is good to see. 403 though, having a bit of a spin. Is that PLR?
That is PLR.
It is indeed.
Yes, they were in 8th position. They will not be in 8th anymore. See, Data will have gone through, and there's a chance that the Demon Tweaks 249 car might have got past them as well. That could drop them, I think it has dropped them out of the top 10 potentially, because that's the Clapham North car behind. That car was running 14th actually, and still just about on the lead lap, so that shows the amount of time that PLR have lost from what looked like a spin at Britain's, and then having to find reverse gear, find some traction to reverse uphill on wet grass to get back onto the track. It's cost Neil Plimmer a fair amount of time there, and that's a shame, because they were again on for a reasonable result here to kickstart their 2026 campaign. Now through Cascades go the 4th and 5th place cars, sandwiching the FFS car, which could easily have been battling this pair for position, couldn't it, had it not been for that issue earlier on.
Yeah, such a shame for them, and again, such an odd issue to occur, issues with the floor for FFS. But yeah, like you say, they were so impressive at the end of the season last year here at Oulton Park, and surely we were expecting them to be up near the sharp end in this one, as they've showed they could do with the pace. All sort of sliding in the mid-corner there, nearly giving the Rob Boston 2 car a taste of their own medicine there through Shell Oils, but just about avoiding them. And Greenheath very close in behind now as well. Greenheath there in 5th place and still in the lead here in terms of the Masters category as well. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, GRD also in the Masters, but because they're on the main podium at the moment, they wouldn't be on the Masters podium itself, but they would still get effectively a race win in terms of points for the Masters. It's very confusing. Anyway, Greenheath would be the ones getting the #1 trophy in terms of Masters, which would be a fantastic performance from them. But I know they're still wanting those overall podiums. They'll take a Masters P1, of course they will, but they're still looking for those overall podiums. I'm sure that they will come for the likes of Greenheath, but let's wait and see. Less than 20 minutes now left to go.
Oh, and that's Ted Bradbury off at Druids. I was just about to make a point that he was about 2 seconds quicker than Farkini on the previous lap. Well, not this time around, because Ted Bradbury's been through the gravel trap at Druids. Shows how hard he was pushing and shows how easy it would be to have a bit of a slip up. He should still be in 3rd position. He is still in 3rd position. That is Sam Heading in the Rob Boston Racing car in 4th, and Team Greenheath at the back of that group in 5th. So Ted Bradbury survives that drama, doesn't get stuck in the gravel, doesn't bring about the safety car that he so desperately wants to see, but doesn't want to be the cause of, and appears to have got through that damage free. That front splitter looks like it's still factory fresh.
Yeah, he's done well there. That's probably helped by the rain as well, compacting the gravel trap down. Of course, in the dry, it's all nice and aerated, so as soon as you go over it, it chucks those rocks up and destroys the splitter. Now it's a bit more compacted down. You can more ride over those bumps and get out scot-free, which is exactly what has happened there for Ted Bradbury. But as you mentioned, still 30 seconds off of the race lead. Just shows how things have opened up in that final pit stop, and Team GRD just coasting this one home at the moment. What a lap time's looking like. It was a 2:13 for GRD on the last lap, a 2:15 for Uvio, and a 2:18 courtesy of that mistake from Bait Club.
And there were 2 key things that happened on the run up to and during that pit window that have sort of handed this on a plate to GRD. One was that stop-go penalty for Tom Leben. Had he not overtaken before the timing line, that car would have been right in the mix for a race win. The other thing that happened was the slow pit stop for Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. That and the fact that Riley Phillips is quite comfortably the fastest driver on track right now, but it could have been a heck of a lot closer had those two not fumbled there in the run-up to that pit window. Of course, we saw the little moment for Simon Rudd. I said at the time, the fact that he saved that was really significant, and even more so now potentially. I was a bit concerned there at the FFS car slowing down coming out of Britain's. I don't think that's a drama for Lewis Thompson. No, he's back up to speed now. I think was just getting out of the way of Greenheath, who he perhaps has realised is battling for a position inside the top 5.
Indeed, yeah. If he has just let them go, that's very kind of the FFS driver, making sure that they don't get in the way here, because they are off of the lead back by quite some way, courtesy of those earlier issues. A real shame for them. I hope to see them back even stronger at round 2 in a month or so at Snetterton. As you can see, they're on the Greenheath car, though, still very much with those windscreen wipers on, trying to clear that water as best they can, with no precipitation currently falling at the moment. But as you can see from that camera stop, track still very much damp, very much damp out there. A real shame. Well, I say a shame, it's actually been very exciting to have all the rainfall across today, but we really have seen multiple different seasons. There's another driver dumped into the pits. That's a Rob Boston car. No, yes it is. Rob Boston 2 from 4th place is into the pit lane. An unscheduled stop here with only 15 minutes to go. Was that not a stop-go?
It looked like another stop-go, because that was not their pit box, that was the penalty box. Now, I haven't seen a notification as to why they've been given a stop-go penalty. We'll get Jamie on the case perhaps, but that will it cost them a position? Yes, I think GCI Racing will get back ahead of them. I wonder if that is because of the contact they had with GCI Racing. We just haven't seen notification on the timing screen, in which case the perfect penalty to give, because we worked out it was about a 15-second time loss. They were 8-9 seconds in front of them. That redresses the situation nicely.
Yep, that would make sense. Yeah, as you say, we've not seen anything here in the comments box, but I think that would be a fair assumption. So Greenheath get through into 4th place, and as you mentioned, I think GCI will just about scythe through into 5th place as well with that bit of time lost there. But yeah, nothing on our timing screens, but I think, as you say, a fair assumption.
Yes, quite possibly. Ted Bradbury, by the way, 2 seconds quicker last time than Farkini in the Uvio car. We've got 15 minutes to go. We had about 16 minutes to go when he crossed the line. So 7 or 8 laps, give or take. He's got just enough time, I think, to catch that Uvio car if he doesn't put another foot wrong. We've got another car slowing now into Lodge Corner. That's the 263 car. That's the AI Racing Tech car of Miguel Faisca. And that car's going to limp home to the pit lane as well. All of these nearly dramas are not quite creating a safety car, but they're certainly flirting with that, aren't they?
They are indeed. Yep, again, just about making it back to pit lane, so no need for the safety car just yet. But now we're getting to the point where a sizable safety car could see us end the race under safety car, which no one wants to see. So again, it's careful what we wish for, eh? Let's see what happens over the last 15 minutes or so. But a shame there, the dying moments, the 263 pulling back into pit lane yet again. Another unscheduled stop for one of our teams. And are they lost, or are they just going a bit slowly? I think they're just struggling to limp it back to pit lane, or to their pit box, I should say, as they do finally get it there. And yeah, not too much of a happy cart, sadly, as we watch these two back up over Clay Hill.
Another 8 tenths gained by Bradbury that time, so he's now 10.8 seconds behind Farkini. If he gets there at this rate, it will likely be on the final lap, so that could be a last lap showdown. We know Farkini won't roll over without a fight, and Ted's going to be desperate to try and salvage at least second place from this race. There's the work going on for the AI Racing Tech car. The engine cover comes off and the team go to work, as here Greenheath in 4th position are keeping that lapped FFS car at bay. FFS are where are they running? 26th position. They're 6 laps behind AI Racing Tech, who of course are in the pit lane and perhaps going no further. So, and in fact they're 6 laps also behind the Anglo-Asian mining car that was involved in that incident up at Druids earlier on. So they could pick up an extra couple of positions. You score points wherever you finish, and you don't have to be running at the time of the checkered flag to be scored as a finisher. So that's why cars that are 20, 30, 40 or more laps down still get back out there, especially if they're full season entrants, to try and score whatever points they can.
Exactly that, and that also highlights why we bring the cars back that have incidents as well, so that they can get things fixed and get back out on circuit, because of course a DNF, 0 points. If you do actually get classified on the results, you are able to pick up some points. You never know at the end of the championship what those extra couple of points might just mean for you. So still 13 minutes left to go on the clock then. There's still some good battles throughout the order as well. The driver's not too far away. I think furthest one up the order, still Seed Data and Demon Tweaks at the moment, battling for 8th place overall. I spotted as well, Demon Tweaks totally missing that front splitter, and that would have been from lap 1 as well. So fair play to all the Demon Tweaks drivers driving around that issue for the entirety of this 4-hour race.
Yeah, really impressive stuff actually, and still maybe getting themselves a half-decent result out of this. There is Bradbury, well there was Bradbury anyway, turning very aggressively into Lodge. There's that Demon Tweaks car. They're in 9th position, would you believe? In fact, they're in 8th position now. They've got themselves ahead of Seed Data. So 8th position for the 249 car. That's Jack Minshaw at the wheel of the car. And seems like anyone with the surname Minshaw, when they jump into a Demon Tweaks car at Oulton Park, they do great things. And Jack Minshaw really impressing me here. I guess in the wet, the loss of the front splitter is making less of a difference than in the dry, but they still spent more than half the race pounding around out there in dry conditions, losing time, you would have thought. And here they are in 8th position.
Indeed, yep, very impressive, and still making moves then. Another position gained up into 8th they go. I think Seed Data will still be relatively happy with this result as well. Of course, starting on pole in this one, a very lucky draw for them. First time ever starting on pole position for Seed Data, dropping back into 9th place now after all is said and done, but still, a top 10 finish in a grid like this is mightily impressive. Before the race, when I was chatting with some of the guys from the Team Viking Nurses Capital, of course, they were up near the sharp end of the championship when they decided to leave and go and race in Europe, and of course Europe very different. They've enjoyed it, they've come back, but even then they were saying, I can't believe how the championship has moved on in only 2 years, and they were saying, I think for us, a top 10 would be very happy with today, and they're currently sitting in 11th place.
Yeah, just getting into the top 10 in this field is a real achievement, and I think there'll be a few teams actually, maybe not even just inside the top 10, who are quite satisfied with the results they're about to get. FNS there get to the inside of a lapped car. They're chasing down the Seed Data car ahead of them now for 9th position. It's not a massive gap either between those two cars. Seed Data seemingly struggling at this phase of the race. Could yet lose another position. Yeah, in fact, they did a 2:18.3, 3 seconds slower than the FNS Morpheus M Sport car on the previous lap. Leader just went through to start lap 94, by the way, so we're not quite going to get to the 100 lap mark in this one, it would seem. But pretty strong pace was being set earlier on in the race, it seems, because we get far away from 100 laps. They, over a 4-hour race, that's pretty impressive. Demon Tweak straight on, yes, well spotted at the chicane. Was that a lock-up?
I think so, yeah, just outbrake themselves. Through they go and rejoining the action. So nothing lost, nothing gained there, I don't think.
Could have been worse, and no further damage done to the front splitter. Bradbury, by the way, sort of matching or slightly quicker than Uvio now, but not taking the chunks out of them that he was. So 9 seconds, that gap, second to third. I think that's unlikely to change. Ninth place, though, looking rather more likely.
Indeed, yeah, good battle. Continue on then. See Data under pressure once more as again, seemingly the sun trying to break through the clouds. We've said that a few times today, and suddenly the rain seems to come back, so I won't get too ahead of myself, but continuing to press on, looking to the inside line then, looking at the inside at the final corner. That was from very far back for FNS, but they've done it under brakes. Really impressive move, and up into 9th place they go. So see Data now down into P10. But quite how far back are the likes of Team Viking Ursus Capital? I think it's around 8 seconds or so. So going to be a challenge for them to gain any more places over the next 9 minutes or so. But I think FNS now looking to try and drive on and maybe see if they can catch the Demon Tweaks car, who of course had that off-track excursion only a few moments ago.
It did indeed. FNS there nipped past a lapped car on the way into Cascades Corner. And that's the 171 fueled by Data car, Anton Jarskog at the wheel for this final stint. The car that he shares with Simon Lidson, who we heard from during that extended safety car period midway through the race. 8.5 minutes to go then, and still some battles to be settled out on track, but realistically our overall podium is pretty much set now. Through all of the pre-event conversations of this being the most competitive season ever, the most unpredictable season ever, we don't know who's going to win, there are so many teams who potentially could do it this weekend. It's the familiar faces, isn't it? It's GRD, it's Uvio, and it's Vape Club looking set to fill out those podium places. Greenheath and GCI, very experienced teams as well. The best of the new teams, if you like, is the Rob Boston Racing Squad in 6th position. In a race as chaotic as this, actually, it's consistency that's mattered more.
Indeed, it really has, and that just shows the experience in Fun Cup is key. Doesn't matter how much experience you've had out elsewhere, how successful you've been in other championships, Fun Cup is really a beast of its own, and to tame it is easier said than done, and that's why the cream of the crop has risen to the top again. The teams we would expect to be at the sharp end have risen to the challenge once again in what has been a seriously topsy-turvy race. Very impressive performances, and to be fair to Rob Boston, they've been amazing out there on track today. They've just had those few little issues that have dropped them down the order, but again, that all comes with experience here in Fun Cup, and I'm sure if we do see them at every single round this year, they'll continue to go from strength to strength, and surely there's got to be a race win in them at some point.
Oh, I think so, yes. I've definitely spotted quite a lot of teams who, whilst they've not managed to win today or get on the podium today, they've definitely got the potential to do it, and I think if they can have clean, trouble-free races in the future, they most definitely will have an opportunity to get into the top 3. It might not net them a cash prize anymore, but they're certainly going to have the potential to get some really good results, and who knows, if they're in it for the full season, maybe challenge for the championship. It is a championship that will take us through 10 races, again, same as last year. We head from here to Snetterton at the start of May on the 200 circuit. Now, it's been a long time since we raced on the Snetterton 200 circuit, the shorter of the two most commonly used layouts at Snetterton. That's a 4-hour race. Then the traditional summer doubleheader at Anglesey, 2 3-hour races, one of them into the night. Then another doubleheader, one of 3 doubleheaders actually. We go to Donington Park in the middle of July for a 1 and a 3-hour race. The same format we had here at the end of last year. 158er off. Hislop's just going to interrupt myself slightly here because that car looks a little bit stuck on the edge of the road. It's firing back into life. Have they got it restarted? I think they might have done, and now it's just a case of waiting for a gap in the traffic maybe for the 158 car to get going. It does get going, and phew, another sigh of relief emanates from the Team GRD garage as they realise we've dodged another potential interruption, although this close to the end of the race, as John made the point earlier on, it would likely end under safety car, even if we were to have to interrupt the race. Just to continue what I was saying, after Donington we head to Brands Hatch, the Indy circuit, for 4 hours of racing there. Silverstone's national circuit, that's back on the calendar. Not the most technically demanding of circuits, but always one that produces some of the best racing of the Fun Cup season. And then it all ends here on the 17th of October with another double header, a 1 hour sprint race and a 4 hour endurance race just like this one to conclude the championship. And I think there's a stronger chance as ever this year, John, that that championship will go once again right down to the wire.
100%. I would be so surprised if it didn't go all the way to that final round. But yeah, like you say, Silverstone always produces great racing on that national circuit. It is absolutely Slipstream City, isn't it? It's going to be awesome. I've never been in such a big battle pack as I was at Silverstone. It had to be 10 or 15 of us, all just chopping and changing down the straight. You'd pull past one, but then there was enough time for them to slipstream you and go back past before you get to the braking zone. It is just awesome. And that's, again, why I'm so gutted I'm not going to be at the Stetson 200, because I think that's going to be more of the same as well. Slipstream City round the 200. It's going to be great to watch. Make sure you don't miss that in about a month's time. We've got less than 5 minutes now left to go in this race, and still 23 seconds in the lead are Team GRD. The gap now between UVO and Vape Club down to 6.5 seconds, so it's getting closer, but I think not quite quickly enough, sadly, for Ted Bradbury. To be fair, he was about 1.5 seconds quicker on that last lap alone, but even with 4 minutes to go, not quite sure he'll quite get onto the back of the UVO car. It will be very close though, so let's wait and see what happens over these last couple of laps. Greenheath still there in 4th place. What a race it has been from Gary Bate and Paul Turner there to be in P4 and on the top step of the Masters podium at the moment, and GCI rounding out the top 5. Surely this has got to be enough for Craig Butterworth to fully commit to the full rest of the season now with a P5 to kick it off. Consistency is key. They are consistent drivers and they could still be on to battle for the championship here. As there's a move down the inside with the 553. That's a position made then. Up into 8th place they go for FNS Morpheus Motorsport. Through into P8, shuffling Demon Tweaks down into 9th. Nice bit of battling. We've still got positions changing here with only a few seconds left to go on the clock. My goodness, what a race we've been treated to do here today, Andy. 4 hours, as you said to begin with. 4 hour race. It's going to get dull. There'll be a lull at some point. There wasn't, was there?
No, I had a feeling that would be the case. Oulton Park in particular always does produce these sort of breathless 4 hour races, and we've not quite had the sprint to the finish here that we perhaps were anticipating, but we certainly had an awful lot of action earlier on in the race, and still the potential for things to change as the Demon Tweaks car headbutts the FNS car at Lodge Corner. This is for position, remember. Demon Tweaks were in 8th position, but FNS have caught and passed them, and well, Demon Tweaks wanted to try and get that position back. They've already lost their front splitter, so they didn't mind a little bit more physical racing through the final corner, but it in the end was not enough to net them the position. Ted Bradbury, by the way, 4.4 seconds now behind Uvio. Took a chunk out of them on the last lap. They're going to have probably 2 more laps to go, including the one they're on. So that one's not quite over yet, as Bradbury tries to chase down the second placed car. Team Olympian, though, on course for, I reckon, their 16th win in Fun Cup Endurance Championship history. Now, the Uvio name is the winningest team in Fun Cup history. The Uvio car has won 24 races in Fun Cup history, but not all of those were Fabulous and Farkini, because they had a completely different driver lineup back in the mid-2010s, which didn't have either of those drivers in it. I reckon they've also won 16 races together, Fabulous and Farkini, at least in the Uvio guys. They've done races for other teams in the past. So this could be quite a significant 16th win for the Olympian squad, who have by and large stayed the same over recent years when they've done the bulk of their winning. I'll have to do a bit more research on that before Snetterton, but I do think this could be a bit of a landmark win for Olympian, or indeed GRD. They're not Olympian anymore. I knew I'd start saying Olympian because I've been looking at that name on my stats sheet for the last 5 minutes, but the GRD squad on course for a really good win and perhaps a really significant one.
I was just going to let it slide, mate, but
yeah, I noticed too late.
Yeah, as I mentioned before we got into racing, of course, the last 3 times we visited Oulton Park, it was been GRD that have taken the victory, and they're now going to make it 4 races in a row that they've won here at Oulton Park. That is an unbelievable stat. Fair play to the GRD team. Not only have they been mega out on the black stuff, they've been fantastic in the pit stops as well. It's here, UVO thread the needle there through a couple of back markers, and this might just help them here. You can see now UVO and Vape Club in the same camera shot, and they've now actually put a lap now on Clapham North, haven't they, of course? So GRD already making that done about 20 or 30 seconds ago, so they now fall off of the leading lap. There goes Vape Club round the outside of another one of our cars, and now only a bit of fresh air and 1 Fun Cup car between themselves and second place. But is there enough time left to go? I don't think so.
It's going to be touch and go. This is the final lap, isn't it, actually? So Team GRD are on their way to the checkered flag. 2 of the last 3 years they've won the season opener, have this squad, and on both occasions gone on to win the championship. This is the 3rd of 4 seasons that they've won the season opener. It is going to be a victory once again for Team GRD, for Simon Rudd, Christopher and Riley Phillips, who win the opening round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Oulton Park in surprisingly dominant fashion in the end. That final cycle of pit stops, everything just played out in their favour, and they were able to come home a pretty convincing race-winning team. What is going on for second place? 3.2 seconds were all that separated UVO and Vape Club. Well, here they come across the line. It will be UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, Fabulous Randaccio and Farkini who hang on to second position, with Vape Club, EDF, Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury hanging on to third. Could have been a better result for them, but I suppose everyone will say that other than GRD, and I think they'll be satisfied nonetheless with some good points on the board. All of the celebrations, though, are down at the Team GRD end of the pit lane, and deservedly so.
Indeed, yeah. Well, when we had that race restart and we saw Riley lose 4 positions, did we think we'd be seeing these camera shots at the end of the race? I don't think we did. What an amazing second half for GRD. They put the pedal to the metal, they did everything right in that second half, and they deserve that race win.
Nose to tail, or indeed side-by-side finish there for 5th between GCI Racing and Rob Boston too. Remember, they're the 2 cars that collided at Lodge, and Rob Boston got a penalty, actually, we believe, for a different incident up at Shell. A stop-go penalty, second stop-go penalty for them. They came back out, and Sam Heading caught GCI, but were not quite able to find a way through. Just over a 10th of a second separating those 2 at the line as the rest of the top 10 come through. FNS and Demon Tweaks similarly close, actually, in the battle for 8th, with FNS getting the better of Demon Tweaks. But Team GRD, they will be absolutely delighted with that. Spoke to a couple of their drivers this morning. They both said this could be the toughest year yet. Well, they came out on top in the end by 25 seconds in the opening round of the championship. That has got to be a great boost of confidence.
It has indeed, of course. Back-to-back champions so far for Team GRD. And yeah, what a start to the season. That a real statement of intent from Team GRD, and I'm sure they're looking to carry that positive momentum through into the rest of the year.
Ready, and they are very keen to go to Parc Fermé. Okay, I've got the winners, GRD, Christopher and Simon Rudd here. Started as you mean to go on?
Yeah, that was an eventful race, wasn't it? I mean, you know, all Fun Cup races are eventful, but that one has to top many races. It's fantastic. Great start, and on to Silverstone.
Snetterton, you mean? You can go to Silverstone if you want, but we won't be there. That's all right. So that was an epic middle part of your race there, and it was very, very busy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we don't mind a safety car every now and then, but I don't know, 5 or 6 today. It was kept us on our toes. Yeah, my first stint was good. I think managed to get into the lead and have a good battle with Farkini. The second one might have upset some people from being hit a few times, but we're good. Everyone's fine. The main thing was getting the win. So, just like the horse that won me the Grand National today, because it was I Am Maximus.
Yeah, and can you also send Gina and Max all our best wishes as well? Because we know little Max has been in the wars a little bit this week, so we're all thinking of you all, mate.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. They're on the mend, and Mia wants me to say hello, so hello, Mia. But
this wins for Max.
Yeah,
better.
for putting me making me sleep in a hospital for 3 nights.
All right, go and celebrate. Go on. That's Christopher, thanks Phil. That's Christopher and Simon Rudd from GRD, your winners of the opening round of the 2026 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. That's it from me down here in the pit lane, and I'll be passing the baton back over to John Ratcliffe for the remainder of our support races here at Oulton Park, and I'll be back with Andy McEwen at Snetterton in 4 weeks' time.
Indeed so. Thank you, Jamie. Good work in the pit lane. And yeah, lots of stories to keep on top of over a topsy-turvy 4 hours of racing. Team GRD, though, as they have done now on 3 of the last 4 occasions, win the season opening race of the year. The first time, though, actually, that they've done so at Oulton Park, I believe. First time ever they've won the season opener at Oulton Park. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport in second, ahead of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport third. Greenheath came home fourth, ahead of GCI Racing former champions. Rob Boston Racing sixth, the best of the newer teams, with Axiometrics, FNS Morpheus Motorsport, Demon, the second Demon to each car, and C Data completing the top 10. Then it was Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing 11th, Tropical Rocket Racing, really strong result that, I think. They battled their way through a few dramas to end up 12th on their debut in the championship, and the last car on the lead lap. Clapham North were 13th, ahead of PLR Racing, ruining that late spin for Neil Plimmer that dropped them out of the top 10. 15th place then for Exposure Lights, and that's all she wrote, because the timing screen has just wiped clear in anticipation of our next race. Final thoughts from you though, John, before we move on to our modified Ford Series race coming up next. Fantastic race, plenty of entertainment, and I think a great season ahead.
Yeah, an absolutely classic Fun Cup race, that, wasn't it? Excitement from start to finish, all sorts of different seasons. The weather was just crazy throughout that one. Epic racing up and down the order. If that doesn't get you excited for the rest of the season, I don't know what will. Make sure you join us in a month's time for round 2 at Snetterton. But of course, we've still got plenty of racing to come here from Oulton Park. Still 3 more races this afternoon, and we kick it off with a modified Ford Series.
We do indeed. Race 1 of the modified Ford Series took place earlier on this morning, and it was a great start to the day, I have to say. Great variety on the grid, a big grid of cars as well. Few of them, unfortunately, were walking wounded by the end, but fingers crossed we will get them all back out again for race number 2. It is James Allen who should have the pole position. He won the race this morning in his Ford Focus RS. Todd Garner was second, and he therefore starts alongside him on row 1. Then it's the Escort RSR of Chris Harrison with Ben Purnell's similar car alongside him on row 2. Row 3 for Paul Neville and Tyler England in his Fiesta Mark IV. Scott Matthias in the Sapphire Cosworth, he was making some good moves mid-race. He'll start 7th alongside Darren Owen, who completes the top 8. Then Sean Brown and Tony Paxman to complete the top 10. Stephen Primmett and Piers Warwick on the 6th row together. Row 7, John Ward and Chris White. 8th row for Dave Barrett and Mike Watson. Row 9 for Michael McKenzie and James Newins. They were the last of the finishers from the race earlier on today. Then we get those that weren't running at the flag. Chris Baker in his Escort RS 1600i has the Cosworth 2-litre turbo of Callum Trump for company on the next row of the grid. Then Piers Grange and Andy Robinson, two potential race winners, I'd say there, starting well down the order. Andy Robinson hopefully has that Ford Falcon V8 supercar back up and running, whilst Lucas Dryden and Stefan Marsh should be the last of the 24 starters. Alex Howe was a non-starter in the Ford Focus Estate in race 1. Maybe they've got that car sorted for race 2. We'll have to wait and see. The Ford Focus Estate, one of the more distinctive cars out there on track. We didn't see it out on track this morning. Hopefully that will change this afternoon. Well, it was an entertaining first race, as we said, John. 18.6 seconds the winning margin for James Allen. Doesn't really do that one justice.
It doesn't, no. It was a serious race of attrition in race 1, wasn't it? Drivers dropping like flies in that first race of the day, and that actually, I think, is going to make this race 2 even more exciting, because all those drivers that DNF'd starting at the back of the grid in this one, so very much out of position in terms of overall pace. So expect to see some drivers coming through the field pretty quickly in this one. It'll just be a case of seeing whether the likes of James Allen, Todd Gardner, Chris Harrison, Ben Purnell at the sharp end can scamper off before those drivers come through the order. Well, we'll wait and see. They're all heading round to the grid once more. and they'll get themselves gridded up and ready for racing to begin. Of course, rolling start once again here in the Modified Ford Series, and still, of course, not actively raining anymore here at Oulton Park, but still very, very damp and slippery out there. And you can see already one of those escorts with the windscreen wiper very much on full blast. So let's see. Of course, drivers will start clearing that water throughout these few races, but I have a sneaking suspicion enough precipitation has happened that I don't think they're going to clear the water fast enough here before racing finishes off at the end of the day.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. There is blue sky off in the distance. If the temperature climbs slightly, that could make a difference, but yeah, not going to be the work of a moment to dry the track. Tricky conditions these for the drivers because it's a bit wetter than it was for qualifying, but it's a bit it's a bit drier than it was for qualifying, a bit wetter than it was for race 1. So we might have another little shuffling of the order. I would imagine the front-wheel drive cars will again have a bit of an advantage in these conditions. So the two Ford Focus on the front row, the similar cars, both RSs, I think, actually, with the 2.5 litre turbo Ford engine in them. They are both going to be, I think, the favourites early doors. And the likes of Andy Robinson, for example, in the Ford Falcon, well, that's going to be a real handful in these conditions. If indeed it's out there, I don't see the Falcon lining up on the grid. We're possibly missing a few of those that had issues earlier on today. Is Piers Grange there? Yes, Piers Grange is there. So is Lucas Dryden. Stefan Marsh's Focus is at the back. Callan Trump, I don't see the orange Escort Cosworth, so I think he's a non-starter. And Chris Baker in the 16 car, yes, I think he's there. So we're missing possibly a couple from the back. Sadly, one of those being Andy Robinson, who perhaps just didn't fancy the conditions in that 7-litre V8 powered Ford Falcon.
Fair enough.
Yeah, not going to argue
enough.
with that.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of power to be put down on a very slippery Oulton Park circuit. Well, drivers head off from their grid slots then, and they'll head on round for their green flag lap, and what will effectively be a second sighting lap as well. One, to get a bit of heat in the tyres, and two, just to try and spot where those properly damp patches are, so you know, once you go racing, to steer well clear of there. But yeah, shame that we've not quite got the full grid that we had from race number 1. There's still a good number of cars out there ready for yet again another 15-minute sprint race here for the Modified Ford Series. And to just repeat what we said in race number 1, so awesome to see so many different styles of cars here, not only racing out on circuit, but racing over the same bits of tarmac as well. It's not as though they open up gaps massively. We saw lots of different cars, which looks like they shouldn't be batting together very well. It was very exciting.
Yeah, there was a really entertaining battle for third, wasn't there, between some of the escorts, Chris Harrison, Ben Purnell and Paul Neville, who all won their respective classes. They were within a second at the flag. It was a red flag shortened race though, wasn't it, that first one earlier on this morning. So hopefully this time we get the full 15 minutes of the advertised time without any need for an early climax. But
hopefully this time I'll know who I'm interviewing.
That would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, that did rather confuse matters. And the good news is they all head straight to Parc Fermé, so you can sort of pick and choose, really.
As long as they don't drive on.
As long as they don't drive past you, yes, which I'm sure the message has got through to the drivers that is not what they are supposed to be doing. It was the MGs, wasn't it, who were a little bit antisocial earlier on this morning. Modified Ford paddock, though, anything but. It's a very sociable group of drivers, this. Most of them are drivers slash mechanics slash truckies. They do everything themselves, with maybe a couple of friends and family members here to help them. But this is not the kind of racing where it's a big team that rocks up with a big truck full of spare parts and umpteen pit crew members that can work on your car. Most of these cars are owned and prepared by the people who are currently sitting in them, and it is proper club racing. Affordable club racing as well, but a great way to get some cars out on track that you don't often see and give them all a place to race. Cars that may well be eligible to race in other championships around the UK, but drivers keep on coming back time and time again to race them in Modified Ford, and a large part of that is the very friendly atmosphere across the paddock.
Indeed, and to parrot what Team Viking Ursus Capital was saying earlier about, of course, they've gone to race in Europe, but they missed the camaraderie of a British paddock. And that is just the case, isn't it? As British people, we want to come together, we want to get everyone involved, and particularly when you really care about the series or the championship that you're racing for, you want everyone to get involved, you want everyone to have a good time, and you want as many people as possible out on that track to race against, which is great to see, the camaraderie amongst all the paddocks in and amongst BRSEC. But of course, once you're out on the black stuff, that's all off. It's all focused forward and see who can get to the sharp end by the checkered flag. Of course, pole position for the 77 of James Allen. He's in that hot seat, but how quickly can he scamper off at the front? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, well, 18.6 seconds was his winning margin in race 1. Of course, his real challenge came from Piers Grange and Andy Robinson before their untimely ends to the race. So, actually, looking at the drivers at the front of the grid, he will be feeling that he should have the pace advantage over them. James Allen, who again has been a long-time driver in the modified Ford series, always, I think, at the wheel of this Ford Focus RS, which has had a few different liveries on it over the years, but I think it is the same car he's often pedalled in modified Ford series racing. And, he will be looking for, hopefully, he hopes anyway, an equally dominant victory, but in these slightly wetter conditions, you never do know. The slightest mistake could open the door for the likes of Todd Garner to come through and challenge. Todd, remember, was starting on the second row for race 1, was sideways at turn 1 as he battled away with James Allen, so felt at least then that he had an answer for the eventual winner. What's going to happen in race number 2? The Hyundai safety car pulls into the pit lane. Modified Ford Series race number 2 is about to get underway. The red lights go out. We're away in racing at Oulton Park, and James Allen and Todd Garner do battle into Old Hall Corner. Garner on the outside line, but it is Allen who's later on the brakes and scythes through into the race lead. Paul Neville's up to 4th. Look at the expense of Ben Purnell as they round Old Hall Corner for the first time and head down the avenue. I thought there was going to be a challenge for the lead there from Garner, but James Allen has him at arm's length and will now aim to try and pull away as he did in race 1.
Indeed, yeah, impressive stuff there from Neville to get the place done, and now actually looking for 3rd place, isn't he? On Harrison, the number 35, right in the wheel tracks as they head down towards Ireland for the first time. And it was, of course, Harrison and Purnell that were battling really well in race number 1, and of course it was challenging for us because they look very similar, but again, they're very close to each other on circuit, but now split by another driver. Neville looking for it down into Shellos, but not able to get it done. Move round the outside attempt from a driver I think we were expecting to be coming through the order, weren't we? Already making up a number of places.
Yeah, Scott Matthias there. Did he get that move made? I think he did at the expense of Tyler England. That is up into 6th position, yes, ahead of the Fiesta driver. So Scott Matthias and the Sapphire Cosworth there making a good move and immediately tagging on to the first of the escorts ahead of him. Ben Purnell, I believe that is the 31 car. Yes, it is, as they drop down into his lobs. Matthias looked quick, but just lost a bit of ground at the very start of race 1. Purnell loses it in front of him and bang into the barriers, and Purnell just looping it there in the greasy conditions. A powerful rear-wheel drive car, no traction control, no driver assists, and that's what can happen.
Yeah, classic. It went one way, tried to save it, and it went the other, didn't it? Spat him straight off towards the wall. Luckily, only a little kiss of the barriers there. It looked as though it might have bent the rear wing ever so slightly, but other than that, car seemingly all okay. Hopefully, he can get himself off of the green stuff there, as of course it's going to be very slippery out there. Hopefully, he can work his way back onto the track and get back underway, but he will have lost quite the substantial bit of time. A shame. A driver we were expecting to be battling right in with this leading squabble, sadly, has fallen away in that one. Here's a little replay of the incident. See there, spits one way, then the other, can't quite catch it, and off straight to the scene of the accident.
Textbook tank slapper, that wasn't it? He thought he had it corrected, but the weight transferred over to the left-hand side of the car, and as that gripped up, around it went. We've got a battle for the lead on our hands, by the way. James Allen is not dropping Todd Garner, far from it. There they are, look, the two focuses absolutely together, and Garner's car seems to be generating more straight line speed, closes right in on James Allen down the lakeside straight, and James had to put a defensive move on him there to cover the inside line. I don't know if this is conditions or whether it's just that Todd Garner's car has come alive in race 2, but he is all over the leader. In fact, he's through at Shell. He goes through on the inside line. I'm not sure if there was a bit of a touch on the way through, but either way, car number 620 leads the way.
Very impressive there from Todd Garner, because of course, as you mentioned, he looked for the move up the inside through the first left. Door was shut straight in his face, but somehow he still got the exit speed to send it up the inside into Shell. Very impressive from Todd Garner, and the 620 through into the lead, but immediately battling through so late on the brakes from the 77 of James Allen. He manages to get it stopped though, and back through to the lead he goes. Oh, this could be a good another 12 minutes, couldn't it, Andy?
It's almost like the move that Garner pulled on him at Shell has woken James Allen up because he was desperately late on the brakes into his lobs, chops the across the nose of Todd Garner's Focus heading up Clay Hill, and says absolutely not. not. You're not getting back alongside me into Druid's corner. James Allen then now needs to try and get his head down, really, and pull a bit of a gap if possible. Todd Garner will be doing everything within his power to make sure that that doesn't happen. Out of Druids, he hunts over to the right-hand side of the road to try and find some wet side of the track to cool the tyres down ever so slightly, and James Allen able to gap him ever further. So yeah, I think that might have been the wake-up call that James Allen needed. This is now a much bigger gap than he had even half a lap or so ago. Chris Harrison's got Paul Neville breathing down his neck in the battle for third, but the car to watch I think is Scott Matthias, the black Sapphire Cosworth, in 5th position, quicker than the 2 cars ahead, in fact quicker than Garner as well on that lap as the leaders were trading positions. It is that 5th place car, I think, the one we need to watch.
Indeed, as there's more moves here down into the final corner of Lodge. Up Deer Leap they go, and they'll continue on side by side over the crest. What a brilliant battle this is. The 15 and the 57 going absolutely side by side as they battle for 7th place, this is, or 8th place even. And finally, slingshotting it round the outside, 57, Tony Paxman does indeed grab the place. What a beautiful colour as well on that car. Stunning colour, but he does indeed hold on to 8th then. Brilliant battling between these two. Spotted as well as we cut away from Todd Garner. He's coming out the final corner. He had a big slide on the power as well. Did well to hold that one. I think that's where a majority of that 1.2 second lead went. Let's look at that. Powering back through on the exit there goes the 15 of Stephen Primmett. And back through into 8th place he goes.
Yeah, Stephen Primmett, long-time historic touring car racer in usually a Mark 1 Ford Escort, so he knows these cars exceptionally well and doesn't mind a little bit of damp racetrack either, I seem to remember. Here comes Paul Neville, meanwhile, for 3rd position against Chris Harrison, who sort of half closes the door, but neither of them really fully committed to a move there. Neville's back up the inside at Knickerbrook, and again, doesn't manage to make the move stick. He's sideways. Keep an eye on Scott Matthias in the black Sapphire Cosworth behind. I think he probably lifted out of that because he wasn't really sure where Neville's car was going.
Yeah, exactly. He nearly spun himself trying to not have an incident with the other driver, didn't he? Tried to keep it to the inside, but in wrestling with the steering there, applying the power while he's still in that steering lock-on car, nearly sent him into a 180 there. Did very well to hold that. You heard those revs jump as he was on the power there, and it all got slippery and slidey. Well held, sir. He holds it and keeps position. These three continuing on then through the last corner, and they'll continue nose to tail up Deer Leap once again as the battle rages on here for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, across the line they go. All 3 of these cars running in different classes as well, so they're not really bothered about class position. Modified Ford Series is not a championship anyway. There are no championship points eligible here, just potentially trophies for winning your class and a little bit of bragging rights across the paddock when they all meet up for a drink and a bite to eat later. So, yeah, this is just a fight for overall track position more than anything. Neville, for me, looks quicker than Harrison, but just hasn't been able to make the definitive move yet. And, of course, he's got to be mindful of Matthias behind, who's waiting to pounce if anything goes wrong. Nothing really to choose between the 3 cars down the straight there, and it is still the 2 Escorts keeping the Sapphire Cosworth at bay for now.
Indeed, indeed. You can see how much that gap has opened up now between James Allen and Todd Garner. I don't know what was happening at the start of the race for James Allen, as they were so close on pace, weren't they? But new fastest lap of the race, a 156.2 for Allen on the last lap versus a 159.7 for Garner. So 3.5 seconds on one lap. Somehow James has found this incredible extra pace and he's scampered off into the lead by almost 5 seconds now. And actually, maybe these 3 are starting to reel in Todd Garner. So not only are they battling for the last place on the podium, there's potential it could become the battle for 2nd and 3rd here if they do reel in the 620. But again, look, trying the different lines there is the 33 of Paul Neville, looking to find a way through on Chris Harrison. But for the moment, Chris doing everything he needs to do to keep him behind.
Yeah, not putting a foot wrong, is he, Chris Harrison? Not leaving the door open into any of the major overtaking opportunities, so Paul Neville's going to have to get inventive here if he's going to find a way past the Escort in front of him, the Escort RSR. Neville in the Duratec engines, Escort, slightly less powerful than the Escort RSR, I'd say, although he just breezes through on the inside into Lodge Corner as if to make a liar out of me. Better exit from Druids perhaps helped him there, and through he goes.
Indeed, that one looked pretty simple, didn't it, that time? Through at the final corner then of Lodge, and up into 3rd place he goes. So Paul Neville finally gets the move done. Let's see if he's able to pretty speedily here start to move away and maybe chase down Todd Garner for second place. Again, big wobble there through Old Hall Corner. You can see there from that beautiful camera shot with how the light was bouncing off the circuit there. The middle part of the circuit starting to dry, but the outer bit still very, very damp. And sadly, one of our Escort RSs there pulling to the side.
Yeah, that's Chris Baker, who retired on the final lap of the race earlier on, has unfortunately pulled to the side of the road again. 9 minutes into the race? Well, it was 9 minutes into the race that car stopped at the side of the track this morning as well. So whatever the issue is, it's something that at least is consistent in the timing of it going wrong. Scott Matthias right round the outside of Chris Harrison there at Shell. Did that work? I don't think it did. No, Chris Harrison was always going to show him the edge of the road coming out of the hairpin and keeps the black Cosworth behind, but Matthias will want to get on with this. He can see Paul Neville getting away out in front of him. Go through a yellow flag zone there, obviously over Hilltop, where the Chris Baker car is awaiting recovery from the marshals. And Scott Matthias has to just wait a moment or two before unleashing his next attack on Chris Harrison.
Indeed, he's applying the pressure though, isn't he? He wants to find a way through. Not quite able to do it just yet, but as expected, Paul Neville, after breaking clear, is building quite a nice margin here over the likes of Harrison and Matthias. As we still have just over 5 minutes left to go in this race. And look, you can see there, just from the camera shot alone, Neville is catching Garner at a rapid rate of knots here as they head down through Druids once again. As look at that, that gap's closed. What's happened to James Allen? James Allen was in the same camera shot there as Todd Gardner. They come through the final corner now, and James Allen, no, he's still fine. He's not coming into pits, but that gap has closed massively. It was over 5 seconds. What's it going to drop to now? 2.2. What's happened there on the last lap for your race leader?
Yeah, nearly 3 seconds quicker there for Garner. It was a personal best lap for Garner, but more concerningly, Allen was 4 seconds off his previous best. So maybe a moment somewhere. He might have slipped off the road. He didn't look super comfortable in the conditions in the early stages, did he? That's why I think Todd Garner was able to get the lead off him briefly. Maybe he's just had a bit of a wobble. We'll keep an eye on that as they went down the Lakeside Straight. Neville, of course, in third position, still going strong, with Harrison and Matthias battling away behind. Off into the grass goes the number 80 car at Druids, and into the gravel. Rear wheels, I think, are just okay, and that might avoid the need for a safety car. Chris White's 2-litre Mark II Escort is off, and has he stalled the car? Quite possibly. That was a scary moment, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Big shout out to both cameraman and producer there for getting that onto the stream. Very impressively so. Trying to drag it out, and is able to do so. Well done, sir. Back onto the track he goes. Not in the way of anyone, I hope. Nope. Lights it up and carries on. Good to see.
One of the most successful rally cars in history, the Mark II Ford Escort. I had no doubt that that was going to be able to dig its way out of the gravel and then slide away from the scene of the crime. It's all getting very lively at the front there. You're right that Todd Garner caught James Allen on the last lap. I'd say now, though, he's losing time because he's distracted by Paul Neville, who has rocketed onto his rear bumper. I quite fancy stealing second place away here before the end of the race. Looks to the inside into Druids. That's a brave place to do it. Just ask our spinner from a lap or so ago, Chris White, how challenging that corner can be. And indeed, Neville decides better of that, but definitely looks the quicker of these two. And if he could get past Garner, might he even have the pace to go after James Allen?
He might just do, yeah. I mean, that's hopefully, he'll be hoping if James Allen can make another mistake. Here's a replay of that incident. I think just getting on the wide, wet line there, trying to hang it round the outside, losing the rear. Round he goes, and honestly, got quite lucky there with how the tyres dug into the gravel that he didn't go over. Got lucky, got it back out, and the racing continues on, especially here in this battle for second place. Neville still piling on the pressure here to Garner. Thinking about it as they head down through to Cascades. Not able to get the door open just yet then. But with only just over 2.5 minutes to go here, as I mentioned, I think the only chance of catching James Allen is if he makes another decently sized mistake here. And for the moment, Garner and Neville absolutely locking horns with only a couple of minutes to go. And the top three now within 3 seconds. Compare that to race number 1, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Weirdly, considering most of the main challengers to James Allen in the previous race didn't even take the start of this one. Piers Grange is not out there either by the looks of it. So, yeah, we expected this to be a bit of a walkover, in all honesty. It has been anything but. Paul Neville here just struggling to find a way past Todd Garner. The problem Paul's got is that that Focus is definitely quicker in a straight line, and I think it's a bit better on the brakes as well. More modern brakes on the Focus than the Escort. Through the corners, the more agile Escort is definitely the quicker, but there's nothing really you can do there. You can't drive through the car in front of you, so he's sort of getting stuck now behind the Ford Focus RS as it turns its way out of Knickerbrook Corner. Traffic on the horizon though. Could that maybe be Paul Neville's opportunity? He almost got alongside over Clay Hill that time. They'll be starting the final lap next time by, and this is definitely Neville's best chance. They've got to the inside of a back marker. They almost tangle, actually. That was the 92 car, the Ford Fiesta, doing its best to stay out of the way of Michael McKenzie, and this could be Neville's chance into Lodge. No, Garner's got the inside line covered, and in the end doesn't even really have to defend into the final turn to keep the Escort behind. Rear-wheel drive Escort, though, gets off the corner better and looks now to try and drag alongside as they head towards Old Hall Corner for the final time. They are now nearly 6 seconds behind the race leader as a result of that little fumble in traffic, and it's all now about who finishes on the second step of the overall podium. Paul Neville much quicker mid-corner at Old Hall, but not able to get alongside the Focus, which does then sort of stretch its legs down the avenue. So frustrating race this for Neville slightly. He will feel that over a full lap he is quicker. Look how much quicker he was off Cascades. Gets to the inside down the Lakeside Straight, and this time I think he is going to go through, is he? Yes, Paul Neville gets into second position overall. He was already leading his Class B+, but he now is into second place overall. It's too late to go after James Allen, but he should now be able to fend off Todd Garner. He'll be hoping he can anyway, to the flag and take over that second position. Scott Matthias, meanwhile, I think is ahead of Chris Harrison now, isn't he? Yes, Scott Matthias up into fourth place now, another Class A runner. So in the same class as James Allen and Todd Garner. And again, on course maybe for a better overall result than he got in race one earlier on today. Headlights flashing there, it seems, on the James Allen Ford Focus as it comes through, maybe as a distraction to the slower traffic ahead. And coming up against one of the Fiestas, Tyler England, I think that potentially, no, 13 car of Dave Barrett going a lap down. James Allen, looks like it is going to be a double race victory, 2 wins in Class A, and more importantly perhaps to him, 2 overall race wins as well, but he really had a fight on his hands in the first half of both of those races. He might not have had his sparring partners from race 1 joining him on the grid for race 2, but there were some new contenders who briefly came up to challenge before eventually James was able to get away. A race victory, a double race victory at Oulton Park for James Allen in the modified Ford Series. Second place will go the way of Paul Neville after that last lap overtake on Todd Garner, who comes home in third. Neville wins in Class B+. Scott Matthias, and Chris Harrison next. Darren Owen comes home in 6th. And Tyler England was 7th. Is he still 7th in the number 54 car? Hasn't got here yet. Tyler was leading in Class B by about 42 seconds over the 115 car of John Ward. There goes Tyler England through to claim the victory in Class B. So, modified Fords then complete their second race of the day. James Allen completes a double race victory with Paul Neville and Todd Garner second and third respectively. Neville the winner in Class B+. Scott Matthias was 4th. Chris Harrison in 5th position wins in Class SA with Darren Owen the SB winner in the number 8 car. Tyler England's Ford Fiesta comes out on top in Class B, 7th overall ahead of John Ward and Sean Brown. Piers Warwick completes the top 10. Then it was Tony Paxman with Stephen Marsh and Chris White next in line. Lucas Dryden was 14th place overall and 5th position in Class B. We then had in 15th position Dave Barrett, Mike Watson 16th, Michael McKenzie 17th, James Newins 18th, Stephen Primmett 19th, Chris Baker was a non-finisher. In fact, so was Primmett in the end. Primmett retiring at the side of the road. So did Baker, as we saw at Hilltop. And to the pit lane retired the number 31 machine of Ben Purnell after that spin. So he had the spin on lap 1 down at the Hislop chicane, did a bit of damage to the car, and unfortunately had to pull over into the pit lane to retire. No such problems though for James Allen, who manages to pick up the race victory, and a convincing one in the end, despite coming under that threat in the early conditions. I think he just didn't really acclimatise to the slippery conditions quite as quickly as Todd Garner did. And once Garner made that move early on, I think that did wake James Allen up rather, and sort of spur him on to go a little bit faster, got the lead back, and was then able to pull out into not an insurmountable advantage. I'd be fascinated actually to hear from John Ratcliffe when he speaks to James Allen down in the Parc Ferme area whether there was an issue for the number 77 car, because it did seem that he lost quite a bit of time in the mid part of the race and then never quite got back down to the sort of lap times he'd been running at the start, so or before that point anyway, so maybe there was some sort of little niggling issue for the Focus, which will be looked over before the next round of the championship, or the series I should say. As I said, it's not a championship modified Ford, so you can dip in and out. If you've got a blue oval racing car that you'd like to get out on track, you can do so, and you don't need to worry about fighting for a championship. Their next rounds are on the 9th and 10th of May at Snetterton, also part of the Fun Cup events that will get the live stream treatment. They're at Donington at the start of June, Snetterton in the middle of August, and the Silverstone International Circuit, the home of British motor racing, to conclude the season early in October. You can head over to the BRSCC website, www.brscc.co.uk, for all of the information on all of their championships and series, calendars, championship standings, and regulations as well. www.brscc.co.uk, and that's the website you need to head to if you want to enter into any of their championships as well. James Allen, I'm sure we'll have him back at Snetterton next time out. James Allen in the Focus RS with a race win here at Oulton Park, and gets out of the Focus and with a big smile on his face. Very, very pleased with that. Again, had a proper battle on his hands there, courtesy of Todd Garner early on. Manages to come out on top and claim the win. James Allen then down in Parc Ferme, catching up now with John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, indeed. You join me down in Parc Ferme once again. Now, just before we speak to your race winner of James Allen, I just spotted this on the front of Todd Garner's car. How cool is that? Epic. Right, okay. Let's go round and chat with your race winner then. James, quick chat with you quickly. 2 races, 2 wins. Doesn't go much better than that, does it?
No, this is a good start.
Very positive. Although in that one, you maybe were kept on your toes for a little bit longer by Todd. You guys were nose to tail for quite some while.
Yeah, there was nose in tail a bit on that one. But yeah, I got my position straight back, so yeah, it's all good.
No, impressive. And then once you sort of got into the swing of things, you drove away with it.
Yeah, just disappeared up the road.
Well, what was it that changed with the first couple of laps and then when you got into the race?
I was just kind of teetering around a bit. It was a bit slippy to start off with, and then the grip came in. That was it. Done. Gone.
Fair play. Like I say, 2 wins and 2. Well done.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Right then, we'll try and spot where your second place driver has gone. I think they're both over here actually. So the 33 of Paul Neville will chat with first. Paul, I'll come around this side of you. Very well done, sir. Thank you. Battling your way through the field throughout that one, and you managed to get him in the dying moments.
It was. I mean, it was really a sort of slick race. Most of us, I think all of us were on wets, and it was like, do you just go out and save your tyres? But if there's a race to be had and there's a car in front of you to be had, just go for it.
Why not? Why not? No, you're battling really well. Lots of positions being made, and yeah, you licked the stamp and you sent it. And P2?
Yeah, P2's good. I like that.
And are you racing in the modified fours for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I run the series. It's my series, so I have to.
What a silly question from me then. Well, great. You're doing an amazing job running the series, and the cars on this grid are just amazing, aren't they?
A little bit fragile, but that's a Ford for you. But yeah, no, it's good.
That's very true. It was a shame a couple of the drivers you saw in race number 1 didn't make it out for race 2, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, exactly. It happens, especially on the first race of the season. People are still ironing out new problems. So, onto Snetterton, and hopefully we'll pack a grid up.
Cool. Look forward to it. Cheers for chatting with me, Paul. Thank you very much. Running the series, of course, Paul is. Now, we did have... He's run off over here. Hello, Todd. How was that race for you? You were battling with the inevitable race winner for quite a while there. That must have been a good bit of fun.
It was all right at the start. I had good grip at the start, but then it got a few laps in, and then the tyres just got really hot, so struggling with understeer. And then it just kept getting worse and worse, and then obviously Paul caught up to me then, and then I just had to try and make the car as wide as possible. But yeah, no, it's the first proper weekend out in the car, so just getting used to it, working out the problems, and then see how we're going for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no, well done. You did a valiant effort at defending that position, but he just got you at the end, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He was trying. I was just trying to stick to the inside of the middle of the track mainly, but yeah, he just got a window, and then I gave him a bit of room. So yeah, no, it was good. It was good. I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
It was great racing. Of course, conditions very different from race 1 to race 2. How tricky were they out there?
Yeah, it was just the understeer really. I mean, I was turning the car in and the tyres were just screeching, and yeah, there's not a lot more you can do then when you get to there apart from brake. But yeah, no, I'm just glad we got finished the weekend in one piece, and yeah, I'm happy. Can go home happy now.
Exactly there. A cracking job, finished in one piece, and third place as well. Not too shabby.
Yeah, happy. Very happy.
Good, glad to hear it. Well, mate, thank you very much for chatting with me. Well, right then, that is the modified Fords done and dusted for this race weekend. Of course, as mentioned by Paul there, you'll see them next time out at Snetterton, where we've still got 2 more races to come today, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the Classic Minis are back out. Let's see how they throw it around a slightly damp circuit here at Oulton Park. I'll send it back up to Annie McEwen in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much. No time to take a nap right now, everyone, because it is classic mini racing coming up next, and we know how exciting this form of motorsport can be. The sun shining once again now on the Oulton Park circuit. We saw this morning just how quickly it dried. It wasn't quite as wet, I don't think, this afternoon as it was first thing this morning, so I'd expect maybe a dry track within the next half an hour or so. This is a 20-minute race scheduled for the Classic Minis, and the grid is as follows. It features a partially reversed grid based upon the result from race 1. So Tristan Beard has pole position, Will Burnham alongside, Paul Ogborn and David Burns together on row 2, then Dave Rees and David Kirkpatrick on row 3 together. Row 4 for Steve Rideout and Kelvin Fletcher, who completed the podium finishes in race number 1. Nevin Kirkpatrick and Chris Morgan, the top 2 from that first race, well, they will line up together on row number 5. Row 6, Graham Shepherd and James Bryan, with Nick Townsend and Chris Didcott on row 7. Braden Fletcher at the back. Braden Fletcher was disqualified from the race earlier on this morning for his car being underweight when they checked it afterwards. He has been allowed to start from the back of the grid for race 2, but it was a disqualification for the younger brother of Kelvin Fletcher, who will therefore have to start from the back. And in fact starts from the back potentially with a time penalty, question mark. Let me have a look at what it says on the result. Allowed to start at the back of the grid, no, following re-scrutineering, so no time penalty, but will be starting from the very back. So Tristan Beard gets drawn out on pole position. The top 10 finishers from race 1 reversed to give us the grid for race number 2. And the car's just being led now to the end of the pit lane, you can see there. So Tristan Beard's car at the front of that group has an opportunity now to start at the very front of the grid. And our top 3 from race 1 have some proper work to do now to come through from the back. And be interesting to see what Kelvin Fletcher, Nevin Kirkpatrick and Chris Morgan are able to do from the tail end of the top 10. This is where we should see some of that proper Classic Mini slipstreaming racing, I think, because they're going to really have to muscle their way through the pack and try and maybe work together a little bit in order to be able to do that. And, yeah, let's see what the fast guys from race 1 are able to achieve. Chris Morgan won by 1.3 seconds over Nevin Kirkpatrick. Kelvin Fletcher third, and really that was the story of the race, Kelvin versus Nevin for second position. Every time it looked like they were starting to reel in Chris Morgan out in front, they'd then start tripping over each other again, and that would allow the leader to maintain that margin. Kelvin Fletcher had second place a couple of times, but then said in his post-race interview with John Ratcliffe that he was missing the gear change slightly. I think he said he was going into 5th gear from second to 5th instead of second to 3rd. John, I forget what he said he was doing.
Trying to pull 4th, but was going into 2nd, and then having to bang it straight into 4th, and then losing the momentum.
Very lucky, actually, not to do some damage to the gearbox and the engine doing that. That can quite easily cause some damage. I'm sure that he and the team will have had a look at that between races to make sure that it didn't do any lasting damage, and hopefully he'll be able to avoid doing the same sort of thing again this time around. There was Kelvin Fletcher going through anyway in his white and red car. He starts from 8th on the grid. So reverse grid, top 10 finishers from race 1 inverted. That guarantees us at least a few laps of action here, doesn't it?
Epic. I always love a reverse grid, so bring it on. This is going to be awesome stuff, isn't it? Of course, slightly longer than the other sprint races we've seen today. 20 minutes once again for these classic minis. But yeah, a couple of drivers who were a little bit further down the order in race 1, but still have some really good pace behind the wheel of their classic mini. So let's see if any of them are able to break away quickly and not have to deal getting contention with the drivers battling their way through from further down in the top 10. The likes of Chris Morgan, Nevin Kirkpatrick, Kelvin Fletcher, Stephen Rideout. Of course, you've already mentioned all of those, but plenty to watch in this one. Once again, 15 drivers on the grid for this race. And again, some tough conditions still. It is beginning to dry. We've still got a nice bit of sunshine now out at Oulton Park, which also thank you to the racing gods, because all of my interviews have been nice and dry, so that's been lovely. But driver's head on. I'm going to commentator's curse myself, aren't I? Now? It's going to throw it down in the last couple of races, but hey ho. Track is drying, but you can see there on that shot with the glistening of the sunshine, the outsides of the circuit's still very damp. So going for moves, if you get squeezed all the way to the inside line, you might just find suddenly there's not a whole lot of grip for you.
That dry racing line, though, on that shot in particular, has better conditions now than we had at the start of that race, and I'd say largely dry. A few damp patches, I'm sure, underneath the trees over Clay Hill and into Druids, but the rest of the track seems more or less okay. So, a red car with the blue roof and the blue stripe for Tristan Beard on pole position. The yellow car of Will Burnham starts alongside. Then Paul Ogborn and David Burns together on row number 2. It's the back end of the top 10, though, that we really need to be keeping an eye out for. Those are the front runners from race 1. Maybe David Kirkpatrick has an opportunity at redemption here as well. Remember, David started on pole for the first race, having gone well in the wet qualifying session. Immediately slipped down to 5th in the early stages and never really was able to recover. So the Union flag liveried number 10 car could be one to keep an eye on as well. Caught a glimpse of him there as the camera panned around. Race number 2 then for the Classic Mini is about to burst into life. Red lights go on, out they go now, and away we go. Pretty even start, I'd say, from the front row men. Good start, I reckon that was for Chris Morgan further back, the race 1 winner, but it's absolutely neck and neck between the top 2. Beard on the inside, Burnham on the outside as they turn for Old Hall Corner. The momentum with the outside line gives Will Burnham the lead as they accelerate down the avenue for the first time. They're 3 wide further back. They need to get that sorted out before they arrive at Cascades, ideally. Will Burnham then with the early advantage, and is that David Kirkpatrick possibly coming up into second position? Yes, it was the Union flag car, up into P2 already.
Indeed, impressive start from him, and yeah, like you mentioned, brilliant breakaway off the line for your race 1 victor of Chris Morgan. This is already making up a few positions here in the opening laps. Well, your pole sitter then of Tristan Beard just dropping down into 3rd place, but still a very positive start to the race for him in this one, as the minis all sort themselves out through Ireland as we file on down through to Shell Oils for the first time. And the bright yellow car still leads us then. Will Burnham, nice breakaway, hung round that outside line and continues to hold on to it for now. Anyways, he's under a lot of pressure here as David makes his way through, doesn't even need to wait for the braking zone. He's got the lead.
Yes, he has, and just in the nick of time, because Nevin Kirkpatrick is up into 3rd look. So Nevin Kirkpatrick from 9th on the grid has made the best progress of the race 1 podium finishes, hasn't he? Up into 3rd and now going for 2nd as we go over hill top. Will Burnham will have some defending to do, doesn't cover the inside line, and Nevin Kirkpatrick will go through into 2nd position. Yes, moves ahead of the number 42 car. So it's a Kirkpatrick 1-2 at the moment. David ahead of Nevin, 3rd then for Burnham, and in 4th position, that is the race 1 winner, isn't it? Chris Morgan, the grey number 16 car, with Kelvin Fletcher a little bit detached from them currently in 5th place.
I love the visibility through the windscreen as well. You can see exactly what Will Burnham was doing there in the cockpit, looking side to side, seeing where the driver was, and just allowing him the room there on the inside line, as there's the move up the inside already then. So 1 lap, but not even 1 full lap, and from 10th to 3rd already for your victor in race number 1. It's him versus the 2 Kirkpatricks here as we press on towards lap 2.
Yeah, well, this is interesting, though, because Chris in race 1 won that race because he made an early break and broke the toe by the end of lap 1. This time he's going to have to come up behind Nevin and David Kirkpatrick, find a way through and then try and get away. That will not be the easiest of things to do. Across the line come the Kirkpatricks, and are we about to have another lead change? I think we are. Nevin goes to the inside line into Old Hall Corner, and Will manage to move ahead of David into the first turn. So a lap and a bit in the books. We've had 3 different leaders already, and it is Nevin Kirkpatrick then who finds his way to the head of the field. David, though, coming back at him maybe down the avenue here. Yes, pulls to the outside line, gets his nose ahead, and will he reclaim the advantage? No, Nevin having absolutely none of it. Side scythes back through on the inside line, but this is all playing into the hands of the third place man and the race one winner, Chris Morgan.
It is indeed, yeah, as these two squabble, he closes the gap up to them. But of course, as we always say in motorsport, it's one thing catching them up, it's an whole other thing getting past. And especially here in the minis, it's a whole other thing then breaking away at the sharp end. So let's see how this one plays out. Of course, a little bit more time on the clock for the drivers to do it, but at the moment, the Kirkpatrick family pretty happy in a 1-2 in this race for the moment. And now, for the first time in this one, it is, of course, Nevin who's leading David for the moment as they head down through into sector number 2 of this fantastic Oulton Park circuit. Interesting to see, of course, comparatively to the Fun Cups all over that big curb on the inside. The Minis giving it a nice big wide berth.
Yes, these cars are a little bit more fragile, aren't they, I suppose, than the much more modern Fun Cup cars, which are still being produced to this day. The classic Minis, very much classics, as the name would suggest, historics, really. We see this era of Mini racing quite often in sort of 1960s touring car racing and doing great things there. This one-mate racing, though, this is where they really do come alive, isn't it? And we've got a good three-way battle for the win here, already starting to build up. Nevin Kirkpatrick hanging on to the advantage for now, but not able to get away from David, who we saw from qualifying had the pace, just never really got into his groove, you felt, in race one.
No, exactly, but yeah, looking to get a bit more groovy in this one, of course. These three starting to break away now as well, which is looking good. But I mean, if we get a bit more door-to-door action like we had a couple of laps ago, it won't be too long until the likes of Burnham, Fletcher, Rideout chase them down. And is this Stephen Rideout looking up the inside then? The number 7 making the move. It is indeed. That's Rideout through on Fletcher. He moves up into the top 5, and now he'll have his sights set on Will Burnham in 4th place. But look at that, Chris Morgan with the new fastest lap. Saying that, looking to the inside there was David Kirkpatrick down at T1, not able to get it done. But Chris Morgan, a 2:11.8. Both of the drivers ahead in the mid-212s.
Yeah, that was never likely to work, though, was it? It actually just robbed him of some mid-corner speed, and now he's got to get back on terms with David Kirkpatrick. Chris Morgan, of course, becoming an ever more ominous presence in his mirrors, as these three covered by just 7/10 of a second at the beginning of the lap. So very, very close indeed between our leading trio. Calvin Fletcher, meanwhile, in 4th position, about 3 seconds further back and just not quite able to live with their pace. He's in the low 2-minute 13s, whereas the leaders are in the 2:12s, and in fact Chris Morgan in 3rd place at 2:11.8. To put that into perspective, the fastest lap from race 1 set by Calvin Fletcher was a 2:09.5, so we're still a couple of seconds away from that, showing the track conditions are not quite there yet.
Indeed, no, not quite, but definitely drying out lap on lap, isn't it, as the sun continues to shine here once more at Oulton Park. We have had all the different seasons today, haven't we? The rain has been ridiculous throughout the Fun Cup, but we are drying up once again, as now Chris Morgan looking a bit more feisty there in 3rd place, gets the car stopped as they head down through Hislop's and into Knickerbrook once again. And again, through that camera shot, you can see that dry line a little bit more, not quite as wide there down in that section of the circuit, the dry line. So no moves made this time. They head up over Clay Hill once more and down towards Druids. Once again, will there be a thought of a move through here? It would be a bold one from either of them, and no, they stay single file for now anyway, but this is the closest that all these three drivers have been so far in this race as they carry the speed out of Druids and down through into Lodge once again. It was a little bit slidey through the right-hander with Druids there for Nevin. He's given a good exit to David. Not quite good enough to put alongside, though, and they stay as they were. This is, I was going to say classic mini racing, but it is classic mini racing. It's classic mini racing. This
classic mini racing. Worse to that effect. Anyway, it's good stuff. I'm enjoying it. David Kirkpatrick is back up alongside Nevin now as they head into Old Hall Corner. Outside line on the way in. Now, this might be better off for David than the inside approach from a lap ago, because wide in usually equals fast out, and I think he is up alongside Nevin as they head towards Dentons. In fact, he's gone through. Look at that. That was all about the momentum through Old Hall Corner, and he has managed to get by. So David Kirkpatrick to the lead again. But he ain't going to escape, is he? That much is fairly certain. What it does do, though, is it puts a car between himself and the race 1 winner, Chris Morgan. And that means that now it is Nevin Kirkpatrick who's in the difficult position of trying to attack and defend at the same time. David just needs to focus on staying in the race lead.
Yeah, it's not a nice place to be for them, and you're sort of having to think at 200% brain capacity, aren't you? Looking at the driver ahead, looking at the driver behind, also trying to focus on what you're doing behind the wheel. But for the moment anyway, they are nicely keeping Chris Morgan behind, despite him having that fastest lap, despite how dominant he was in race number 1. As you said earlier, he had a nice breakaway in that one, was able to break the toe and press on ahead at the sharp end. This one proving a little bit more challenging though. I think for the moment he's waiting in the wings and just seeing what the two Kirkpatricks do ahead of him, as maybe there's a bit of a inter-team and inter-family rivalry here between the two of them, and whether it boils over, well, Chris will be there to pick up the pieces. A big move down the inside there into his slots, back up the inside goes the 11 of Nevin, and back to the lead he goes.
There aren't many cars that you can really execute that overtake into Hislops, and I'd say Classic Minis are one of the very few, because they're so small and they're so good on the brakes. You can just sort of throw it up the inside and hope for the best, and that's exactly what Nevin did. But he is not going to escape. David Kirkpatrick already asking him some questions as they head into Druids, with 11.5 minutes left on the clock. Nevin Kirkpatrick, what he really wants to see is David and Chris Morgan now start to get into it in the battle for second position. That could allow him to do what Chris did in race 1 and break the toe. Unless anyone can do that, I just don't see anyone escaping this battle, though. The three of them absolutely locked in combat, almost identical in pace, and the slipstream working well to keep them together.
Yeah, unless one of the drivers leaves this battle for whatever reason, off-track excursion, a mechanical issue, I think we're going to see these three stay absolutely nose to tail for the rest of the 11 minutes of this race. Outside line once again for David, for David indeed, down into the first corner, and again loses that momentum, and Nevin holds on to the lead of the race. Spotted as well, of course, we saw Stephen Rideout get the move done on Will Burnham a lap or so ago. Will's just dropped behind Braden Fletcher now on the last lap, and Rideout now right on the back of Kelvin Fletcher for 4th place. So, of course, we're thoroughly enjoying this battle for the lead, but there are plenty of battles going on throughout the order as well. And that's the thing with these minis, of course, not very aerodynamically efficient. So once you do get in a squabble with drivers, you often stay as a nice big battle pack, and that might hold you up. And that's why we're maybe seeing a pack, a big gap, a pack, a big gap, and so on and so forth down the rest of the order.
Although, interestingly, a gap that is growing is 2nd to 3rd, isn't it? Chris Morgan hasn't had a great start to this lap. Maybe had a moment somewhere in the first couple of corners. He's in danger of losing touch with the leading two. Should be okay, given the pace that he's demonstrated so far today, but would quite like to see David Kirkpatrick have a go at recreating the move that Nevin made on him a lap ago at Hislops. That would then allow Chris to close right back in, and David's close enough to think about it. Nevin knows it though, look, and he's just hovering over on the right hand side of the road. Then he comes over towards the racing line in the braking zone, but had to slightly compromise his line there into Hislops, and that will just back them all up slightly. And just like that, Chris Morgan is almost right back with them.
Yep, didn't quite pull all the way across to open up the corner, did he? So lost a little bit of momentum there through Hislops and Knickerbrook, but doesn't seem to have hampered him too much. He stays in the lead of the race then. Less than 10 minutes now left to go on the clock in this one. We're over half race distance here in the second race of the day here in Classic Mini Racing. They press on down through Druids once again. That bit of track drying out definitely now with the sunshine beaming down on it. Of course, always a section that stays pretty slippery once we have a bit of precipitation here at Oulton Park, but actually with the sunshine on it now, seems to be drying up pretty nicely through that section of the circuit. But like you mentioned, Chris, closing up, and once again we're absolutely nose to tail for the lead here. Lovely exit out the final corner then for the number 10 of David Kirkpatrick, and again the two Kirkpatricks go side by side down to T1. That was close, wasn't it?
That was almost wing mirror bashing close, wasn't it? But again, Nevin hangs on the way in. I was waiting for a really good exit there from David Kirkpatrick like he had a few laps ago. He has got a good exit, to be fair. He's back alongside Nevin on the outside line into Cascade. This can work. Nevin Kirkpatrick late on the brakes though, carries the speed into the corner, and this is now starting to really increase in intensity, and that's really hurt David Kirkpatrick. He runs wide at Cascades and opens the door potentially for Chris Morgan to get alongside. The momentum seems to lie with car number 10, and I think David will hold on to second spot. The last thing these two want to do though is start really delaying each other and allowing Nevin Kirkpatrick any opportunity to get away.
I think David was just able to use the slipstream from Nevin there down the back straight as well, wasn't he? Just able to drag the car back ahead of Chris Morgan open once again, and the three stay as they were. Yeah, slightly offline there down through Cascades, just lost the rear ever so slightly, lost that momentum. It just shows how much it kills your straight line speed in these classic minis, but then the slipstream brought it all straight back for him, so again moves back into second place, and they stay as they were. One Kirkpatrick leading another, and Morgan still waiting in the wings, just not able to quite find a move here. He'll look to the outside though as we head down into his slops. Now he gets the use of the slipstream from the car number 11 just ahead of him, but can't quite get the move done.
No, David defended that one successfully. But interesting, isn't it, that the two Kirkpatricks have swapped positions so many times in this race, and yet the race one winner, Chris Morgan, hasn't been able to breach their defences, not even once. So sitting sort of frustratedly in third position is Morgan. And what is it going to take for him to find a way through? He's already got the fastest lap. A 2-minute 10.6 is about a tenth quicker than anything either of the Kirkpatricks have done. He's had a nice little double slipstream, of course, for much of this race, which will have been helping him. But to get past David Kirkpatrick is going to take a bit of an aggressive move, you feel. That might be a risk that he doesn't want to take. It might also be the thing that allows Nevin to get away in front. So Chris Morgan's got to play this quite carefully, and maybe just sort of hope that the two Kirkpatricks start battling again, and that maybe this time he can take advantage. Not quite side by side this time over the line, but only a mini's length or so between the two Kirkpatricks as they begin lap number 7.
Indeed, yet still as they were then, as we quickly look back to the battle in behind as well. Stephen Rideout has now made the place on Kelvin Fletcher. That's happened over the last couple of laps or so, but they still remain about 7 seconds off of your leading trio as there they continue on down through Cascades. Now, of course, they'll be using the slipstream together, Will Rideout and Fletcher, but still, really, we need some much more heavy battling between the top three to see these two start to get involved. Sadly for them, I think the lofty heights of fourth are all they can hope for in this one, unless it all goes wrong for the three ahead. Not to commentators curse them, but just saying.
I've seen it happen. I have definitely seen it happen. A bit mystifying, really, the lack of pace from Kelvin Fletcher in this one. He was the fastest man on track in race 1 on his return to classic mini racing, but has had a bit of a lack of pace in this one. Never really got away with the leaders, but the reverse grid didn't work out in his favour, really, and he has just lost touch with them. Doesn't really have them to use as a reference either, and so maybe isn't quite extracting the maximum potential from his number 12 mini. Here comes Chris Morgan. Good exit from Britain's look. Pulls alongside David Kirkpatrick. Is he going to go through here at his lops? It would be a brave move to make round the outside. That doesn't work. And again, David Kirkpatrick compromises the line, goes in tight. And I was going to say that loses him some time through his lops. He actually recovered from that well. But yeah, Nevin just a length or so further ahead of him now than he was a few moments ago.
Indeed, yeah, this is probably one of the bigger gaps we've seen so far in this race between these three, isn't it? It is still Chris Morgan with the ultimate pace though in this one, a 2 minutes 10.6 versus the two Kirkpatricks both on a 2 minute 10.7 fastest lap in this race. Well, this is the opportunity for Nevin to try and open this one up. But again, he's got no slipstream to work with, whereas the two behind very much do. So I can only imagine that gap will close back up to what it was only a few moments ago, as we've got less than 5 minutes left to go in this one. Already 3/4 of the race distance completed. Well, opportunities here for Chris Morgan to make it 2 wins from 2, quickly dwindling.
Very much so, yes. This is going to be a tough battle to the flag. Just under a second between the three of them. As behind, look, Kelvin Fletcher's got someone to play with now, and he's quite enjoying this battle with Steve Rideout. Peeks to the inside into Old Hall Corner, and Kelvin Fletcher will manage to get through. Can Steve Rideout, though, now get a better exit and maybe reclaim that 4th place on the way into Cascades? He's thinking about it, but I think Kelvin's got that one covered. So Kelvin Fletcher manages to wriggle back through into 4th position. But again, that's about the best that either of these drivers, I think, can hope to get out of this race now with 4 minutes left on the clock. Kelvin will have to just sort of weave over to the middle of the road there to cover from Steve Rideout. Does so successfully, though, and they stay in the same order. The leaders, meanwhile, will be coming out of the Shell hairpin. There they go. And it is Nevin, David and Chris in the order. Nevin Kirkpatrick ahead of David Kirkpatrick. Chris Morgan sitting in 3rd. And yeah, hard to see really where that decisive move is going to come from here, because I think Nevin now has just built this margin and he's maintaining it quite nicely.
Yeah, honestly, I'm eating my words from earlier. He's actually maintaining this gap really well, isn't he, Nevin? He's doing a great job. That was a lovely move, though, earlier on from Kelvin Fletcher to retake 4th place. That was a textbook mini move there, getting it through, not losing too much momentum and pressing on really well. Those two now have dropped just over 8 seconds off of the back of this leading trio. So another second loss for those two, but they were battling, so understandably so. But yes, Nevin doing a great job here to keep the rest of the two in this squabble at arm's length. I've also got to say, I absolutely love having the names on the front grille. You can see there, Nev for your race leader. We also had Rideout across the grille, Stevens' car. That does look awesome. And I've got to point out as well, new fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Nevin Kirkpatrick. So that would have helped in building that gap. And now it does look as though David's attention is turning to Chris behind.
Yeah, very impressive lap time that for Nevin without a slipstream, although makes a bit of a mistake at Lodge, and just like that, they're all back together. So Nevin Kirkpatrick with a little error as he was trying to break the toe. 2 laps to go, and David Kirkpatrick's right on him. We've got a grandstand finish in the offing here. David goes to the outside of Old Hall. He likes this move, doesn't he? Get the switch back, carry the speed down the hill. We're hearing there was a sprinkle of rain at Druids. That perhaps had something to do with that moment for Nevin Kirkpatrick. Right now, though, that's the last of his worries. Through goes David, bullies his way through at Denton's. He's made that move a few times in this race, tees himself up for a good run out of Old Hall, makes the move down the avenue, and now he's got to try and defend the lead from Nevin as we head down the Lakeside Straight. Nevin will get the slipstream, but I don't think he's quite close enough to get to the inside. Maybe he is. He's there, sort of. They almost lean on each other. Nevin sideways. David's on the grass as they come out of Ireland then. Did he manage to save that? Fingers crossed. Do all 3 of them appear into the shot at Shell? 1, 2, 3. Yes, they're all still there, and it's Nevin Kirkpatrick back to the front.
Well, I ate my words, and then I'm going to quickly spit them back out again because immediately that gap was closed, wasn't it? Great battling between the two Kirkpatricks, but Nevin, what an aggressive move there to the inside of Ireland. My goodness, there had to be a lot of trust between the two of them there, and as you say, dropping the rear right on the grass, I thought surely that car was going to go pirouetting towards the barriers, but no, well held, sir. David holds it, and not only holds the car, he holds second place as well. Fair play.
Yes, now he's caught Nevin once. Can he do it again? That was mistake assisted, though, wasn't it, from Nevin when he ran wide at Lodge a lap ago. David's had a really good run through the Hislop chicane. Nevin's car looks a bit loose, doesn't it? Sliding again out of Knickerbrook corner as he really now starts to ask an awful lot of those very skinny tyres. He is having to extract the maximum potential out of that car and every part of it in order to keep David Kirkpatrick at arm's length. Through Druids they go. No sign of rain at the moment, although Nevin was a little bit more committed than the 2 drivers behind him, I'd say there, so he certainly wasn't feeling the need to back off for inclement weather. Can he stay there for one more lap?
Indeed, let's wait and see then on to the last lap. They are about to go again to highlight how great it is to be able to see the drivers behind the wheel there. Saw Nevin bouncing through Druid's corner there as the car just moved around underneath him, but he held it well and he holds the lead then as we head on to the final lap of race number 2 here. I mean, to be fair, I don't think the camera ops were lying. Look at the rain on our commentary box window. It is starting to pitter-patter once more. Will that come into play here on the final lap?
Quite possible. This is where David's been strong all race. Look again, pulls to the right-hand side of the road through Denton's, but he doesn't have his nose ahead this time into Cascades, and so Nevin Kirkpatrick will hold on to the place for now. Does that give David, though, the opportunity to get the toe down the Lakeside Straight? Well, the answer is no. He didn't get off the corner well enough, really, and Nevin Kirkpatrick, whilst the gap is closing, I don't think we'll feel the need to defend into Ireland. Well, maybe. David was almost there, and felt a spot of retaliation on the cards almost. I thought he was going to try and repay the favour and repeat what Nevin did to him a lap ago. They stay in the same order though. Nevin Kirkpatrick, David Kirkpatrick, the race one winner Chris Morgan in 3rd. Kelvin Fletcher, by the way, still narrowly ahead of Steve Rideout, I can tell you, for 4th position. There they are in the back of shot, but all attention now lies with the leading 3. Half a lap to go through the Britain chicane. David Kirkpatrick is as close as ever, heading over hilltop. He'll get a little bit of a slipstream over the top of the hill, and we've seen some overtakes into Hislops already. Nevin Kirkpatrick hooks the inside line as they drop downhill, and then again meanders over to the middle of the road on the way into the corner. Don't count out Chris Morgan from this either, the 3rd place man looking for the double victory round Knickerbrook for the final time. accelerate up through Clay Hill, through the gears towards Druids. It's all going to boil down to who gets off Druids the best and who's the bravest on the brakes into Lodge. At the moment, second and third places are closer than first and second. Is that going to let Nevin Kirkpatrick off the hook? I think it might. Higgles Morgan to the inside of Druids. They almost lean on each other to Chris and David, and that has absolutely handed the advantage to Nevin Kirkpatrick now. There's no way that David Kirkpatrick will get close enough to challenge now at Lodge, and instead he has to turn all of his attention now from attack to defence to try and keep the fired up Chris Morgan at bay. Out of Lodge corner they go then, and Nevin Kirkpatrick is going to go one better than he did in race 1. It's victory in race number 2 for the Classic Minis for Nevin Kirkpatrick. Second place goes to David Kirkpatrick, third to Chris Morgan after a brilliant last lap battle between the three of them. Is it Kelvin Fletcher fourth? Just about. Look at that, that was close between Kelvin and Steve Rideout. Rideout was only a tenth and a bit adrift of fourth position at the flag, and there are other good battles going on further back. This is David Burns for 8th position, trying to defend from Dave Rees. So don't be fooled into thinking that you have to be right at the front of the field to have a good battle. There are some good scraps going on up and down the order, and Dave Rees is going to have one more chance here to the outside at Lodge. He'll look again to get that good exit from the corner and maybe drag up alongside David Burns on the run to the flag. He might just get there, you know. This is going to be almost a dead heat at the line, and it will be too close to call, I reckon. The timing screen says that it was Burns by 47 thousandths of a second over Dave Rees in the squabble for 8th position. Fantastic racing up and down the order, as you would expect from Classic Mini Racing, and great to have them back on board with the BRSCC. Nevin Kirkpatrick managing to claim the win, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that. So Nevin Kirkpatrick victorious. David comes home in second ahead of Chris Morgan third. Kelvin Fletcher in fourth position, just missing out on the podium this time, but just keeping Steve Rideout at bay to the flag. Steve ends up fifth ahead of Braden Fletcher, sixth Will Burnham seventh, David Burns eighth, narrowly, as I said, by just 47 thousandths of a second over Dave Rees, with James Bryan completing the top 10. Paul Ogborn was 11th ahead of Tristan Beard and Chris Didcott, Graham Shepherd in 14th, and we did get all 15 starters to the flag, I'm delighted to say, with Nick Townend in 15th place and last. So, Nevin Kirkpatrick then with a win, and that was a proper Classic Mini race, wasn't it? The top three actually covered by only slightly less than race 1, but it was a lot closer for a lot longer in that one. Multiple lead changes between the two Kirkpatricks, and intriguing that Chris Morgan was never quite able to get in between them there, was he? But was an ever-present threat in third position. So, yeah, the battles in Classic Mini Racing are always a sight to behold, and even in the slightly slippery conditions they were absolutely on it there, weren't they? Brilliant stuff. So the Minis return to the pit lane, and there is Nevin Kirkpatrick then, your race winner, appearing into the Parc Ferme area, pulls up behind the number 1 board, and very shortly will jump out of the car to have a chat with the John Ratcliffe and celebrate the win. As I said, proper mini racing that, and I look forward to getting the thoughts of our top 3 finishers, Nevin and David Kirkpatrick and Chris Morgan. Didn't really see anything of David in the first race, did we? After having started on pole, dropped down the order and was never really a factor, at least in the fight for the win, but that time very much was. Couldn't quite stop Nevin, though, from climbing onto the top step of the podium. A familiar place for both of the Kirkpatricks, in fairness. And Nevin just able to get the rub of the green there in the closing stages and claim a race victory. So, John is ready to go down in the Parc Ferme area. Let's get the thoughts of our Classic Mini podium finishers.
Thank you, Andy. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme for the penultimate time today. The last time, sadly, we're going to be seeing these Classic Minis. But yet again, what a race. A classic Mini race that was. Right, let's go chat to some drivers. Right, number 11, we'll jump in first with Nevin. That was quite the race, wasn't it? You three were going at it for pretty much the entirety of the 20 minutes.
It was a tough race, that one, yeah. Seemed to get through the field pretty quick, and then, yeah, it was with these guys, and it was very hard work.
You and Chris sort of followed each other from the start, didn't you? In 9th and 10th on the grid, cut your way through the order nicely well, and then once you three got in single file, it was just locking horns for the rest of the race. It was great.
It was a really tough race for my brother. He was quicker than me in points, and I was a bit quicker than others, and we swapped a couple of times, but I was quite determined that I needed to finish first, so yeah, I went for it.
It was great. There were a couple of moves between you two where we went, oh my goodness, and you just about gave each other enough room.
Yeah, I was going, oh my goodness as well, and yeah, there wasn't a lot of room, but there was enough room, so that's good.
And well done. Victory. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done, Evan. Right, we'll chat to second place driver then of David. Hello, David. Good to chat with you. You and your brother. My goodness, you were keeping us on our toes. I think you were on your toes as well, no?
I think I need a rest, to be honest. This is knackering. Yeah, no, it was good. It was good fun. It was a good battle. We swapped around a few times, and yeah, no, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, you guys were, I can't even remember how many lead changes there were in that race, but I definitely couldn't count it on both of my hands.
Yeah, there was a few. I'll have to have a look at the video, but yeah, one of the more close ones, I'll say, yeah.
I saw you turn the video camera off when you came into the pits, and I thought, I want to see that footage.
Oh no, that's just to stop the swearing being recorded afterwards.
Okay, good. Well, second place, very well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well done. The two Kirkpatrick's then top two in that one. Race 1 winner, Mr. Morgan, third place in this one, but my goodness, you guys are having a great scrap.
It was brilliant. Yeah, I had a good start. Started 10th next to Nev. Nev had a good start, and yeah, we just clawed our way through. And yeah, it was good fun. Nev definitely had the pace this afternoon, I think. Yeah, we struggled to hang on, but yeah, he was good.
It was great to watch. Talk us through that first lap, 10th to 3rd. That was before you even got to the end of lap number 1.
It was hard work. Yeah, it was busy. I can't honestly remember.
Who needs to anyway? It was a great race. You three battled well, and third place. You should be pretty happy with that.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Well done, mate. Cheers for chatting with us. Right then, only one more race left to go here from Oulton Park. Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened. It's been a great day of racing here from Oulton Park to kick off the BRSEC season. We've still got one race left to go. The MG Cockshoot Cup and, of course, the MG Metros as well. Back up to you, Andy.
Yep, thank you very much, John. One more 15-minute race then to entertain you with here this afternoon. We've just about got time to get it in before the 6:30 curfew as well, which is good news. The MG Cockshoot Cup and the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. The Cockshoot Cup cars, as always, start at the front. So Christopher Greenbank, who won race 1 in the MGF, starts on pole alongside the rapid starting Keith Egar. He should really lead into turn 1, all things being equal. Then the ZS of Carl Green starts alongside the ZR of David Coulthard on row 2. 4 different shapes of MG filling out the top 4 positions on the grid. Laura Farrow and Mark Bellamy will share the 3rd row ahead of James Johnson and Phil Rigby, with Helen Waddington and Eliza Seville completing the top 10. Row 6 for Stanley Dixon and Leon Wignall. There's then a gap and a 10-second delay before the MG Metro race will start, and it is the race 1 winner Jack Ashton who should this time have Matthew Simpson for company on row 1. Matthew didn't take the race 1 start from the front row of the grid, but still carved his way through convincingly to finish 2nd in the class. If he starts on the front row this time, he could give Jack Ashton a real run for his money. Then it's Benjamin Young with Mark Wilson alongside him, row 2 of the Metro. The 3rd row for Tim Shooter and John Moore. Then Richard Garrard and Les Tyler behind them. Then it's Tim Davis and Jonathan McCord, Phil Goodwin and Andrew Houston, with Emma Cross at the rear of the field. So we had some really good racing first time around today. Like I said, Christopher Greenbank won in the MGF and won in the end by 6.2 seconds, but it was quite a bit closer than that in the early stages. Keith Egar in the first race of the day came through from 7th on the grid to lead into turn 1, did hold that advantage for a lap or 2 before eventually Christopher Greenbank was able to break through into the lead and pull away. But the MG Midget, starting 7th on the grid, got into the lead by turn 1. That's why I said that he really should lead into turn 1 this time around, because he starts on this occasion on the front row of the grid with clear track in front of him. The lightweight rear-wheel drive midget, and all rear-wheel drive front row this time though, whereas race 1 it was a pair of ZRs that started on the front row together. This time it is a pair of rear-wheel drive cars with several decades between them, but both built to very much the same sort of philosophy, and they should both be rocket ships on the launch. interesting question actually to see who does win that battle into turn 1. Within the Metros, we do, I'm delighted to say, have Matthew Simpson on the front row of the grid, so he is going to take that second place grid start alongside Jack Ashton. He might just have a bit of a run for his money this time. Dominant win in the Metros in race 1 for Jack, but race 2 could be a very different situation. So, revs will start to rise. The green flag has been waved at the back of the grid. The last 15-minute race of the day about to burst into life. Red lights go on, out they will go after a fairly lengthy hold now. And is it going to be Keith Egar who leads? Yes, it is. Pretty much uncontested into Old Hall Corner. It will be the race 1 winner, Christopher Greenbank, who slots into second. Carl Green and David Coulthard debating third. It's Coulthard who sweeps around the outside, actually, to get ahead of the race 1 podium finisher, Carl Green. They all head down the avenue for the first time. The Metros, meanwhile, well, their race gets underway now. A brilliant start made from about row number 4 there by the 49 car of... who was that in 49 anyway? They've charged through the order. That was Garrett, wasn't it, in the green and yellow car, who's up into maybe third place. He is into third place as they round Old Hall for the first time. And it's Matthew Simpson, interestingly, who gets the lead. So Matthew Simpson gets ahead of Jack Ashton. I said that Jack might not have things all his own way in this race, and that is already the case as they drop down through Cascades for the first time. So Simpson leads the Metros, Ashton second, and Richard Garrett up into third.
Impressive start that, wasn't it? Red, I was going to say the lights, it was the flag for them, wasn't it? Read the flag beautifully, jumped away at the perfect opportunity then, gained loads of positions off that race start, but already top 2 breaking away. They're not even halfway through the lap yet and already making a sizable breakaway. Similarly here in the MGs as well, the top 2 pressing on ahead, just as you saw in race number 1. The same 2 have scampered off, this time from the front row of the grid though, and we'll see whether the number 19 can as easily side on by and break away from Egar as he did in race number 1. But again, amazing off those race starts. But as when I spoke to Egar after the first race, he was expecting that. Yes. And I think, again, he would have been expecting that. A lovely breakaway to begin with. And these two off into another postcode comparatively to the rest of the grid. Great start from both of them once more. Really, really driving this Oulton Park circuit well. And you can see there quite how much they've already cleared the rest of the field. End of lap number 1 then. And already this race kicking into gear.
It is indeed. So the Midget and the MGF continue to battle for the lead. Didn't take Greenbank long to get back ahead of Egar in race 1, so it'll be interesting to see whether Keith can put up a bit of a sturdier defence this time. Speaking of, Matthew Simpson's defence will have to be fairly sturdy at the head of the MG Metro grid because he's got the race 1 winner and the former champion Jack Ashton all over him as they drop down into Lodge Corner for the first time. Simpson defends the inside line and Ashton will try and go from the outside on the way in to try and cut back to a late apex and carry the speed over the timing line, which he does. Is there going to be an opening on the inside at Old Hall Corner? Well, Simpson's going to have to defend a little bit, and that could compromise his exit speed if he does so on the run down the avenue. In fact, no, didn't defend in the end on the way in. Got a bit sideways over the apex curve, though. And Jack Ashton will have loved seeing that because he'll be thinking he might be able to force a bigger mistake out of Matthew Simpson. Down through Cascades for the second time. Jack Ashton really rolling through the centre of the corner nicely, gets right onto the tail of Matthew Simpson, but almost too close there, robbed him of any real momentum going down the Lakeside Straight, and Simpson actually gaps him slightly as they head towards Island Bend as they disappear out of shot. Coming over the hill were the MG Cockshoot Cup leaders. They were absolutely nose to tail, Egar and Christopher Greenbank. Greenbank, I think, shaping up for a move maybe on Egar as they made their way down towards the Hislop chicane there.
As you mentioned, didn't take him too long to get it done in race number 1. It's taking him a little bit longer in this one. Sizing up a mood there out of Knickerbrook, but not able to quite get the power down enough here to pull alongside up into Druids. Over Clay Hill they go, of course, and now down into Druids once more. Still as they were then, nose to tail between these two. And what is the gap after lap number 1? It was over 7 seconds already with Egar and Green back ahead of Coulthard and Green. Those still pretty close together. Only a second between the two of them as looking to the inside line there into Lodge Corner was the 19 of Greenbank. But again, can't quite get alongside and can't quite get the move done. If Egar's able to keep ahead throughout this entire race, I will be mightily, mightily impressive. He's trying to make that midget as wide as possible, which is easier said than done. It is called a midget.
Yes, it doesn't fill the road, does it? Although an MGF isn't that sizable either.
No.
It's very much the more modern equivalent of the midget. Good exit there for Greenbank out of Old Hall Corner, but there's no way through into Denton's. Yeah, the midget makes the MGF look like a tank, doesn't it, in comparison? But neither of these cars are that big, neither of them are that heavy. They're both very agile, and it's the midget that perhaps is getting off the corner slightly worse than the MGF, but then has the legs slightly in a straight line. This, meanwhile, for the lead of the Hit for Construction Limited MG Metro element of the race, and it still is Matthew Simpson hanging on. I thought for all the world that Ashton was about to make the move then.
Yeah, Ashton had the inside line, didn't he? But clearly not quite as good of an exit there off the final corner as Matthew Simpson, and Simpson continues to hold on to the lead. Now, interestingly so, they're catching some of the drivers now from the MG Cotshoot Cup, so could this spice up the battle as well? Ashton's looking round the outside there, loses a little bit of grip there as he gets on the slightly damper side of the circuit, and look at that, loses that momentum all the way down the rest of the straight, and the lead has changed then in the Cotshoot Cup. Greenbank through on Igor. We didn't see it happen, but he's got the move done. Into the lead he goes, and now can Igor have a response at all, or will Greenbank settle into a rhythm here and press on? Let's wait and see. Here we look back to the leaders in the MGs though, and they've well and truly caught these back markers now. Will it be an easy overtake to get them past, or will they get in the way? Ooh, a little bit. They're just stuck in behind for now anyway. This could be an opportunity then for maybe if Matthew Simpson gets shuffled offline a little bit here. Could Jack Ashton just find a way to slip on by?
He had a good run out of Britain's, didn't he? But can't quite get alongside over Hilltop. And now, yes, they've got the, I think, Mark Bellaby car. No, sorry, 82 Helen Waddington MGZR to negotiate. And Helen just sort of hovers in the way through his lobs. This is really delaying Matthew Simpson. But Ashton's got really nowhere to go either. They're side by side through Knickerbrook Corner. And I think Ashton's going to lose out here. Simpson's got the right-hand side of the road. Waddington went left. And Waddington then has the power up the hill, so still not really getting out of the way, but then why should she? This is technically for overall position, and they're not really in her race. Through Druids they go. Simpson really late on the brakes, and really late with that defensive movement. Did just get across in front of Jack Ashton into the corner.
Yeah, that was nice from the two MGs, wasn't it? They realised they had to lick the stamp to get that move done, and they did through a very challenging corner there up at Druids, but they finally get the move done and get on past the yellow MG, then down through into Lodge Corner once more. Still just over 8 minutes left to go here at the final rest of the day, at the final race of the day, I should say, at the BRSEC season opener here from Oulton Park. I can't quite believe we've had so many races today. It's all gone so fast, Andy, but time flies when you're having fun, eh? So here we go, back through on another MG. This is on the 24 this time, and your race leader in the following class, able to get it on a slightly easier position than Ashton, so has gained at least a few tenths from that. But with the slipstream coming into effect down this next straight, I can only assume Ashton will close right back up to the bumper, and actually doesn't even need the straight. He's closed up through Cascades.
Yeah, Ashton's definitely quicker, but he just can't go anywhere, can he? Matthew Simpson's car is in all the right places for Simpson, all the wrong places if you are Jack Ashton. So this is starting perhaps to frustrate our race one winner within the Metros. A good decisive move through traffic. Oh, car off. And that, is that a Metro? I think it is a Metro. We didn't get number 72 through last time, which was the John Moore Metro. And yes, John Moore's car is red and white, I think. So John Moore off the road by the looks of it at Shell.
Oh dear, less than ideal. Well, yellow flag's out for the moment there. Not the easiest place to recover him from, to be honest. So we'll see how this one plays out. Still 7 minutes left to go in this one. Will they leave it under yellow flags down there, or will we see the safety car come out? We will wait with bated breath then to see what happens. Anyway, for the first time in this race for a little while anyway, these two of Simpson and Ashton have a little bit of clear air to play with as they continue to lock horns here as their battle continues. But as you mentioned, Ashton he's got good pace, but he just can't seem to find a way through, can he?
Yeah, his speed is through the middle of the corner, and that's great if you're trying to set a really good lap time. It's not so great if you're trying to overtake someone. He keeps kind of sort of rolling into the back of Matthew Simpson's car and then not getting off the turns as well. Oh, and he's lost it at Druids. Jack Ashton is off at Druids. There's oil on the track, isn't there? Because Simpson had a moment as well. That was big drama for Ashton. Great save in the end. Lucky no one was right behind him. But I wonder if there was a little bit of something on the road. Yes, more screeching of tyres. There is oil down. And that's a big spin for the 17 car now of Mark Wilson. He might not be the last.
No, indeed. Yep, clearly there's something down there. Drivers going off left, right and centre here. As we take a little look at the replay then for Ashton. See there, cart just drops on him there. As soon as he tries to turn in, the rear goes absolutely not son, I'm going round on you. Round he went, and like you say, what a fantastic catch as well, to only lose a few seconds from that one.
Well, yes, and has anyone else now come a cropper of that up at Druid's Corner, I wonder? Yeah, that is something to ask Jack about, I think, if he manages to get as far as the Parc Fermé area in a podium position. He is still second, but that's now really opened up the margin between himself and Matthew Simpson. Good Metro battle going on here meanwhile. In fact, that's the 17 car that we just saw having a spin of Mark Wilson. Nothing like recovering from a spin at one of the fastest corners on the track and then immediately having to defend a position. That's the 21 car, isn't it? Trying to find a way past him of Les Tyler. Chunks of earth falling from underneath that 17 car after its moment up at the far end of the circuit. That was scary stuff.
It was indeed, yeah, always. Well, we always say it's a tough corner anyway, let alone when someone's dropped some fluids down there. It makes it very, very challenging to press on through, but driver's done a very good job there to keep it out of the barriers. As we've said so many times today, those barriers very close here at Oulton Park, so driver's doing a very good job to keep the cars out of it. As this battle continues on then, David Coulthard and the 30 of Carl Green, so they've already switched around on this lap. As you can see, they're still the car wanting to snap on them there as they head through the corner. I think all of them have learned a little bit sketchy through there now, just being a little bit overly cautious. But these two switching around on the last lap. Then Coulthard up into the overall top three, but the 30 of Carl Green wants it back up the inside. He goes down at Lodge Corner and back into the top three.
Yeah, good move. Showed his nose in the hope that David Coulthard would sidestep out of the way, and he sort of did, didn't he, really? So then Carl Green was able to fully commit to the pass and reclaim third position. Remember, most of the MG Cockshoot Cup cars are entered into Class C this weekend, so they are both battling for class position. Back to the Metros. Well, Jack Ashton at the start of this lap was 4.3 seconds behind Matthew Simpson. He is now only a Metro's length or so adrift of the race leader. That just sort of underlines the pace advantage that Ashton's got. He's got the headlights ablaze now as well, and with 3 3/4 minutes still to go, he is absolutely back on the tail of the class leader, and we've got a fight on our hands once more for the win in the HIF Construction Limited MG Metro Cup here at Oulton Park. Ashton closes in. He's proven there he's got the pace, and now proves he's got the racecraft as well. Launches to the inside at Cascades and sort of out of nowhere there makes the move stick. Simpson though has ideas of coming back at him, does come back at him down the Lakeside Straight, and I think we'll have the lead again by the time they reach Ireland.
He does indeed, yeah. That time the mid-corner speed was the way of Simpson that time. Of course, a little bit slidey there, setting it on the inside line was Ashton. Lost that mid-corner speed and was able to or drop wide, and that just allowed for Matthew Simpson to scamper on back through. So impressive in and of itself that Jack Ashton has caught him back up there, but I think that just shows the overall pace that Ashton has over Simpson. He just can't find a way through. As there briefly we saw a slippery surface flag there going out. I can only assume that's up at Druids, but yeah, thank you, I heard that in my ears. Yeah, it is indeed up at Druids. I think we knew that already though, without the need of a flag, didn't we?
Yes, absolutely so. Now Ashton, with a much better run there out of Britain's, has actually got back ahead of Simpson here, I think. Simpson's trying to come back at him under braking into his lobs. He'll have to be very, very, very late on the brakes to beat Jack Ashton into the corner. They're absolutely side by side. Ashton doesn't want to give way, nor does Matthew Simpson, who still is on the inside line into Knickerbrook Corner. This is terrific MG Metro racing. They're still side by side as they head now towards potentially a still quite slippery Druids Corner. Matthew Simpson knows, I think, that if he allows Ashton to get in front and assert his authority on this race, that might be the last time he sees him. Well, hate to break it to you, Matthew, but that's exactly what might be about to happen. Jack Ashton through into the lead on the previous lap, was 4 seconds quicker than Simpson. That could be the race-winning move.
It could indeed. You still saw that bit of a wobble though through Druids for Ashton there. Still clearly a little bit slippery down there still, but lovely to see the racing between the two of them there. Lovely bit of room given, racing respect between the two of them. That was an epic battle, and now we've only got just over a minute and a half to go, and for the first time really in this race, Ashton properly takes the lead.
Yes, so has Simpson got an answer, or is this all that he's got? Through they go onto what will for them be the penultimate lap of the race, I believe. The overall race leader, remember, Christopher Greenbank, is 9.6 seconds clear now of Keith Egar, so a similar story really to what we saw in race 1. Once he got back ahead of Egar, he's been able to get away from him quite comprehensively. I think Ashton perhaps about to do the same thing to Matthew Simpson, although it's not coming all that easily to Jack Ashton, is it, as he almost understeered off the road there coming out of Cascades Corner. The leader will be across the line shortly to begin the final lap, and Christopher Greenbank uncontested now at the head of the field. There is the third place battle, Carl Green and David Coulthard, still in that order. Carl Green then ahead of the 83 car of Coulthard as they head around through the Hislop chicane into Knickerbrook Corner and accelerate uphill over Clay Hill for the penultimate time. Another lap to go after this one then. Christopher Greenbank, in fact, has just gone through to start his final lap of the race in his MGF. Carl Green tips his way through Druids Corner with David Coulthard behind him in the MGZR, which at one point was a hugely popular one-make series here in the UK and used to get grids getting on for 30 cars. With some pretty quick drivers racing in the MGZR Championship. Not quite as many of them out now, as spare parts have understandably become harder to get hold of, but good to have a smattering of them racing with us here at Oulton Park. And David Coulthard looking to try and get one of them onto the podium outright, but I don't think that's quite going to happen. Carl Green in the bigger saloon-shaped ZS looks as though he has an answer for him at the moment. They head down through Cascades. The overall race leader will be somewhere around the Hislop chicane. In fact, here he is into Britain's. And it is a fairly tentative run now through Britain's, in fairness, for Christopher Greenbank, who doesn't need to push too hard. He's 14 seconds clear, more than double the margin of victory that he had in race one. Keith Egar, I don't know whether he's sort of managing some sort of issue, but he's definitely not as quick now as he was in the first race. And not able to get as close to Christopher Greenbank's pace. Christopher's best lap in this race is the fastest lap, 2 minutes 0.486, which is about half a second slower than what he did in race one. Again, track conditions not quite as good as they were for the first race. Christopher Greenbank doesn't seem to mind. He got into the lead there after a couple of laps dicing with Keith Egar. Now he's been able to extend the margin and is one corner from home. Christopher Greenbank then, a double race victory is in the offing here. Same as it was, in fact, in the Modified Ford Series where we had a double race victory for James Allen. Christopher Greenbank is going to do the same in the MG Cockshoot Cup. Across the line he goes, and Christopher Greenbank takes the checkered flag and wins race 2 for the MG Cockshoot Cup here at Oulton Park. Keith Egar will come home some way later. It's not all over though in the Metros, is it? Matthew Simpson is staying with Jack Ashton here, and as they make their way down into the Hislop chicane for the final time, that's only a Metro's length or so between them. You can absolutely rest assured that if Simpson's close enough to have a go at this into Lodge Corner, I think he will go for it and try and keep Jack Ashton from claiming the double victory. Not sure if both of these drivers are doing the full season. I hope they are, because I think we could have a really interesting championship battle between the two of them. Matthew Simpson's getting quicker and quicker every season. We know how good Jack Ashton is, and I don't think he would have things all his own way if Simpson was around for the full year. Down towards Lodge Corner we go then. Headlights still ablaze on the Ashton car. There's no one in front of him. Instead, he's having to take a defensive line to keep Simpson behind him. Simpson with a slightly wider line in. Looks to try and get the switch back on the exit of the corner. It will be a bit of a drag race to the line, but it's a drag race that I think Jack Ashton will win, or will he? They're side by side to the line. Almost a dead heat, but it will be Jack Ashton who hangs on to get the win in the MG Metro Cup over Matthew Simpson by just a tenth of a second. Brilliant stuff there from the Metros. The Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup putting on a great show with some of the closest of the racing that we'd seen across both of our MG races today, and it is going to be a double win for Jack Ashton, but by a very, very narrow margin. And of course bouncing back after that spectacular spin that he had up at Druids as well. Doubly impressive stuff. And Jack Ashton will be absolutely delighted to have claimed the win. And a double victory for him, double victory for Christopher Greenbank as well, who wins in the Cockshoot Cup, wins Class C as well, therefore, in that element of the race. Keith Egar second, Carl Green third, David Coulthard fourth, and Laura Farrow fifth, all of them Class C cars. Class A won by James Johnson this time. It was Mark Bellamy who won race one. James Johnson, though, gets the better of him in race two. Bellamy was second in that class, seventh overall. Jack Ashton wins in the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup by a 10th of a second over Matthew Simpson, with Phil Rigby completing the top 10 overall. Tim Shooter was 11th and 3rd of the Metros, again going 2 better than he did in race 1 when it was 5th place for him and a 3rd place for Benjamin Young. Eliza Seville was 12th ahead of Benjamin Young, who was 13th and 4th in class, with Helen Waddington in 14th overall. 15th position then for Les Tyler, 16th Mark Wilson. Richard Garrard, I noticed, hasn't made it to the flag on the final lap in car 49, so may or may not be classified 17th. Andrew Houston, Jonathan McGorn and Phil Goodwin complete the top 20 ahead of Emma Cross and the first of the retirees, Tim Davis, who managed only 4 of the 8 laps. It was also a retirement for John Moore, while Stanley Dixon and Leon Wignall both failed to make the start. So, an exciting final race of the day, and the MGs have put on a good show for us with a good grid and some good battles across the various classes. While podium finishers very shortly will be meeting up, hopefully with John Ratcliffe, but they have again elected to skip past the 1, 2, 3 boards down there in Parc Fermé and head straight for the Parc Fermé area. We did manage to locate a couple of drivers after race 1, so hopefully John Ratcliffe is going to be able to do the same thing again after race 2, but it might have to go on an MG driver hunt, mightn't he, in order to bring us a few interviews, and fingers crossed he is able to do so. Yes, there we go, some of the Metros are at least now starting to pull up where they ought to be. Quick reminder that we've got plenty more racing coming up this weekend from the BRSCC, including another event here at another few events actually here at Oulton Park over the remainder of the season. Be sure to head over to the BRSCC website, www.brscc.co.uk, for all of the information on their various race events, and information there also on which of those events will be given the live stream treatment to. That's it from me up in the commentary box, Andy McEwen, but one last time we can head downstairs and hear from John Ratcliffe with our podium finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, indeed. Back down here once again for the final time. Let's have a chat with some of our drivers then. We'll start off with the MG Cockshoot Cup then. We'll have a quick chat with the number 19, Chris. It was a good little race, wasn't it? You and Keith were having a great battle to begin with, but then once you broke away, I think you won by over 10 seconds in the end.
Wow, yeah, we're good going. Yeah, we're very good. Enjoyed his first race, and then I think Keith hit a bit of oil going into the hairpin at the bottom. He went wide, so I thought I'll take that. And I went round and then I pulled away then. But yeah, there was plenty of oil out there on track.
We thought as much. We did finally see a slippery surface flag at one point, but we'd already seen a few drivers spin round, so you did well to not do the same.
Yeah, you just you can see the oil. You just look out for it. So, but I knew it was there, I saw the flags.
Yeah. Good, well done. And that's 2 wins from 2, no?
Yes, yeah, good start to the season.
Perfect start to the season. Yeah. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers for chatting with me. Right. Not too far to walk. Hello, sir.
Hello
Second
again.
place.
Yeah.
Another blinding start, I must say. You battled well with him to begin with.
I wish that there were trophies at the first corner. That would be all right. That should be a new race. First corner will do for me. No, I managed to keep Chris behind me a little bit longer this time, but he was really solid all weekend. And there was a lot of greasy places out there, and I think a few Metros dropped a bit of oil. Yeah. So, it was good fun, but it came to the stage where I knew I couldn't catch Chris. And I'd got my eye on going home and having a cold beer. So I thought, well, let's get home with a cold beer and let's not put it into the barriers, because there were quite a lot of slippy moments there. So, it worked out well. Another enjoyable weekend, and we'll have a go in a few months' time when it's Silverstone, I think, next. So look forward to that.
Oh, good. No, well done. I don't think anyone's going to sign that petition for you, though, of first corner trophies.
It's a good idea for a race. It might catch on.
Don't think you get many people on side with that one, considering your race starts, mate.
No, thanks a lot. Anyway.
Good to chat with you. Well done. Second place. Congratulations. And we'll move on as well to Carl. Carl, lovely to chat with you again.
How you doing?
Third
okay?
place once more. Well done.
Yeah. Carl went a lot better this time. Me and DC had a good battle again, which is good fun. Just couldn't get the pace of these two guys, though. They just disappeared into the distance again. So I think we'll have to go back to the drawing board and see if we can find a bit more power somewhere or lose a bit of weight. I might have to have a few jabs.
Did you have brakes this time, though?
I did. So it was a lot more enjoyable race this time round. Yes, without a doubt. But like I say, just not enough to catch these two, you know. Yeah. But It's only the first 2 races of the season. We've got plenty of time yet, so
exactly that.
Let's hope we'll catch them later on in the season.
Lots of positives to take on. Well done on your third place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Right then, let's head over to the MGs. Of course, they've all hopped out of the cars, so I have no idea who anyone is, but we'll do our best. I'll try and avoid running into a car, though. I've spotted the race leader, so let's head over here then to Jack Ashton and have a little chat with him. Apologies to drag you away, Jack, but you had to work pretty hard on that one, didn't you? That was an exciting one.
Yeah, it's exactly what I wanted. I wanted Matt to come back with me, and we had exactly that. We had a great battle, and I mean, the conditions were quite interesting. We had a few bits of oil and water on track, and I think I had a large moment at one point through Druids.
That's one way of putting it.
Was it on camera?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I can't wait to watch that one back. It was a bit of keep it flat in fourth, and then it was dropping the revs, so I dropped it through third while full lock, and then full to second to try and get more revs to bring it round, and it just about come round somehow. But
you could see as soon as you pitched it in, the car just went, nope, that ain't happening. But honestly, you've gone from facing the wrong direction to still winning the race.
Somehow. But yeah, what a great race. This man, absolute legend. Yeah, we had a good time out there. Yeah, that was
stick together. You two were battling very well, but it was lovely to see the respect between the both of you as well.
Oh, well, we're mates, and we try our hardest not to touch and give enough space. We're very mindful of that, and
race hard.
Race hard, yeah, absolutely nail it. But yeah, we're mates. He's my instructor as well, right? And we're teammates.
Well, you clearly taught him well, haven't you? Yeah. Maybe a bit too well.
Oh no, maybe I should tell him to calm it down a bit.
You said to calm down the aggression.
Yeah,
nah, not on track.
Good to see you, lads. Love the camaraderie. Good to see you boys had a great time out there on track.
Great, thanks ever so much.
Well done, guys. Top 2 then there in the MGs. You can see the third place car there. Where's his bonnet gone? What's happened there? Anyway, right, can we find the driver? I have no idea where they've gone. Mr. Tim Shooter. We'll see if we can find him over here. We've got a little bit of time. Of course, we're at the end of the day. Excuse me, either of you, Tim Shooter? Tim, we found you. Hello, Tim. Firstly, Tim, where's your bonnet gone?
Just need to get something off from underneath the bonnet.
I didn't spot that while you were out on track. That's a post-race, right?
Yeah. Certainly. Yeah, it was good that though. Enjoyed that one.
No, good. Yeah, it was a great race and a third place. Should be very happy with that.
Very pleased. Yeah, very pleased.
Talk us through it from your perspective, how that race all went from start to finish.
Well, I can try a bit of mayhem at the start as usual, and managed to get past Richard at some point. Then a bit of trouble with a couple of back markers, and then I put a bit of a gap, and that was about it. That's about all I can remember.
A decent effort. How was it up at Druids though? It looked a bit slippery up there.
Yeah, there was a bit of oil down, so a little bit interesting.
You can say that again. We saw Ashton go for a massive spin. You managed to hold on to it though.
Yes, yeah, just yeah. There's bits of grass all over where people have just cut corners a bit. So yeah, apart from that, it was good.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well done, third place. Congratulations. Right then, well there we go. End of the racing day here at the BRSEC season opener from Oulton Park. What a day of racing it has been though here. We've certainly had some varying weather conditions, haven't we? That's certainly thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, but my goodness, was it exciting. And of course, the 4-hour endurance race of the Fun Cup, as exciting as ever, as we would expect from the Fun Cup. And to be fair, the other races were pretty exciting in and of themselves as well. Of course, Fun Cup returns for round number 2 at Snetterton on the 9th of May. Make sure you join us for that. It'll all be live streamed, of course, on the BRSEC YouTube channel, Alpha Live YouTube channel, and the Fun Cup YouTube channel as well. A few little shout outs to give, of course, a big shout out to everyone that raced here today at Oulton Park. You put on an awesome show for us to enjoy, whether you were here at the circuit or whether you were watching at home. Thank you so much for joining us for today's action. Big thank you to Oulton Park and MSV, of course, and BRSEC for putting on an awesome event. Massive thank you to all the Orange Army out there who make racing possible, and of course everyone at Alpha Live for bringing you these pictures from wherever you are watching. Make sure you join us then for round number 2 of Fun Cup at Snetterton on the 9th of May. We'll see you then.